close out and prepare to take your questions, I just want to talk to the people of Louisiana. I know that tomorrow, for many people, is a very difficult anniversary. It is the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. I'm also aware that it's very painful to think about another powerful storm like Hurricane Ida making landfall on that anniversary. But every storm is different. They all bring their own challenges. But I also want you to know that we're not the same state that we were 16 years ago. We have a hurricane risk reduction system in place because of the generosity of the people of the United States of America that we didn't have before. And outside of that hurricane risk reduction system, we also have tremendous investments in protection across South Louisiana with levees and gates and pumps. And having said all that, this system is going to be tested. There's no doubt. The people of Louisiana are going to be tested. But we are resilient and tough people. And we're going to get through this. The state, the local government, our federal partners, we're all doing everything that we can to prepare for and be positioned to quickly respond to the needs of the people of Louisiana with respect to Hurricane Ida. But we need the people of Louisiana to be prepared as well. And really you have, the window is closing quickly because you have until about dark tonight to really get it done. Again, the weather's going to degrade very quickly tomorrow. And by 7 p.m. tomorrow night, the northern half of Hurricane Ida should be over land. Please monitor the weather. Pay close attention to local authorities. Heed their guidance. Be safety-minded. Many people are going to lose electricity. That electricity can be out for a long time. And yeah, the absence of air conditioning can just make you uncomfortable. But if you get out there and you work too hard, you can end up, and you don't have an opportunity to cool off, you can end up with heat exhaustion. If you operate a generator in a way that's not safe, you can die from carbon monoxide poisoning. If you try to operate machinery like a like a chainsaw, for example, to clean up, and you're not accustomed to that, if you get up on a roof and you fall, all of these things. I'm saying these things because this is what's happened in the past, where the loss of life has resulted more from post-storm activities than from the storm themselves. So let's prepare. Let's pray, let's be safe, and let's help one another. So please check on your elderly neighbors. Call your elderly relatives. If you've got special needs individuals who live around you, make sure you take a little time and check on them as well. So with that, I'll take questions. I'll say we intend to do a press conference again tomorrow at about 2 o'clock. We'll let you know if that changes. So we'll take some questions now, and you feel free to address your questions to me or to any of these individuals who are here. Anything? Okay. Well, we will be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Unless something changes, we'll certainly let you know. I don't need to drink this water, I don't think. But thank you all very much for continuing to cover this, and the work that the media will do over the next however many days will be incredibly important to keep people informed and to keep them safe. So I appreciate the work that you all do as well. So thank you all, and God bless.
The more secure you'll feel. But All right, you're watching or just finished watching Governor John Bel Edwards give us an update on how the state, across the state, is preparing for the arrival of Hurricane Ida. One of the things he did mention that I took down here, there are more than 4,000 National Guardsmen that are in the area, and they said they want to get up to 5,000 National Guardsmen. Also talked about more than 10,000 linemen as well. We know that power outages is something that we are expressed should be an issue in this area, not only in this area, but all of South Louisiana as well. Speaking of that, at the present time, they said they have 137 coach buses that are spread out across Louisiana. Of course, he said with the resources focusing on South and Southeast Louisiana as well, because we know that this is where some of the heavier parts of the storm is going to hit. He also gave us a quick update on COVID numbers. Typically, we don't give the COVID numbers on Saturday, but he said there are now 2,450 patients that are hospitalized with COVID-19 across the state. And right now, that's from what he mentioned, a 20% drop in the last 10 days. So, which is good news. Hopefully, we don't have people that are injured that have to go to the hospital, but we don't know if that's necessarily, if this means this is getting better for our state. But he said that number, though, the number of people that are in the hospital, that is still seen as a higher number. We still want to get that back down lower. But obviously right now, the main focus is getting people out and getting people safe as Hurricane Ida approaches. One of the ways that crews are doing that, they're clearing out catch basins here in New Orleans today. There's still time to check the ones that are on your block. Just get any debris that you see out of the way so they can drain well when the rain arrives. So, of course, we know sometimes dirt gets stuck in there and trash, but make sure you clean it out the best way you can. And we heard the governor earlier say thank you to those who have adopted a catch basin. Now, there will be no mandatory evacuations from New Orleans. We've heard that. Mayor LaToya Cantrell says there just wasn't enough time to make it happen. That window closed. That means the contraflow system cannot be used. Time is running out if you are planning to leave. We've been showing you that traffic camera. A lot of you leaving right now. New Orleans officials just updated the response plans. Here's what they had to say a short time ago.
What we know is today, right now, everyone has to make a decision to leave voluntarily, which I'm recommending. Do that. Prepare yourselves. If you're going to leave, you need to do that now. We need to make sure that you are in a safe place, everyone, whether you're going to leave voluntarily or stay on site, hunkered down, wherever that is. Hopefully that's your home in our city, but in a safe space. If you're staying, you need to be prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes. What I'm told is that this storm in no way will be weakening. There will be, and there are no signs, again, that this storm will weaken. And there's always an opportunity for the storm to strengthen. As you know, this continues to remain a very fluid situation. And we know, again, that time is not on our side. It's growing, it's intensifying. And so that is, again, if you are voluntarily evacuating our city, now is the time to leave. You need to do so immediately. If you're planning to ride it out, again, make sure that you're able to hunker down, you have your supplies in hand so that you're able to respond post-storm. And we, the city, we are preparing for a post-storm response. Given the time of this, it has pivoted us to focusing specifically on post-storm response. We are, however, paying very close attention to and in direct communication with our residents that are on our special needs registry, but those with severe medical conditions. We know who they are. It's an average of up to 100 people. They will continue to be our priority as a city when it comes to today, but also when we think about post-storm. But we have our hands, we want our hands on them, and of course, direct communication with these individuals pre-storm as well. I want you to know that that is absolutely happening. Look, this is our time, your time to prepare yourselves now. This is it. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, of course, your family, assist them where needed. If you see something, say something, because we want to ensure that we collectively are able to respond to the needs of our people. And what we learned, particularly during Katrina, first responders, we are first responders, all of us, our neighbors, we're all first responders. And so right now, it's about taking care of one another, not only coaching folks, to make the best preparations for themselves and for their families. In addition to pets, that has been something that the Louisiana SPCA, yesterday they had a large amount of residents bringing pets. Please do not do that. They're at full capacity. They can no longer accept, and they have also shifted to a post-storm direction in terms of how they will deal with pets. It's not now pre-storm, it's shifted to post-storm. So what concerns me? One is just the overall safety of our residents, those who are making preparations and have already started to leave the city, making sure that they get to their destination safely, that they render patience and real care and concern to those that are providing them the service at the time. I think this has reminded us again, even as we've gone through the impacts of COVID, is that our people on the front line are those that we just depend on to go. If you're going to the grocery, if you're going to the gas station, it's demonstrating how we really do need one another. So I care about those who are providing that service. I care about their ability to take care of their families as they provide that service. And of course, residents who are moving, evacuating. But when I think about where we are now and faced with a hurricane coming, I am very confident in our levee protection system. That is something that we really didn't have 16 years ago that we do have now. We have been in constant collaboration and cooperation with our homeless partners, Unity being one of them as our lead in the state of Louisiana. We have all of our shelters that can accommodate those who are on the street right now. We have done the thorough documentation, and the movement of these individuals is ongoing. So we feel very confident in our ability to have the capacity to accommodate our homeless individuals that are currently on the street. The good news there, David, is that we began to move our street homeless population on last week back into a hotel accommodation, something that we did when we were on the front of COVID-19. Now, this was also aligned with our response to COVID-19 being in the midst still of this pandemic. So the movement that happened starting last week was not for hurricane preparedness. It was because we have been working diligently to accommodate our residents that we know we still have on the street. However, because of the storm coming our way, we are accelerating those efforts with our shelters that we have in our city and our homeless providers that are connected with our regional partners, if that makes sense. So the bottom line is that we never had the time. It was never on our side. So based on that 72-hour mark, we didn't have it. And so when we do not have it, we don't have the adequate time to provide or move forward with our citywide evacuation plan. In addition to that, it's having the time to have contraflow be in effect, which is not my decision solely, but it is in connection and in partnership with our governor as well as parish leadership across the state of Louisiana, in addition to our neighboring states. And so time wasn't on our side. It's not on our side. Even as we think about a mass opening of a shelter and the like, we're in the midst of a pandemic. Our assets have been compromised. in terms of meeting the needs. Our hospitals are at capacity as well. So the best thing that our people can do is to evacuate, and they need to be in their place that they're evacuating to by midnight tonight. That also includes shelters that the state has in place and the capacity in place to receive our residents who may need a place to shelter in the event that is a need for them. But as it relates to those remaining in our city, it is making sure that they have the necessary resources to shelter in place. That is what we're saying. This is not new for us. We've been here before, multiple times during last season, because the time wasn't on our side then as well. We will address these time issues with FEMA, and with our state and local leaders. But now we know time isn't on our side. We need to, one, shelter in place. We need to pivot. We are pivoting to a post-storm response so that we're able to meet the needs of our people in real time once this storm passes. That will be the best thing that we can do in response to the needs of our people. Some of the preliminary post-storm responses are the buses that I spoke about on yesterday, buses that have been made available through the state's contract and the promise of the governor that those buses and their coach buses will be staged appropriately, both in somewhere in the city as well as far as Lake Charles. We are requesting an additional set of coaches, I believe an additional 50, but that number may vary, but we're making those requests on today. And again, once we're able to thoroughly assess, we'll be able to define even more with the details about what our full response looks like. Of course, in terms of being able to shelter our folks post-storm, that is the convention center, is a place that we are working on now with the Louisiana National Guard in coordination with the state of Louisiana. That, again, is about post-storm, not pre-storm. No one should show up at the convention center right now.
All right, that was Mayor Cantrell earlier today. That live picture that we've been showing you, this is what you're looking at right now. This is our live mobile forecast center. This is the drive through I-10 East, in the East, in New Orleans East right now. Looks like they're about to hit Crowder in a second. But you can see it's bumper to bumper moving very, very slow. A lot of people heeding to those warnings of a voluntary evacuation, trying to get out of town. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, yesterday mentioned on Friday, if you wanted to avoid this, yesterday might have been the day to go. But we know that that's not always the best scenario, the best case for a lot of people. We're in different situations. And so you do what you can just to be safe. If you decide to stay in town, make sure by tonight, as we've mentioned here on Eyewitness News, and we've seen several local officials mention, be where you need to be or wherever you're going to be to ride out this storm and have everything that you need to have. We know several grocery stores that are still open, thankful for that, and so that people can get those last minute items that they might need. So, of course, be careful as you get out on the road. It's moving very, very slow. We continue to track Hurricane Ida, and now to have our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, join us to see exactly what's going on. All of us keeping a close eye on this. We have people looking on Twitter and Facebook asking, has it changed? Has the track changed? I mean, they're hoping for some good news.
And, I'm trying to, at home earlier today, went on Facebook Live to try and answer any and all questions I possibly can. We are trying to explain the potential impacts to everyone in our area, because I will say it's going to be fairly dramatic differences across our entire viewing area from all of Southeast Louisiana and Southern Mississippi as to what impacts we're going to see. All of us will see impact from the storm, no question about it. The worst impacts as of right now would be in the areas that will find themselves underneath the center of the storm. That is the strongest part of the storm. Exactly where that center moves inland and then continues moving northward is still very much much a question. It doesn't look like it's going to veer a great deal west or east from this center line at the moment. There has been a little bit of a shift in some of the computer models. We'll talk about that in a moment. But just because there is a slight shift right now doesn't mean that that trend is going to continue. As again, we heard from actually the folks at the National Weather Service office, it would be a dramatic change, which is not likely to see us really not get any kind of impact. So that is off the table as with regards to what we're looking at right now. And something that is very interesting, when we superimpose the center line track with what the storm has been doing, and again, this track was the 10 o'clock update, so we'll get a new one in the next hour and 20 minutes or so. The track, notice the storm itself has actually been a bit more north of that track. Does that continue throughout the course of the storm? I don't know. Or does it kind of catch up with that track at some point? Anybody that has spent any time in coastal Louisiana, and every year that we track these storms, we talk all the time about these little wobbles. The storms themselves do not follow a straight line. It will continue to kind of wobble back and forth. Really, a lot of times it depends upon exactly where that wobble is at landfall to where exactly we're going to see the worst conditions of the storm at landfall. Right now, it does look like that bullseye is Terrebonne. It would have to be a pretty dramatic shift for it to not be Terrebonne Parish at this time. The satellite imagery throughout the course of the day has just been absolutely incredible. And when you talk about a textbook hurricane, that unfortunately is a textbook hurricane. You see a healthy outflow. In other words, in the upper parts of the atmosphere, the higher cirrus deck is able to move out. So in other words, we kind of talk and compare that to a chimney. The way a chimney is able to grow, or the fire is able to grow, is it needs some kind of exhaust in the upper parts. Well, that is exactly what the outflow is. That is the exhaust for the storm. Those thunderstorm tops have to go somewhere, and if there is an exhaust feature, in other words, this kind of upper level flow that is taking those high, thin cirrus clouds away from the center of the storm, that allows for further strengthening. We've talked about the warm waters. There is no question the waters in the Gulf of Mexico are warm in late August. That isn't really up for debate. The issue is going to be always the upper atmosphere environment. And unfortunately, the upper atmosphere environment has been conducive. Now, something that's very interesting, and I've started to see a trend from some of the computer models. Some of the models are hinting at perhaps, and we'll kind of break down some of the computer models that we have available to us here at WWL. Just so much to show you and so little time to put everything together. It does look like there may be hints at some increasing wind shear as the storm approaches the coast. Now, what that could do is, one, begin to limit the further intensification, so perhaps we don't see it intensifying all the way up to landfall. Again, these are kind of the preliminary models starting to pick up on this trend, but what it may also help to do is drive in some drier air and perhaps start to shift some of the heavies of the rainfall away into the east of the center of the storm. Again, all these possibilities, all these variables, all we can do is kind of explain all the potential that this storm has as we analyze what is going on right now. So it's almost like a two-phase discussion when we talk about the tropics. We talk about what is happening in real time, what we see right now, what is going on, and what we know based on our computer models. But then we also talk about those computer models and if they're picking up on some kind of a trend or perhaps a little bit of a change in the forecast. It wouldn't be a dramatic change, but as we have been hinting at all day long and really going back to yesterday, is that we are going to see the worst of the storm right at the center. Exactly how close that is to Metro New Orleans is still very much an unknown. We did have a very clear eye that had developed with almost that visibility that is right back to the surface of the Gulf of Mexico through it earlier. Now it looks like the clouds have kind of moved back over the eye, so it's not as well defined, but it is still there. 100-mile-an-hour winds, gusting up to 105 miles an hour wind. That's what we want to continue to see. A northwesterly motion at 16 miles an hour. We want this thing to move in and out as fast as possible. Something else we'll be watching is the minimum pressure. It's at 976 now. As that comes down, that means the storm is intensifying. So that's something else we'll be looking at in each of the advisories that come out. Again, all the data that you see here is of 1 o'clock. It is rapidly intensifying and it is moving very quickly. In about a half hour to an hour after that advisory, that information is old because this is a very rapidly changing system that as we get into the next hour, 2 hours after the advisory time, things sometimes have dramatically changed. And it'll be interesting to see what has dramatically changed with the storm. You do see a new area of thunderstorms developing on the western side. The times what these do is they pulsate. You get these we call hot towers, those tall thunderstorms around the center of the storm kind of initiate and then fall apart. That's the outflow that you get. That kind of takes those higher clouds away from it. And then it allows room for new thunderstorms to grow. And that is going to be the pattern that we continue to see as it moves along that path towards southeast Louisiana. So as I mentioned, it has been trending a little bit more north of this line. We will see if that is a trend that continues, that perhaps the Hurricane Center picks up on and adjusts the track, or thinks it's just kind of a short-term change in the center of the storm's motion and kind of leave the track as it is. As we've been saying, we're not going to see dramatic shifts one way or the other, but what does come into play here is just how close that center is able to make it to the New Orleans metro area as we get toward later on Sunday and into late Sunday night. At the moment, as I had said, it has been, if you were watching this all day yesterday, it had been more centered right over Baton Rouge, so the forecast had been trending a little bit more to the west. If we see a change, I would venture to say that they would maybe shift that line, and that's again why I like using the center line. You might see them shift it back more over the Baton Rouge area if this model trend is something that continues over the course of the next several hours. Again, the window of opportunity for further strengthening of the storm is closing, although it still has plenty of time. That window is shrinking. Once we start to see that land interaction, and especially if we can get some wind shear, that would be huge and maybe helping to kind of keep the storm at a steady strength as it moves inland. That steady strength, though, still could be a Cat 3 or 4. We are still looking at a major hurricane making landfall. You do see, again, there's still a bit of a consensus, still a bit of a spread in the computer models. They still seem to indicate a little bit more toward where the center line is of the model or of the forecast officially from the National Hurricane Center right now. If you were with us at the just the last hour, Pete Malone was showing you the GFS forecast, and that has indeed shifted a little bit more to the east, as has the European model, but that's just the one operational run. It may be that that entire ensemble is still indicating a little bit more to our west. But as with that said, it does play a huge role in just how close we're going to see the metro New Orleans area getting in on the hurricane force winds. So here's kind of a timing of the rainfall. We will begin to see the rain moving in during the later night and overnight hours. Maybe in the next few hours, we'll start to see some of the showers on the far, far northern bands moving across the mouth of the river and then starting to move inland. But during the early morning hours tomorrow, that's when things start to go downhill very quickly. Winds will have already started increasing, and you're looking at some of the heaviest rainfall moving our way. Now, this is our RPM model, and it's a little different in terms of the timing as opposed to what the Hurricane Center is saying. They almost have it right along the coastline about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Hurricane Center has been thinking maybe a few hours after that. Either way, the timing is going to be almost inconsequential as opposed to the exact area of landfall, whether it's in the midday or afternoon hours. It is going to be moving that way. Now, this model not really depicting that wind shear I was talking about, but there are others that are kind of indicating the wind shear might help to disrupt this rainfall and kind of shift it a little bit more to the east of us. So we may be looking at heavier rain potentially. And again, this may all not end up being verified by the models, but we could see it kind of shift more over Mississippi or Alabama. Either way, through the evening on Sunday, we're looking at the heaviest of the rain and the strongest of the winds. Notice, even well inland, the Hurricane Center is still thinking it may have winds in excess of 130 miles an hour as it approaches the Baton Rouge area. That's why I've been saying since yesterday, at this time, Baton Rouge still looks like it'll be worse off than here in New Orleans in terms of the rainfall and certainly in terms of the wind. As we continue through the early morning hours now of Monday, notice by wake-up time during the mid-morning hours, the heavy rain is gone. Still windy, but improving conditions throughout the course of the day, Monday, and for the rest of the week, because then the cleanup begins, and hopefully all the energy and power crews are able to start going out there as long as the winds subside and begin repairing power line damage, because we know we're going to see a lot of that. It doesn't take much to get that. So the winds begin increasing later tonight, likely before folks start to go to bed. If you're able to go to bed, please just try and rest and relax as much as you possibly can, but the winds will start increasing during the late night hours and continue to increase through the overnight. By early tomorrow morning, you are looking at hurricane force winds right along the coastline. Now, I will say, this model is based on the Euro, which has also been trending a little bit closer to Metro New Orleans. So you'll kind of see the center of the storm based on the Euro is right over Homa, coming in kind of around Terrebonne Bay, whereas the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center, although it falls within the margin of error, the center point from the Hurricane Center is a little bit more west of there. And that is a major factor in just how strong the winds will be in southeast Louisiana. A jog by 20, 30 miles or so to the east, we are looking at some substantial winds at maybe hurricane or major hurricane force, as opposed to this being more to the east of us, and certainly Baton Rouge, river parishes, but not likely to see the major category, major hurricane force winds of 111 or greater miles an hour. We may be more into this, say 70, 80 to 100 plus mile an hour winds. Still nothing to sneeze at by any means, but certainly if we can lessen those winds just a little bit, that does play a role in just how much damage we'll see. The hurricane force winds continue as we get into the early morning hours after midnight on Monday, and then as the storm moves northward, we should start to see that wind field shrinking, and probably before daybreak, most of the hurricane force winds will be moving out of the area. Still very windy across the area by Monday afternoon, but improving conditions. And as I said, Monday afternoon as well, we'll begin to see the heaviest of the rainfall moving out. Something else we need to touch on, with the position that the storm will be moving, we find ourselves in the northeastern quadrant. That is the side that is the worst. That's where the heaviest rain, that's where the strongest winds, and that's where the greatest risk of tornadic storms. So we're actually under, I need to change this number, we're under a 2, a slight risk of severe weather on Sunday. I'm not talking just about the hurricane, but from tornadic storms. As those cells start moving in and we start to see those bands setting up, it doesn't take much to get a little rotation, so we will likely see throughout the day tomorrow numerous, if not countless, tornado warnings being issued across the area as we go through the day on Sunday, and then finally we'll start to see that limited as we get into late Sunday night and on into early Monday, once the storm, I should say more early Monday, once the storm is moving away from us. Rainfall totals, we're looking at a wide range, and again, this is a very rough estimate of 8 to 12 inches, with some areas about 15 or more. It really is all going to depend upon exactly where some of those heavier bands of storms set up. There usually are, and as we've seen many times, one heavy band setting up over a specific area or a certain area, and then just to the west or east, it is completely dry. And that's likely what we're going to see. So this is a more widespread, rough estimate of the rainfall totals that we could potentially see, but those totals are likely going to be only in the areas where we have the bands and the training of rainfall set up across the area. The steering pattern really has not changed. That upper high is definitely building a little bit more into the East Coast, and that is going to continue to push this storm right up toward the northwest. And as this weakens, we're going to see an upper trough begin pulling it up toward the north and east and away from us. Upper low is moving away, but that's actually upper flow around this low, maybe helping to kind of take some of these high cirrus clouds and move them away from the storm. What we like to see is an upper low a little bit closer in. That creates the wind shear, but right now that is just not the case. And what you really see on water vapor here, this looks at the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. This is that high cirrus deck that is moving over. And in fact, the high cirrus are moving over us right now associated with Ida. And this is allowing the storm to continue to grow in the atmosphere. So that's why the intensification is likely going to continue as we go through the rest of the night and into early tomorrow, and likely up to the point of landfall. I know, as I mentioned, some models are trending maybe a little bit of wind shear helping to disrupt that slightly. I would venture to say it probably is not going to do a whole lot to the circulation unless it was a more long duration type wind shear that would help us out. It is at the moment over some of the deepest and warmest waters in the Gulf of Mexico. It will start to get a bit shallower as it moves toward the Louisiana coastline, but water temperatures in this area are about 87 to 88 degrees. We're approaching 90 degrees. This has plenty of energy to work with in terms of warm water over the Gulf of Mexico. That was never really going to be a debate. Tropical impacts will start tonight. Not much has really changed with the forecast. Again, as far as a change goes, there may be a little jog one way or another, but even if the models trend one way or we see a little bit of an adjustment from the National Hurricane Center, it really is going to depend on where that wobble is at landfall as to just how close Metro New Orleans is to some of the strongest winds of the storm. Again, we don't wish this on anyone, but if we can keep that a little bit more to our west, conditions here won't be as bad, again, relatively speaking. Landfall will be as a major hurricane tomorrow. Your plan should be in place right now. You see on the wider loop of radar, here are the outer bands of the rain associated with Ida. It is not too far off the mouth of the river, just kind of tracking some of these initial very far northern showers associated with the rotation. They're only about 60 miles from Venice. The storm is moving very quickly. We want to keep it moving very quickly so it gets in and out of here as soon as possible.
Chris, thank you so much. Of course, we've been taking a look at what's been going on online. I'm just kind of poking around here on Twitter, and then I ran across a couple of pictures and video of what's going on over at Armstrong Airport. Take a look. It's long lines at the airport. We actually had some pictures a little bit earlier from our partners at the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate, Matt Sledge. That's the security line at MSY to fly out of New Orleans. Apparently, he said it's insane, must be inside of that line. He said a friend there right now says there's hardly any TSA staff to get people checked. Well, I'm looking at the Twitter page right now for New Orleans Airport, and it gave an update about an hour ago saying, please do not come to the airport unless you have travel confirmed. We ask that you make arrangements to reschedule travel directly with your airlines over the phone before coming to the airport. They also said that many airlines have reported cancellations this afternoon and tomorrow due to Hurricane Ida. Anyone with travel scheduled should check directly with their airline for the most accurate information. While Chris was up there giving us an update on Hurricane Ida, I went to the MSY website, saw a couple of cancellations and not too many, so I can't necessarily say exactly where these cancellations are coming from. I know that we saw a Delta Airlines cancellation and a Spirit Airlines cancellation. But, we can't say exactly how many. I can't give you an exact number. But if you check with your airline, if you did have travel either coming into the city, leaving out of the city, make sure you check directly with that airline to see if it's still moving around. And again, we talked a little bit earlier about the traffic in the area. Be careful as you're out on the roadways. The airport, again, crowded there as well. So make sure you pay attention. And we also continue to keep our eye on Hurricane Ida. Every parish expecting some sort of impact from this strengthening storm. Erica Ferrando is with us in Old Mandeville under a voluntary evacuation order. You've been talking to people who are preparing to ride out this storm. We've heard that before, but how are they preparing in that area?
Cherise, a lot of people are preparing to actually stay here in Old Mandeville. Of course, there are some people who are planning to at least get out of this area that will see some water rising, but a lot of people are going to stick around. This area south of Monroe Street is now under a voluntary evacuation. Mandeville Mayor Clay Madden made that announcement just about an hour ago. They are expecting a 4 to 7 foot storm surge on Lake Pontchartrain. Of course, that will come over the Mandeville lakefront. And he also said there is a curfew going into effect at midnight tonight in Mandeville. He said they do not want any people out on the lakefront. Stay away from the lakefront as that water is expected to rise. Of course, people are getting ready out here, and I want to actually show you something very clever that this gentleman is doing to his house. This white tube that you see is basically a dam that he's created and put in place, and this is Mr. Nick Viviano, and so you've lived here for decades, since 1980, and so explain what it is that we're looking at right here and how this is hopefully going to protect your home from getting any water.
Okay, this is a 24-inch plastic tube that's used for agricultural reasons, okay? And we bought it over in Crowley or the western part of the state. They use it to irrigate their fields, okay? And became aware of it, whatever. And so what I have here is this is wrapped around my house. It's going to fill up to hopefully 18 inches. We had 15 inches in the house for Katrina, which was the worst we've ever had. So hopefully it'll protect it. Underneath, I have black plastic, okay, 2 feet up on the wall. So that's going to be the second, basically, line of defense. But the weight of this should keep any water from intruding into my house.
So this is pretty similar to aqua tubes that are actually used for this purpose, but this is not really what this is intended to be used for. So you said it was a lot cheaper too.
$600
To protect your home.
to protect my home. And it took us about 3 hours to do. I have 3 sons. So if you have a lot of boys, you can get it done faster, okay?
And so you're actually working on filling this up with water right now.
Right now it's filling up with water.
What are you expecting for this storm coming in?
Well, we really don't know. 7 feet, I might be okay, but give or take, and then you have high tides and low tides you have to worry about. So it's always better to be prepared, okay? If you're prepared, hopefully you won't have to use it.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your input and your advice for other people. They're also expecting some power outages. They say to be prepared for a couple days, possibly a week. For now, we will toss it back to y'all in studio.
All right, Erica, thanks so much. He's keeping it safe out there. We're going to go live to Plaquemines Parish, where Parish President Kirk Lapine is holding a news conference. Let's take a live listen in.
And representing District 5, Mr. Benny Russo, Mr. Colton LaFrance, and Mr. Mark Cognovich, who are 2 of our council members, are actively working down the road, preparing as we speak. So I wanted to mention those 2 guys out because they are diligently working down the road. So welcome. I'm trying to give you an update of what's going on here in Plaquemines Parish. We continue to watch as Hurricane Ida strengthens on its track to make landfall in Louisiana Sunday evening as a Category 4 hurricane. We're preparing for a Category 4 hurricane. We're watching the models, and as we watch the models, we see that it's intensifying, and so we're preparing for a Category 4. The southern end of our parish is expected to start and feel effects around 2 p.m. tomorrow. So be prepared for heavy rainfall, significant storm surge outside the levee protection, and make sure, and you will receive hurricane force winds at this time. So we're telling the people about 2 o'clock, it will go downhill from there. Our evacuations order that's in place is from Captain Larry's, as we call it, the floodgate on Highway 23 in Oakville, all the way down to Venice. That is a mandatory evacuation. All of our east bank of our parish is in a mandatory evacuation. Our Bell Chase area, this morning we issued a voluntary evacuation. So we wanted our residents to know we take this very seriously. And our message to our residents is secure your residence. Be prepared that you will get high winds, gusty winds, lots of rainfall, flying debris. This is going to be over a period of many hours. So we want our residents to be safe, and we want their residents to be safe. We will be closing the floodgate on Highway 23 tonight at 7 p.m., a full closure of that floodgate. So we want to let our residents know we gave them ample time to evacuate. So that gates will be closed tonight at 7. The floodgate between St. Bernard and Plaquemines is scheduled to be closed somewhere around 6 o'clock this evening. So that gate will be closed also. All our parish government offices will be closed Monday. Only essential workers will be asked to report to work. A note, school has been canceled on Monday. A note has been sent out to all the parents. For our local commercial fishermen, a safe harbor, we hope that you're there. Those gates have been closed, NOV 14 and NOV 13. Those gates have been closed also. So we hope that we got all the commercial fishermen and industry in that to get to safe harbors. We take this storm very seriously. and we are prepared. We have crews out monitoring levees, doing our last minute repairs, doing cleanup debris and storm drains. So we are trying to prep as much as we can. With that, I'm going to turn over to the sheriff to give us an update with the sheriff's office. Then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Harvey, our EOC director. And then just real quickly, Councilman Cognovich, District 9, just walked in, and I want to thank him for his hard work down the road. And also our state representative has joined us too. That's Matt Cormier. So thank you guys. Sheriff?
Thank you, President Lapine. I just want to assure the Plaquemine residents that we will have all of our deputies in all 3 major districts. We will not be pulling them out of the lower end of our parish. So from Myrtle Grove to Venice, we will have deputies stationed. From Belle Chase, obviously, to Myrtle Grove, we will have deputies stationed. And we will station our deputies on the East Bank. Some of the things that concern me, we've been through this a lot. We've dealt with a lot of storms. So Jefferson Lake Canal to La Recite concerns me. Our levee heights are 3, 4, 5, 6 feet. The expected storm surge is 10 to 15 feet. So in my experience, I am expecting overtopping and breaching. What that means is that usually Highway 23 will be closed. So I'm just going off our previous experience based on the severity of storm. So we can probably expect, so our citizens, if you are staying south of Myrtle Grove, you please make the arrangements that you could be cut off for some time. So that's why we urged everybody. I think the president and our council have been putting out a lot of good information, making sure that we keep everyone safe. But if you are hunkering down, make sure that you have the necessities that you need for an extended period of time. So those are my concerns. We're very worried about this storm, and we're hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Harvey. I'm the Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for Plaquemine Parish. I've been in contact with the National Hurricane Center, Director Ken Graham, and also National Weather Service here in New Orleans over the past several days. And we have very concerned with the Hurricane Ida. It's still, we expected to get the impacts starting tomorrow afternoon. Around 2 o'clock to be receiving the tropical storm force winds off the mouth of the Mississippi River. And from then, everything's going to deteriorate throughout the night into Monday. Landfall is expected to be, around the Houma, Dulac area on Sunday night around 7 o'clock. And we're on that bad side of the storm. As stated, the storm surge will be 10 to 15 feet on the from that side to the west bank of Plaquemine Parish, and then 7 to 11 on our east bank side. As Sheriff Turlidge stated, our levees from Alliance to the West Point Lahash area are running between 3 to 6 feet. We expect some severe overtopping, if not breaches, in that area, which will inundate Highway 23 from the northern end of the parish to southern end of the parish. Also, for the residents that stay in our Jesuit Bend area, those levees are between 7 to 11 feet. So we issued the mandatory evacuation for that area yesterday once the storm surge was lifted. National Hurricane Center stated that there will be some wobbles in the forecast and the track and everything, but they're very confident in this track heading up that way. We haven't seen a storm like this for Plaquemine Parish probably since Katrina, a Category 4 storm approaching this area. So we urge all residents, please go ahead. If you still have some time, evacuate. You're going to be without power for an extended period of time, and what that means after speaking with Entergy is, it could be up to 2-3 weeks or more before power is restored to our area. A Category 3 and 4 type of storm, it takes a while for that power restoration to happen. And it's not just power that's going to be affected, it's going to be our water, our sewage, cable, internet, phone lines and stuff. People depend on cell phones nowadays. Not all cell phones have, cell phone towers have generators and all. So, means of communication and stuff is going to be might be very limited. So that's why we're urging people, please, listen to us. And, if you have the opportunity, get on out of here. Also, as we spoke about the evacuation of our residents, we transported 34 residents as well as 10 pets up to our point-to-point shelter in West Monroe. They left here a short time ago. And earlier this morning, the Riverbend Nursing Home has evacuated their residents as well to their point-to-point agreement. So, please, residents, listen to us, listen to your local news media, local meteorologists and stuff, and get out of here if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harvey. I forgot to mention also, we joined today by District Attorney Charles Bailey. So I apologize, Charles. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would have a statement or would they like to say something or update in this district.
Yeah, thank you, President Lapine. I do have an update for the Belle Chase area along Woodland Highway. Belle Chase pump number 2 is at 33% capacity. We have 3 pumps there, 2 are down. It is unfortunate, however, we do have redundancy pumps at Belle Chase number 1, which is just down the canal in Barrier, which has 4 pumps that are fully operational. So that is reassuring. However, I now do anticipate street flooding, specifically in the Fort St. Leon neighborhood, as well as the Springwood neighborhood. Fort St. Leon pump station at Mildred is operational and is being run by Jefferson Parish. As Patrick said, we really do anticipate, and this is the big thing for the Belle Chase area, is power outage. And it's going to take a few weeks possibly to have that restored. So if you have an opportunity, this is your last chance to evacuate. If not, you have to be prepared to allow the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department and first responders to respond to the folks who are going to be in dire need in the lower end and east bank of this parish. So please do not take up their time when you have the ability to evacuate if you can. With that said, I'll be on my phone or you can contact me on social media, all the ways, and I'll respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Sheriff Turlidge and President Lapine for all their hard work and collaboration together. Great job. Bill pretty much carried everything I was going to say, but just like to add that the Barrier Canal has been pumped down, and there are machines on site to remove the lilies gone as we go. And just again to stress what Councilmember Black stated, that there's still time to get out, and if not, be prepared to be without power for an extended period of time. And as of right now, you still have time. Riding through District 3, there's still several houses that has a lot of items in the yard that could be potential projectiles. If you could please go out and remove those. If you need any help, please contact me on my cell, and I'll be more than happy to help. Thank you.
President Lapine and the Sheriff and of course Director Harvey have touched on all the pertinent issues that concern all of us. Right now, as they stated, in a situation where go over your checklist again if you're staying, get ready to lose power. If you're leaving, leave now. There are a few stores that are still open. And we put our faith in the levee system and the great professionals that we have spread about this parish. We have Louisiana Air National Guard in certain locations. We have state troopers and of course our great local police force. And I'm sure that President Lapine joins me and the rest of the leaders here in praying for a favorable outcome. Thanks.
I'd like to thank President Lapine and Sheriff Turlidge for all their hard work. Patrick too. I just came from Venice. We just closed Tidewater Road, putting sandbags across. We closed Triumph opening. Been trying to tell the people to, now's the time to get out, because once the road floods, and like they said, they're gonna wait 2-3 weeks for electricity up here. It might be longer down the road. All the stores are closed, so you won't have nowhere to go get anything. No gasoline if you had a generator. So just to be on the safe side, I'd leave now if you have the opportunity to. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Benny Rousseau. I represent District 5. Without repeating most of the comments that you've already heard, my concern is the Jesuit Bend area, more specifically because of the Barataria Basin and the storm surge that will be coming up the basin. We've raised that levee significantly over the last few years, but having been there for previous storms and seen how close it came to overtopping that levee, I would caution the residents there that have not made the decision to leave to heed the President's request for the mandatory evacuation and to move out, because it's going to be a very close call in the Jesuit Bend area. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank my colleagues for joining me today. And if you could see that there's one simple message, and that is get out or seek higher ground. Also, the message is you will be without power. You will be uncomfortable. It may be a while before power is restored. So we want the residents to know that. Zeta hit us last year. We were out of power for a week to 10 days. The difference between that, it was October, almost November. It was a little bit cooler. Right now we're in August and September. It's going to be hot, folks, and it's going to be uncomfortable for many days, weeks. So we want you to understand that concept. So it is able time to get out. We really, really prefer that you move to higher ground. It's very important. The sheriff touched on a lot of things. The road is our biggest hurdle. And Highway 23 by Myrtle Grove, if that water comes in and the storm stalls or slows down, that's our biggest nightmare, that water's not able to recede. On the east bank of our parish, on Highway 39, if that water comes in where there's no back levee between the White Ditch and the Phoenix area, it's the same scenario. That water cannot recede until that storm has moved forward. So those have made some very challenging times and tough calls for us. So we want to make sure that our residents know to get out while you can. The ferry service will be suspended tomorrow because of high winds. We can't run the ferry. So our East Bank is kind of sectioned off. The gate is closed. So we want to know, we'll let our East Bank residents know that we'll get there. We have some emergency personnel on that side, but again, it's going to be some challenging times. Our fellas, our friends down the road, as we say, are going to be locked away if we can't keep that water off the road. So there's going to be some tough times in Plaquemines Parish, but we're prepared. I have a great group of guys that I work with. I have a great staff that I work with, and I have a phenomenal workforce who's been busting their tails off since we got kicking off, I think, Wednesday or Thursday. So, and this will continue. Then we'll go in recovery mode after Monday. So with that, guys, I'll ask if you have any questions. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Already. So I think we have them all moved, and we don't have no one at the detention center. So what that leaves us is the fire department, EMS, and my deputies will use that facility for high ground on East Bank.
Question. Do you have any kind of estimate of how many people not evacuated on East Bank or West Bank?
Well, we were very encouraged on the West Bank of seeing a steady line of traffic starting yesterday. We called the mandatory evacuation yesterday at 3 p.m. We extended it to 6 p.m. or extended the location at 6 p.m. We were able to see a great deal of traffic coming out. I don't know the number on the East Bank. I think there was a good bit of residents that did heed our warning. I don't really have a number that can pinpoint to say how many are still there. But from the likes or from the calls that I'm receiving from the residents over there, that a good deal of people have gotten out.
So most of you to do that?
I would say most. I would say, yeah. I would say minimal people left. Any other questions? Well, thank you guys for coming. We appreciate you. And we want you to stay safe in Plaquemines. And again, if you stay, now's the time to hunker down, as we say, because pretty soon, tomorrow we'll see it deteriorating very fast. So we encourage you to get out, but those who stay, hunker down. Thank you, guys.
All right, you're just hearing from Plaquemines Parish leaders. That was Plaquemines Parish President Kirk Lapine, who took the podium, as well as other leaders. And right now, they're talking about mandatory evacuations. Many of those parishes have given mandatory and voluntary evacuations across the area. Obviously, you do that. You got a lot of traffic, and hence what we're looking at right now. This is a live look from the Mobile Forecast Center on I-10 East. We told you they were on I-10 East probably about 30 or 45 minutes ago, and this is still bumper to bumper in New Orleans East, still trying to get out of that area. If I'm not familiar, they went past Crowder. They're not really far from Crowder, so it shows you that it is moving extremely slowly. But again, be patient. You have a lot of people who are trying their best to get out of town so they can get somewhere safe as Hurricane Ida approaches, something that has been recommended not only by the governor, but by Mayor Cantrell and, of course, surrounding parishes and surrounding parish leaders. We keep hearing people say, if you're not going to shelter in place, get somewhere safe, and make sure as you get out there, you know that you're going to run into a lot of traffic in the area. We're going to keep our eye on that one, but we've been also watching other areas as well. We joined Brendan Keefe from our Tegna family, who is in I-10, on I-10 rather, near the state line. Where exactly are you right now?
Right at the state line. That's exactly where we are right now. In fact, you're looking at the state line behind me right now. That's the bridge. We're all familiar coming back home to Louisiana. By the way, I've got family here. My wife's from Acadia Parish. So, hey, we come over that bridge. We're home. We're in Louisiana. That's now a reverse situation here. Let me step out of the frame so you can see it for a second. Right now, it has just started moving again, but you can see the heavy traffic on the bridge. That's eastbound. Westbound coming back into Louisiana, only a few cars, media. There's some power trucks. I've seen power trucks from North Carolina. Some were following me in from Georgia because I was driving in from Atlanta. This sort of fits and starts backup continues all the way to Pascagoula. That's where I first saw the backup, a dead stop. If you look right now at the very top of the bridge, you can see it's coming to a stop again. This is what's happening. It opens for a moment and then it backs up again. And we've been seeing this again all the way into Pascagoula. And a few minutes ago, while we were in that news conference, actually the backup was a dead stop right here. There was no movement in the traffic at all. And we're used to this as journalists, and we're certainly used to this here in Louisiana and in southeast Louisiana because we deal with so many storms. I was here 16 years ago tomorrow for Hurricane Katrina. Spent 2 weeks basically camped out at the north end of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, the Causeway Bridge, right there in Mandeville. And we actually had the Causeway Police escorting us in every day. I was here with WCBS back then. I've covered so many hurricanes. It's actually my 4th decade of covering hurricanes. And the one thing that's a constant for us, you don't want to hear our story. We're not the story. But the one constant for us is we're the sole car going toward the storm while everyone else is trying to get out. I think the difference here, there's that pre-Katrina, post-Katrina mindset. A lot of people stuck around during Katrina. A lot of people, didn't get out until it was too late. We're not seeing that here without mandatory evacuations within the levee zone. We're actually seeing people heeding those warnings with very little advanced warning. They're getting out, and I think that's a good sign. But that's what we're seeing right here as the traffic sort of fits and starts all the way, at least from here at the state line to Pascagoula. I'm sure it gets worse right at the I-12, I-10 split.
Right, Brendan, thanks so much. I know my family right now, as we speak, is headed on now to making that trip as well in that traffic. So please be careful as you're out there. Thank you for joining us. We're going to check back in with you in a second. Again, Brendan Keefe, that is from our Tegna family, assisting us as we cover Hurricane Ida. Well, St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis, he described Ida as a terrible storm as we all have, that could leave his parish with extended power outages and flooded homes. Paul Murphy just spoke to the parish president. Here he is with more.
Here in St. Bernard Parish, this is one of those coastal parishes that always seems to see some major effects when a storm heads our way. And last night we were talking about winds of about 110 miles per hour possibly hitting St. Bernard. Also the storm bringing along about 18 inches of rain and a storm surge of about 7 to 11 feet. I'm here with Parish President Guy McGinnis. Are we still talking about those same numbers?
You know, right now, nothing really has changed since this morning. We'll get another update here in a couple of hours. So, you know, we're looking at what we're worried about is a lot of rain in a short period of time. We're worried about the storm surge. If that storm comes a little bit more east, you know, we will have a significant amount of storm surge over the road. So we're looking out for all of that. Our citizens are still doing sandbags. We are replenishing all of our sites all the time. We're going to do that all the way up until we can't do it anymore. So we're worried about a lot of things. Power, being out for an extended period of time, especially people who rely on that for life support. So we're asking them to hunker down, make sure you get to a place where you're safe. Right now, I would say, I don't want my family on the road at this point in time and trying to get somewhere. Probably need to hunker down at this time and be ready for this storm tomorrow.
And in terms of, you made the decision not to do any type of evacuations. Is that because the people who live outside the levee protection know what to do? Yesterday we saw a lot of those campers coming up LA 46. We saw the commercial fishermen moving their boats to the Violet Canal.
Yeah, you know, Paul, outside of our levee system, we have so few families, it makes no sense for us to do a mandatory evacuation. We're in contact with all of those families. We know where they're going to be. Some of them decide to stay, but we're in constant contact with them. And mandatory evacuation for our parish, we kind of, you know, we look at the region and we talk to our partners around the region. You know, Thibodeau, I should say Lafourche and Terrebonne, those guys really needed to evacuate. So we wanted to make sure that those guys in St. Charles, those people were able to get out. So our people, you know, inside of the levee system, right now it looks like Zeta. You know, we had some significant damage with Zeta. We had some post-storm problems where we had to get crews in to clear the highways and the roads throughout St. Bernard Parish. We're set up to do that. The crews are ready to go. Our employees have been working for a couple of days now. They will work all the way up till tomorrow until they can't work anymore. So we're asking people to be vigilant, continue to monitor the media like you, Paul, and our social media sites at Parish Government, just to be ready for this storm. If this storm, and it can still, you know, make a little easterly turn, it could be devastating for us, and we need to be prepared for that.
What about those low-lying areas? You told me that the storm surge right now, or the tide right now, is up about 3 feet. What do you expect it to do tonight? And do you expect to see water on some of those highways in the eastern part of your parish?
You know, we expect it to come over the road tonight sometime into early tomorrow morning, but you never know with these things, you know, how they come in and the angle. So our Sheriff's Department will be monitoring that. I spoke with Sheriff Pullman earlier today to make sure that when that water does get over the road, that he's got a checkpoint out there on Highway 46 at the junction to make sure that people understand that it may be unsafe to go forward. So, you know, we're all working together. It's awesome to see our citizens helping each other at the sandbag locations. They're helping each other pick up debris around their yard, and agencies are working together with the school system, the sheriff, the DA's office, the clerk of court, everybody working together to make sure that our citizens can be safe and they're taken care of during this storm.
What was your thought when you heard the National Weather Service yesterday say that this is going to be a life-altering storm hitting Louisiana?
You know, the one thing that I thought about was, you know, number one, it's August 29th. You know, you can't get away from that with Katrina. We had to cancel our memorial. We think about the families who lost loved ones during Katrina during this time, but we have to prepare. And we have to prepare for the worst, always. And what I think about is people are making decisions today all along the coast of Louisiana that will save a life or will cause somebody's death. And we're asking people, that's why we give the information out there so that people can make good decisions.
you very much. Guy McGinnis, St. Bernard Parish President. And we'll be covering St. Bernard throughout the evening. We're live here in Chalmette. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
All right, that was Paul speaking to folks in St. Bernard Parish. And just our viewing area, our DMA that we call it, is so complicated that we are trying to inform everyone of the potential impacts that just about everybody will see. You know, we've got the North Shore as you get up to a little bit farther north where you've got elevation on your side. Tornadoes will be a risk. You will have the risk of the flooding rains, but if you do have a bit of elevation, you're probably in okay shape. We've got coastal Mississippi. At this time, it doesn't look like impacts are going to be that dramatic. You're going to get rain and wind, and you will certainly get a significant storm surge, but if you're north of 10, you also may be okay. And again, this is all relative. Down along the coastline, that is not going to be the case. Areas outside of the levee system, that is not the case. Inside the levee protection system, depending upon where you are, it may be okay. Again, not everyone has to evacuate, but if you do, here's kind of an idea. And again, that window is closing. We unfortunately sent one of our photographers, Jeff Hackett, out in the mobile forecast center, and we basically said, all right, go out and just get into traffic, and let's see how long it takes you to get to Mississippi. It's gonna take them a while. My parents left a little bit, several hours ago, and it took over 3 hours to get from their house in Metairie just to Gulfport. And it's been taking almost as long to get to Mobile. Now, it looks like conditions from Mobile east aren't that bad on the road. So if you were going toward the east, I've kind of highlighted certain areas where it's a go, no go, or okay. I'm saying Mobile is okay. You're definitely going to get some of the rain and wind from the storm. Remember, this is all on what we call the dirty side, and you've got that inflow of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, and we could see some significant rainfall totals in the Mobile area. One thing that Mobile has going for it, elevation. They are well above sea level. In some spots, 60 to 90 feet. There are actually hills in Mobile. I went to college out there. So you'd be okay if you have family, friends, then that may be where you want to go. Out farther east, you're in good shape. If you want to go to the northeast, Montgomery, you're in good shape. Up toward Atlanta, I wouldn't stay along the Mississippi coast. Now, of course, if you're there already, that's fine. But if you're thinking, I'm going to go from the city into Biloxi, maybe just continue off to the east. But again, a lot of folks have to make those decisions based on, I've got friends and family, and it won't cost me anything to go there. You know, everything of these decisions is a personal one. I'm just kind of giving an overview of what I would say. Up toward Jackson, no, you're going to find yourself within the path of a very still heavy rainmaker once it gets farther north. Lafayette, no. Baton Rouge, absolutely not. I can't even highlight Baton Rouge. You are underneath the center line of our storm. Alexandria, okay. Depending upon exactly where it starts making any kind of a turn toward the northeast, you would remain on the dry side. And certainly Shreveport out toward Houston, Beaumont, Lake Charles, I think you'd be okay, as well as Dallas. You're far enough away from any impacts from the storm. Something that we've been watching, and a lot of folks, there must be something going on Twitter saying the models are trending east, because I've been blown up on my cell phone of people saying, wait, they're trending east now? They may have backed a little bit to the east, but really what's more important is the fact that the storm itself has been trending not along the center line. Again, this is why I do like showing the center line. I know some folks say, well, I don't like to show it because folks tend to focus too much on it. And I get that. You want to talk about the entirety of the impact potential, but that does go outside of even the cone. So in that line of thinking, don't even show the cone. But I like showing the center line because this is the best guess as to where the Hurricane Center thinks the storm is going to go. And obviously where the storm is right now does fall within the cone, within the margin of error. It is not exactly following along that line. It has actually been moving more to the north and east of that line. Will that be a trend that continues? That is kind of the key. If the Hurricane Center thinks that this may be a trend that will continue, then we will likely see this shift toward the east, and yes, we would see a shift closer to the New Orleans area at landfall. Now, if this is something that the Hurricane Center is thinking, you know what, this is just kind of part of the overall wobble of the storm, because as you kind of watch this here, as it starts out, it is following along that line, and then the last couple of hours, it is not. And it's nothing to say that it may not go back this way and then kind of follow the line and maybe even go west of the line. Storms themselves, if you're just tracking the center point, do not follow a straight line. They wobble, they kind of go back and forth, and usually that wobble is huge in the landfall, because a wobble a little bit more to the west at landfall could be the matter of we do see major hurricane force winds in the city or not. And that is a huge difference that, to be honest, the computer models are not going to be able to forecast accurately. They're just not going to be able to. They cannot forecast these little wobbles and these little almost gyrations in the center. Overall, it's going to kind of follow along this path, but it's going to do this number right up to the point of landfall. So exactly where landfall is really not going to be accurately forecasted by the computer models. This is something that almost made my jaw drop when I was doing some updates at home earlier this morning. When I saw this presentation on satellite of Ida as it continued through the Gulf waters, this is just that textbook classic. It has the well-symmetric formation, a well-defined eye at certain points. Looks like some higher clouds have started to move overhead. It's got that healthy outflow. In other words, in the upper atmosphere, there is really nothing to hinder further development. But what's also interesting, I just looked at some of the intensity models. There is only one of the grouping of computer models that the Hurricane Center uses. There is only one right now, which is interesting, that is forecasting it to make it to Category 4. All the others keep it as a 3. That is still a major hurricane, and that is still a dangerous and devastating, and as some of the folks, government officials are saying, for some, a life-changing type of a storm. There is no question about it. But if we can get those winds a little bit less than they're forecasted at right now, every little bit does help. I know sometimes a 10-mile-an-hour wind is almost meaningless, but if we can get those winds down enough that it isn't as potent once it makes landfall, that does become a little bit more substantial. Winds right now, we are waiting patiently. We should get the information in less than 30 minutes from the National Hurricane Center as to the 4 o'clock advisory. Again, we will get a new track. We won't get another track until 10 o'clock. We will see if maybe they're forecasting that this little trend of the last several hours of the eye is enough to adjust the track back eastward. We'll wait and see. Winds right now 100 miles an hour, but what we'd really like to see is that this forward motion will start to increase. 16 mile an hour up toward the northwest. So at the moment, again, at the moment, it has been trending a little bit more north and east of the center line. Will that continue? Who knows? It may, again, kind of shift back to the more west of this center line. And if that's the case, then you kind of basically split the difference. And the center line is, in essence, exactly where the storm is moving, even if it's kind of doing this right up to the point of landfall. Forecasted to become a Category 4 sometime either overnight or early tomorrow morning, and then maintaining that strength right up to the point of landfall. And as I said, this is why I like to use the center line. The forecast all last night had that center line right over Baton Rouge. Now it's a little bit more to the west. If the Hurricane Center does decide to adjust it, maybe you'll see this line come back over the Baton Rouge area, because right now we actually find New Orleans Metro kind of split either inside or outside of the cone. But the cone of error only represents 70% of the errors in forecasts from the National Hurricane Center. So 30% means there is actually kind of outlies on either side of the cone. So the cone represents most of the forecast errors, but not all. So there's always the potential that the center of the storm comes outside of this. With that said, the models and the Hurricane Center has done a fabulous job of forecasting in the last several years, and it's only gotten better in the last couple of years. The forecast models are almost stellar at this point. Folks have been saying, does it look like they're trending more to the east? Well, you kind of look at the ensemble, and as I've been mentioning, this ensemble of computer models is what the Hurricane Center uses to generate their forecast. They also use observations, but this gives them a pretty rough idea. And at the moment, we find that the cone encompasses all of the models. So there isn't any kind of an outlier one way or another. If there was, then maybe I'd be more inclined to think that they would shift the cone and shift the forecast. But right now, as you kind of split the difference of all of the models, it still looks to be about where the center line is on the current forecast. So my guess, to be honest, is that they don't change it. Maybe if they do, a slight adjustment that might put that center line back over Baton Rouge, only based on the trend of the storm right now. But folks at the folks at the Hurricane Center may say, nah, that's just part of the wobble. It may go back to the more center line or just to the west, and they don't change it. Intensity-wise, I don't think they're going to change it, only because most of the models are actually only peaking at a 3. They probably won't change that, only because the atmosphere is still prime. Though the models are not saying that, it still looks like everything is in place for this to continue to explode in strength and continue to strengthen right up to the point of landfall. So winds will start increasing later on tonight. We'll start to see some of the associated showers, but not the torrential tropical type downpours until we get into the overnight, but more so into early tomorrow. So you still have, if you're planning to stay at home, that's what I was doing this morning. As my wife and kids were leaving, I was bringing everything inside or just bringing it up against the house, not creating any additional debris flying around once the winds start. Because once the winds and rain start, you are not going to want to be outdoors in this by any means. Even if we can keep the strongest of the winds right near the center and outside of Metro New Orleans, it is still going to be a nasty day all day tomorrow. The only silver lining is that it does look like it's going to be moving through very quickly. We'll still have the heavy rain, notice, that's still being fed in, that deep tropical fetch of moisture, still feeding the heavy rainfall in during the early morning hours of Monday. But it does look like as we get just after sunrise and toward the mid-morning hours of Monday, we are already seeing improving conditions. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Here's a model comparison of landfall and what the models are thinking. Now this time is at the same. We're looking at the models both at Sunday, 11 p.m. The Euro has it just moving inland, kind of between Marsh Island, so out toward Morgan City and Houma, but notice, moving up toward Baton Rouge. Sunday, 11 p.m. GFS. Where is it moving? Right over Baton Rouge. So yes, there might have been a slight adjustment back to the east with the models, but not dramatically so. It just kind of brings the storm center back over Baton Rouge. So I stick to my statement that I made yesterday. It still looks like conditions are going to be worse in Baton Rouge than they will be in New Orleans. A very similar type setup that we saw in Gustav. We still had power outages here. I was here in Gustav in 2008. We still had power outages. We still had damage, but it was much worse in Baton Rouge. Matter of fact, a few folks here said, well, I was planning to send my family to Baton Rouge. No, go farther west, Lafayette. I have family in Lafayette. They left as well. Go to Lake Charles or even into Texas. If you're going to go east, again, maybe Mobile, but even Mobile, notice, starting during the afternoon and evening, may start to see some tropical storm force winds. Kind of the same goes for the Florida coast, but if you're inland enough, it's not going to be nearly as devastating, and they're not going to see nearly the damage that we will in southern Mississippi and in Louisiana. Now, this is one of the Euro forecast products looking at the wind, so this doesn't exactly agree with what the National Hurricane Center is saying. You find the yellows, these are the category 1 and 2 force winds, so 70 to 110 miles an hour. And then the whites are representative of major hurricane force winds. That's going to be right near the center. We always talk about don't pay attention right to the center. Well, in this case, you do, because that's where the strongest winds will be. Certainly right along our coast, from Plaquemines to Lower Jefferson, could easily find winds sustained of over 110 miles an hour for a brief period as the storm moves inland. Now notice, this is, again, the Euro product with the Hurricane Center's forecast overlaid. Doesn't exactly agree. The storm here, based on the Euro, would have it taking a path right over Houma and Thibodaux. I heard from a viewer in Thibodaux saying, I'm going to hunker in. You think I'll be okay? I don't. I really don't, because you've got this passing directly over Houma and Thibodaux. So all of Terrebonne, most of Lafourche is looking at these major hurricane force winds. Now, things have kind of changed since yesterday. It certainly looks like we will see hurricane force winds, almost guaranteed, in Metro New Orleans. And at times, they may be in excess of 100 miles an hour. That's going to do some significant damage. And we know from experience, it doesn't take much to get power outages, so expect widespread power outages. River parishes, same thing, but you are more inclined to see the major 111 plus mile per hour winds. Then that wind field moves in the direction of Baton Rouge. So Baton Rouge certainly has a higher likelihood of the 110 plus mile per hour wind speeds, as opposed to New Orleans, probably on the more lower end of that 70, 80, maybe let's say 80 to 90 mile per hour. Still, even just a 10 mile an hour difference can be a difference in just how much widespread damage. And this is a pretty wide swath of hurricane force or major hurricane force winds. So the damage is going to be fairly extensive. Something that was pointed out to me with Zeta and talking about how long it took for so many people to get their power back. The damage swath from Zeta was fairly narrow, and it was really just over most of our viewing area. This damage swath is probably going to be a great deal larger, so there's going to be more repairs that will be necessary to get power back on. So, you know, if I'm guessing, and I don't work for Entergy obviously, but I would guess it would take longer to get power back on from Ida than it was from Zeta, and Zeta was a long duration. And the difference is it's not cool outside, and it's not going to be cool outside at all in the coming week ahead. We're also going to be watching for, with a landfall, and I need to change this number here, it is a 2. There is a slight risk of severe weather tornadoes. Anytime you get a landfalling storm being on the eastern side, as those bands begin to set up, it's going to easily spawn some tornadoes. So expect tomorrow we're going to be constantly talking about tornado warnings being issued across the area. Rainfall totals, we are looking at the greatest swath right near and just to the east generally of the line, of the center line of where the storm makes landfall, but you can also expect some heavy amounts wherever those bands begin setting up and moving in. And there are some times where the bands set up and you get 10 plus inches just to the east or west, minimal amounts of rainfall. It all will depend upon exactly where those feeder bands start training during the day tomorrow and into early on Monday. The steering currents have been fairly on point. It's anchored, this upper high, along the east coast. That is keeping the storm moving up toward the northwest, and then we'll start taking more of a northeasterly track as the weakening high will make way for an upper trough that should start to drag this rotation and pull it out toward the Ohio Valley and up toward even the east coast. Wind shear is non-existent. There is still that upper low in the western part of the Gulf of Mexico, but look at the outflow from this storm. In other words, this is that exhaust where the storms are able to grow and intensify, and it takes the higher clouds away from the center. In other words, this energy is able to keep growing because it has the ability to kind of exhaust itself out into the atmosphere. If this was capped off, say with an upper low helping to shear the storms, that would help us out. Unfortunately, that is just not the case. And as we've been talking about that deep warm water, that's where the storm is right now. Now, at a point, it will kind of leave that deep warm water. However, in this region of the Gulf of Mexico, sea surface temperatures are in the upper 80s. It's going to have plenty of energy to work with in terms of further strengthening over the course of the day today and going into much of the day tomorrow before landfall. So tropical impacts will begin tonight. Not much has really changed with the forecast. Again, we're waiting for the 4 o'clock advisory. We might see a little bit of a shift off to the east. If we do, it wouldn't be dramatic. We'll see if they do end up changing it. Landfall is likely. Landfall will be as a major hurricane on Sunday, and so your plan should be in place and executed. If you're leaving, really you should have left by now. We've already seen what the traffic looks like on the roadways. If you're staying in place, hopefully you already have all of your supplies. If you do need to go out for any kind of errands to get something, hopefully it's near the home, because really trying to travel around the city is going to be very, very difficult at this point. And then by tonight and early tomorrow morning, you just need to stay in place wherever you end up being. Rain on radar, the storm is already starting to show up on our wide next radar. This is kind of a composite of all the radars across the country, and you're already starting to see those bands of the kind of very much outer bands of the rainfall that are now kind of within about 60 miles of the mouth of the river. So it won't be too much longer as the storm moves northwest that we will begin to see these passing showers moving through, and the tropical downpours are going to be heavy at times, with at times a very, or I should say, there is going to be a very high likelihood of flash flooding across almost all of southeast Louisiana from Ida. Yeah, I'm done.
You want to breathe for a second?
Okay. All right,
good. Get a coffee, get some candy crisps.
I need something.
You have a long time to go. You're talking about I-10, actually. We're looking at some video and pictures of people who are pretty frustrated on the roadways. This sort of mass exodus of everyone trying to leave Louisiana. But it's not just the roadways. Take a look. This is video inside of the airport. We shot this a short time ago. You can see all of these people trying to get out of town before the storm hits. Now, We don't know exactly what is the holdup here. We've heard some speculation that this had something to do with the number of TSA agents that were available. We know that there were a number of canceled flights. We know that some people went to the airport so that they could get out of town to go somewhere else away from the storm. So it could be a number of reasons, but we do know that MSY did tweet a little bit earlier asking people to not show up to the airport unless you already have travel arrangements because there were some flight cancellations, and they did notice that there was a backup. We're working hopefully to get someone, an official with the airport on the phone with us to tell us a little bit about what's the big holdup here and the number of people that are arriving at the airport, but they're trying to keep that together. And you can see, again, it's a huge crowd over at the airport. A lot of this having to do with some flights that are arriving or departing that are canceled, coming into or going out of MSY. So we're going to continue to update you on that. And of course, I'm going to continue to kind of push for us to get someone on the phone to talk a little bit more about that. But right now, let's talk about this mandatory parish-wide evacuation. 3 parishes are under a mandatory parish-wide evacuation. That's in Terrebonne Parish. The evacuation order went into effect at 6 o'clock this morning. There's a curfew actually in that area that starts at 6 o'clock tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw that there were some floodgate closings. If I can add that on, there were a couple of floodgate closures that are happening later this evening. I think that's 2 floodgates recently closed in Terrebonne Parish. That's at Highway 665 Bayou Point floodgate and Highway 56. That's the Bayou Little Caillou floodgate. I think those are the only 2 that are closing at this time. So that's happening a little bit later. The Lafourche Parish mandatory evacuation started at 5 a.m. And parish officials say this is especially important for those who are in low-lying areas, those who are in mobile homes, those who are in RVs. It is not safe to be there. There are shelters for last-minute people who could not get out of town for people to go to in order to be in a safe and secure building. And at St. Charles Parish, there's a mandatory evacuation in effect right now. Residents have to evacuate. That is no later than 5 o'clock. You have about 2.5 hours. If you do choose to stay, despite the mandatory evacuation, you have to keep in mind here, emergency crews might not be able to reach you until after the hurricane clears. So make sure you have everything you need. We've been talking about those hurricane kits. Make sure you have your batteries, your flashlights, first aid kits, anything that you might need, medications. I had to go pick some of mine up yesterday. Get the medications, things that you need for your pets. Try to have all of those things if you decide to shelter in place. We know that this is a situation where people might not necessarily have the means to pick up and to leave and to go wherever, or you already see the traffic that we're showing you. You may not be able to make it out. So make sure that you're prepared to stay within your home, and make sure you're prepared to stay within your home without power for a couple of days. This is the main thing we've heard, not only from Orleans Parish, but surrounding parishes as well, about power being out for several days. So for other evacuation orders that are not parish-wide, such as in Plaquemines Parish, you know that ours in Orleans is voluntary. Check our website at wwltv.com. Again, this is always an updating thing. We're consistently updating it. And we're also streaming online. Thanks to our Facebook viewers who are watching. I've been watching some of your comments. Hopefully can answer some of your questions soon. Again, we've talked about this. Lots and lots of traffic. So Chris mentioned this earlier. This is a live look from the Mobile Forecast Center. This is still I-10 East, New Orleans East, and if I'm familiar, well, I am familiar with that area. I was raised there. He's not too far in. Actually, our Mobile Forecast Center, I think he's trying to, is he trying to get to Mississippi, Chris, or trying to test it out? Mississippi?
Just to see how long it takes.
Oh,
it's an experiment.
Well, that is clearly taking some time because he was in the car maybe about an hour or so ago. Maybe since I've been here, actually. So maybe 2 or 3 hours he's been there. So we're going to continue to monitor that. And a live look from the twin span, if we have that, pretty clear. But you can see right now more people going out, no one coming on in. Traffic right there along the twin span is moving slowly, but it is moving, so not necessarily kind of bumper to bumper like we're seeing over on I-10 East. And we continue to watch the area around there as well. I think do we have David Hammer? If we have our report, there you go. We have David Hammer right now joining us now. And David, where are you, in Gretna?
Yeah, we're at the Emergency Operations Center here in Jefferson Parish in Gretna. We're getting ready for a 5 o'clock update. We're going to be getting a 5 o'clock update from Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang and some other parish officials. And what we're going to be asking about is preparedness with the pumps, because we've had those issues in the past with Katrina. Everybody remembers that the pumps were not manned and there were major issues there. We're also going to be looking into what's going on with the floodgate closures on the West Bank, because remember, you're talking about mandatory evacuations versus voluntary evacuations. Jefferson Parish is kind of bifurcated. The northern part of the parish that's behind flood protection is a voluntary evacuation, and the southern part of the parish that is not behind the protection, Jean Lafitte and south, down to Grand Isle, is under mandatory evacuation. And we already heard this morning at the City of New Orleans press conference that they're looking at the West Bank levee system, the hurricane protection system that was put in after Hurricane Katrina, is going to see potential overtopping, because if you're going to see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge on the West Bank, and those levees in places on the West Bank are 10 to 12 feet, then you have the potential for overtopping, but they think that that's going to be perfectly strong and hold well. But that's another thing for Jefferson Parish to look out for. Also, we're going to be concerned about issues where there's scaffolding on some of the construction work and on the bridge that is in the main part of in Metairie near Airline Highway. So that is something that we're also going to be looking at, and we're going to want to ask those questions of parish officials to make sure that everything is ready.
All right, David, thanks so much. You're over in Gretna. A quick question for you, David. Well, you know what? We're going to get back to David in a second. We actually have to talk a little bit more about the forecast. We're tracking updates from across the region. Hurricane Ida approaches. What do you got, Chris?
Okay, just updating the information as we're getting it in. The winds have increased slightly to 105 miles an hour, but it looks like the pressure has held steady. So, slight increase in the winds. We haven't seen the pressure just bottom out. It's at 976, so that's, one positive there. We're also looking at the forward motion is the same, northwest at 16. That's what we like to see. We want to see this continue to move at a very fast clip. What we've also seen is, and that is not unexpected, is that we have seen a slight shift in the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And that, as I mentioned, we were kind of analyzing why that might be, though the models really didn't change all that much. The track had been moving more to the north of where the center line from the National Hurricane Center was over the last couple of hours. So it was really kind of a 50-50 shot, as they would indicate either that's just kind of part of the wobble, or maybe they would take that trend over the last few hours and adjust their forecast. And they did. They have adjusted the forecast slightly. Again, we're still looking at a landfall, Lower Lafourche, Terrebonne, as a Category 4 hurricane, so they have not changed the intensity. Winds of 130 miles an hour sometime during the afternoon or early evening. It almost looks like the speed or the timing has sped up a little bit to where by the early afternoon the storm is already making landfall. And as I mentioned, this is why I like showing the center line, because it does now take it once again over Baton Rouge, as opposed to the earlier forecast from 10 a.m. that was just to the west. So yes, a slight shift back to the east, but nothing dramatic. Now that does place parts of New Orleans area. Again, if it kind of makes a landfall like this, you are looking at a Category 4 storm not far south of the city. So we are certainly looking at least 90 to 100 mile an hour sustained winds here in the city as we get toward the early afternoon hours of Sunday, more like the midday and early afternoon hours of Sunday. We're looking at some of the strongest winds. Now, as it continues along this trajectory, those strong winds moving over Lower Lafourche and Terrebonne, then northern Lafourche, the river parishes, and then up toward Baton Rouge. So once again, it still looks certain that the worst of this is going to be a little bit more to the south and west of New Orleans. That does not mean New Orleans isn't going to see hurricane force winds. Far from it. We will likely see winds in excess of 90 to 100 miles per hour, and that is sustained. I'm not talking about wind gusts. Those are the sustained winds. So again, even just a slight shift to the east does kind of matter to how strong the winds will be here in the city. as opposed to, or as far as other areas go. For the North Shore, that does put Tangipahoa Parish a little bit closer to some of those strong winds. Doesn't really change too much for St. Tammany and Washington, and really nothing has changed for the Mississippi coast. It would really have to be a dramatic shift for any of the forecasts that we're anticipating for Mississippi to drastically change. But this is still some very strong winds, and as I said, the wind swath is going to be fairly large at landfall, and then it starts to collapse a bit as it moves inland, and so that may take some of the stronger winds away from our North Shore parishes and kind of confine them to the more western Florida parishes as it moves northward up toward Natchez and then farther north from there. But at the moment, this would place some very strong winds, not the strongest, but very strong winds in the city of New Orleans as we get toward the midday and early afternoon hours tomorrow. So really, from this point at 4 o'clock,
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jesse Hawila at WFAA. There have been a lot of upgrades with the warnings in the southeast Louisiana area. We had some watches. Now they've all become either hurricane warnings, which includes New Orleans, over to Baton Rouge, and then north of that, where after Ida makes landfall, it will weaken a little bit. It's a tropical storm warning for areas like Lake Charles and then kind of surrounding areas there, even into southern Mississippi. So let's take a look at the latest on Ida. There it is. One thing that's becoming noticeable here this afternoon is that the eye is starting to form, become much more well-defined. We've seen that throughout the day. That will allow it to intensify pretty quickly. We've seen a bit of a modest increase in intensity over the last few hours. Still a Category 2 hurricane. Winds are of 105 miles an hour, gust up to 125. Still moving to the northwest at 16, and it's about 325 miles southeast of Houma, Louisiana. So that'll continue to press to the north in these very warm Gulf waters. You look at sea surface temperatures in this area, and it's no wonder why this is forecast to become a major Category 4 hurricane before making landfall. We see sea surface temperatures between 85, close to 90 degrees in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico where Ida is. So as it continues to kind of press northward, it will strengthen. So here's the very latest on the track. Still expecting landfall sometime Sunday afternoon. Maybe as late as early Sunday evening, depending on what speed it decides to take over the next several hours. But right now it looks like sometime Sunday afternoon. Category 4 is expected at landfall there in southeast Louisiana. Winds of 130 miles an hour. Gusts could be in excess of 140. It'll continue its track north before obviously weakening once it moves inland. Still be a Category 1 hurricane near Baton Rouge, and then tropical storm Ida will likely push into western Mississippi and then kind of bring in some heavy rain into the Ohio Valley as we head into the middle of next week. So Category 4 landfall expected still. No really big shifts or changes in that forecast track or intensity as we go through the next 24 hours. Here's one particular model's look, and they're really zoning in on a solution. You hear meteorologists talk all the time about this model says that model says this. We try to look for that middle ground or a good solution, and they're all kind of zoning in right now, as you would expect. Now they're about 24 to 36 hours away on where this will be. So there's the eye of the hurricane. That's 4 p.m. on Sunday. This particular model has landfall sometime around then. You can see the flooding rain. There's going to be devastating storm surge, damaging wind gusts in excess of 130 miles an hour there in southeast Louisiana. There's 7 o'clock in the morning as it starts to lift to the north. Some very heavy rain for parts of the Tennessee and Ohio valleys, even into Alabama and Georgia as it moves off to the northeast. That's Tuesday at 10 o'clock. So how much rain is going to fall? Well, it's easily 10 to 15 inches of rain along the Louisiana coast. That may even be, we may even see numbers of a foot as close as the Louisiana-Mississippi border here to the north of Baton Rouge. 5 to 10 inches of rain for a good chunk of the state of Mississippi. And then just, of course, on the west side, kind of fades off to nothing very quickly in western Louisiana. Parts of Alabama could see several inches of rain. So a really big swath of flooding rain is expected. As you might imagine, with a hurricane of this magnitude, it's going to be widespread flooding possible, not only because of how heavy the rain is and how widespread it is, but one thing that's happening in the southeast is there's been no lack of rain. They have very saturated soil moisture conditions across most of Louisiana, the deep south from Mississippi to Alabama, even into Tennessee. You've probably seen some of the news of the flooding in Tennessee recently. This will only bring additional problems. One of the big concerns that we always focus on, especially with hurricanes this strong, I'll step out of the way for just a moment, is the storm surge. This particular hurricane could have 10 to 15 feet of storm surge at its peak. Now, what is storm surge? That's essentially the wind is carrying the ocean water inland. So you imagine taking the ocean water where it would be at normal tide, pushing that in 10 to 15 feet or up 10 to 15 feet, right where the center of this will take place. And they're kind of on the northeast quadrant of that. Lake Pontchartrain, there's New Orleans right there. Storm surge could be 7 to 11 feet. So very dangerous situation setting up here along the coast of Louisiana, not only because of the flooding rain and the storm surge, but the winds too. 130 plus mile per hour gusts possible for a good chunk of southern Louisiana. Just on the outskirts of that, 94 to 130. Just on the outskirts of that, still hurricane force winds possible, 75 to 93 mile per hour winds even into southwest Mississippi. So this is going to be a very memorable hurricane. And, we talk about these categories all the time. And it's not a linear scale. Some people may not know that. So we said category 1, category 2. What's the difference between, 3 and a 4 and a 5? Well, it's not a linear damage scale. It's not just one step up. It's actually exponential. So let me step out of the way here again and show you. Category 1 damage, still damaging, but the damage is minimal. You're talking roof damage, you're talking some siding, some tree limbs down here and there. Category 2 becomes a little bit more intense. You'll start to see extensive damage across inland areas. Storm surge obviously gets a little bit higher. Trees could become uprooted at this point with winds up to 110 miles an hour. Category 3, more significant, devastating damage expected with these hurricanes when they make landfall. That's when you could see structure damage. Trees clearly going to be uprooted at this point. And then Cat 4, which is what we're expecting with Ida at landfall of 130 miles an hour. That can be catastrophic damage with storm surge, damaging wind gusts, and flooding rain. If it gets any stronger, we don't expect Ida to hit Cat 5. It's not out of the question before it makes landfall, but that would be catastrophic damage with extreme winds in excess of 157 miles an hour. So that's kind of your scale. The last thing Louisiana needs, another hurricane. Do you remember last year? Last year was an impressive year for the tropics in the United States. We had 11 landfalls of named storms in all of 2020. What's even more impressive than that, 4 of those made landfall in Louisiana, including the strongest hurricane Louisiana has ever recorded, and that was Laura. 4, a 2, Delta was a 2, Cristobal was a tropical storm that made landfall, and Zeta, a Category 3 hurricane. 4 landfalls in Louisiana last year. Now Ida looking to make landfall as a 4. Just to wrap up for you, Hurricane Ida again right now, your 4 o'clock update. Category 2 with winds of 105 miles an hour, gust up to 125, and it's moving to the northwest around 16 miles per hour. Make sure you stick with us. We will have continuous updates as Ida makes its approach towards the Gulf Coast.
Mandeville. The water will quickly overtop this seawall once that hurricane gets closer. They're anticipating a 4 to 7 foot storm surge from Lake Pontchartrain, and that's why Mayor Clay Madden announced that there is a voluntary evacuation for Old Mandeville that's south of Monroe Street. Now, a lot of the homes out here are raised up pretty high, but they still want to get those people out if they can, especially if they have certain medical conditions or, need to be outside of their home because they don't know, how long it could take for the water to go back down once it does rise up. Of course, we've been speaking with people who say they are leaving and others that are staying. The people that are leaving do have certain conditions. We spoke with a family earlier who says they have a little infant and just don't want to be here in Mandeville, even if that water does rise up, and it probably wouldn't get into their home, but they don't want to be stuck out in their house with an infant, so they're getting out. Others just say that they're going to stay at home. They have generators ready and they have food and everything they pretty much need for a couple of days. Madden announced there was also going to be a curfew in Mandeville at midnight. We don't know how long that will last. He said it could be lifted tomorrow morning, but for now it is indefinite. He said they're trying to keep people from coming out here to the Mandeville lakefront for sightseeing. Take a listen.
Please do not go to the Mandeville lakefront. We are not tolerating storm tourism during Hurricane Ida event. If you are at the Mandeville lakefront after midnight tonight and you do not live in the vicinity, you will be experiencing Hurricane Ida from the clink. We are not tolerating hurricane tourism in Mandeville anymore.
Parish officials said earlier today that people should be prepared to be without power for a couple days, possibly a week. Of course, that's all just estimates. They don't know exactly how long people around here may be without power, but just make sure you have enough food and water and a few last-minute things you can do before that storm gets to us. They say just make sure you take pictures of your home, any valuables, just in case you need it for insurance. Now, here in St. Tammany Parish, they do have shelters opening at 4 o'clock. If you need those, just go to the St. Tammany Parish website. They have certain conditions for certain shelters, so take a look there if you need a safe place to go. For now, live in Mandeville, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Erica, thanks so much. And again, we have crews all around the area. We go now to St. Bernard Parish, where Paul Murphy joins us now live with what it's looking like in that area, which, by the way, I saw that picture of that cross behind you. What a beautiful shot that I saw earlier on Twitter.
Yeah, we are at the Katrina Memorial here in Shell Beach. And of course, Katrina hit this area 16 years ago tomorrow, and the fact that Ida is also expected to hit Louisiana on August 29th is a fact that's not lost on anyone here in St. Bernard Parish. Of course, St. Bernard Parish was just devastated by Katrina 16 years ago. And here in the eastern end of St. Bernard Parish, which is outside the parish levee protection system, it's almost like a ghost town. A lot of people heeding those warnings, a lot of people getting out, a lot of people still getting out as well. That floodgate on LA 46 is scheduled to close at 6 o'clock, so they have about an hour and a half to get out of this area before they close up that floodgate. And we know that there still are a lot of people who are thinking about riding out the storm inside the levee protection, like Eric Mayer from Violet, who we spoke to a short while ago. Yeah, you're out here helping people with sandbags. You're getting some sandbags yourself. What's your expectation here with Ida?
Well, I'm hoping that it ain't too bad. You know, I think under 100 miles an hour, I'm gonna stay here, you know, and ride it out. If it looks like it's gonna get any worse or closer to us, I guess I'm gonna have to head out. I got 3 grandchildren at the house, my wife and my daughter. We hoping for the best. You know, last year we rode out Xena, and it was all right, but it was scary. You know, got damaged, but we made it good.
Is your fear that there's going to be a lot of rain and water inside the levee protection?
Well, I'm thinking the levees got us pretty good. So far it did since Katrina. You know, we ain't had no water to talk about. The rain, you know, a lot of water from the rain, but the one thing I'm worried about is no electricity. I know that's going to happen, but I mean, we're going to deal with it the best we can. We got a bunch of coals.
And we are back live here at Shell Beach. Now, in this area in particular, which is outside the levee protection, parish officials are concerned about storm surge, which you are always concerned about with a storm this size. Right now, they are expecting storm surge to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 to 11 feet. Now, let me give you an idea what that means. I'm standing on the road right here. This road surface is about 3 feet above sea level. If you think 7 to 11 feet, water would be right over my head by a considerable distance here in Shell Beach if we get that storm surge, which is predicted. And St. Bernard officials are also expecting 18 inches of rain. Yesterday, Parish President Guy McGinnis told me that if we get 18 inches of rain, depending on how quickly that falls, there would certainly be water in some of the homes, even inside the levee protection. And also, with this storm Ida, St. Bernard Parish is expecting to experience winds well over 100 miles an hour, maybe up to 110 miles an hour or more in some places. So it is going to be a rough ride here beginning tomorrow. Right now we are seeing just the sort of the beginning of it. It is sunny out right now with all that bad weather wrapping around that storm. But we are experiencing about 15-mile-per-hour winds right now here in Shell Beach. As we drove down here from Chalmette after talking to the parish president, we noticed that there were a lot of businesses that had closed, a lot of businesses that have boarded up, heeding those warnings. And then as we cross the Violet Canal, that's where all of the boats that are normally lined up here along the bayou, they are inside the levee protection on the Violet Canal, and that is safe harbor for them here. So again, here in St. Bernard, for Ida, they are expecting 7 to 11 foot storm surge, 18 inches of rain, and winds of over 100 miles an hour. And that's what we're looking at right now in St. Bernard Parish. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Outside the levee, hopefully those people who are outside the levee protection system around Carnarvon and those areas have gotten out. It's so weird to think that this is going to be such a different scene tomorrow. So thanks for your reports, and of course we'll check back with you in a little while. The bayou parishes in particular are bracing for impact as Hurricane Ida could make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. We've been saying it all day long, and we're going to continue to say it because this one is different. Mike McDaniel was in Houma this morning as residents began to evacuate.
More than 200 people have been processed and loaded onto buses here at H.L. Bourgeois High School. They're all headed to Monroe, to the Civic Center there, where they will be sheltered until they can be brought back home. They're bringing with them everything they can, some including pets, because they really don't know how long they're going to be gone. This evacuation process began at 6 this morning and has been going on ever since, with buses leaving in pairs of 2, with about 30 people on each bus. One of those people is a woman named Chantel Bro. She lives here in Houma. Including her, there are 8 people in her family who all loaded onto a bus about an hour ago. She told me this is an exhausting process, but one she knows there's no dodging. The last time she says she evacuated was back in 2008. That was for Hurricane Ike. Now with Hurricane Ida, expected to be a Category 4 storm when it hits Terrebonne Parish, she knew it was time to start packing.
You know, it's tiresome, you know, and I really don't want to go, but I have no other choice because we're close to the Gulf.
And what made you decide to get out?
Oh, I live in a mobile home, so I had to get out. Ain't no other choice. They said it's mandatory evacuation because like people in the mobile homes and low-lying areas, we have to get out. So guess what? I'm taking my kids and we gone.
The parish president says this place has a bullseye on it, and he's asking anyone who decided to stay in place to rethink that decision and get out while you still have time. At 6 p.m., a curfew will go into effect. From there, Mother Nature takes over. Reporting from Terrebonne Parish, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
Quite a somber scene, and we, of course, will have much more coverage of Hurricane Ida in just a minute. Stay with us.
right, welcome back as we continue to track Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, we are, of course, watching everything parish by parish as we wait and watch and hope and wonder and all just want to know what's going to happen whenever Hurricane Ida actually does approach and finally make landfall. We want to go over to Devin Bartolotta. She has some things you need to know at this hour.
We're just kind of running through some quick headlines here for things that you need to know as we await this storm. The mayor of Mandeville is calling for a voluntary evacuation south of Monroe Street in Old Mandeville due to the threat of storm surge from Lake Pontchartrain. He is also telling residents not to go to the lakefront. He says if you are out there after midnight tonight, you will be arrested. He says that they are not tolerating hurricane tourism in Mandeville. Firefighters in Jefferson Parish are working to get homeless individuals into safe shelters right now. The parish is partnering with 3 hotels or motels to get people a roof over their heads for this storm. If you or someone you know needs help, you can call the parish. That phone number is 736-6264. Armstrong International Airport is seeing delays and cancellations. The airport tweeted this afternoon that you need to check with your airline before you show up to the airport. We're hearing about some long lines there. If you have a flight scheduled in the next few days, you should call your airline before you go to the airport. Now remember, you can get updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL TV app. Just search WWL TV in your app store and it is free to download. Katie and Sharice.
All right, thanks so much, Devin. You just talked about those long lines at the airport. We saw a video from the Armstrong International Airport a little bit earlier with those packed crowds. Now we're joined now by Aaron Burns. And Aaron, are you with us here?
Yes, I am.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. I mean, really packed today at the airport, something that we weren't really expected. Can you give us an explanation as to what we're seeing here? We know that we have long lines attempting to go through TSA. Does this have something to do with TSA officers, or are we seeing an influx of people rushing to the airport to leave the city?
It's really a result of the large amount of people trying to evacuate. We saw a lot of cancellations this afternoon going into this evening and of course tomorrow. So we've just got a lot of people trying to get out of the city and it's causing some delays and backups at the airport and especially in the TSA line right now.
Okay, well, do you have, are you fully staffed when it comes to TSA agents? And if you don't mind clarifying for me, when we talk about cancellations, just how many are we talking here?
Sure, so TSA has reported that they do have staffing available right now, staffing up to 5 to 6 lanes to get through the checkpoint. So I know they're working as hard as they can to process everyone safely and efficiently. And then in terms of the cancellations, for today, we saw about 36 reported cancellations from all the airlines. And then tomorrow, it's over 200 cancellations. Okay. So we expect that if any airline does operate, it'll be early in the morning. And by the time the weather impacts really start to reach the city, that most of the airlines will have canceled all their flights.
Okay, so I'm assuming that each of these airlines are kind of relying on the individual airlines. You're relying on them to reach out to the people who have been impacted in regards to what to do in this situation, correct?
That's right. And of course, we're working with them to strongly encourage people to check with their airline first before coming to the airport, because as you see, your flight may have been impacted by this weather event. So it's best to do that. It's best if you have to do any rebooking or rescheduling of your flight, do it before you come to the airport. Don't try to come to the airport to handle any rearrangements of your flight.
Yeah, I was going to ask you have a lot of people, you say people attempting to get out of town, probably trying to jump on a last minute flight. You're discouraging that. I saw MSY tweet a little bit earlier that they are discouraging people to come to the airport unless they already have plans to travel.
That's right. We're just dealing with large crowds at the airport, as you see. So we just want to try to be able to handle those ticketed passengers as efficiently as possible. And if passengers can be helped over the phone by their airline before coming to the airport, that just puts a lot less strain on our operation and allows us to get people out and moving like they all want to.
All right, Aaron Burns, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you have a lot of people who are traveling right now, attempting to get out of the city. And I know that TSA, you guys are, as you just saw the video earlier, is packed today. We hope that you're safe and we hope that everyone hopefully can jump on their flights as soon as this weather passes over.
Thank you, Sharice.
All right, thank you so much. Again, you saw it earlier. Video definitely packed. I don't know if we want to pull this back up again just to give you a look of what we're talking about. Oh, actually, we're going to take a look at the Mobile Forecast Center as we send our Mobile Forecast Center, Katie, on a ride. I think that we were going over to attempting to see how long it takes to get to Mississippi.
Yeah, this is our crew that's headed over the Twin Spans right now. You can see it's bumper to bumper traffic as you head out of the city of New Orleans. Now, you know, if you think about it, we have a lot of areas that are trying to get out all at the same time. Those areas in the Bayou parishes in particular, which are under mandatory evacuation orders and began their attempts to get into a safe location this morning. And now you have the metropolitan area, Jefferson Parish under a voluntary evacuation, some under a mandatory evacuation. So you have a huge number of people trying to get out of the city all at once. And we don't have a contraflow situation. And for those who don't know what that is, that's where they take the opposite lanes of traffic and they convert them all to one interstate moving out of the city. So those lanes on the right side of your screen right now would also be going the same direction as the ones on the left side. But because of the short duration of this storm and its path toward the Louisiana coast, officials with the state, with the city, with the different municipalities said that they just haven't had a time in order to enact contraflow. So there was no way to get people all out all at once. And that's why a lot of places said that they just didn't have enough time to call for a mandatory evacuation in order to get the volume of people out that would need to get out if that was the case. And so what you're seeing right now is an overhead view of the lanes that are headed east toward Mississippi, toward Alabama, toward Florida, places that we've told you a number of times over the last couple of days are going to be much safer for you if you're able to get out. So lots of heavy traffic right now after you leave the metropolitan New Orleans area. Now, in the city, it was a different story. It really didn't look like there was too much of a backup. So if you're still planning to stay and you have some last minute errands that you need to run, now's the time to definitely do that. We're going to be joined here in just a little bit by April Dupree. She is in the studio with us, and she's going to be giving us an update on all the places that you can go and the best ways to get out, really. Because our mobile forecast center, if it's any indication, it's going to take you a while to get where you want to go. You know, earlier, a neighbor of mine, Sharice, said that they were trying to get toward the Baton Rouge area to Houston. And it took them 2 hours to get from Metairie to Gonzales.
Wow.
So they turned around and they came back to New Orleans. They came back to Metairie to just ride the storm out at home.
I mean, that's the reason a lot of people decided to stay. We know that we mentioned this earlier. Chris told us this Friday. If you plan to leave the city, he thought Friday would be your best bet. This is when you get to avoid the traffic. He kind of predicted that this would happen, where we had a lot of people who at the last minute were attempting to leave, even though we could not make a mandatory evacuation, not only in Orleans Parish, but surrounding parishes. We have seen people say that it's time to get out of the city. Do it if you can, and if you decide to shelter in place, get everything that you need so you can be in your home. And the expectation is there to be in your home, maybe for a couple of days, without any power. So, of course, you have to be careful as you're staying home. Be careful as you're on the roadways. Be patient. Of course, obviously, this is kind of everyone inching along, so you have to be patient here because a lot of people are trying to get out of the city as Hurricane Ida approaches. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we're going to our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, to talk a little bit more about where that track is now. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Sharice. And yeah, well, a lot of folks had been tweeting and texting me and asking, all right, well, we saw some shift in the models. It really wasn't a dramatic shift in the models. What we really saw more than anything was the fact that from the earlier forecast at 10 a.m., that Ida, over the last several hours, not really the whole time, but for the last several hours, was really more trending north of their center line. So it wasn't really a big surprise to see that the Hurricane Center wanted to more or less keep the storm in line with reality, and they did kind of adjust their track a little bit. Really not dramatic, but a little bit toward the west, or toward the east, and a little bit more toward the north. And this we'll actually kind of wait and see. And this will be something that we'll watch over the course of the evening and into the night, just how closely the center of the storm follows this center line. If we begin to see the center veer either one way or the other, we might see at the 10 p.m. advisory a new change in the track. We'll see. This will just be something to watch very closely. But when we go from the colorized version to our high resolution visible satellite, this actually is a satellite image that is taken every minute. It is more real time than even radar is. It is just an incredible storm to look at, and something that is kind of sobering, because it did make my jaw drop early this morning when I started to see the structure of the storm begin to look like this, where it just started to take on that more classic symmetric look, especially when that eye started to kind of pop out here and become very well defined. You also see the outflow. In other words, the atmosphere is primed for this to further intensify. With that said, the Hurricane Center is going on the very high end of the model guidance. Right now, most of the computer models are going with a Category 3 at landfall. Most of them are. There are two that are right at the borderline of a Cat 3 to Cat 4. Now, I know that sometimes doesn't mean much, but even a wind speed reduction of 10 miles an hour can sometimes mean a bit more of a dramatic response in just how much damage we see. The damage is going to be fairly widespread. The wind field does appear to be on the larger side. We'll actually take a look at some of the buoys in just a moment. But the wind field around the center of a major hurricane, as it's well on its way to becoming, is still going to be a very significant storm. And as it moves inland, at the point of landfall and right along that path of the center eye wall is going to be the worst of it. However, we also don't want to focus just on that, because the impacts are going to be well away from just the center, and we are looking at a swath of likely hurricane, like Cat 1 to Cat 2 force winds over the city of New Orleans. Maybe we avoid the major hurricane force winds of 111 miles an hour or greater, but that is going to be felt at the point of landfall and as the storm moves inland. So Lafourche, Terrebonne, unfortunately, that's what you're going to experience, and across parts of the river parishes. Maybe not St. Charles, but certainly St. John and St. James, and then as that continues up toward Baton Rouge. As I said, this is the reason why I like showing the center line. You'll likely find other graphics that don't show you that center line within the cone of error, but I like showing it because it does give you an idea as to what the Hurricane Center is thinking. And when you get rid of that line, sometimes it's almost hard to decipher if there is any kind of a trend. And the reason I was showing you this is because the earlier forecast had that center line right past, or to the west, I should say, of Baton Rouge. Now with that adjustment, it does find that the center line has been back over Baton Rouge. Now, this is the forecast that we had most of the day yesterday. It was after a little bit of a trend in the models to trend it more to the west. Did we see that shift? And in the latest advisory as of 4 p.m., we've seen that change back toward the east. So that would place, again, some of the strongest winds, which are going to be felt. If you can kind of follow this along, here's that wind field. And again, this is a very rough estimate. You know, you look at the maximum wind field here, it is going to clip parts of maybe the West Bank and Jefferson Parish, maybe not as much the city of New Orleans, but then that continues up toward Baton Rouge. So it does mean the river parishes and Baton Rouge. So even at this path, I would say that conditions will probably be a little worse in Baton Rouge than what we're expecting here in the city of New Orleans. The models, and people were saying, oh, the models have jumped. Really, the models didn't jump. If anything, you look at the consensus, and these are the models that we call the National Hurricane Center Ensemble. These are the models that the Hurricane Center uses to make their forecasted track. Now, most of the models, as you see, are more in the center to western part of the cone. There are none in the eastern side of the cone that would place it a little bit closer to New Orleans. So really, if you split the difference and look at the midpoint of these, it more or less is from Baton Rouge to the west. So the models really didn't change all that much. In fact, look at this one model. This is our precision cast. This is called the RPM. It's actually now the IBM graph model. I keep changing things on us. But notice, heavy rainfall starts to move in. That's going to track right over, and again, kind of in line with the National Hurricane Center thinking, right over and toward Baton Rouge. But at this point during the afternoon, we are looking at some intense rain. These feeder bands, as they start moving in, that's also going to be key for forecast totals, rainfall totals, and accumulation. Because, well, it's the same thing. Because we're looking at wherever these feeder bands start to set up. That's where you get the training of the rain. that's where we're going to see some of the greatest rainfall totals. And in some storms, and notice the rain field is actually fairly small. This is, for all intents and purposes, a smaller storm. This is not like remember when Gustav moved into the Gulf of Mexico, if you remember back to that in 2008, it was a monster of a storm. This is a relatively small storm. Small storms, though, can intensify and weaken very quickly. So sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. But a small storm, so the heaviest of the rainfall is really from say west of New Orleans, across the river parishes, out towards, say, right around the the Alabama, Florida state line, or thereabouts, certainly into Baldwin County. And then as the storm starts to move inland, we tend to see some of that heavier rainfall begin to spread out. And that's when it starts to spread more toward the Florida beaches. So folks that evacuated toward the Florida beaches, it's not as though you're not going to see anything. You will certainly see some of these tropical downpours moving through, especially as you even get out toward Panama City, in fact. But it does look like as we get more toward Monday, that rainfall starts moving north and east, begins spreading out from the center, and we should begin to see improving conditions. As I said, the models really didn't jump one way or the other. As you look at the Euro, this is only a single image, but Sunday evening moving south or to the west of Homa and in the direction of Baton Rouge. This is the GFS, Sunday at 11 o'clock, directly over Baton Rouge. So once again, the models have been indicating even from yesterday that the storm would pass directly over Baton Rouge. Here's a rough estimate of the forecasted winds and some of the timing, when we can expect that conditions will start to deteriorate. Tonight, later this evening, winds will start picking up and a strong onshore flow. So that's when we'll start to see that storm surge creeping in and the water levels rising. Winds start to increase. This kind of pink to deep red color is looking at tropical storm force. You're going from the 40 to 50 to then approaching 70 mile per hour winds. That's now starting to move over the city by early tomorrow morning. So by tomorrow morning, probably before 11 or so, we will likely begin to feel the tropical storm force winds across most of southeast Louisiana, and then the hurricane force winds right along the coast. Venice, Lower Plaquemines, Grand Isle, Lower Jefferson, Lower Lafourche. You'll start to feel the hurricane force winds. And now the white to black color, that is the category 3 to 4 level that we're expecting as it continues to move in that direction toward the northwest. So again, we could be right on the cusp, but depending on exactly what the structure of the eye wall is, we could be here in Metro New Orleans, and this includes Jefferson, out toward New Orleans, and up even parts of the North Shore, but let's focus on the South Shore. We could be looking at a borderline Cat 2 to Cat 3 wind speeds, even in parts of the metro area as the storm continues up toward Baton Rouge. So timing-wise, it will start to worsen later tonight, but the worst is going to be starting early tomorrow morning.
All right. It is definitely sobering to look at all those wind estimates. Thank you, Chris. The weather, of course, can have a major impact on our power, and that's one of the major things that we're going to be watching over the next 24 to 48 hours and beyond. Sandra Diggs-Miller is the Vice President of Entergy Customer Service, and she's joining us now via Zoom. Thanks so much for being with us. I know a lot of people are nervous, especially those who have decided to shelter in place, about what they're going to see as this storm moves through. Any estimates? I mean, I know there's no way to tell until the thing actually hits.
That's right. Kathy, every storm is different. And so the impacts could be different based on the track, the way it moves in, the angle in which it moves in. And so, we do look at historical analysis as to how long outages may be once the storm comes through. For Category 4, we're looking at about 3 weeks. Category 2, looking at about 2 weeks or so that we could have outages in the hardest hit areas. And I think we heard the weather forecast earlier talking about that clear path. And so those who live in that clear path of the hardest hit areas could expect to have some extended outages. And we want them to prepare, especially if they decide to shelter in place.
Is that what you all are hearing as well? And of course, pre-positioning assets based on that. What are you guys hearing?
Yeah. So, we are hearing that the storm is coming in as a danger storm, particularly Cat 3, Cat 4. And so what we do is we pay attention to historical storms, and we make sure that we position our equipment. We make sure that we have sufficient equipment in place. And we also start galvanizing our crews to make sure we have enough resources to support our restoration effort. Right now, we are in the process of galvanizing a team of 16,000 strong to come into the state with the storm. It's a major storm. And so we're going to make sure that we have the resources to restore power as quickly and as safe and as quickly as we can.
Talk about what that galvanizing effort looks like. I mean, are people waiting in Mississippi? Do you all have people past Baton Rouge? I mean, obviously, Baton Rouge is looking at a direct hit as well from this storm potentially.
So it's a very good point. You know, we have to pay attention to that storm track, and that's where we will closely locate our crews. We want to get them out of harm's way, you know, before the storm passes. And then, so yes, as the storm is coming in through the Houma and the Terrebonne area, on up through the Baton Rouge, we'll make sure we have crews that are within line sight of those areas to get there as quick as possible to do damage assessment first, and then begin the process of restoration, beginning with our critical infrastructure and critical customers first.
Do you all have a more difficult job because of the power infrastructure in New Orleans than, say, Entergy, Louisiana, and Metairie and Jefferson Parish? Is it more difficult for you all to get in there and get things restored?
Well, I will say that, you know, each area has its challenges. Let's just say that, maybe in some of the more rural spread out areas, we may be able to get to things a little bit quicker, but we also have vegetation issues that we're going to have to deal with in those areas. To your point, in the metropolitan area where we're kind of more tightly packed and we have facilities that may be in customers' rear yards, we have to use, different types of machines, special machines to make sure that we can get to that equipment. And to your point, when we are in this metropolitan type area and we have severe flooding, that also impacts our ability to be able to restore power. And so we have to use special equipment. We have high water vehicles, we have rear alley machines, and we have marsh buggies, and we're going to use drones and helicopters to help us to determine the damage and then to help us restore power.
What is the best way for people to find out quickly whether their power goes out and when their power is expected to be restored?
So we need everyone to really go in, download our app, sign up to get those text alerts. They can register to get those text alerts and messages about outages by going to, they can text REG, capital REG, to 36778, and that will allow them to get information. They should go online and pay attention to what we're posting there as well. They will get information about outages, and we're going to make sure we're keeping the public
If you're staying through the storm, you need to stay put. Do not venture out after the storm passes. Let's not be nosy. Let's not go sightseeing. Let's help our first responder community have full reign of the streets so they can make it safe, so they can engage in what they need to do post-storm. They do not need any additional cars on the street. And the sheriff's going to talk more about that. But we need to be partners with our first responder community and do our part. Okay, so with that, I am going to invite up our Sheriff of Jefferson Parish, Sheriff Joseph Lapinto.
For anyone that's still thinking about leaving, leave. You have time to do so. The traffic is clearing up in some places. Look at your route beforehand. You can get out there. But let's face it, accidents aren't planned. We've already had one today. You know, nobody plans on an accident. Nobody thinks anything's going to happen until it happens to them. Whether that accident is during good times or bad, they happen. Today is a perfect example of it. One of my deputies was hit on his motorcycle today by an idiot that can't drive. Unfortunately, his wife is already evacuated out of state. He's going to be stuck in the hospital for the next few days because somebody's got to be out there on the street. I don't want that to happen anymore. We've got 24, 48 hours, 72 hours by this storm passes. If you're staying, stay. Stay in your house. Don't get out. Don't go check somebody's freezer. Stay home so that way our deputies can do their job for the emergencies that they're prepared to do. They're risking their lives being out here on an everyday basis. If you're staying home, stay home. We don't need the cars out in the street. We don't need you running into a tree or a power line and us having to deal with it and bring you to the hospital and do all the rest of it. As I said, one of my deputies is going to be spending a few days who risk his life to stay here. If you're here, stay in your house. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. The next speaker is Joe Valiente, Director of our Emergency Management Services.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, everyone. So I just want to circle back on a couple of things that the parish president touched on. The EOC will be in full activation as of 7 p.m. tonight, and full COVID protocols will be in effect throughout the entire time that we're in this building. We're going to have a full house here, and we have to make sure that we don't spread anything, and certainly we don't catch anything. So another thing that I want to mention is that we've been in constant communication with our parish stakeholders, which is in excess of 120 different stakeholders, and we've been having parish leadership meetings every day. We will have another one tonight because it's important that that they have situational awareness of what is actually going on and where we stand as a parish leadership. Last thing I want to mention is to circle back. Another thing that she mentioned, since 2013, the majority of all fatalities that have occurred as a result of a hurricane have been attributed past the storm surge when the hurricane makes landfall. And I'll say this again, last week, the remnants of Hurricane Henri in Tennessee in Humphrey County dumped 17 inches of rain in 16 hours, 27 fatalities. The flash flooding, the tornadoes are extremely dangerous. So to follow back on what she said, we don't need you driving around on the street during or immediately after the storm leaves us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker is Chief Administrative Assistant Sarah Babcock.
Good evening. As you've heard everyone mention here, the window for evacuating is narrowing. At this point in time, if you have medical concerns, if you are not able to live in your home without power for a number of days or even weeks after the storm, it is time to evacuate now. You need to take the storm seriously. As the parish president mentioned, we've had 4 nursing homes and 4 assisted living facilities evacuate over the last 2 days. All other facilities are prepared to shelter in place, as well as our hospitals. They will have extra staff on site, and they are ready, but they are full of patients at this point in time. All dialysis facilities have now closed and will reopen as soon as possible after the storm. It is extremely important for us to stay out of the hospitals as much as possible. We need to save 911 and our emergency rooms for people experiencing life-threatening emergencies. We have staged oxygen tanks for distribution after the storm. It is important to note that oxygen will not be available tonight. It will not be available tomorrow. It will only be open after the storm once things are starting to clear up. I am going to list these sites now so that if you lose power, you will have this information already. But please do not go there tonight or tomorrow. These sites are Fire Station 20 at 4110 Hudson Street in Metairie and Fire Station 81 at 808 MacArthur Avenue in Harvey. If you have oxygen tanks that are empty at home, please bring those to the fire station and you will get a full one at that time. If you have other medical needs post-storm, you can call here to the EOC 504-349-5360 and we will try and provide you with other assistance. It is important to remember that COVID is still with us. So we know many people are staying with family, you're staying with friends, maybe you've left the state. Please wear masks, even in the homes with your family and friends. Try and find separate rooms to sleep in and social distance as much as possible. Finally, I would like to mention generator safety. As you have heard here, using generators improperly will lead to death. Make sure you set up those generators outdoors, away from windows, doors, and air conditioning units. If you need to refuel the generator, please allow it to cool completely before adding more fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So today has been very busy. I want to introduce the Regional Director of our Southeast Louisiana Floodplain Protection Authority West. They have been very busy today, and the Board of Directors, Nick Callie and Scott Kirk.
Thank you, Madam President. We have been working all day to operate our system. All of the land-based gates have been closed, and I would like to remind residents that that includes the Highway 45 gate. So use Lafitte-LaRose Highway as an alternate because that is no longer trafficable as of 5 o'clock today. Over the next couple of hours, we will continue to close our navigation gates. Once that is done, the system will be closed up and we will be prepared for the storm. We went to a full activation of our Emergency Operations Center at 6 a.m. today, and we will remain that way until the storm passes. So I encourage everybody to be safe, listen to your elected leaders, and look out for one another. Thank you.
Thank you. I neglected to introduce Arfine with the Deaf Action Center. Thank you for being with us today. I'm honored to be joined with several council members. I also want to say I've been on the phone with Councilman Marion Edwards and Councilwoman Jennifer Van Rankin today. All of them have been calling in, driving their districts, they and their staffs, anything that needs to be addressed. They have been communicating with us all day. So we have with us our chairman, Scott Walker, Councilman at Large for Division A, Ricky Template, Councilman for District 2, Dino Bonanno, Councilman for District 3, Byron Lee, and Councilman for District 4, Dominic Impastato. And as I mentioned, I have been on the phone today with Councilman Edwards as well as Councilwoman Van Rankin. So with that, I will introduce our council chairman, Councilman Scott Walker.
Thank you, Madam President. And there's not a whole lot different for me to say today than what I said yesterday. The main reason that we are here is to navigate between you and a problem during and after a storm. So feel free to reach out to any of our offices. I know Councilman Bonanno and Councilman Impastato have been driving around today looking at what's happening in their districts. Councilman Template has been in Grand Isle. We've been in touch with the mayors of Grand Isle and Lafitte to make sure that they have what they need. Whatever Jefferson Parish sees from this storm, the brunt of it will be seen by Grand Isle and Lafitte. So this is something where they need our help now and they'll need our help after this storm passes. So our eyes are on them. The rest of Jefferson Parish will certainly feel effects from this storm. Some places will see major effects from this storm. So if you see issues, specifically construction projects that Jefferson Parish is responsible for, let us know while we can still get people out to address those. That's happened all day today. We've gotten several emails. I know the other council offices have heard about it as well. There are a lot of construction projects going on in Jefferson Parish. We want to make sure that anything that can fly around is safely secured. If there are homes, construction sites that have loose debris around it, let us know about those as well. We'll try our best to get in touch with the people responsible for that on those sites. But the bottom line, get in touch with us. If you need us, contact any council office, specifically when it involves Entergy, Cox, or AT&T. We have direct contact with all of our representatives during an event like this, and they are very responsive to us, which is the reason we contact them on your behalf, and that's what we should do. So if you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you all.
Good evening. I'd like to make a plea to the residents of Westminster and Lincolnshire that if you can leave, please leave. Historically, those communities have flooded at least 3 or 4 times. And so I'm asking for all of you who can leave, please do so. If not, please stay safe and stay home. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Dominic Impastato, Councilman for District 4 in Jefferson Parish. The area that I represent is predominantly Kenner and Metairie on the east bank of Jefferson. I wanted to make sure that our residents understand the 2 effects that are almost guaranteed that we will receive in those areas are loss of power for potentially a significant amount of time, as well as water in the streets. With the amount of rainfall that's expected, even absent flooding, we do expect a substantial amount of rainfall in our area. I can say in District 4, in the east bank of Jefferson, all pumps are operational. Not only are they operating, but all of our pumps in Jefferson Parish are manned, staffed, and operating. We have all of our people in place to make sure that all pumps are operating as expected, both automated and those that are manually engaged. So anyone concerned, our pump operators are in place and will be that way for the entire storm. That being said, you can expect, even with our pumps operating, it will, depending on the amount of rainfall, it may not be able to keep up with the amount of rainfall. So you can expect water in the streets. You can expect water to rise in those streets. Do not be alarmed that your pumps are not on. That's not true. They are. We are in good shape there. That being said, please be patient, and our pumps will do their job. Our canals will do their job as the water gets to them, and then it'll be pumped down into the lake and the river as necessary. So we are in the best shape the parish has ever been in terms of our ability to get the water out. That being said, you can expect to see the effects of it. As Councilman Walker said, please reach out to our offices. My cell number is 504-343-7327. Text me if there's an issue in your area. Call me, and we're happy to assist everyone in the public as necessary. God bless all of you and wish you all the best through this.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
So, Madam President, we heard at the New Orleans press conference earlier today about concerns about overtopping on the West Bank levees, that they're 10 to 12 feet, and the storm surge expected to exceed that, and we see some overtopping. What is being done about that, and what are the concerns there?
I'm going to let Nick handle that, because he's...
Okay. And I was just made aware of this a little while ago. There's some bad information going around because those levees have just been lifted. We completed a $23 million lift before armoring program. So every levee on the west bank of Jefferson Parish is at the correct design elevation and is armored. We completed that program last year, so somebody's got old survey data from before we lifted it. But I can assure you that everything we have on the west bank is at or above the design elevation and has been armored. In fact, the last section was just completed, was completed, and we're just waiting for the turf establishment. So everything we have is in good shape.
What height is that?
It varies depending on the location of the design elevation, but generally 14.5 to 15 feet. So, okay. Yes.
What are you hearing from Louisiana? American Trails that they've heard from Vivo. What are you hearing in terms of bringing in personnel and being ready for power outages and restoration?
Absolutely. Patrick Hamby was here yesterday. They pre-position assets ahead of time. And of course, we are expecting major power outages with this. So it will take some time. But we're in communication with them. They actually have someone embedded with us in the Emergency Operations Center. So they're going through all of those steps.
Earlier today, we were riding around on airline here in Sacramento, saw lots of buses. Can you tell us what those buses are for, how they will be used?
Those are pre-positioned for after storm evacuations. And my understanding is that is the DOTD buses at at the Shrine-on Airline. So that state bus is just pre-positioning them in the parish for assistance for us for a post-storm. Yes.
I haven't been out there in the last day or so, but was there scaffolding still on the causeway and airline bridge there? Is that any concern?
We're trying to secure all of our sites. I know that we had equipment out there, but absolutely we picked up everything. In fact, some of the council offices even called us on some neighborhood projects that they were concerned about, but that's the things that our teams have been doing. I passed by there the other day. I don't remember seeing scaffolding, but I don't know what happened in the last couple of days, but anything that's projectile, that could be a projectile, has been picked up. Okay. Anything else? All right, everybody stay safe. Thank you very much. And please pay attention to us. Don't forget JP, you can JP alert to 888-777 or JP Noticias to 888-777 to get text alerts. Thank you.
All right, that was Jefferson Parish giving us an update this afternoon. I'm Devin Bartolotta with some quick things you may need to know as we await Hurricane Ida. If you do plan to evacuate, that window is closing, but please be aware the traffic backups are pretty bad right now. Interstate 10 headed out of the city is jammed up. There are reports of it taking people hours to reach Baton Rouge and beyond. Just be aware and check the traffic before you are leaving. Terrebonne Parish has been busing people to a shelter in Monroe, and that will end at 6 p.m. today. That's in 30 minutes. The pickup site at Bourgeois High School will close at 6, and there will be no shelters in Terrebonne Parish. If you intended to shelter in Monroe, you have to be at the high school before 6. That is when the parish-wide curfew goes into effect tonight. 10,000 linemen are ready to go and restore power to Louisiana, according to the governor. He said that number will quickly be increasing to 20,000, and they will move in after the storm. Speaking of power outages, there have already been some in New Orleans. The power was just off and came back on for about 500 customers along Canal Street and into the 7th Ward. Outages in the whole system right now are down to about 400 people in isolated locations. Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL-TV app. Just search WWL-TV in your app store, and it is free to download.
All right, thanks, Devin. Something we're going to be watching over the next several hours is a almost verification of the new track from the National Hurricane Center. And this is the one that came out at 4 o'clock. Again, we won't get a new one until 10. Now, based on what we had seen previous to that forecast being issued, was that the center of Ida was actually kind of riding more north of their center line track. And it's not a surprise that we did see the Hurricane Center kind of adjust that track accordingly. Now, over the last couple of really just hour and a half now, the center of the storm is following right along that new path. You do see kind of that eye wall starting to take shape once again. And as I also have mentioned, we are going to see kind of a wobble. The line is not straight with regards to how the center of a storm travels. There are wobbles here and there, and sometimes there may be 10, 20 miles of a wobble, but we will likely see that kind of wobble continue right up to the point of landfall, and sometimes it kind of determines just how strong the winds are at the precise location of landfall. And right now, it's just an impressive looking storm, which, as I mentioned, does look like we're starting to see a new eye starting to take shape, and perhaps a new little eye wall structure taking shape as well. So we're starting to lose our daylight imagery here. This is our visible satellite, which is almost exactly like a photograph from the satellite, and you need light for those pictures, so it uses sunlight. Once the sun starts to go down and it's a little too low of an elevation, then we start to lose that imagery. So we'll have to switch over to our high-resolution infrared satellite in just a moment. Looking at Ida, this is the infrared satellite. You can also see that rain is starting to show up on some of the coastal radars, and those bands, now these are very, very light in comparison to what we're going to see later on tomorrow. Will likely start moving in during the next several hours. Some of the showers are not too far off of the mouth of the river, but the winds are at 105 miles an hour, and the northwesterly motion continues at 16. Something else that I like to look at on our infrared satellites, we can colorize and look at the color tops, or the temperature tops of the thunderstorms. When you see those bright whites, those are the taller colder thunderstorms, and those are the more intense thunderstorms. You kind of see them wax and wane here as they surround the center of the storm, but it definitely looks like that center is getting a little bit better defined. As I said, from the 4 o'clock advisory, it has shifted a little bit more to the east, but that does still place the center moving more over Baton Rouge as we get toward the latter part of the night Sunday and then into early Monday morning, continuing up to the north. As far as the landfall goes, it could be anywhere from lower Lafourche, maybe just clipping lower Lafourche around Port Fourchon, and then moving inland in southern Terrebonne Parish. So Terrebonne, Lafourche, folks that have decided to stay, never would I have advised that. This is really ground zero for where the storm is going to be making landfall. And it still looks like conditions will probably be a little worse out toward Baton Rouge than they will be in the city of New Orleans. Here's what we're expecting. More of the heavy rain starts moving in by early tomorrow morning, maybe right around daybreak, and will continue to intensify through the midday, afternoon, and evening hours. Rain is going to be heavy, and wherever some of these heavier bands set up, we're going to see some of the greatest rainfall totals. Does look like by the mid-morning on Monday, we finally start to see the heaviest of the rain moving north, and even some of the bands setting up a little bit more to our east, where conditions will be improving. The models have been in fairly tight agreement, not maybe exact on the timing, whereas the GFS at 11 o'clock tomorrow already has the center of the storm over Baton Rouge, and the Euro still well down to the south. So timing not quite in sync, but these models have been in almost perfect agreement since the last, or for the last couple of days. Here's another look at the wind field associated with Ida as it starts to approach. What you're seeing here, the yellows are the 39 to 58 mile per hour wind. So basically 40 to 60 mile per hour wind. So we're starting to move into the weaker tropical storm force. Stronger tropical storm force are the oranges. That starts to approach the city of New Orleans by the mid part of the day tomorrow. Where the hurricane force winds, and that includes from 75 plus mile per hour winds, also the major hurricane force winds, are going to be in a fairly tight wind field right near the center. So if you focus on where the hurricane force winds, now this is a product that comes from the National Hurricane Center. This is based on kind of several different models, not just one model. If you look at New Orleans, we remain under the tropical storm force winds. The hurricane force winds generally stay to our south and west. So Houma, River Parishes certainly, and then as that wind field continues up toward Baton Rouge, notice Baton Rouge hurricane force winds. Based on this graphic, we would never have seen hurricane force winds in the city of New Orleans. Something that is very interesting. We have buoys that are reporting data back near the center of Ida. This buoy, as a matter of fact, here's the center of Ida. I just measured from the buoy's position, latitude and longitude, to the center of the storm is only about 88 miles. 88 miles from the center of a Category 2 storm, the winds are only 36 miles an hour with gusts up to 45. So it does look like the wind field is rather small, and that could expand, but based on the forecast I just showed you of the winds, it may stay rather tight right near the center, to where at the moment, the city of New Orleans may not see hurricane force winds.
All right, that's definitely something to keep a very close eye on as this thing starts to approach. Now, one area that is very likely, according to Chris's forecast, to see those hurricane force winds is Houma.
All right, Terrebonne Parish is busing residents to Monroe from H.L. Bourgeois High School. That's where Candace Charles joins us live right now. Candace, what is it like in that area?
Well, Sharice, if you see this side of the gym, you can see that most people have already been put on that bus to Monroe. But if you look over here on this side, you can see still dozens of people with many of their belongings waiting to get on the bus. And the folks behind me have been working hard all this morning and all through the day. They started around 4 a.m. this morning, helping those folks get on the bus. Now, the buses started loading up and heading out at 6 a.m. this morning. By 4 p.m., emergency preparedness says 15 buses with more than 450 people had evacuated. For those that stayed behind, it is a mad dash to get sandbags and prepare for Storm Ida. For a lot of folks here in Houma, this is all too familiar.
Watching the news, and I was, God don't give us a spirit of fear. And I really know, I said, well, we going on? I did it before, so I might as well do it again.
You stayed at home. You need to hunker down and make sure that, don't go outside when the eye passes through, and, stay inside.
Now, the last bus out of H.O. Bourgeois High School is expected to leave around 6 p.m. That's also when the curfew goes into effect here. A lot of folks are still trying to get out of here as well. We went past the gas station and it was nearly out of gas. So again, folks, if you are going to get out, do so now. Reporting live from Houma, I'm Candace Charles, Eyewitness News.
Yeah, thanks so much, Candace. April Dupree here, guys. I am giving you the latest traffic updates. Right now, things are improving, shall we say. Less people are at least getting on the roadways right now. That may ebb and flow for the rest of the evening into tomorrow morning. But let's start with the metro area first with more positive news, because a lot of I've been actually getting a lot of messages with people asking how the metro area is looking, thinking that we're seeing delays in Kenner and Meadow, and we're really not. It's way past those points, and even in New Orleans East. So starting with the Causeway Bridge, no restrictions or advisories there. The reason why I'm pointing that out to you guys right now, because at any time this can change over the weekend. I would certainly say once the storm hits to stay off of any elevated areas such as the twin spans, the spillway, and of course the Causeway Bridge is going to be one of those. But at any moment, especially once we start to get those high winds, we may see some restrictions or advisories there. But as of right now, it looks good. So if you want to travel there towards I-12 and then take I-12 to I-10, you certainly can do that throughout the North Shore area. Metro area doesn't look that bad. I wanted to point that out to you guys. Kenner and Metairie look fine. You know, we do have lots of patchy delays. Those yellow lines are indicating some very moderate and patchy delays, but you can see most of those are fine. The metro area in general looks good. No issues on the West Bank throughout West Wego and Marrero, and even if you're going to be traveling towards Avondale, elevated and lower levels of the expressway are quiet. Now, taking that region-wide look, and actually we'll step a little bit to the side so you guys are able to see that. This is as far as our maps actually go. So past Lafayette, we actually can't even see what's happening on the roads at that point. So I highly suggest you guys to look at Google Maps, Apple Maps, anything like that if you want to see past that extended area. But as you can see, basically once I-10 and I-12 meet, that's where you're going to start to see those delays, and they last for several miles. And of course, if you're traveling east or westbound, you're going to experience that congestion past a certain point. Let's go ahead and bring those maps back up fully so we can see what's happening a little bit closer. I'm going to merge in so you guys can see what's happening on the twin span. So this is right at mile marker 258. We got a little bit of wind, which is why we're seeing that shaky camera from DOTD. So our westbound lanes are completely fine if you're coming in from the Slidell, Hancock County area and you're traveling towards the city. But if you're leaving, basically starting from New Orleans East until you make your way past that point. This is at mile marker 258. We actually did have delays backed up to Reed and Bullard eastbound. They have improved. They're actually starting at the beginning of the twin spans, and then from there it just is a mess at that point. So we actually are seeing less cars on the road. In turn, of course, congestion is still heavy, but it's not as heavy. Even in, about 20 minutes ago, it is improving. You can see the entire length merging it to the I-1259 interchange near Slidell. That is where you're going to start to see that congestion. So 135 minutes right now, a little bit over 2 hours. You're going to see this congestion from I-10 at Bullard to Hancock County. So that's the entire length here, staying along I-10 at the I-10-1259 interchange. Please give yourself as much time as possible. As Chris mentioned, and we've been mentioning actually throughout the day, the later you're hitting the roadways, the more congestion that you're most likely going to see. So again, this is a look along the drive time, I-10 eastbound from Bullard to Hancock County, as I mentioned before, a little bit over 2 hours. And that has been ebbing and flowing. We've been clocking in at around 3 hours, 2.5. At some point, we were down to 2 hours. So it really just depends on what time you're going to hit this area as to how long that's going to take you. In the opposite direction, I-10 eastbound from Bullard to I-59 near Picayune, you can see that's a little bit lengthier, and that is down to 111. So a little bit past that point that we saw along I-59. Congestion is actually improving, so that is good. Again, as I mentioned before, it was backed up to Reed and Bullard as you were traveling eastbound towards Slidell, and then now that is actually starting basically at the beginning of the twin span. So we are seeing some improvement there. I did want to give you guys a couple of live shots so you can see actually in real time what's happening on the roadways. Traffic almost at a complete standstill. I mean, cars are moving for sure, but I think at our slowest point, traffic is clocking at around 2 to 3 miles per hour. So that just gives you a little bit of idea of what's happening there. This is I-10 at US 190 at Gauze. So these eastbound lanes full of congestion. Westbound lanes, you're not going to see anything now. Let's talk about the opposite side, traveling towards Baton Rouge, because a lot of people are headed in that direction. A lot longer, 222 minutes. I-10 westbound at I-12, at the I-12 merge to Lafayette. And again, as I mentioned before, we don't have any more maps to show you guys after that point, but delays are quite past here as well. If you are going to evacuate, guys, now is the time. The earlier that you can leave, the better, certainly.
All right, thanks so much, April. Right now, of course, we were in Plaquemines Parish at a news conference earlier, listening to Plaquemines Parish leadership talk a little bit more about their evacuation plans in that area.
Yeah, and I know that that area is particularly vulnerable to some of that storm surge that we're expecting from this major hurricane. And Mike Pearlstein is familiar with all of it, and he's joining us live now with the very latest from what leaders are saying down in Plaquemines. Mike?
Yes, Katie. A while ago at the press conference with Parish President Kirk Lapine and other parish officials, they gave us the full situation in Plaquemines. Mandatory evacuations have been called for the entire East Bank and the West Bank south of Belchase, basically starting right here where you can see they're closing the floodgate at Oakville just south of Belchase. This will be completely closed by 7 o'clock. The East Bank Highway 39 floodgate is closing at 6 o'clock. Parish officials warned that for people in the south of the parish who want to evacuate, this is the window to do it before these floodgates close. The officials anticipate that there will be topping of the back levees that front the marshes and the Gulf. Those levees are as low as 3 feet in some places, and with the storm surge anticipated at 11 feet, they said that these roads, in addition to the floodgates being closed, that the roads will be impassable with water. Now, we spoke to several people. I must say that the parish officials didn't call for a mandatory evacuation of Belchase, but they strongly encourage people to leave Belchase to more inland ground, simply because of the anticipation of power outages that could go for a week or more. Even weeks was the term they used. But we caught up with some people who were going to ride it out. We caught up with 2 people who plan to ride out the storm in Belchase. First, we'll hear from Dominic Hastings, followed by Helen Barrios.
I decided to stay because I don't feel like sitting in traffic and running.
Power could be out for days, even weeks. Are you prepared for that?
Yes, sir. I got generators ready to roll.
You ready to live off the generators and whatever food you have stored up?
Yeah, I got everything stocked up at the house, just finishing off what I can.
Tell me about your decision to leave Buras to stay up here with your son in Belchase.
Well, we've always been lucky up here in Belchase, and besides that, we have 3 dogs, and this little car, so that sort of, tells you what you're gonna do.
Now, south of where we are now, we saw that the vast majority of people have taken the warning seriously and have evacuated, but not everybody. Now, this was a parish that was devastated in Hurricane Katrina, and on the East Bank, Hurricane Isaac, back in 2012, led to mass flooding on that side. Nevertheless, Plaquemines Parish, with people who have been through so many storms, we did find a couple of people in Jesuit Bend who did decide to ride it out. Here's Randy and Eric Carter, brothers. Tell me what's behind that decision.
Mainly protecting my house, my property. That's pretty much what it boils down to.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds like if there is overtopping of the back levee, that you do have a contingency plan.
Yes, I do. We have a plan. We got friends that's got 2-story houses that live real close by that we can go to get to higher ground.
Yeah.
You've seen it can get bad.
It can get bad. I live up in Belchase, but I'm going to come down here, so he's not by himself. And like I said, he said we got a brother up in Belchase who we can go to. We also can go to friends' houses and everything. So we got a plan. We got food and we got a generator and everything, so ice and waters and everything. Got some beers and all, so we good. We ready.
So as you heard, those two brothers, while they're staying south of this floodgate that's closing behind me, they do have contingency plans. What we are seeing now are work crews in the process of closing this massive floodgate across Highway 23. This is expected to be completed and fully closed by 7 o'clock on the east bank. That gate is in the process of being closed right now, and that's going to be closed by 6 o'clock. So once again, very, very stern warning from parish officials that the window is closing. This is the opportunity for anyone south of these floodgates to get out to higher ground. Reporting from Plaquemines Parish, Mike Perlstein, Eyewitness News.
Mike, thanks so much. We have our eye on Hurricane Ida, with every parish expecting some sort of impact from the strengthening storm.
Yeah, and one of those areas is St. Tammany Parish. And Erica Ferrando has been on the Mandeville lakefront for us throughout the day. And things aren't exactly worsening there at this point, but there are a lot of people who are choosing to stay and ride it out.
No, it doesn't look like a hurricane is here yet. It is sunny and Lake Pontchartrain is calm, but there will be a curfew in place in Mandeville. The mayor made that announcement earlier today, starting at midnight. He said it could be lifted sometime tomorrow, but for now it is indefinite. They would let us know later today. They are worried about people coming out here on the lakefront. He said, "We will not tolerate storm tourism. Do not come out to the lakefront, especially once that water starts rising over that seawall." So, of course, there is a voluntary evacuation for Old Mandeville. That's from here at the lakefront up to Monroe Street. That entire area is under a voluntary evacuation as they're expecting a potentially 7-foot storm surge in this area. Of course, a lot of the houses out here are raised up, but they still want to make sure they get people out because they will not be able to drive if all of the streets are flooded. Now, of course, a lot of people we spoke with are riding it out. They say their houses are high up, they have a generator, enough water and food to last the power outages that they're expecting, which could be a couple days and possibly even a week, but they say they wanted to stay. We also spoke with some people, though, who say they wanted to at least get out of this area. We spoke with one couple who said they are staying in Mandeville, but getting out of Old Mandeville. They're going to family's house where they don't think they'll see any flooding. Take a listen.
On Thursday, I guess it became apparent, like, oh, we have a storm that's coming our way. And then,
when it got to the 4 to 7.
Yeah, when it got to that
storm surge, you're like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Even though you're raised up.
Even though we're raised, yeah. We just, with the baby, we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where, we got to put him in the pirogue and go down the street.
He has a lot of stuff.
So this part of Old Mandeville up to Monroe Street is the only part of the parish that is under an evacuation order. But parish officials say if you typically experience flooding, if you flooded during Katrina, if you're in one of those low-lying areas, they do ask you to get out. They say that is the safest thing you can do. Otherwise, prepare to stay in place. We're now live from Mandeville, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Erica, thank you so much. So earlier we spoke to St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis.
Parish officials are expected to give an update soon, but Paul Murphy's been down there. He's been down there for a lot of storms, and he's covering that area for us today to bring us the very latest. Paul, what are you hearing?
Well, we're back up here in Chalmette. We were down in Shell Beach, and I guess in about 15 minutes, parish officials will be communicating with the public for the final time before that storm hits here along the Louisiana coast. They will talk about what they expect from Ida and what they expect from residents as well. From the storm, they expect 18 inches of rain, 110 mile per hour winds, and 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. What they expect from the public is to shelter in place and stay home for the duration of this weather event and to stay away from downed trees and power lines. Officials are warning residents they will likely be in for an extended period of power outages. And earlier we spoke with Jeffrey Whitehead, who was getting gas for his generator.
What you doing today? Just filling up a couple extra gas cans for our generator just in case we need them. I don't think you can have too much, right?
What's your expectation?
I'm not expecting, hopefully, too much. I was hoping it would pass more westerly. I seen it was on the west side of Houma, so I was figuring maybe we might get some strong tropical force, the tropical storm force winds and a little bit of rain, which would be pretty typical. But I guess I'm mostly looking right now to see if the sky starts clearing up, see if it starts to, get stronger. It's going to wind up sucking a lot of this extra, thunderstorm and stuff towards itself. And then I remember in Katrina they had like the day or two before Katrina came, it was beautiful weather, clear skies and everything. You knew something wasn't quite right, and then of course Katrina showed up and all hell broke loose.
And obviously you expect to lose power.
Yeah, we lose power pretty regular. Even with a regular summer thunderstorm, we'll lose power. So we just keep the generator kind of on standby.
And again, St. Bernard Parish officials are expected to brief the public at the top of the hour. One thing that we did notice when we drove down to Shell Beach today, that a lot of the folks, or most of the folks, I should say, outside the levee protection, heeded those warnings and got out. We're told that there are only a handful of people that are choosing to ride the storm out outside the levee protection. So again, in about 10 minutes now, parish officials will be giving their final statement before Ida hits. We're live in Chalmette. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
We'll definitely bring that to people live. Thank you, Paul. It is so important for people to stay safe during the storms, especially if they're deciding to ride it out. So we're joined now by Joel Worthington with Mr. Electric via Zoom. Joel, thanks so much for joining us. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions about what they need to do in these final hours before the hurricane gets here.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Mr. Electric is a neighborly company, and we are certainly wishing the best for everyone in the path of the storm and praying for everybody's health and safety. So, yeah, of course, you guys know that not a lot of lightning problems with hurricanes. The main problems are wind and flooding, which is going to cause power outages. And then, of course, electricity and water don't mix so well. So main thing is making sure you're getting everything up off the floor, all your electronics, getting your outlets unplugged, make sure you're cleaning up anything in the yard. If you got any extension cords out on the patios and porches, getting that up. Just making sure that you're prepared for any water and not getting those electronics wet and having electrical out in the water. So, of course, the last guy was talking about his generator. And of course, he was getting gas, smart guy. Need to make sure you got the gas now for your generator. You got plenty of it. If you're using a portable one, of course, keep it away from the house, away from doors, windows. Make sure there's plenty of airflow. And don't plug that thing into your home. Just use an extension cord, bring it in. If you want to have it more permanent, you need an electrician to come out and put in a transfer switch for you. So one other thing, not electrically related, turn that trampoline over and hook that thing down so there's no flying trampolines through the yard.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen those pictures time and time again of trampolines flipped over by storms. But when we talk about generators, I know our governor has mentioned multiple times that one of the main ways that we see people die after storms is because of generators. So what do people need to know about hooking them up? I mean, at the height of the storm, if people lose power, is that a good time to fire up the generator?
It's not going to. It's okay. It's if you got it in a covered place, but usually they're okay through the rain. You just need to make sure you're not hooking that into an outlet inside. You need to make sure your extension cord's not running through the water. Those are the big issues with it. And again, some people think they can have a male extension cord on both ends and plug it into their home. That is a terrible idea. Don't do that. So just use your head. And again, carbon monoxide poisoning from the exhaust fumes, you don't even want that generator near the house because those fumes could come up through the window and cause problems with that as well. So keep it away from the house and keep those cords out of the water.
All right, that is some great advice. Thank you so much, Mr. Worthington, for being with us today as people get ready for what could be a life-changing storm event. Thanks so much.
Thank you, and we wish you guys all the best.
Thank you. And we're going to be right back with more coverage of Hurricane Ida right after this short break.
Guys, good evening. April Dupree here. I know y'all are used to seeing me in the morning, but I'm here for a good reason, talking about traffic. This evening, it is just a mess if you're traveling, particularly towards Lafayette, but I'll talk about that in a second. First, I want to talk about the metro area and most of the region that's closer towards the city of New Orleans. Things don't actually look that bad. A lot of people have been texting me and reaching out on social media, asking me how the metro area is looking because they think that they're seeing a lot of delays on the twin spans, as well as even along the interstate over the Bonnie Carey Spillway. And honestly, we don't really have a ton going on. First, starting with the Causeway Bridge, no restrictions or advisories on the causeway. Not that that means anything right now, but the reason why I'm pointing this out to you guys, because once we start to get those high winds, we most likely will see restrictions and or advisories on the Causeway Bridge. So if you're going to be traveling on the roads, I definitely suggest traveling now versus later on, especially tomorrow afternoon once Hurricane Ida starts to come in. You can always take the Causeway Bridge to I-12 and then travel I-12 to I-10 if you're going to be heading towards Baton Rouge or Lafayette. That'll save you a little bit of time versus if you're going to be traveling on the interstate over the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Metro area looks good. We have lots of green on the map indicating a wonderful flow of traffic if you're traveling throughout Kenner and Metairie. On Surface Streets Airline, we got some light delays near Causeway. New Orleans East, not seeing too much happening. Some light delays on Chef, but for the most part, things are really quiet. Elevated and lower levels of the expressway look great on the West Bank. You can see this long yellow line indicating some moderate congestion between Oswego and Marrero along US Business 90. That's normal. We normally see that during this time of the evening. But as you travel towards Avondale and then even Bridge City, you can see that traffic is still looking really great. Now, the reason why I'm actually here, let's take a wider view of what's happening region-wide if you're going to be traveling towards Slidell as well as the Laplace, Kenner area, and then even making your way towards Lafayette and Baton Rouge and beyond. So that is where we start to see that congestion. You can see here basically where I-10 and I-12 meet. That is where our moderate delays happen. And then past that point after the merge, heavy congestion on your way towards Baton Rouge and Lafayette. And in the opposite direction, delays are starting basically right after you leave New Orleans East, hitting the Twin Spans, traveling towards Slidell. And that does last for several miles. But that congestion is actually improved eastbound, westbound. We do still see those heavy delays. Let's go ahead and pull up that map full again so I can explain a little bit more about what's happening there. So taking a closer look on the Twin Spans, because that's where we're starting to see delays, and they have drastically improved, guys. Congestion headed eastbound looks a lot better even than it did about 5 to 10 minutes ago. These lanes were completely locked down eastbound, and as you can see here, we got a few cars. They are flowing. We certainly do still see congestion, but not nearly as many delays as you saw before. This is actually at mile marker 258, so a little bit less than halfway on the Twin Spans. But you can see basically once you hit the Twin Spans eastbound to the I-59, I-10, 12, 59 interchange near Slidell, that is where you're going to start to see that congestion. So right now we have about 146-minute commute. This is I-10 eastbound from Bullard to Hancock County. So you can see here this line is traced out basically at the start of the Twin Spans until you make your way along Hancock County, and that is still staying on I-10. Now, if you're going to be traveling from I-10 to I-59, things look even better. That's making your way towards Picayune, I-10 eastbound from Bullard to I-59, again near Picayune. That's staying here and then continuing along I-59, only at 83 minutes. So traffic is looking great, or much better in comparison, of course, eastbound. I did want to show you guys some heavy delays that we're still seeing. This is a live look, I-10 at US 190 at Gauze. Still seeing that bumper-to-bumper traffic on those eastbound lanes. Westbound, you are good to go. No problems there. Now let's talk about the opposite side of the region. I-12, traveling from the North Shore towards East Baton Rouge, you're good. Once you hit that I-10 merge, that is where you're going to start to see those delays. And then we have some people that are coming in from Ascension Parish as well, making that merge. Currently, right now, I-10 westbound at the I-12 merge to Lafayette is taking you 275 minutes in order to be able to travel there. So we got a little bit under 5 hours at that point. This has been ebbing and flowing throughout the day, honestly, from the morning into the evening. I wanted to show you guys a couple of live looks that we have here because traffic is still very heavy. Some parts are heavier than others, but you definitely will still see heavy delays. This is Blue Bonnet and Baton Rouge, I-10 at Blue Bonnet. You can see that cars are bumper to bumper on those westbound lanes. And then this is I-10 at Breaux Bridge. A lot better. Still seeing that heavy congestion, but a little bit more moderate.
At least things are improving. Thank you so much.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our extended coverage of Hurricane Ida. I'm Katie Moore.
And I'm Sharice Gibson. Right now, we're going to give you a live look over in St. Bernard Parish. If we can take a look right now. I believe that there's a news conference happening in St. Bernard. Let's take a live listen in.
Before you wake up tomorrow morning, you will be receiving tropical storm winds. So the first thing I want to do is thank our employees. I tell you, they have been working for the last 2 days. They will work all today, tonight, and into the morning to make sure that they protect the lives of the citizens of St. Bernard Parish. And they will be ready post-storm to get out there and clean the streets so that we can get back to life as soon as possible. So thanks to our employees here at St. Bernard Parish Government. So at this time, we're going to call up a lot of important people with a lot of experience here in St. Bernard Parish. We are blessed for that experience, and we're thankful for that. The first person I want to call up today to give us a briefing on the storm and what we can expect is John Ram, our Homeland Security Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we could expect tropical storm force gusts prior to sunrise tomorrow morning, and by mid-morning, 9 o'clock or so, sustained tropical force winds. As I'm sure you all know, the storm has increased in size. The track has shifted slightly to the east, which means we are in a greater area of concern to receive hurricane force winds where before we weren't. The track puts it still coming on land around Houma, in that area, but it's so large, the wind field has increased tremendously. We're on the fringes of hurricane force winds, and and tropical storm force winds. We can expect gusting winds up to 110, 115, even more sustained later on in the day if it does continue to track towards the east. So this is a very big hurricane. You need to make sure that if you're staying, if you haven't evacuated, you have what you need to make it through for at least 1 or 2 days, maybe longer. We can expect power outages, extended power outages. We have requested resources from the state to help us recover from this after the storm has passed. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, make sure that they've got what they need. Take care of them. It's a time for all of us to pull together and not just worry about me. This is what we're here. St. Bernard's been a resilient community. We take care of each other, okay? So the storm is going to be big. We're going to get a lot of rainfall. They're projecting 8 to 16 inches of rainfall and maybe even more in isolated areas. Now, our pumping system, you can handle a couple inches an hour, but if we get that much rain in one area at one time, you can't handle that much water. It takes time to drain out. We do not expect any storm surge to get inside the levee system. They're expecting about a 7 to 11 foot storm surge outside the system. Those folks have left and came inside the system and seek refuge. The LA 46 gates and Highway 300 gates are in the process of being closed as we speak. That'll lock everything on the outside. We have search and rescue assets from the National Guard standing by if we should need them. Our fire department has staged a couple of boats and some other apparatus down at Fire Station 10 in Verret should the need arise. Now, we're not looking for that right now, but we want to be prepared, and we want our residents to know that the EOC is fully staffed tonight. Overnight, we'll be here all night to field any calls. And give us a call if you need something. We probably won't come out and do anything right now. It's so late in the day. But if you have concerns, please call us at 504-278-4268. We will take your call. We'll take a message, and we'll make sure we're going to get through this together. So please look out for each other. Get prepared. Stay inside. Don't travel unless you have to tonight. You're going to have some winds early in the morning. By mid-morning, sustained tropical storm force winds, and the day would just degrade from there and continue on through tomorrow and into the next night. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our firefighters have been out at all the sandbag locations today, making sure that it's safe, that everyone takes the proper amount of sandbags. And I want to thank them. So right now I'm going to call up our fire chief, Chief Tommy Stone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Both of those guys are too tall. Well, first of all, I'm going to put on a different hat real quick. As chairman of the 911 Communications District here in St. Bernard Parish, when the storm begins to pass, please do not call 911 unless you have an emergency. That's so important. There's other parish phone numbers that have been given to you that you can get all the information. So let's use 911 for emergencies only. At approximately 2000, 8 p.m. tonight, fire stations 11 in Wyclosky and 12 in Delacroix Island will be closed, and those crews will be relocated to Fire Station 10 in Verret inside the hurricane protection levee. So they will not be responding outside of that area once we get, and we do know, John, it's 44.88 miles per hour, 39 knots. So 45 miles per hour, we will stop responding unless it's an extreme emergency. Those trucks are very top heavy, and last year for Zeta, we actually had to put some people in Suburbans to try to go, and we had reports of people trapped in a home, which were false. Generator safety, Entigy's here with us, and they're going to make sure we don't lose any electricity in St. Bernard Parish. But if we do, and you use a generator, remember at least 15 feet away from a doorway, not to be used inside of any home, garage, shed. Don't even put them under the carport. Be careful where the exhaust vents, because carbon monoxide is odorless and colorless and extremely poisonous. So we want to be very careful. Let them cool down before you fuel them, at least 15 minutes. Gasoline is very volatile and people don't realize that. If you're fueling your gas cans, make sure they're grounded on the ground, not in the trunk, not in the back of a pickup truck. Since we said that yesterday, people have sent me texts showing people filling up gas cans in the back of a trunk. I even got a picture of someone filling up 5-gallon buckets with gasoline in the trunk of a car. The movement of product causes static electricity. You might have been lucky your entire life, but all it takes is one time for a static charge to go off, and it'll be a disaster. So please ground your gas tanks. If you use candles, be aware of where they're burning, what's above them, what's around them, and please be very, very safe and very smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Our Sheriff's Department are always very important during these times. Our sheriff and his deputies do a great job in protecting the property and lives of the citizens of St. Bernard Parish. Today, representing our Sheriff's Department is Stephen Ingajoya.
Good evening. The St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Department would like to tell the citizens of St. Bernard Parish that we have doubled our patrols. We are patrolling the inside and outside of the flood protection area. We have evacuated our jail from the corrections facility. And sorry about that. Our message is this: before, during, and after the storm, if you do not have a purpose to be on the roadway, stay off of the roadway. All of these people here, from the utilities, fire department, other first responders, need to respond to emergencies. We need to respond to complaints. And the only way we can do that is if you stay off the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. If the sheriff was here, he would call all of those people knuckleheads and we're going to put them in jail. So at this time, St. Bernard Parish has a great relationship with Entergy. And, they have been a partner in this. And since the last storm last year, we've had a lot of work done here in St. Bernard Parish, and we're going to get tested tomorrow night with that system. So I want to call up at this time representing Entergy, Joni Bethel and Curtis Navis.
Good evening. Entergy has been going through our pre-storm checklist and making all of our preparations. We are ready, standby ready to restore power as quickly and as safely as we can for our employees and our customers as soon as the storm passes. Right now, they've gone through all their preparations, moved equipment, done everything that they could do to prepare the employees, have the employees prepare their own homes and such, and have scouted the lines, and we're ready to go. We stand by waiting to respond. We have approximately 8,400 distribution, transmission, and support personnel ready to help support us in the affected areas, with waiting to acquire a total restoration team of about 16,000. Our safety of our employees and our customers are our number one concern. So we need to make sure that everyone knows that if the winds are over 30 miles an hour or if there's lightning in the area, we have to pull the crews in and wait till it's safe for them to get back out there. We ask that our customers prepare for extended outages or extended restoration times of approximately 7 to 10 days for this type of event that we're facing now. In certain hard-hit and difficult-to-access areas, restoration could take up to 3 weeks, but we're going to hope for the best on that. While some work to restore power can be done on the ground, a lot of it's in the air, so we have to follow that 30 mile per hour or greater rule. And we want to make sure that you understand that we are following all the COVID procedures necessary. So we ask that no one approach our employees while they're working. And we ask you to also be very diligent and vigilant when you go out after the storm. If you can't see things through the trees or whatever, there could be power lines laying around. So please do not, be very safe, be very vigilant. Look at your surroundings and try not to get into any dangerous situations with power lines. We are here to help, and hopefully that we can get everything restored as safely and as quickly as possible. please also make sure that you go to our website and our app for additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Joni. You know, when these kind of things happen, you know, you need coordination with state, local, and federal. We've been in constant communication with the governor's office, his staff, whether it's CPRA, DOTD, community development, GOSEP. There's a lot of coordination there that is needed to protect the citizens of this state. At this time, I would like to recognize our state representative, Ray Garofalo.
Thank you, Guy. Good evening. Guy just said it. You know, we're in constant communications with GOSEP, Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, with CPRA, that's the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, and also with the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East. Those are all the entities that are protecting us. CPRA already has some equipment staged, some pumps down the road, which they usually do for an event like this. They're ready to go. Parish government has worked with them. So we are ready to respond, but we know that this could be a devastating hurricane for St. Bernard Parish. And I would urge everyone, if you're going to stay, please make sure that your generators are safe. Chief Stone talked about it already, but the governor's office has asked us to emphasize that make sure your generators are safe, do all the right things. Chief Stone talked about it and told you exactly what to do. Please stay off the roads and please stay safe.
Councilmember
God bless.
at large in the Eastern District, Councilmember Calais. Thank you, Ray. You know, we have a great council here in St. Bernard Parish.
Thank you, President McGinnis.
We work together.
I just want to thank
every day,
all of our council members. They have been working hard all through this event and will continue to assist the citizens in any way that they can in their district. They've been out helping to clear storm drains and doing anything that their neighborhoods need. And so I just want to thank all of the council members for continually working so hard for St. Bernard Parish in this time that we're in. One of our biggest concerns is the storm surge that we're going to see outside of our levee system. All of our council members, I believe that most of the people outside of our levee have come in to assist the citizens in any way that they can in their district. They've been out helping to clear storm drains and President McGinnis doing anything that their neighborhoods are going to need. And so I just want to thank all of the council members right now. So continually, if you haven't made your way in, please do so immediately. That we're in. Also, if anybody is in one of our biggest concerns is the really storm surge that we're going to see outside of our levee system with a more secure structure. I believe that most of the people we've watched data come through last year with winds probably not as strong as what we're going to see. They understand. And we saw the damage that we occurred here in St. Bernard for that. President McGinnis said those roads are going to be closed. We can only imagine that that's probably as we speak right now. So if you're in a structure that is not secure, please find a family member immediately. Secure structure. Also, if anybody is in a mobile home or a trailer, I really encourage all residents to find a family member or friend with a more secure structure. Anything that may be outside your house through last year, be done with all these preparations by as strong as what we're going to see. Because we saw the damage that we occurred here in St. Bernard for that tomorrow morning. So we can always imagine that's at least what we're going to see here with this storm. To find so if you're in a structure that is not secure, please find a family member, social media, or different ways to contact us. If there's anything we can do to help, we'll be here nightfall tonight. We really encourage all residents to wrap up anything that they're doing, secure your garbage cans.
Thank you, Carrie.
Anything that may be outside of your house, and be done with all your preparations by nightfall tonight, because we believe we'll be waking up to
for our last press
tropical
conference.
storm
I want to
force
say
winds
that
tomorrow
again
morning.
for the
So
citizens
as
of
always,
St.
go to
Parish.
sbpg.net to find your councilman's phone number or messages. We're all on social media or different ways to contact us. If there's anything we can do to help, we'll be here through the duration of the event. Stay safe and God bless.
We know what that means here in St. Bernard Parish in southeast Louisiana, that it might take another easterly track. All right, so I'm going to go west. But no matter what, this is going to be a bad storm. For our last press conference, I want to say that Security Director said, with all of the experience in the world, knowing that before we came out here today, watched on TV, that this storm took an easterly. This will be a bad storm for southeast, about 20 miles, they say. The decisions that you're making today, we know what that means to save your life or your family southeast Louisiana, or it may cost you another your family member easterly track. Today, right now, it could very well go west. But no matter what, this is going to be a bad storm. Just like Homeland Security Director said, with all of the experience early Sunday morning, landfall with effects that lasting up to 24 hours. This
I want you to think about that for a second.
Southeast Louisiana.
I want you to think about what
Decisions that you make today
is going to save
to
your
10
life
days,
or your
I
family
believe she
member's
said.
life.
Or it
If
may
you
cost
cannot
your life
sustain
or your
that
family
with
member.
no power today,
7
right now,
to 10 days,
where
decision
you're
you're
at
making,
right now,
you need to think about that.
you might want to get with a friend who lives in St. Bernard Parish. I wouldn't have
Ida,
said this earlier, but right before I came out, it
we're
looks
waiting
like the interstate going east. It's kind of eased up a little bit. If you have access to that, you need to leave St. Bernard Parish and get out of the area of effects. We're asking all of our citizens to do whatever is necessary to secure your home and to protect yourself now. Get there and stay there. We will have no evacuation shelters here in St. Bernard Parish. Just like the first responders cannot respond during the event, we are not going to have a shelter during the event. So please hunker down in your home, get in a safe place in your home when this storm is coming through, because that's going to be important for your safety. Residents outside of our flood protection system, as Councilman Calais mentioned, you need to get inside of the levee system. We know that some of you want to stay, and we're going to continue to plead with you to get inside of the levee system. We have a lot of citizens who haven't left yet, and I'm hoping that you have the means to ride this thing out. Please check on your neighbors, check on the elderly in your neighborhood. We want to be good neighbors. We want to check on each other. Please check with them now, before the storm, and check on them after the storm. It's so important that we have that support from the community. All of our pumping stations are operational and will be manned 24/7 throughout the event. As of now, garbage collection will resume Tuesday. Please secure your garbage cans. Our transfer stations on Parish Road and East Judge Perez Drive at E.J. Gore will reopen on Tuesday. Power outages are going to happen 7 to 10 days. If you're on oxygen, think about that, 7 to 10 days. You need to have what you need to cover whatever ailment you're going through. You need to make sure that you have the resources to get through it. After this event, we will have down trees, down power lines. We may have garbage cans. We're going to have debris in the street. Please stay home. Keep yourself safe. We have crews lined up as we speak. Entergy, debris removal, highway removal. We will be on top of that just like we were for Zeta, and we will clear these roads as soon as possible. And I can tell you it's going to be quick, and we're going to get after it. Our employees do a great job. Our contractors are lined up to make that happen. We will take care of that for you. Please do not roam around St. Bernard Parish after the event until we tell you that it's safe. We will continue to have sandbag locations through dusk tonight, and that will be it. I want to thank the citizens of St. Bernard Parish for your cooperation in helping others at all of our sandbag locations. Again, Chief Stone, you guys did a great job, and the Sheriff's Department manned one during this event. It's been a great experience seeing that from our citizens. Our post office in beautiful eastern St. Bernard Parish at the historic courthouse will be closed at 8 p.m. tonight. You notice, Carrie, I didn't say down the road. I said beautiful eastern St. Bernard Parish. Historic St. Bernard Parish. All non-essential government offices will be closed on Monday. Representative Garofalo mentioned CPRA and their cooperation in pumps. We already have our pumps. They're on location. So in eastern St. Bernard Parish, we will start pumping down, if need be, post-storm, and we will move those assets into place. Our public schools are closed on Monday. Our community college is closed on Monday. Our number for general information is 504-278-4200. For emergencies such as downed trees or water main breaks, please call 504-271-1681, and please monitor all of our social media here at St. Bernard Parish Government. We cannot emphasize enough. As we speak, we had an easterly track of this storm. If it comes another 20 miles or another 30 miles, think about what may happen in St. Bernard Parish. It's going to be something that we're all going to have to band together, like I know we will. We will bring our residents back sooner rather than later. A lot of them are vacationing in Florida right now, from what I understand. And you know, when they get back, we're going to be ready. And we're going to get through this together, like our Director John Ram said. So God bless each and every one of you here today. God bless each and every one of our citizens. And we will take questions at this time.
You've been listening to a press conference with St. Bernard Parish officials. That's Parish President Guy McInnes right there, talking about the preparations for Hurricane Ida. Of course, the areas outside the flood protection system in St. Bernard are very much at risk with this storm, and that's the message from the leaders in St. Bernard tonight.
All right, of course, we'll continue to follow along with this, but right now, the weather, not too bad. We've been showing you that earlier in Mandeville, of course, but it's not going to stay that way. The window to leave, if you're planning to evacuate, is closing quickly.
It is. You're also running out of time to get supplies if you're planning to shelter in place. And Devin Bartolotta is joining us with some evacuation updates.
Good afternoon, I'm Devin Bartolotta. Just some quick things you may need to know as we await Hurricane Ida. All of St. John Parish is now under voluntary evacuation. There will be a shelter of last resort open at Emily C. Watkins School in LaPlace. You can go there starting at 6 o'clock tonight. That's 30 minutes ago. Be sure to bring everything you need for a few days. That includes bedding, food, and medication. Governor John Bel Edwards says the Louisiana National Guard is ready to help. 5,000 men and women have been or will be activated. The National Guard says it is staging high water vehicles, boats, and engineer work teams across 13 parishes. Plaquemines Parish is implementing a curfew tonight from sunset till sunrise until that mandatory evacuation has been lifted. The evacuation order is for the entire east bank of Plaquemines Parish and the west bank from the Highway 23 floodgate in Oakville to Venice. Only outgoing traffic will be permitted after that curfew goes into effect. Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL TV app. Just search WWL TV in your app store. It is free to download. Katie,
thank you so much, Devin. And of course, we want to make sure we help all of our viewers right now and within the surrounding parishes and Orleans Parish as well with any questions that you might have. I know that a lot of coverage has been going on. We're going on all night here, but if you need any help in regards to what to do when it comes to Hurricane Ida, we've set up a helpline. That number is right there on your screen, 504-529-6450. Again, 504-529-6450. We want to make sure we answer any question you might have.
It's something I had mentioned earlier that we're going to be watching closely over the next several hours. Again, we're not going to get a new track forecast from the National Hurricane Center until 10 p.m. Something that we were noting earlier, now I'm going back till before 4 o'clock. The time all just seems relative when you're doing this kind of coverage, is at the center of the storm.
7 this Friday, time for your morning rush. And it was a scary night for folks out and about in the colony. One man is in custody after allegedly attacking 2 men with a knife inside a restaurant. This took place last night at 7 Doors. That's on Grand Escape Boulevard. Police say the attacker ran off. They eventually caught up with him outside a department store near where an outdoor concert was taking place. So a lot of people saw this going down. Officials say the man was potentially having a mental health crisis. No word on the condition of the 2 men attacked.
This is Daquan's football picture.
Tita Wilborn wants to share her son's story because it starts so typically.
He was number 2.
And it ends.
This is the end result.
So tragic.
He was 26.
Wilborn's son, Daquan Myers, started playing tackle football in the 6th grade and through his time at Trimble Tech High School in Fort Worth.
And he liked to get away from his sisters, to ham it up with the guys, so he really enjoyed the sport of football.
But at age 26, 2 months from graduating with a degree from Texas State, he took his own life.
It was so painful for me to think that maybe I missed something.
Seeking answers, the family donated his brain to Boston University. Researchers discovered he had chronic traumatic encephalopathy, known as CTE, and caused by repeated hits to the head.
This is not rare, and this is really destroying the lives of really great people.
Dr. Chris Nowinski is a former college football player and co-founder of the Concussion Legacy Foundation. They've found hundreds of former football players had CTE, which can cause anxiety, cognitive issues, and depression. Daquan is one of 16 cases who never played football past high school.
I could already have CTE.
Nowinski's group just partnered with Pro Football Hall of Famer Brett Favre to encourage parents to keep their kids out of tackle football until they're 14.
I can become violent, even towards my own children.
The loss of a child's life is too much to lose over football. It's a sport.
Nowinski says a tackle football player averages 379 head hits a year compared to 8 in flag football.
If you wouldn't hit your own child in the head 378 times, don't let anybody else do it either.
He was a short guy. He was pretty short.
Daquan Myers was like any young kid in Texas.
I miss the conversations we had. I miss his love. I miss his loyalty. I just totally miss Daquan.
That's why his story,
I get sad every time I see it. You know, it
is important to share.
I cry a lot. I cry a whole lot.
In Fort Worth, I'm William Jordan.
Well, so a lot of, as you can see, we have a lot of hygiene items, we have a lot of cleaning supplies.
Even before the news of crisis.
We kind of started mentally preparing ourselves and even physically.
Zina Khan runs DFW Outreach Services. Even before this, she already served nearly 400 Afghans in North Texas.
I have received messages, phone calls. I have received phone calls from back Afghanistan, actually, crying, people wanting me to do something, bring them out.
She mentors, offers classes, and builds community.
That we are prepared.
In the coming weeks, she expects that community to grow.
Within the week, 2 weeks, I have seen 7 families, actually. The last one I just spoke to, he arrived last night. He's reporting just heartbreak.
A lot of them have gone through a lot of stress and a lot of trauma.
Brian Hawkins is the CEO of HHM Health, a faith-based clinic that serves refugees in Dallas.
And we are ready. We offer a variety of services, for women's health, pediatrics, family medicine.
The family that I met yesterday.
You can't ever really be prepared for horrific tragedy or heartbreaking loss. Their focus is simply on showing up and picking up the pieces.
Mentally, physically, and even just with every basic items that they require.
Scattered by crisis. In Dallas, I'm Morgan Young.
Just as parents were hoping the school year would be different, the COVID-19 surge is affecting schools once again. At Fort Worth ISD, the number of students and staff getting quarantined is going up every week. Cases are going up. Students are getting sent home. Fort Worth parent Bianca Cerda says both of her kids were sent home to quarantine this week after close contact.
It's more like a panic. I'm vaccinated, so I've done everything I can to protect myself.
She is scrambling to figure out a work from home option for the next 10 days so she can be home with her kids.
It's scary. I'm like, do we face another opportunity of getting shut down? now.
Assistant Superintendent Michael Steinert is leading contact tracing efforts at Fort Worth ISD.
10 days into school, it's escalating to a point that none of us would have expected, honestly.
Steinert says up until now, Fort Worth ISD has had a total of 3,800 students quarantined after close contact. He says it's a higher rate than they saw at any point at the peak last year. Last year, the district had a total of 13,000 kids quarantined, but that was over the entire school year.
It's significantly higher. It is an alarm that we all need to think very carefully about how we're going to manage this.
He's urging parents not to send their kids to school sick and to vaccinate those who are eligible. Bianca understands the struggle teachers, staff, and everyone involved are living through, but she is tired of the ups and downs since last year.
It's frustrating when you start getting the emails that, hey, somebody tested positive. Hey, now you got to quarantine. We need to come all together and really push to help everybody.
Like so many parents, she just wants things to get better for good. In Fort Worth, I'm Adriana De Alba.
Cowboys. It is remarkable.
Frisco, Texas.
But when you see it like this,
We were wondering if people were going to really feel like they were kind of flying through this space.
it only adds to its prestige. This 3-minute drone tour captivated Cowboys fans this week. It opened up the third episode of HBO's Hard Knocks as the boys continue camp at home. The perspective, the flying, all so impressive. And the guys behind it.
That's us over there.
Well, hang on. We already passed them. There we go. Pilot Mike Welsh and NFL Films producer.
It's impressive, right?
Jason Weber.
I'm glad that we were able to show off just how impressive that facility was in a unique way.
Welsh works for Sky Candy Studios and flew the drone, while Weber directed Cowboy staffers to open doors or do their everyday jobs as it flew by.
It encompasses everything of what that makes that place unique in 3 minutes.
But it wasn't easy.
Is that real time or is that sped up?
It was all real time. It was a decent amount of reps.
Everything had to be done in one take, Weber says, and it took about 15 tries.
Yeah, it took some tries to get the choreography down, but I mean, everybody picked up on it pretty quickly.
Some outtakes, the drone crashing into this huddle statue, or this staffer not opening the door in time, causing the whole crew to back up and reset.
I was excited that I got to be a part of that.
But the result, a beautiful viral Cowboys talking point that only gets us more excited for the season. In Frisco, I'm Matt Howard.
This gathering is very special to all of us.
Inside the Hilton Anatole north of downtown Dallas, hundreds of old soldiers reminisce about surviving their time in Vietnam.
Thank you. Welcome home, brother.
That's why historian Donald Snedeker signs his books here.
There you are, sir. Welcome home.
Telling the story of the 11th Armored Cavalry Black Horse Regiment.
There you are, sir.
But Afghanistan.
The parallels are too obvious to ignore.
Is bringing those memories flooding back to you.
It is difficult to watch, and I will use the expression intentionally once again. It's really sad to see that situation in Afghanistan right now. It does bring back memories about what happened in Saigon in 1975. It upsets me that we let this happen.
These veterans gathered for their 36th annual reunion didn't want to talk politics or blame, but behind a display of vintage equipment from 50 years ago, Dave Vargo would talk about democratic experiments that seemingly do not work.
If they said, we will cease fire, you will stop, and the Taliban said, if you just quit fighting, we'll quit fighting, and look what happened.
This is the largest gathering of its kind, 700 veterans and their families who say all this is therapy.
It allows them to open up to people who understand, and that's a very important thing to do. You can talk to somebody who's never been there and they just don't understand.
And Saturday night keynote speaker John Caldwell hopes these veterans will understand this message.
Your service in the Black Horse, in combat in Vietnam, made a difference.
While hoping he will be able to tell Afghanistan veterans the exact same thing. In Dallas, I'm Kevin Reese.
On any given football Friday, the field and stands like this back here would be packed. But that won't be happening into this weekend at many stadiums across North Texas since the spread of COVID is forcing some teams to cancel games. Call it a case of Friday night lights on the sideline for some local teams right now.
It's kind of heartbreaking.
As eager football fans are getting flooded with a long list of high school game cancellations.
The kids and coaches put a lot of hard work into their planning and preparation for seasons.
Sylvia Salinas is Executive Director of Athletics for Dallas ISD. That school district is among those across North Texas dealing with some game cancellations this weekend.
We anticipate that moment to run on the field and get ready for our game and actually play, and then we have to just wait another week.
Garland ISD Athletics Director Rob Griffin says his coaches also had to cancel a couple of preseason games.
We have COVID positive athletes that are impacting the coach's ability to build a team to go out and participate.
More than 24 high school scrimmages and season openers removed from the calendar so far. A tough decision as coaches typically use the early games to gauge their players' strengths and team strategies. Does this force you guys to have to think about different ways to plan, pivot, and prepare?
Absolutely. We are going to continue to follow the protocols. We're working closely with our sports medicine department, with our Dallas ISD Health Services and Dallas County to ensure that we're following the right protocols.
Cancellations mean some coaches are huddling and finding other teams to play just to get in some practice before the season officially begins. In Dallas, I'm Damon Fernandez.
Bigs up. Trey Bryant is taking over the football program at Berkner High School. Make sure to stay on side and tack it off the line. The job is new, but the environment as familiar to him as anyone.
I got the dream job.
Go, Nick. Bryant was a defensive standout at Berkner, graduating in 2005. Now he succeeds the coach he played for, 21-year Rams mainstay, Jim Ledford.
This is my dream job. Like I always said, if this ever came open, I want it.
1, 2, 3, and being able to relate to him, you know, our previous head coach was his head coach also. So it's a cool feeling, you know, getting to bond with him.
Those bonds strengthen because those players know their new head coach shares common ground. Bryant grew up here in Hamilton Park, just like many of his players, as well as a former Dallas Cowboys great who also has ties to the new head coach.
Bubbly Bryant.
While former Cowboys cornerback Everson Walls starred at Berkner, Bryant's dad was on the junior varsity, and Walls' son Cameron and Bryant played together on a championship youth team in Hamilton Park.
It's one of those about-time moments, but to be able to come back to Berkner High School, which is all affiliated and connected to Hamilton Park, that is a big sense of pride for us. So that's why when I got the job, I said it, like, this is for Hamilton Park, because without Hamilton Park, I'm not here.
Bryant, the centerpiece of a story with so many layers and legacies, but it all comes down to this.
But I know it, it's home. And so I think it just means something different.
Different for sure. No place like it. Go, attack. In Richardson, I'm Joe Trahey.
Hallie Andrews faced a big fear today.
I decided that I just needed to grow up and do it.
She picked up a tennis racket even though she's afraid of sports equipment. When she was in 5th grade during a game of dodgeball, some kids hurt her for being a foster child.
Ganged up on me during dodgeball day and cornered me and threw balls at me until I was crying.
After being in foster care most of her life, Hallie aged out of care in 2017.
Hell. That's pretty much what it was. A whole bunch of abuse, neglect. They just gave us shelter and that was it. No love.
Now 23, Hallie is confronting new hardships brought on by the pandemic.
I thought I was going to lose my apartment at one point.
I lost my job, I lost my health, I lost a lot of family.
But there's help. Right now, any young adults who are 18 through 26 and have aged out of the foster care system in Texas are eligible to receive up to $1,000 in federal money. It's called the Young Adult Pandemic Aid, or PAN-Aid.
I just really encourage you to take this opportunity to go to our website to fill out the application. This money is for you. It is to support your needs, to better your life. You deserve this.
Megan Ransom with the Texas Alliance for Child and Family Services is urging you to visit tacfs.org to apply now if you qualify. She's also asking community organizations to sign up to help get these young adults their checks and then mentor them.
On top of this funding, we are also really working and hoping for these youth and young adults to get connected with a community organization, an organization within their community that can offer them ongoing support. I went through hell, but now I'm happy and I'm a survivor.
The ball's now in Hallie's court. She's not letting free money pass her by.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. Like, that's 2 months of rent.
How did it go, William?
Well, Izzy, it's still going on right now. In fact, just a couple minutes ago, the board came out after 3 hours in executive session. I can tell you at this moment, I've been monitoring the meeting. They are discussing a resolution that would require masks in schools. They have not voted yet, so we don't know how that vote is going to turn out. If it feels like we've been here before, that's because we have. So let me give you a little bit of background. A couple weeks ago, the superintendent, Dr. Kent Scribner, required masks in schools. That followed a letter he received from more than 100 Cook Children's pediatricians asking for masks in schools. Also follows recommendations from the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, that all students and staff should be masked. But several parents sued to stop that and won a temporary restraining order, which just today got extended for another week. The board met again, but only voted to join a lawsuit against the governor. As you mentioned, more than 100 parents spoke or submitted statements tonight. Take a listen.
Risk imprisonment, risk it all for safety, and stop risking our children.
We need to get our act together, okay? Where did this idea come from that kids should never get sick? I don't understand.
We need to ignore the ignorant that falsely claim masks don't work. 49 different studies done by actual scientists prove they do.
Right now, more than 2,300 students and more than 700 staff members at the districts have either tested positive or are quarantining because of close contact with a positive case. Now, we're continuing to monitor this meeting. If we get a vote, we'll update you right here on WFAA and online at WFAA.com. In Fort Worth, I'm William Joy.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I am so excited for this next segment. So earlier this morning on Daybreak, I got up early to surprise an everyday hero in our community. His name is Dale Shepard. He's our newest rising shiner. So if you don't know, this is a series that I've been doing on WFAA where we go undercover to surprise everyday heroes with a big, big thank you. Let's take a look at Shep's story, and then we're going to talk to the man of the hour.
Yeah, these fires are burning great.
Dale Shepard, also known as Shep, knows his way around a grill.
So today we're going to do Beyond Burger and Beyond Sausage.
He's been sharing that knowledge at the Mark Cuban Heroes Center, where neighborhood boys and girls learn to cook and so much more.
Put it right there.
You're all over.
Yes, sir.
I remember him saying over there, like, you might mess up, but it comes out great. But even if you mess up the first time, it's fine. You can try again next time.
All right, season that from the deep.
Damari Wesley is a college-bound lacrosse player from Dallas.
There you go.
He spent the summer helping Shep teach the kids, where Shep sprinkled seasonings as well as life lessons.
It's okay to fail the first time because you learn what not to do on the next round.
I think this is the main thing that he always just kind of instills. He was like, just don't stop. He always lets me know that I have a good head on my shoulders. I'm on a good path and don't let let anyone or anybody steer me away from that goal.
That's my husband. Shep's wife, Loretta, helped us pull off this surprise. And while you wouldn't know it from looking at her, she says her husband had one tough year.
His company who he worked for about 13 years sold. And so, you know, you're a male out in the world in your 50s trying to find employment again. And he hasn't lost a beat. He kept the faith and he just keeps taking it day by day.
And day by day, that faith paid off because it was the challenging time that gave Shep the opportunity to start getting back over the grill.
And his faith, I'm trying to think of a word that would describe how big it is. It's endless.
Because when everything is going right, faith is easy. But Shep shows us having faith when life throws challenges our way.
He can't change his ways. That he can't help it, he says. That's just the way he is.
Well, that can inspire others and change the world.
I want to thank him for impacting my life in a big way. And all the messages he taught me, all the lessons, the sayings, I always take that with me and keep pushing it forward. I hope one day I can give back how he gives back to the community right now.
Oh, Shep, you've had quite the morning this morning. How was everything?
I mean, I was just thinking about it a while ago, how all this came about, and nobody said anything. So it just kind of, I'm still floored.
Yeah.
I'm still rolled over.
And we actually have video of when you were surprised this morning. I want to roll that for folks that they can see at home. You can see that moment that he realized that his wife, that the team that you've been grilling with, Miss Trina behind the scenes, that Demarie have all pulled one over on you because they want to let you know what you mean.
Right.
Yeah, I was asking you earlier, our intention with this series is to let people know that what they do matters. I think so often it's the people misbehaving that get the headlines. So we want to learn from the people that I think we can learn from. What does this mean to you? You had a really good answer earlier this morning about a prayer.
So basically, a lot of people are looking for ways, what's going to make me better. The one thing I found out, in order for you to gain what you need to sow something into somebody. And that what you sow will come back to you. It may come back in another way, one you're not expecting. This was totally unexpected because my whole deal is, okay, we got to get this done because we got this show today and Miss Trina wanted it done this way and blah, 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 blah. And, I didn't even say bye to my wife this morning. And, come to find out that she's here. And just the great people that I've met, Mark Cuban, Senator Miss Trina. When I first met Miss Trina, the thing that astounded me about her the most, she never said a word.
Yep.
But the whole time she's observing.
Yep.
And so I was one of those people she was observing. So the whole deal is you never know.
You never know. And when I talked to Demarie, he was the young man in that story that you all just watched. He said something to me that you saw something in him that he didn't even see himself. So because you believed in him, because you took the time, he now loves himself more. I think there's a lesson there in how we can all show up for our fellow human being. What are your thoughts?
The one thing you need to do, like I said, you pour into people, and what's in them will overflow because you're pushing everything in them that they think they are out. And what they found out is there's something that's rooted inside of me, that somebody else saw it, and they drove it out of me. It's about like driving cattle. They just got to go their way.
Yeah.
And so once they get to where they're going, they'll drink the water.
Okay, everybody at home, I was saying this earlier, so much wisdom right here. Tweet a little something, something that he said that resonated with you. I mean, I got the chills several times, so many lessons right there. Chef, we've surprised you a million times this morning. I've got one last surprise. I hope you can handle it, sir. So we know that you love grilling. So take a look at this grill right here. Trina was working with the people at Lowe's. They donated it, but they want you to kind of spread the love. You get to choose a father with all the kids that you work with, and you get to give that to them.
Sweet.
And I want to have a follow-up when that happens.
Oh, man.
And then I also need you to turn around for me real quick. You see that custom grill out on the road out there? Well, the folks at T&J Maintenance, they heard about what you're doing. They are going to build you your very own custom grill. Nobody else is going to have one like it. It's going to be just yours, sir.
What?
Yeah, you gotta see his face. Yes, your very own custom grill. Miss Trina worked on getting this all.
Man, she has been ragging on me. Chef, we got to get a grill. You need a grill. You need a grill. Oh, wow.
Well, we want to let you know how much you matter. The final thing, the guys at Papa's Brothers, Trina made this happen too. They're going to treat you and your wife to a night out. Because
she is my knife too.
Your knife and your wife. Yes. Wise words I told you. Yeah, all this for you. We appreciate what you do in this world.
Wow. I'm full. You just never know, you know?
You never know, but now you know what you mean, Chef. Thank you for everything. Guys, if you know a rise and shiner, somebody that makes the world a better place, tweet me, message me, because these are the people that deserve the spotlight.
Wow.
We'll be right back.
Oh, man. That's out the hook.
Okay, I'm going to read you some social media comments. So it's Facebook, it's Twitter, it's direct messages. I mean, it's all kinds of comments, and it's
all kinds of stuff that I try to ignore every day of my life.
It's people telling you how much they love you.
Yeah, I bet they are.
And it's called socially awkward.
Socially awkward.
Yeah, and I just want you to react to these.
All right, fire away.
All right. And I haven't seen these either. So Dale Hansen might be the stupidest and worst sports analysis guy ever. Like in all of history, he sucks.
Yeah. You know, I tried to tell Joe Trahan I'm really not that bad. I mean, I'm just not that bad. And I said, Joe, you could write it and put it out there, and if they buy into it, good luck. But I don't think that's true. I just don't.
Okay, here's the next one. It's a Twitter comment.
Now, are these real, right?
Oh yeah.
These are real.
Yeah, these. What, do you think I made these up?
Yeah.
Okay. At Rainbite. Did a soccer player kick your dog when you were a kid? I mean, is that what happened?
If a soccer guy did kick my dog, it would be more exciting than any soccer game I've ever seen.
Did they even play soccer in Logan, Iowa?
No, they did not.
Here we go. Okay, here's Josh on Facebook. Once again, Dale Hansen gives me gas.
Well, he apparently gave it back because the lovely Mrs. Hansen will tell you, I've got it. He didn't keep it very long.
Here's for Jim from Facebook. This is very well said. Damn, dude, lay off the cheeseburgers.
You know, they talked about the COVID-19 that everybody gained.
Right.
Apparently, I took care of it for like a family of 6. Mine is like the COVID-43.
Now, same concept, different topic. This topic is retirement.
Oh, okay.
Right. This is from at C. Colson Alex.
All right.
Topic is retirement. C. Colson Alex says, about time. Hats off to him for what he's accomplished, but he turned into an arrogant blowhard.
Oh, no, I did not. I've always been an arrogant blowhard. No, he's absolutely wrong about that.
Okay, here. This is from at City Girl from Twitter. She says about your retirement. Not a minute too soon. He's been phoning it in for years.
I don't necessarily agree with the term phoning it in, but if I could, I'd stay. I mean, if I could just do it over the phone or something. Yeah, she's probably right. I still think me phoning it in was pretty good.
Pretty good. Here's the last one right here.
Yeah.
WFAA, just say no. All exclamation marks. Reject Dale Hansen's resignation. His words of wisdom have resonated with me over the years because of the honesty, the truth, the logic, the common sense. He's made us all think about that. He made us think. Dale Hansen for president. Seriously, hashtag Dale Hansen for president.
That is it in a nutshell. I think that describes what I've tried to be. I simply want people to think about the things that I think we should all think about. We might disagree upon the answer, but I think we have an obligation to ourselves. We have an obligation to our children's future to simply think about the things that we should all be thinking about. If I was to go back, as one person said, to the old days before I became this political, liberal, crazy guy that they hate so much, then I would fail all these other people that I think I've provided a bit of a service for. I provided a voice that they don't have. I've tried to encourage people to think. And again, I just can't apologize for that, and I won't apologize for that.
There we go. That was good. Very good.
You got some moments in there.
Okay, it all started with Thomas Edison's first phonograph in 1887 with wax cylinders, and it evolved into vinyl records and turntables. This is a lot fancier than what I had, but I spent a lot of hours, as I'm sure you did. My favorite albums, 45s on my record player. In the 70s, those were all replaced by, remember those? 8-track tapes, and eventually CDs. But guess what? Vinyl is back. Paige is live at hand-drawn pressing to show us why the temporary loss of vinyl was really nothing more than a record scratch. Paige?
Hey, Jane. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to show you about this. Vinyl is indeed back, and it's booming. I'm excited to introduce you to Joe Fink. He's going to be talking to us about this growing trend in vinyl, and you're going to get to see the process of how these vinyl records are made. Hey, Joe, how are you?
Morning, Paige. Thank you for stopping by. Hand-drawn pressing is really taking on the challenge of bringing vinyl back, not only across the U.S., across the world, but right out of North Texas. Let me tell you how it's done. These are the stampers that we get. This is the same technology that's happened forever since it's happened. This is where the grooves come into the music, and from that we take these little pieces of plastic and we mix those together with this is what we call a puck. The puck, the stamper, the plastic all comes together to create what you find on your shelves at record store. All these great colors that we have here, some local artists. This is William Clark Green, that's live at Green Hall. We've got Robert O'Keefe, Bigger Piece of Sky with Sky Blue. Bart Crow back here with this
And this is what I love too, is all the
purple.
different colors that you can use now. This is not your basic black, my friends. They can do all types of colors as well as doing imaging as well, and the labels. So let's see how the equipment works. We're gonna walk on over here, and I wanna also mention, as you'll see kind of to the left, they also recycle any of the remnants that are from the different albums, and that gives you an idea of the different types of colors that they're able to do for so many different artists. And I understand that your business has tripled in growth and is about to even expand even further since you first opened.
Paige, things are booming in the vinyl business, so to speak. We have done over 2 million records from these two machines, from Johnny and Willie right here in North Texas, and we've got more machines that we are trying to bring online soon. If you see all the yellow poles that are around, that's the construction that's happening. We just want to continue to grow and service everybody in the industry.
So what are we seeing right now? Yeah, and that is, and you are growing, and I'm so happy. But what are we seeing right now?
Right now, the puck is being created. It's coming up through the plasticizer. It's going to melt it all through the extruder. It creates a puck, and as that puck is built, it's going to grab the labels, the top and the bottom label, A and the B, and it's all going to go together as one piece and slide right into the press. And then it'll come over here to our trimming station while that one is in the press, and it cuts off the flash from the one that was
This
before.
is the coolest part. I love this part of the whole process. And then as you'll see, as another record is placed on the turntable behind there, they'll trim the records itself and then ultimately lay them down. And as I also want to remind people, it all started with those tiny plastic beads, and how they're able to kind of create those then into the hockey puck kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then ultimately trimming it all up into an album. And I love the fact that artists now have the privilege and the opportunity to have all kinds of colors. And you are manufacturing at such a high pace. People have so much more access to release their albums on vinyl. But is vinyl still of a quality that you might get otherwise with CDs? What makes that music difference when you're spinning records?
When you're spinning your record, you have to have a true relationship with your album. I mean, you have to pick it up, you have to love it, you have to flip it over. I mean, you have to drop the needle. It's not like just hitting a download and walking away and streaming and going on. It's a different relationship with vinyl. You have to love your records, take care of them.
You have to love them indeed, and I know you love all the hard workers that are behind us here that are doing their jobs and putting these records out. It's a pretty impressive business, and I'm so glad that you gave us the opportunity to get a little introduced to the process itself.
It's all about community, and we're right here in North Texas. We love to service the artists in Texas and throughout the rest of the U.S. Thanks for stopping in today.
I'm so glad I can. Rock and roll, people!
Accessories are one of my favorite parts of getting dressed. In fact, I kind of collect accessories. There's the jewelry, the purses, the belts. We want to help you figure out where you should save and when you should splurge on accessories. So fashion stylist Laura Fedock is going to join us this morning to tell us what things you should save on, what you should splurge on. For instance, a lot of people think that a nice handbag is something that you should go ahead and spend the money on because you can get your money out of it if you want to resell it at some point. On the other hand, is it worth it to spend a lot of money on an earring that you may never see the return on, unless perhaps it's Cartier or something like that? Okay, so Laura is going to be with us now, and she joins us to help us out. Good morning, Laura. It's so nice to see you this morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, it's great to see you. I just mentioned handbags, and I'm curious about your opinion on handbags because I know a lot of women who are financially savvy who say, go ahead and spend the money on a good bag because you'll get it back. What do you say?
I actually agree. So I have an example here of a splurge handbag. So we got to think about several things: cost per wear, and also you get what you pay for. So I'm all about spending on that really good designer bag, knowing that down the road, you pass it down in your family. And how often are you using this bag? If you're using it a lot, you're going to see as you take care of it, it's going to wear very well. And also, men will never really understand women's love for handbags, and that's okay. I mean, we don't really understand their love for golf. We don't need to explain that. So I say yes to the investment handbag.
Keywords: take care of it while you're using it. Make sure that you take good care of it. Okay, everybody's looking at layered gold necklaces these days. You can buy them for $10 or you can buy them for $10,000. What about gold layered necklaces? Save or splurge?
Okay, so I have a great example here. I say save. This is very on trend. You see this around Dallas, especially, and across the U.S. Now, you do not have to break the bank ever with a trend. So when you are saving, it's all relative. Saving could be very little, but you can still get very good quality by not breaking the bank. So with Cuban link chains, layering chains, you can still get heavy gold-plated, gold-filled. See how you feel about the look, but feel free to incorporate a family heirloom. Maybe it's a diamond pendant from a ring that you get into a pendant. You mix and match. But because this is on trend, unless if you have a true allergy to certain metals, I would say save.
Okay, I want to do 3 more things before your time gets away. Sunglasses. A good pair from a designer, $400 or $500. The knockoff, $40. Save or splurge?
Save. Okay, we still want to make sure we have the UVA protection, but right now we are very inspired by what different public figures and celebrities are wearing. So try the save option because you can always invest in the future, but when it's really on trend. I feel like with sunglasses, it's kind of like hair ties. I don't know where they go, but ultimately I hope they're happy. They tend to walk away, right?
You're
they
so
get
right.
broken. Yeah, so, save there. I like the shield sunglasses because I get migraines, but you still do not have to break the bank.
Okay, a couple other things real quick. Fragrances and white sneakers.
Okay, so fragrance. This is an unexpected accessory. This is a way of showcasing your personality without having to say a word. So I say splurge. You get what you pay for. Try a sample of a very good splurge fragrance. Test it out. Does it give you a headache? Does it make your allergies act up? You have to pay attention to that because everybody's body is different. And also make sure you're aware of not overspraying and being respectful of the people around you because other people may be sensitive to it and you're not. But I definitely feel like you should spend the money because this will be something that you have long term.
Okay, and what about sneakers, real quick?
Okay, so sneakers, white sneakers, I think that this is a toss-up, but I'm still going to say splurge. The last thing that you want after a long day is having your feet bark at you. Nothing is worse than having your feet hurt. So with a good white sneaker, if the less expensive one is just as comfortable, then okay, you could justify that. But for me, I have neck problems. I'm walking about 10 miles a day. So I tend to go towards the higher end because I want comfort. Also with sneakers, I'd like to just share one quick tip. Make sure that you are spraying your shoes with a leather spray before you ever wear them, right when you get them out of the box, and clean them with a Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. You wet this, and this will get the scuffs off. So you're taking care of it, and it will last you long term.
That's one way to save even after you splurge. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your tips.
Thank you for having me.
There's nothing like it in all of Texas. The final moments before a high school football season kicks off.
Friday Night Lights football!
Folks in Ennis have been waiting for it. Suzanne Hickman wanting to see her granddaughter Friday, a Lionette.
Chloe is a senior, and the band is awesome. Lioness, woohoo!
Number 2, De'Avion Johnson. Number 7, Taquan Johnson. And number 92, Octavia Johnson.
The Lions' first game against Red Oak came on Vicki Johnson's birthday. Her 3 grandkids play tonight, all seniors.
I'm so proud. This is their last ride together.
But that excitement isn't happening for some schools across Texas this Friday. The contagious Delta variant canceling at least 30 football matchups statewide, according to Dave Campbell's Texas Football. 13 of those in North Texas, at least 5 within DISD. Last year, a total of 141 games were canceled all season in the Dallas area. At this rate, that number may be surpassed. Districts are levying mask and capacity mandates, not the UIL, and if district games get canceled, well, district committees decide if they're a forfeit or no contest.
Oh, Ennis gonna win, bet they're gonna win tonight.
But COVID-19 isn't impacting this game, so it's not on Johnson's mind right now.
They gotta win, yeah. It's my birthday.
So long as touchdowns like this are being scored. In Ennis, I'm Matt Howerton.
This is Daquan's football picture.
Tina Wilborn wants to share her son's story because it starts so typically.
He was number 2.
And it ends.
This is the end result.
So tragically.
He was 20.
Don't let anybody else do it.
He was a short guy. He was pretty short.
Daquan Myers was like any young kid in Texas.
I miss the conversations we had. I miss his love. I miss his loyalty. I just totally miss Daquan.
That's why his story.
I get sad every time I see it. You know, it
is important to share.
I cry a lot. I cry a whole lot.
In Fort Worth, I'm William Jordan.
Bigs up, bigs up.
Trey Bryant is taking over the football program at Berkner High School.
Make sure stay on side and tack it off the line.
The job is new, but the environment as familiar to him as anyone.
I got the dream job. Go, Nick.
Bryant was a defensive standout at Berkner, graduating in 2005. Now he succeeds the coach he played for, 21-year Rams mainstay, Jim Ledford.
This is my dream job. Like I always said, if this ever came open, I want it.
1, 2, 3, hey! Being able to relate to him, our previous head coach was his head coach also. So it's a cool feeling, getting a bond with him.
Those bonds strengthen because those players know their new head coach shares common ground. Bryant grew up here in Hamilton Park, just like many of his players, as well as a former Dallas Cowboys great who also has ties to the new head coach.
Bubbly Bryant.
While former Cowboys cornerback Everson Walls starred at Berkner, Bryant's dad was on the junior varsity, and Walls' son Cameron and Bryant played together on a championship youth team in Hamilton Park.
It's one of those about time moments, but to be able to come back to Berkner High School, which is all affiliated and connected to Hamilton Park, that is a big sense of pride for us.
So that's why when I got the job, I said it, like, this is for Hamilton Park, because without Hamilton Park, I'm not here.
Bryant, the centerpiece of a story with so many layers and legacies. But it all comes down to this.
But I know it, it's home. And so I think it just means something different.
Different for sure. No place like it.
Go, attack!
In Richardson, I'm Joe Trahey.
nothing like it in all of Texas. The final moments before a high school football season kicks off.
Friday Night Lights football!
Folks in Ennis have been waiting for it. Suzanne Hickman wanting to see her granddaughter Friday, a lionette.
Chloe is a senior, and the band is awesome. Lioness, woohoo!
Number 2, De'Arian Johnson. Number 7, Taquan Johnson. And number 92, Octavia Johnson.
The Lions' first game against Red Oak came on Vicki Johnson's birthday. Her 3 grandkids play tonight, all seniors.
I'm so proud. This is their last ride together.
But that excitement isn't happening for some schools across Texas this Friday. The contagious Delta variant canceling at least 30 football matchups statewide, according to Dave Campbell's Texas Football. 13 of those in North Texas, at least 5 within DISD. Last year, a total of 141 games were canceled all season in the Dallas area. At this rate, that number may be surpassed. Districts are levying mask and capacity mandates, not the UIL, and if district games get canceled, well, district committees decide if they're a forfeit or no contest.
Oh, and it's going to win, bitches. They're going to win tonight.
But COVID-19 isn't impacting this game, so it's not on Johnson's mind right now.
They got to win. Yes, it's my birthday.
So long as touchdowns like this are being scored. In Ennis, I'm Matt Howerton.
This is Daquan's football picture. When
Tita Wilborn wants to share her son's story because it starts so typically.
He was number 2.
And it ends.
This is the end result.
So tragically.
He was 26.
Wilborn's son, Daquan Myers, started playing tackle football in the 6th grade and through his time at Trimble Tech High School in Fort Worth.
And he liked to get away from his sisters, to ham it up with the guys, so he really enjoyed the sport of football.
But at age 26, 2 months from graduating with a degree from Texas State, he took his own life.
It was so painful for me to think that maybe I missed something.
Seeking answers, the family donated his brain to Boston University. Researchers discovered he had chronic traumatic encephalopathy, known as CTE, and caused by repeated hits to the head.
This is not rare, and this is really destroying the lives of really great people.
Dr. Chris Nowinski is a former college football player and co-founder of the Concussion Legacy Foundation. They've found hundreds of former football players had CTE, which can cause anxiety, cognitive issues, and depression. Daquan is one of 16 cases who never played football past high school.
I could already have CTE.
Nowinski's group just partnered with Pro Football Hall of Famer Brett Favre to encourage parents to keep their kids out of tackle football until they're 14.
I can become violent, even towards my own children.
The loss of a child's life is too much to lose over football. It's a sport.
Nowinski says a tackle football player averages 379 head hits a year compared to 8 in flag football.
If you wouldn't hit your own child in the head 378 times, don't let anybody else do it.
He was a short guy. He was pretty short.
Daquan Myers was like any young kid in Texas.
I miss the conversations we had. I miss his love. I miss his loyalty. I just totally miss Daquan.
That's why his story,
I get sad every time I see it. You know, it
is important to share.
I cry a lot. I cry a whole lot.
In Fort Worth, I'm William Joy.
Bigs up, bigs up. Trey Bryant is taking over the football program at Berkner High School.
Make sure to stay on side and tack it off the line.
The job is new, but the environment as familiar to him as anyone.
I got the dream job. Go, kid.
Bryant was a defensive standout at Berkner, graduating in 2005. Now he succeeds the coach he played for, 21-year Rams mainstay, Jim Ledford.
This is my dream job. Like I always said, if this ever came open, I want it.
1, 2, 3, and being able to relate to him, you know, our previous head coach was his head coach also. So it's a a cool feeling, you know, getting to bond with them.
Those bonds strengthen because those players know their new head coach shares common ground. Bryant grew up here in Hamilton Park, just like many of his players, as well as a former Dallas Cowboys great who also has ties to the new head coach.
Bubbly Bryant.
While former Cowboys cornerback Everson Walls starred at Bergner, Bryant's dad was on the junior varsity, and Walls' son Cameron and Bryant played together on a championship youth team in Hamilton Park.
It's one of those about time moments. But to be able to come back to Bergner High School, which is all affiliated and connected to Hamilton Park, that is a big sense of pride for us.
So that's why when I got the job, I said it, like, this is for Hamilton Park, because without Hamilton Park, I'm not here.
Bryant, the centerpiece of a story with so many layers and legacies. But it all comes down to this.
But I know it's home. And so I think it just means something different.
Different for sure. No place like it.
Go, attack, attack.
In Richardson, I'm Joe Trayton.
There's nothing like it in all of Texas. The final moments before a high school football season kicks off.
Friday Night Lights,
Folks in Ennis have been waiting for it. Suzanne Hickman wanting to see her granddaughter Friday, a lionette.
Chloe is a senior, and the band is awesome. Lioness, woohoo!
Number 2, De'Avion Johnson. Number 7, Taquan Johnson. And number 92, Octavius Johnson.
The Lions' first game against Red Oak came on Vicki Johnson's birthday. Her 3 grandkids play tonight, all seniors.
I'm so proud. This is their last ride together.
But that excitement isn't happening for some schools across Texas this Friday. The contagious Delta variant canceling at least 30 football matchups statewide, according to Dave Campbell's Texas Football. 13 of those in North Texas, at least 5 within TISD. Last year, a total of 141 games were canceled all season in the Dallas area. At this rate, that number may be surpassed. Districts are levying mask and capacity mandates, not the UIL. And if district games get canceled, well, district committees decide if they're a forfeit or no contest.
Oh, and it's going to win, bitches. They're going to win tonight.
But COVID-19 isn't impacting this game, so it's not on Johnson's mind right now.
They got to win, yeah. It's my birthday.
So long as touchdowns like this are being scored. In Ennis, I'm Matt Howerton.
This is Daquan's football picture.
Tita Wilborn wants to share her son's story because it starts so typically.
He was number 2.
And it is.
This is the end result.
So tragic.
He was 26.
Wilborn's son, Daquan Myers, started playing tackle football in the 6th grade and through his time at Trimble Tech High School in Fort Worth.
And he liked to get away from his sisters, to ham it up with the guys, so he really enjoyed the sport of football.
But at age 26, 2 months from graduating with a degree from Texas State, he took his own life.
It was so painful for me to think that maybe I missed something.
Seeking answers, the family donated his brain to Boston University. Researchers discovered he had chronic traumatic encephalopathy, known as CTE, and caused by repeated hits to the head.
This is not rare, and this is really destroying the lives of really great people.
Dr. Chris Nowinski is a former college football player and co-founder of the Concussion Legacy Foundation. They've found hundreds of former football players had CTE, which can cause anxiety, cognitive issues, and depression. Daquan is one of 16 cases who never played football past high school.
I could already have CTE.
Nowinski's group just partnered with Pro Football Hall of Famer Brett Favre to encourage parents to keep their kids out of tackle football until they're 14.
I can become violent, even towards my own children.
The loss of a child's life is too much to lose over football. It's a sport.
Nowinski says a tackle football player averages 379 head hits a year compared to 8 in flag football.
you wouldn't hit your own child in the head 378 times, don't let anybody else do it.
He was a short guy. He was pretty short.
Daquan Myers was like any young kid in Texas.
I miss the conversations we had. I miss his love. I miss his loyalty. I just totally miss Daquan.
That's why his story,
I get sad every time I see it. You know, it
is important to share.
I cry a lot. I cry a whole lot.
In Fort Worth, I'm William Joy.
Bigs up, bigs up.
Trey Bryant is taking over the football program at Berkner High School.
Make sure to stay on side and tack it off the line.
The job is new, but the environment as familiar to him as anyone.
I got the dream job. Go, Nick. Go, Nick.
Bryant was a defensive standout at Berkner, graduating in 2005. Now he succeeds the coach he played for, 21-year Rams mainstay, Jim Ledford.
This is my dream job. Like I always said, if this ever came open, I want it.
1, 2, 3, hey! Being able to relate to him, you know, our previous head coach was his head coach also. So it's a cool feeling, you know, getting to bond with him.
Those bonds strengthen because those players know their new head coach shares common ground. Bryant grew up here in Hamilton Park, just like many of his players, as well as a former Dallas Cowboys great who also has ties to the new head coach.
Bubbly Bryant.
While former Cowboys cornerback Everson Walls starred at Berkner, Bryant's dad was on the junior varsity, and Wall's son Cameron and Bryant played together on a championship youth team in Hamilton Park.
It's one of those about-time moments. But to be able to come back to Berkner High School, which is all affiliated and connected to Hamilton Park, that is a big sense of pride for us.
So that's why when I got the job, I said it like, this is for Hamilton Park, because without Hamilton Park, I'm not here.
Bryant, the centerpiece of a story with so many layers and legacies. But it all comes down to this.
Like, I know it. It's home. And so I think it just means something different.
Different for sure. No place like it.
Go, attack, attack.
In Richardson, I'm Joe Trady.
There's nothing like it in all of Texas. The final moments before a high school football season kicks off.
Friday Night Lights football!
Folks in Ennis have been waiting for it. Suzanne Hickman wanting to see her granddaughter Friday, a Lionette.
Chloe is a senior, and the band is awesome. Lioness, woohoo!
Number 2, De'Arian Johnson. Number 7, Taquan Johnson. And number 92, Octavius Johnson.
The Lions' first game against Red Oak came on Vicki Johnson's birthday. Her 3 grandkids play tonight, all seniors.
I'm so proud. This is their last ride together.
But that excitement isn't happening for some schools across Texas this Friday. The contagious Delta variant canceling at least 30 football matchups statewide, according to Dave Campbell's Texas Football. 13 of those in North Texas, at least 5 within DISD. Last year, a total of 141 games were canceled all season in the Dallas area. At this rate, that number may be surpassed. Districts are levying mask and capacity mandates, not the UIL, and if district games get canceled, well, district committees decide if they're a forfeit or no contest.
Oh, and it's going to win, bitches. They're going to win tonight.
But COVID-19 isn't impacting this game, so it's not on Johnson's mind right now.
They gotta win, yes. It's my birthday.
So long as touchdowns like this are being scored. In Ennis, I'm Matt Howerton.
This is Daquan's football picture.
Tita Wilborn wants to share her son's story because it starts so typically.
He was number 2.
And it ends.
This is the end result.
So tragic.
He was 26.
Wilborn's son, Daquan Myers, started playing tackle football in the 6th grade and through his time at Trimble Tech High School in Fort Worth.
And he liked to get away from his sisters, to ham it up with the guys, so he really enjoyed the sport of football.
But at age 26, 2 months from graduating with a degree from Texas State, he took his own life.
It was so painful for me to think that maybe I missed something.
Seeking answers, the family donated his brain to Boston University. Researchers discovered he had chronic traumatic encephalopathy, known as CTE, and caused by repeated hits to the head.
This is not rare, and this is really destroying the lives of really great people.
Dr. Chris Nowinski is a former college football player and co-founder of the Concussion Legacy Foundation. They've found hundreds of former football players had CTE, which can cause anxiety, cognitive issues, and depression. Daquan is one of 16 cases who never played football past high school.
I could already have CTE.
Nowinski's group just partnered with Pro Football Hall of Famer Brett Favre to encourage parents to keep their kids out of tackle football until they're 14.
I can become violent, even towards my own children.
The loss of a child's life is too much to lose over football. It's a sport.
Nowinski says a tackle football player averages 379 head hits a year compared to 8 in flag football.
If you wouldn't hit your own child in the head 378 times, don't let anybody else do it either.
He was a short guy. He was pretty short.
Daquan Myers was like any young kid in Texas.
I miss the conversations we had. I miss his love. I miss his loyalty. I just totally miss Daquan.
That's why his story,
I get sad every time I see it. You know, it
is important to share.
I cry a lot. I cry a whole lot.
In Fort Worth, I'm William Jordan.
Big up. Trey Bryant is taking over the football program at Berkner High School.
Make sure to stay on side and tack it off the line.
The job is new, but the environment as familiar to him as anyone.
I got the dream job. Go,
Bryant was a defensive standout at Berkner, graduating in 2005. Now he succeeds the coach he played for, 21-year Rams mainstay, Jim Ledford.
This is my dream job. Like I always said, if this ever came open, I want it.
1, 2, 3, hey! Being able to relate to him, you know, our previous head coach was his head coach also. So it's a cool feeling, you know, getting to bond with him.
Those bonds strengthen because those players know their new head coach shares common ground. Bryant grew up here in Hamilton Park, just like many of his players, as well as a former Dallas Cowboys great who also has ties to the new head coach.
Bubbly Bryant.
While former Cowboys cornerback Everson Walls starred at Berkner, Bryant's dad was on the junior varsity, and Walls' son Cameron and Bryant played together on a championship youth team in Hamilton Park.
It's one of those about time moments, but to be able to come back to Berkner High School, which is all affiliated and connected to Hamilton Park, that is a big sense of pride for us.
So that's why when I got the job, I said it, like, this is for Hamilton Park. Because without Hamilton Park, I'm not here.
Bryant, the centerpiece of a story with so many layers and legacies. But it all comes down to this.
Like, I know it. It's home. And so I think it just means something different.
Different for sure. No place like it.
Go, attack!
In Richardson, I'm Joe Trahey.
There's nothing like it in all of Texas. The final moments before a high school football season kicks off.
Friday Night Lights football!
Folks in Ennis have been waiting for it. Suzanne Hickman wanting to see her granddaughter Friday, a Lionette.
Chloe is a senior, and the band is awesome. Lioness, woohoo!
Number 2, De'Arian Johnson. Number 7, Taquan Johnson. And number 92, Octavius Johnson.
The Lions' first game against Red Oak came on Vicki Johnson's birthday. Her 3 grandkids play tonight, all seniors.
I'm so proud. This is their last ride together.
But that excitement isn't happening for some schools across Texas this Friday.
The homes that are inside the levee protection from those that are not. This floodgate was supposed to close at 6 this evening. About an hour and a half later now, they are finally closing. I believe the parish officials wanted to give folks on the other side, in the eastern side of the parish, a little more time to get out if they wanted to. So they're getting ready to close these floodgates. obviously expecting quite a storm surge associated with Hurricane Ida. They're actually expecting 7 to 11 foot of storm surge, so that is obviously going to put some water up on the road. Just a little further down in the Florissant area, they have a rock dam that will help keep some of the water off the road, but as we've seen in the past, that area around Wyclosky will probably be underwater. The area around Delacroix will probably be underwater beginning sometime tomorrow. It is sunset here in St. Bernard Parish, and St. Bernard's Parish leaders tell us that by the time folks here are waking up, they will be waking up to tropical storm strength winds. They are looking for eventually, as the storm approaches, the winds could hit 110 to 115 miles per hour here, and that is the major concern, because obviously that would cause damage not only outside the levee protection but also inside the levee protection. And they are telling residents to expect power outages. And Entergy telling us a little while ago is that if the power does go out, you can expect it to be out anywhere from 7 to 10 days with a storm this size. And obviously the parish officials are very concerned about that slight easterly jog that the storm took this afternoon. Do we have the soundbite from Guy McGinnis?
We cannot emphasize enough. As we speak, we had an easterly track of this storm. If it comes another 20 miles or another 30 miles, think about what may happen in St. Bernard Parish. It's going to be something that we're all going to have to band together, like I know we will. We will bring our residents back sooner rather than later.
And folks down here can certainly think about what a storm like that would do to this area. They've experienced it before with past storms, with Katrina 16 years ago tomorrow, which devastated this part of Louisiana. And that could happen if, as Guy McGinnis says, we see another jog and then maybe another jog, then obviously we'll be picking up some of those higher winds around here. So the bottom line is, if you're home right now, you plan to ride out the storm here in St. Bernard Parish, parish leaders are asking you to please stay home, hunker down, and don't leave your homes until they tell you that it's safe. Again, here on LA 46, we're seeing the levee district closing these floodgates on LA 46 in Barrett, and that will officially mean that if you haven't evacuated, then you waited too late, because they're closing off the area outside the levee protection. And that's the story right now in St. Bernard Parish. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
All right, Paul, thank you. It's a strong indication they think the water's going to start coming up soon. Now, Governor John Bell Edwards earlier this afternoon talked about how this is really one of the few times that we've really engaged that whole flood protection system. And he talked about what people are going to be able to expect from this storm.
Unfortunately, there's not been a lot of change in the forecasted track or intensity of Hurricane Ida since our last press conference yesterday afternoon. So we're still looking at a very strong Category 4 hurricane making landfall, likely in Terrebonne Parish, tomorrow afternoon or evening. Now, the forecasted landfall is for 7 p.m. What I want to make sure people understand is that's the point at which the leading edge of the eye wall will cross from the Gulf onto land. At that point in time, about half of the storm is already over land. So don't listen to that and think you have until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. But before the storm itself is going to be over land, that is not so. The wind speed at landfall is projected to be sustained in the neighborhood of 140 miles per hour. This is a very strong storm. Ben Schott of the National Weather Service is not here today. He is in New Orleans. He is working extremely hard, but I do have some of the most recent slides to put up and share with you. one of the things that you're going to see is just about the entire state is under some type of warning or watch. And so everybody out there needs to be very careful. I don't want folks who are further inland to be caught off guard, because there's a potential for 110 mile per hour sustained winds as far north as the Louisiana-Mississippi line, but also from Lafayette through Baton Rouge to New Orleans and all points south, including the river parishes. And I would point out that 110 mile per hour wind, that is Category 2 strength wind. So that's a Cat 2 hurricane there. And so while the storm will weaken after it makes landfall, it is such a strong storm at the outset that it's going to be extremely powerful as far north as Baton Rouge and even further. We expect storm surge of 10 to 15 feet between Morgan City and the mouth of the Mississippi River, from 7 to 11 feet from the mouth of the river to Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And so if you just look at that geography, the storm surge will impact St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish the most. But there will be impacts well away from that, and certainly Plaquemines Parish and St. Bernard will be challenged with storm surge as well. 8 to 16 inches of rain with locally higher amounts possible. That higher amount could be 20 or more inches, and that's Sunday through Tuesday. And as a result, and by the way, there's a big confluence of all of these areas, but again, stretching from Lafayette through Baton Rouge over to New Orleans and Point South, that's where they're expecting the heaviest rainfall. And you hate to make comparisons with other storms because every storm is different, but remember that last year with Laura, we had very strong winds extending through most of the state because of how strong it was and how large that storm was. But we're going to see something very similar with Hurricane Ida. With the rain amounts that I just mentioned, flash flooding is a very real concern, and this is a very large storm. One of the things the National Weather Service told us that from the center of the storm extending eastward, it could be up to 160 miles, and then another 120 or 130 miles over to the west. So you're looking at something that could be 300 miles long. River flooding is also possible, especially on the North Shore area. Now, we're catching a little bit of a break here because the rivers don't start off at flood stage, and we haven't had as much rainfall over the last couple of weeks as we had been experiencing earlier in the year. But it doesn't take many hours of rain that's falling at the rate that they're talking about before those rivers could be at flood stage. This will be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit anywhere in Louisiana since at least the 1850s. We can also tell you that your window of time is closing. It is rapidly closing. And just like we said yesterday, by the time you go to bed tonight, you need to be where you intend to ride the storm out, and you need to be as prepared as you can be, because weather will start to deteriorate very quickly tomorrow. By 8 a.m., we expect tropical storm force winds to start to move into the inland across southern Louisiana. And while you've been preparing, so has the state, so has local government, and we have certainly had assistance from our federal partners. And I'll just give you some updates from state agencies at this time. I can tell you that the Department of Transportation has waived the hours of service for truckers responding to Hurricane Ida. I've been watching the traffic cameras across the interstate systems of Louisiana for much of the day. And part of the good news is that many people are heeding the evacuation orders, both mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders, and they are evacuating. This is causing some areas with high congestion. We just ask people to be patient. This is going to be part of the process. Everyone can do themselves a little favor by checking with 511la.org, or you can go to the 511LA app for traffic information. Find out if roads are closed, if detours are in effect, and if alternate routes are needed. At the present time, we have 137 coach buses in place in Louisiana, spread from Lafayette across east towards the New Orleans area and multiple vehicle staging areas. The vast majority of these resources will be focused on southeast Louisiana. We also have 19 paratransit buses, and they have already been assisting in the evacuation of a number of nursing homes. We will have another 38 more coaches on hand by Monday. It is important to note that debris on the roadway and high water can occur at any time during the storm because of the impact of the wind and floodwaters. DOTD crews may not be able to get to these locations to erect signs and barricades and provide warning before motorists experience these things. So please be mindful of this. Don't drive unless you have to once the weather gets bad. When there's water on the road and you're not 100% certain you know exactly how deep it is and what the current is, do not drive through it. Turn around. Don't drown. You should treat every down power line as if it's live and deadly. The National Guard currently has 4,013 National Guard soldiers and airmen activated in support of emergency operations. We will get to more than 5,000 guardsmen available to respond to the storm. And in fact, the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and coordination for possible assistance with sister states for assets that we may not have or may not have enough of them in Louisiana is ongoing. But just in terms of the National Guard, their search and rescue assets are staged currently across 14 parishes. They have 164 high water vehicles, 62 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist in search and rescue operations. 650 state, EMAC, and FEMA USAR personnel. Now, EMAC, that's when we request assistance from another state. FEMA is when we receive, obviously, search and rescue individuals directly from the federal government. We have a total of 650 of these that will be in place by tonight. And the number of boats there, just with the Louisiana Fire Marshal's Office, for example, is 150 that are staged across South Louisiana. We have the potential to get to 900 such search and rescue people by Monday if needed. The Louisiana Sheriff's Association and the Alcohol Tobacco Control have also committed their personnel and assets to search and rescue efforts. And the Fire Marshal's Office is also working with 2 volunteer boat search and rescue organizations as well as state partners, including the National Guard and Wildlife and Fisheries. And Wildlife and Fisheries currently has 169 agents with trucks and boats prepared, staged, and ready for movement.
Just finished listening to Governor John Bel Edwards. His comments as Hurricane Ida makes its way towards the Louisiana coast. Right now, getting a live look at the traffic on the Louisiana-Texas state line. A lot of people that I've spoken with, at least, and Katie, I don't know about you, but a lot of people that I've spoken with have made the trip to Texas, some going to Dallas, some going to Houston, some going even further.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I've got family in Austin right now that went that far from St. Charles Parish. So people definitely heeding the warning to get out. That traffic has been inching along throughout the day today. I think people who left yesterday had a much better trip, and those who left early in the morning, we are hearing reports of people taking 8 hours just to get to Houston, which is normally about a 5-hour trip from the metro New Orleans area. So that is a significant amount of time to try and get from Louisiana to Texas to safety.
And unfortunately, this is a reminder of previous storms where we've had we've had a lot of people, sort of a little PTSD for me. You've had when you sat in those you sat in that traffic for hours and hours on end. We had a question, or maybe more so a comment, from a viewer who messaged us and told us that their son left Destrehan this morning with his wife and 3 kids, one not quite 2 years old, about 9 a.m. for Houston. They just reached the state line where we're looking, and it's about 7 o'clock, so just about 50 minutes ago, they're just reaching the state line, just to give you a sense of how long it's taking a lot of people to get to these areas. And I mean, it really, Katie, and I know you know that this is just really a flashback for a lot of us here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those car rides, that's just something that you can't really describe what it's like to spend 12 hours on the road just to get to Houston, which is what we're hearing some other people had.
With children.
With children and pets in the car. Yeah. Remember, a lot of people are traveling with their pets, their dogs, their cats, who knows, their gerbils, their hamsters, their bunnies, all kinds of things shoved into a car and basically sitting in stop-and-go traffic for 12 hours. That is a miserable experience, and unfortunately, that's what a lot of people are living right now. And, the good part of that is that they are getting to safety and that they're getting out of harm's way, and that at the end of their journey, they know that they will be safe from Hurricane Ida. Not something that, people who choose not to evacuate in those mandatory evacuation zones are going to be able to say.
All right. Well, I know that a lot of people are getting out of the city, but for some people, they see that traffic, they see that backup, and they decided that, it's better if I shelter in place, just stay home. Speaking of home, taking a live look right now at the Bourbon Street Earth Cam, and pretty much empty for the most part. I would say you could see few people out there, but nobody's out there, which is actually that's a good sign. It's a good thing because you're heeding to those warnings. Everyone has been telling people throughout the city. Well, there's that one person. There's always one.
There's always one.
Always one. Well, we've been hearing from Mayor Cantrell, from Governor Edwards, from surrounding parish leaders, to just get out if you can, or shelter in place, stay home. And of course, we work in the French Quarter as well. We've seen a lot of businesses that have shut down, a lot of restaurants and a lot of bars, so that they can give their employees an opportunity to seek shelter and to get out safely, that is, if they want to. So I think that this, for Bourbon Street, is going to be a scene that we see for the coming days, depending on the outcome of Hurricane Ida over New Orleans.
Right. I mean, our meteorologists have done an amazing job with the National Weather Service of telling us where this storm is going to go and how powerful a punch it's going to pack. And Chris Franklin has been leading our charge here at the station to get you the information that you need. And it really is a storm that we need to take seriously.
Very much so. And, we do cover here in New Orleans, we do cover a very large area. And there are going to be some that receive minimal impacts, relatively speaking. Winds will be in 50, 60 miles an hour. You're going to see some heavy rainfall, but in terms of damage, some won't see much of anything. And I'm talking more Mississippi, really, and that's more north of I-10, because the storm surge in coastal Mississippi is going to be significant. Right now, looking at 7 to 11. The city of New Orleans, based on the current track, we may not really see sustained hurricane force winds, certainly going to see strong wind gusts of over 100, or probably I would say 80 to 90 mile an hour wind range of, again, wind gusts here in the city, again, as the track stands right now. Along our coastline, it's going to be a different story. The river parishes out toward Baton Rouge, it is going to be a different story, but just kind of looking at a very pretty evening out over downtown at the moment. And again, unfortunately, in 24 hours, it is not going to look like this at all, as the showers, and very, very light showers, kind of associated with the overall broad circulation of Ida, are starting to make their way down toward the mouth of the river. A few little showers will be passing through. But again, you do have the rest of the overnight tonight and maybe a couple of hours early tomorrow morning. Not to necessarily leave,
because that window is quickly closing, but to just get your home prepared, bring in everything. Do not leave anything out that can become a projectile, because as the winds start picking up, then the damage begins. We know we're going to see tree limbs down. We know we're going to see power lines down. If we can kind of limit as much as possible the amount of damage or the amount of projectiles that are literally all over the place, that is at least working in the right direction. So we are dry. We have been fairly quiet all day today, so you still have some time to get outside. And folks that are still maybe planning on evacuating, where should you go? Well, the areas that are highlighted in red, Lafayette to Baton Rouge, no. Mississippi. Now, again, if you're in Mississippi, you're fine. If you're north of 10, again, not right along the coastline, but if you're here in the city, I wouldn't necessarily say you need to go to Mississippi nor Jackson. Mobile, okay. In fact, at some point as the storm moves inland and starts to spread out most of the rainfall, they will be getting in on some of the heaviest of the rain. And certainly some coastal showers, or I should say some showers moving in along the Florida coast, but I think you're okay as you get from really Pensacola out toward Panama City and farther east. Montgomery, Atlanta, you're okay. You're okay if you want to, or I should say good, because I'm calling yellow is okay. Alexandria, okay. You're going to be on the drier side of the storm. You probably get some rainfall and some strong winds, but at that point, it'll be a weakening tropical storm. You're all right and good to go in Shreveport, Dallas, and in Houston. Here's the storm right now, and as I've been mentioning, this is something I'm going to really closely follow to see if the Hurricane Center's forecast verifies. And so far, the new track from the Hurricane Center, which did adjust a little bit to the east from the 10 a.m., this is the 4 o'clock. Again, we won't get a new track for the next 2 hours. So at 10 o'clock, we'll get new information and a new forecasted track. And just based on the trend that we have seen from the storm, I would venture to say they won't really change it all that much. The center is basically kind of following that center line. The center of the storm is following that center line. Also getting reports in from the hurricane hunters. They're still out investigating the storm, and it looks like the pressure has dropped even more. So I would say it's a safe bet to say at the 10 o'clock advisory, with the pressure still falling now, we would likely see this as a Category 3 by 10 p.m. It was actually kind of interesting in the 7 o'clock advisory, the winds were only at 105 miles an hour. Not that I say only, but that the winds had not increased even with a pressure drop. We're also starting to find that the rain on radar is starting to fall within our radar range along the Gulf Coast. Not quite the center of the storm just yet, but it is moving at 16 miles an hour. And we do want to see that forward speed continue as long as possible, because that just means it gets in and out of here as fast as possible. As I said, we will likely see this at 10 o'clock as a 3, and so it will continue to intensify tomorrow, and really it just has the morning to intensify. By tomorrow afternoon, it should be making landfall, or if not, right along the coastline and quickly moving northward as a very powerful hurricane. When do conditions here start to deteriorate? We'll start to see more rainfall during the overnight. The heaviest rain, though, starting along the coast, probably just after or around daybreak. And then the real intense rain starts to push all across southeast Louisiana as we get through the midday, afternoon, and into the evening. It is going to be a very rough Sunday. And unfortunately, that day is August 29th. That's just unbelievable. We're going to have the heavy bands setting up over areas. That is going to be the greatest risk of any kind of significant and flash flooding, where you won't really get a whole lot of a heads up. Again, I'd recommend to people staying if you're out of an evacuation zone and if you're in an area that does not tend to flood. The areas that tend to flood almost certainly will be flooding as we get into tomorrow. The winds will start picking up as well. This more purpley color is the start of the tropical storm force winds. Those start to exceed and near hurricane force winds along the coastline before noon tomorrow. And the strongest, where you're looking at the Cat 3 and 4 strength winds, are going to be right near that eye wall. And that may, again, depending upon the track, may get very close to the metro area. A higher chance of that in parts of Jefferson Parish, say from Kenner even into western Metairie, and definite across Lafourche and Terrebonne. And that wind field will continue up toward the river parishes, starting to weaken, but still very strong as it nears Baton Rouge by sometime during the early morning hours or late night Sunday and into early Monday.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
All right, thanks for staying with us, continuing to track Hurricane Ida.
We are. It is a storm that is approaching the coast As Chris just mentioned, we're hoping that it picks up speed. And so, of course, we want to keep you covered from parish to parish throughout the metro area, as every single one of them is expected to feel some impact from this massive storm.
I know that a lot of people right now are on the roadways. We hope that you're being safe. I just got off the phone with my parents who, just like a lot of our families and a lot of our friends who are on the roadways, taking 12, 13 hours to get to their destination. They left this morning, still trying to make it to their destination, where it's been several, now more than 9 or 10 hours for them. So, of course, we're continuing to track updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida approaches. Devin Bartolotta joining us now with a couple of things that you need to know. Hey, Devin.
Hey, Katie, Tracy. Yeah, we've been keeping tabs on some big headlines from around the area all day today. Traffic is still backed up on I-10, as you mentioned, as people evacuate. We have not seen a break in bumper-to-bumper traffic all day long. We are expecting to start seeing first impacts from Ida tonight. So leaders keep reiterating that wherever you are in a few hours is where you should stay. Orleans and Jefferson parishes have suspended all public transit indefinitely. That went into effect for both parishes at 6 this evening. Services will resume when it is safe. In Jefferson Parish, transit services will be available for medical emergencies only. Lieutenant General Russell Honore is watching what's happening here in Louisiana. He posted a message on Twitter earlier today telling people to check in on their vulnerable neighbors. He said, quote, "Please remember as you prepare for the storm, stuff is replaceable. Lives are not. Evacuate if it is recommended." Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL-TV app. Just search WWL-TV in your app store. It is free to download.
Word of the week here. Yeah, right. And now David Hammer has been covering Jefferson Parish and New Orleans in the metropolitan area throughout the day. And David, you were in, those news conferences where we started to hear from elected officials. How would you characterize how their tone has changed throughout the day?
Well, Katie, the tone has definitely gotten more dire from both Jefferson Parish and New Orleans officials as that storm has jogged to the east, and they feel like there's going to be more direct impacts, especially for Jefferson Parish, where you have the lower half of the parish completely exposed, not protected by the levee protection system. But as you said, I'm out here in front of the Caesars Superdome, where there should be a Saints game going on right now, the last preseason game against the Arizona Cardinals, and that was moved forward and then completely canceled. But normally there'd be thousands of people out here on Pointers right behind me, going in, coming out, maybe coming out early for halftime or something like that for the preseason game. And we have seen probably fewer people than I can count on one hand walking by in this area, in this downtown area. We have driven all around the area today, going to press conferences on the West Bank in Jefferson Parish and at City Hall in New Orleans, and then out to the Lakefront Airport. And there are very few people out at this time. We've spoken to some people who were heading eastward on I-10 and across the Twin Spans and out onto I-59 heading into Alabama, and they say it is smooth sailing at this point. So while people have been tied up in long traffic if they've left earlier, if you are going to leave now, you should have smooth sailing, especially heading east at this point, is what we're hearing. So, there's just very little activity in downtown New Orleans right now, very few cars, and even fewer people on the streets. Back to you.
Well, that's good news, at least, that there are fewer people on the streets. I mean, I think there are a lot of big questions that people have about how the city is going to handle this storm tomorrow. New Orleans in particular, one of the big questions is always the power. And we spoke with Entergy New Orleans earlier today, David. They sound like they've got assets pre-positioned, but I know that has people nervous.
Yeah, they have people coming from all over the country to help out, those assets pre-positioned. But until the winds die down, they're never able to go out to take care of down power lines until those winds die down. And if it's going to be extended throughout the day tomorrow, it's going to be at least that long until they can even start working with those linemen that they're bringing from other jurisdictions in the Entergy system and from some helping crews from other systems. So that is going to be a main issue. Mayor LaToya Cantrell said that any kind of evacuation process or shelter of last resort is not going to be stood up until after the storm. It's not coming in before the storm. So right now it's more of a wait and see until after the storm hits before we can see any kind of repair work or any kind of preparation for getting things back working again.
What does that mean also for the Storage and Water Board, David? Entergy's role in making sure that they have enough power to run the pumps?
That's a great question, Katie, because we have Turbine 6 and Turbine 5, which are in-house power that will be able to create most of the power for inside the Storage and Water Board, but they are going to be relying on Entergy bringing in power to run a lot of the pumps that use the Entergy type of power, and they're going to be depending on frequency changers that convert from the new type of power that Entergy supplies into the old-fashioned type of power that runs half of the city's drainage pumps. So Entergy does play a key role. They are just now getting going with building a dedicated substation, but as we've seen in the past, if they're depending on those overhead distribution lines for a lot of that Entergy power to feed the Sewerage and Water Board, that is going to be a problem as soon as those high winds hit. So they're going to be relying even more on their in-house power, which is better than it's been in recent storms, but still lower than they would like for that power that they can make inside the Sewerage and Water Board on Carrollton.
David, I heard you asking questions in Jefferson Parish about the levees on the West Bank, and officials over there have said a number of times over the past couple of days that they have concerns about whether or not we're going to see some overtopping of some of those levees on the West Bank. I saw our partners at the New Orleans Advocate, Times-Picayune, reporting that the projected storm surge is about the heights of the levees. What did you hear from officials in Jefferson about those vulnerabilities?
Well, it's actually good news, Katie, because the head of the Flood Protection Authority West wanted to make sure to clarify that those West Bank levees have actually been raised with tens of millions of dollars in projects over the last few years, and there was some reliance in New Orleans apparently on some old survey maps that showed those levees being lower. Those levees, especially in Jefferson Parish, the parts that are closer into the populated areas of the West Bank of Jefferson Parish, are much taller than any kind of storm surge that they're expecting. There are some places they're over 20 feet tall. The statement made by the city of New Orleans was that their levees in Algiers were at 10 to 12 feet, and if we're going to see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, that could be a problem. That 10 to 15 feet of storm surge is probably not going to hit that far in, but even if it does, those levees have been raised in recent years, and he feels confident that they're going to hold.
Well, that is good news, and let's hope that is the case. David, I know you're going to continue your great reporting for us, and we'll be checking back in with you in the next couple of hours.
All right, David, thanks. There will be no mandatory evacuation for New Orleans. Mayor Cantrell says there just wasn't enough time to make that happen. So when we say that, that means that the contraflow system cannot be used and time is running out if you are planning to leave. And as you just heard from David, he said right now, and if you're going east at this hour, it may actually be a little more smoother than we saw earlier.
Yeah, he said that in some places it's smooth sailing past Slidell, so that's great news because it was taking hours to get from point A to point B there. New Orleans officials did update the response plans this afternoon. Here's what they had to say.
What we know is today, right now, everyone has to make a decision to leave voluntarily, which I'm recommending. Do that. Prepare yourselves. If you're going to leave, you need to do that now. We need to make sure that you are in a safe place, everyone, whether you're going to leave voluntarily or stay on site, hunkered down, wherever that is. Hopefully that's your home in our city, but in a safe space if you're staying. You need to be prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes. What I am told is that this storm in no way will be weakening. There will be, and there are no signs, again, that this storm will weaken. And there's always an opportunity for the storm to strengthen. As you know, this continues to remain a very fluid situation. And we know, again, that time is not on our side. It's rapidly, it's growing, it's intensifying. And so that is, again, if you are voluntarily evacuating our city, now is the time to leave. You need to do so immediately. If you're planning to ride it out, again, make sure that you're able to hunker down, you have your supplies in hand so that you're able to respond post-storm. And we, the city, we are preparing for a post-storm response. Given the time of this, it has pivoted us to focusing specifically on post-storm response. We are, however, paying very close attention to and in direct communication with our residents that are on our special needs registry, but those with severe medical conditions. We know who they are. It's an average of up to 100 people. They will continue to be our priority as a city when it comes to today, but also when we think about post-storm. But we have our hands, we want our hands on them, and of course, direct communication with these individuals pre-storm as well. I want you to know that that is absolutely happening. Look, this is our time, your time to prepare yourselves. Now, this is it. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, of course, your family. Assist them where needed. If you see something, say something, because we want to ensure that we collectively are able to respond to the needs of our people. And what we learned, particularly during Katrina, first responders, we are first responders, all of us, our neighbors, we're all first responders. And so right now, it's about taking care of one another, not only coaching folks, to make the best preparations for themselves and for their families. In addition to pets, that has been something that the Louisiana SPCA, yesterday they had a large amount of residents bringing pets. Please do not do that. They're at full capacity. They can no longer accept, and they have also shifted to a post-storm direction in terms of how they will deal with pets. It's not now pre-storm, it's shifted to post-storm. So what concerns me? One is just the overall safety of our residents, those who are making preparations and have already started to leave the city, making sure that they get to their destination safely, that they render patience and real care and concern to those that are providing them the service at the time. I think this has reminded us again, even as we've gone through the impacts of COVID, is that our people on the front line are those that we just depend on to go. If you're going to the grocery, if you're going to the gas station, it's demonstrating how we really do need one another. So I care about those who are providing that service. I care about their ability to take care of their families as they provide that service. And of course, residents who are moving, evacuating. But when I think about where we are now and faced with a hurricane coming, I am very confident in our levee protection system. That is something that we really didn't have 16 years ago that we do have now. We have been in constant collaboration and cooperation with our homeless partners, Unity being one of them as our lead in the state of Louisiana. We have all of our shelters that can accommodate those who are on the street right now. We have done the thorough documentation, and the movement of these individuals is ongoing. So we feel very confident in our ability to have the capacity to accommodate our homeless individuals that are currently on the street. The good news there, David, is that we began to move our street homeless population on last week back into a hotel accommodation, something that we did when we were on the front of COVID-19. Now, this was also aligned with our response to COVID-19 being in the midst still of this pandemic. So the movement that happened starting last week was not for hurricane preparedness. It was because we have been working diligently to accommodate our residents that we know we still have on the street. However, because of the storm coming our way, we are accelerating those efforts with our shelters that we have in our city and our homeless providers that are connected with our regional partners, if that makes sense. So the bottom line is that we never had the time. It was never on our side. So based on that 72-hour mark, we didn't have it. And so when we do not have it, we don't have the adequate time to provide or move forward with our citywide evacuation plan. In addition to that, it's having the time to have contraflow be in effect, which is not my decision solely, but it is in connection and in partnership with our governor as well as parish leadership across the state of Louisiana, in addition to our neighboring states. And so time wasn't on our side. It's not on our side. Even as we think about a mass opening of a shelter and the like, we're in the midst of a pandemic. Our assets have been compromised in terms of meeting the needs. Our hospitals are at capacity as well. So the best thing that our people can do is to evacuate, and they need to be in their place that they're evacuating to by midnight tonight. That also includes shelters that the state has in place and the capacity in place to receive our residents who may need a place to shelter in the event that is a need for them. But as it relates to those remaining in our city, it is making sure that they have the necessary resources to shelter in place. That is what we're saying. This is not new for us. We've been here before, multiple times during last season, because the time wasn't on our side then as well. We will address these time issues with FEMA, and with our state and local leaders, but now we know time isn't on our side. We need to, one, shelter in place. We need to pivot. We are pivoting to a post-storm response so that we're able to meet the needs of our people in real time once this storm passes. That will be the best thing that we can do in response to the needs of our people. Some of the preliminary post-storm responses are the buses that I spoke about on yesterday, buses that have been made available through the state's contract and the promise of the governor that those buses and their coach buses will be staged appropriately, both in somewhere in the city as well as far as Lake Charles. We are requesting an additional set of coaches, I believe an additional 50, but that number may vary, but we're making those requests on today. And again, once we're able to thoroughly assess, we'll be able to define even more with the details about what our full response looks like. Of course, in terms of being able to shelter our folks post-storm, that is the convention center, is a place that we are working on now with the Louisiana National Guard in coordination with the state of Louisiana. That, again, is about post-storm, not pre-storm. No one should show up at the convention center right now.
And we just received a statement from the Southeast Flood Protection Authority West on the storm surge. SLFPAW operates and plans for these potential scenarios all year. Our levee system was designed to handle these types of events and has just recently been lifted and armored. Though the storm surge may be 14 to 15 feet at the coast, further inland at our levees, those surges may be less. Even with the potential for overtopping at some levees, we're confident in the system's abilities to weather Ida as intended for such an intense storm. That's from Nicholas Calley, the region director, answering some of the questions that have been raised about those levees.
All right, we are closely watching the track of Ida in terms of the almost verification to see, does this still match up with what the Hurricane Center is thinking? Now, thankfully, it looks like it has been verifying. So far for the last several hours, it is following really along that center line. Let us hope that trend continues, because I was looking at the computer models and they've shifted slightly, although you kind of look at the center. And as I mentioned, it does not move in a straight line. Just kind of watch the imagery here on satellite and kind of follow the eye here. You know, it kind of wobbled one way, then it's, you know, kind of wobbled again. It is going to do these little motions like this throughout its lifespan right up to the point of landfall. It does not just follow a straight line. It kind of wobbles here and there and does kind of this little number here, but generally it follows a, you know, overall a straight line, but doesn't move right along that. That wobble could be key though at landfall as to precisely where along the coast and then where it moves inland as it continues along a path toward the northwest. So at the moment, these are the 7 o'clock numbers. Now, as it's been moving very quickly at 16 miles an hour, it's almost as though by the next hour after the advisory comes out, the information is old and it is looking as though it is rapidly intensifying. As I'd mentioned earlier, the last time I was on the air, that the pressure has fallen based on the reconnaissance reports from the Air Force. So it is strengthening, and you can see the bright whites will colorize this, and you get an idea of those intense thunderstorms developing around the center. So if it isn't there yet, it is certainly well on its way to being a Category 3. And I would venture to say it is a 3 at the 10 o'clock advisory. The big question is going to be, do we see this track change a little bit more, maybe toward the east? I don't know if it's going to move again to the west. We'll see if it holds steady or moves a little bit to the east. Again, that slight adjustment really is almost meaningless for the impacts along the coast, the river parishes, and up toward Baton Rouge. But for New Orleans proper, it does, because a little bit of a track a bit more to the east, that does put some of the stronger winds over Metro New Orleans as we get into tomorrow. Because right now, and again, this is why I like using the center line, you get a clear picture of that center moving probably right over Houma after landfall in southern Terrebonne, and then continuing straight across the river parishes and up into Baton Rouge. And then thankfully moving in a direction that will take that circulation away from us and actually begin more of a northwesterly flow. So any surge that we see coming up along the coastline would then be moving away. These are the new computer model runs. So this is what the Hurricane Center will use to make their adjustment. And really, it is still just about, as you kind of look at the consensus of all of these models and kind of split the difference or so, it still basically follows right around the center line that the Hurricane Center is using. And just basing it on that and the fact that the storm is pretty much following right along that center line, my guess is unless something changes in the next hour and a half, that we probably won't see much of a change in the forecast track from the Hurricane Center. Again, really from here on up to landfall, the only changes with the track that we would see is a little jog one way or another. It is not going to be a dramatic change by any means. The storm impacts as we go into early tomorrow morning. By 7:30 in the morning, the winds will be increasing. I'm going to show you a wind forecast in just a second, but you're also getting in on the heavy rainfall. At this point, we'll have already have some of the bands pushing through. They'll bring in some brief heavy downpours, but the worst will still be offshore. That starts moving in during the morning and into the early afternoon. And this is when we get into some of the real intense rainfall. That's going to continue on into the afternoon, the evening, and into the early morning hours of Monday. We will still have the very heavy rain. That's why it is not so far-fetched that some areas localized could see about 20 inches of rain. Hopefully, that is not a widespread issue, but it is going to be a very heavy rainmaker. Again, thankfully, it should be moving very, very quickly. Here are the forecasted winds. We'll start with the tropical storm force moving inland overnight tonight and certainly by wake-up time tomorrow morning. As we get toward the 10 a.m. hour, that's when we begin to see those near hurricane force winds spreading across the coast and very much so moving over the metro area. We will likely see at times certainly hurricane wind gusts, but even this model does seem to be leaning more toward the potential of hurricane force winds here in the city. So it does look like, at least again, these models are updating every so many hours, and it does look like that puts more of metro New Orleans. Now, if we can avoid this is the eye wall. This is where you're going to find the 130 plus mile per hour winds. Now, by the time it moves inland, those winds, those maximum winds, will have already started to diminish. They will not be at 130 miles an hour by the time the storm is already moving in northern Terrebonne and northern Lafourche Parish, but they are still going to be very strong, likely in excess of 100 miles an hour, which is also why the National Weather Service office has been indicating the potential, even in the metro area, of winds gusting, not sustained, but gusting up to potentially 100 to 110 miles an hour. You get wind gusts like that, sustained over 70 to 80 miles an hour, that is going to do some substantial damage. The hurricane force winds continue up toward Baton Rouge, but notice that eye wall really starts to collapse, so the more intense winds are the category 3 and 4. Those are gone by the time the storm is already moving inland. Now, still very strong winds, and we still have that very strong onshore flow, even by early Monday morning. The winds won't really start to shift direction until the storm makes that turn more toward the northeast. Then the winds will change, and that may not be until more late Monday afternoon, or more, I'd say, Monday evening and going into Tuesday. We should start to see, this model has our winds still coming out of the southwest, but at least we would no longer have that water piling up along our eastern-facing shorelines. Now, it is getting a little bit farther, the center of the storm, from our buoy that we had been watching. But even at its closest point, we were nowhere near hurricane force winds with this buoy. So it does look as though the wind field of hurricane force winds is rather tight near the center. So again, wherever that center makes landfall, that is going to be huge, and just who sees some of the strongest winds. Again, not all of the models are jumping on board with the hurricane force winds here in the city. I think that is a very possible outcome, but not all the models are that aggressive. Something that we will definitely see a risk of is tornadic activity. As that storm makes landfall, the rotation around the storm within those bands of heavy rain, not only do we have to watch for the training of rain, but within those rotating bands, you can quickly get a bit of a spin up, and a tornado is very likely to form, and that will be something else we'll be watching for. Storm surge potential, we have been talking about that. I don't think these numbers are going to change, as the forecast intensity at landfall has really been fairly steady, calling for a category 4 at landfall. So I don't think we're going to see those numbers change, nor are we likely to see much of a change in the inundation of water inland by the time the storm does start at the peak of that storm surge. Rainfall totals, 7 to 10, I think, is a fairly decent estimate across a more widespread area, but you are going to find this band of 10 to 15 or more inches of rainfall. Again, it really is going to depend on where the heaviest is around the core of the storm, as well as those bands of rain that start moving in. The steering currents are pretty much locked in. The upper high across the east coast is moving that storm up toward the northwest. As this then starts to weaken, it will begin to make a turn as an upper trough will then pick up on that circulation and move it away from us. In the upper atmosphere, unfortunately, it has plenty of room to go. You can kind of see that outflow that comes in from these clouds and then kind of wraps back around. The winds in the upper parts of the atmosphere, the flow is actually an upper high. These are moving in a clockwise direction, whereas the circulation at the surface and in the mid-levels around Ida are counterclockwise. That's why this is a cyclone, and above it is a big anticyclone. That is kind of the perfect ingredients in the upper atmosphere for a strengthening storm. So that was never really a surprise, as all the models have been indicating that being the scenario over the Gulf once the storm started to move into the Gulf and toward land. As we've been talking about, it's also over very warm, deep water at the moment, though the depth of the water is not as substantial as it nears the coast. Water temperatures here are in the upper 80s. So the bottom line, we'll begin to see the tropical impact starting late tonight. The stronger winds and some rain passing through, more so by early tomorrow morning before daybreak, certainly along the coastline. not much has changed with the forecast, and really I would say the forecast is pretty much locked on. There could be a little jog here or there, but I really don't think the forecast is going to be all that different. As again, we're looking at a landfall probably around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It will make landfall as a major hurricane on Sunday, and your plans need to be in place now. That window of opportunity is closing ever faster as we approach tomorrow morning.
Chris, all right, thanks so much. We, of course, tracking updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida approaches. Here's Devin Bartolotta with some of the things you need to know.
Hi, Katie and Sharice. There are some headlines that we have been kind of tracking throughout the area tonight. There are a number of curfews in effect or going into effect very soon. In Mandeville, a curfew goes into effect tonight at midnight. Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes also have a parish-wide curfew that went into effect at 6 p.m. All essential employees out afterward must carry identification and have a reason for being out. In Plaquemines Parish, there is a curfew from sundown to sunrise. That goes into effect tonight as well. The LA 45 floodgate is now closed. That is located near the intersection of LA 45 and Merlin Lane. You can no longer get through. As always, you can call the DOTD at 511 to get information on road closures. Firefighters in Jefferson Parish are working to get homeless individuals into safe shelter. The parish is partnering with 3 hotels or motels to get people a roof over their heads for this storm. If you or someone you know is in need of help, you can call the parish. That number is 504-736-6264. Remember, you can always get updates along with interactive radar on our app. Just search WWL-TV in our app store, and it is free to download. Katie and Sharice.
All right, thanks so much, Devin. Just a quick reminder to everyone, we have the WWL Hurricane Ida helpline. That number, if you need help, 504-529-6450. Of course, that is if you have to ask any questions. I see that you are all still commenting on our Facebook Live streaming. So if you have any questions, you can call that helpline. Again, 504-529-6450.
It is such a difficult situation that people will continue to have questions all the way until and after Ida makes landfall. So that's a very helpful resource if anybody needs any help out there.
Well, we have our eye on Hurricane Ida, continuing to keep our eye on Hurricane Ida, with every parish having some sort of impact from the strengthening storm. I mean, the impacts vary for everyone, according to Chris, but Erica Ferrando continues to follow along with it.
Yeah, she's in Tangipahoa Parish tonight with the latest on what's happening over on the North Shore. And are people still in a fervor to get gas up there?
Katie, Sharice, we are seeing some of those last-minute preparations here in Tangipahoa Parish. We are at a gas station right off Highway 22, actually everywhere south of Highway 22. The parish president recommended that they leave, especially if they're in those low-lying areas. But a lot of the people who are still here plan to staying, but we're seeing some of those last-minute preparations here at this gas station. Some of the pumps are out, others are still working, and people are still lining up and keeping this gas station busy. We just saw 3 energy trucks pull up as those crews are getting ready to respond as well. Of course, they're expecting power outages out here that could last days, even weeks. It all depends, of course, on how Ida hits Tangipahoa Parish. Some people that we spoke with out here are getting gas to make a last-minute evacuation. I spoke with one woman who was actually on her way from New Orleans. She just got off work this afternoon and was trying to get out. Others, though, most of the people I think here are filling up extra gas tanks and gas cans that they have just in case they need it. Take a listen. You're coming from New Orleans and just filling up and getting ready to get out?
Yes, ma'am. I did leave New Orleans. I got off from work at the airport, and I left New Orleans and picked up my mother so we can get out. Yes.
So why'd you decide that it was a good idea for y'all to leave?
It's a good idea to leave because of the water. And for Katrina, we lost everything. So we just had to leave. My mother said, no, come get me. I'm ready to leave now. So that's what I did, and I left. I don't want to take a chance again. And then I was told that 2 pumps were out in New Orleans. So it's time. It's time to go.
Do you know where you're going yet?
Right now I'm going by my sister, which is not too far from here. And then we were thinking about going to Fort Worth by my sister.
So the boat holds 60 gallons of gas. I'm going to need gas for a generator. I work in the oil and gas industry. We're considered essential employees. So we're going to hunker down and wait it out and, keep working and try to keep things going here, I lived Katrina. The eye passed right over us. I was in Mississippi when Katrina hit. So that's, 16 years ago to the date, pretty much. So it's shaping up to be a Katrina-type storm, it seems like. Maybe a little less. We'll see. We'll know by the end of the night tomorrow. So it's gaining momentum. Be ready.
The parish president is recommending everyone stay in place tonight. They're expecting those high winds to begin early tomorrow morning. And of course, that will come with down power lines and down trees. So they're saying stay where you are until this hurricane passes. Now, if you are in an area or in a home that you don't believe is safe, there are 3 shelters that are now open in Tangipahoa Parish. That's at Amite High, Kentwood High, and Hammond West Side. So again, if you need to get somewhere to ride out this hurricane, those 3 shelters are open. For now, live in Ponchatoula, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Erica, thank you. But we're also in St. Bernard Parish.
Yeah, St. Bernard is one of those areas where they're watching that inundation of water very closely, especially for people outside the levee protection system. And Paul Murphy has been down in St. Bernard all day. He's joining us now live with the very latest from there. Paul?
Katie, Bayou Bonfuca here in Wyclosky is a lonely bayou tonight. Only a handful of commercial fishing vessels are left. Most left yesterday for the Violet Canal, where they sought safe harbor that is inside the levee protection. We're told that the parish is expecting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge with Ida. Right now, the storm, the tide is about 3 feet above normal. Nothing to be concerned of at this point, but parish leaders tell me that they expect that to change around 4 tomorrow morning, when they expect the tide to come up pretty rapidly. This area that we're at right now in Wyclosky will likely be underwater for the probably duration of the storm beginning tomorrow morning. People in this area will be waking up to tropical storm strength winds. They will likely beef up to 110 to 115 mile per hour during Hurricane Ida. And parish leaders say that right now you should be where you plan to ride out the storm. And just a short while ago, I believe we have some video of this, the levee district closed the floodgates on LA 46 in Verret. That separates those who live inside the levee protection from those who live outside the levee protection. This area on LA 46 is manned now by the Sheriff's Department, and if you don't have any business to be out, they're going to tell you to get back to where you're going. Again, parish leaders say that you really should be where you expect to ride out the storm by now. Again, when folks in this area are going to be waking up, they're going to be waking up to tropical storm strength winds, and it's going to go downhill from there. And here in St. Bernard, they are expecting up to 18 inches of rain with this storm, and possibly winds again in the 110 to 115 mile per hour. So that's obviously going to be a problem, not just in this area, which is outside the levee protection, but there will also be a lot of rain and water and wind inside the levee protection. So they're expecting, as this storm passes, it will be leaving quite a mess. There will be down trees, there will be down power lines, and there will be extended power outages. Entergy telling us at the press conference earlier tonight here in St. Bernard that if you lose power, it will likely be 7 to 10 days before your power is restored. Also very concerning to parish leaders here is that slight jog to the east, that of about 20 miles. That is not much in itself, but if there's another 20 mile or another 30 mile, then it really starts to put this area under some of the more serious impacts from this storm, and that's something that they are watching really closely tonight. And one other thing that I want to talk a little bit about is that 16 years ago tomorrow is when Hurricane Katrina hit this area, and we all know what it did to this area. It was very, very devastating, and in some respects this parish is still rebuilding from that. And this is certainly not going to be the case, we hope, with Ida, but it just really puts an explanation point as to why people in this area take storms very seriously, to the extent where we see very, very few people here outside the levee protection. It's almost like a ghost town. A lot of folks heeding the warnings. Only a few families that are riding out the storm down here, and as we speak, the parish officials are desperately trying to tell them to come in, to leave, and get inside the levee protection, because this is not a place where you're going to want to be, particularly if you're in a trailer. They're warning people who are living in trailers that they really are taking their life into their hands if they stay. As President Guy McGinnis said, people are making decisions right now that could save their life, save their family's life, or not. So it's that serious. It is go time. It is time for people to get serious with this storm, as lots of folks are in our viewing area. So here in St. Bernard Parish, again, expecting some impacts, some major impacts from Ida, and it's all going to kick off, they believe, first thing in the morning. And that's the story here in Wyclosky and St. Bernard Parish. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Yeah, thankfully, Paul, it's a much different story inside that levee protection system now than it was 16 years ago with the surge barrier and all those incredible advancements that have been made. But outside the levee protection system, as you just said, it is another story, and that's one that officials are really warning people about. So we'll continue to check back in with you throughout the night, Paul. Thank you.
And we'll be right back. All right, welcome back as we continue to track Hurricane Ida as it makes its way to the Louisiana coast. Giving you a live look right now at the traffic at the Texas-Louisiana state line, which you see all those lights, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, those are headlights.
I think there's some rain on the camera. There must be getting some rain in that part of the state because that looks like the lens is wet, and so it's making it look like a lightsaber instead of traffic.
So those are, that is traffic, but those are headlights coming down the interstate. And by the way, while it's slowly moving, it's just, this has sort of been kind of the theme that's been going on the roadways for everyone trying to leave Louisiana, going either into Texas, going in Mississippi so that they can get past Mississippi, out of that area, out of the Gulf Coast area. But this traffic has been moving extremely slow, and you have people, which we've gotten comments, or people are taking 12 hours to get to places like Houston.
Yes.
You know, which is what, a 4-hour, if I'm not
5
mistaken,
hours.
4 or 5 hour drive.
Yeah, about 5 hours from New Orleans, but it's been slow go and it's been rough for people who have hit the roads. You know, they are headed to safety, which is a good thing, but especially in this area that you're looking at right now, along the Louisiana-Texas state line, if you think about it, there are 3 different metropolitan areas that are trying to get there.
Yeah.
And that's us, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette, all trying to evacuate at the same time. And we're not in a contraflow situation because there wasn't time for state officials to make that happen, meaning the opposite lanes would be going in the same direction out of the state. They'd make all of the lanes of traffic go in the same direction when we have contraflow. And there just wasn't time for them to orchestrate that because Ida developed and has grown in strength and has really marked her sights on Louisiana so quickly. And so there's not a contraflow situation, which is making traffic and evacuations more difficult for people, especially, like I said, when you have 3 different areas all trying to get to the same place at the same time.
And we know how this situation looks, and let's take a look at the situation on the streets of New Orleans, more specifically Bourbon Street, which is usually packed full of people, and it seems like a couple of people, stragglers, have found their way on Bourbon Street, but for the most part, we're here in the French Quarter. Most of the businesses have either closed up shop so that their employees could go home and find either shelter in place or escape or evacuate rather the area. So not that many people when you consider this. It's really interesting to say. This kind of reminds me of earlier this year.
In the
Mardi
pandemic.
Gras.
Oh, Mardi Gras,
yeah,
right.
Earlier this year. I mean, so much has happened in 1 year, right?
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
So much has happened. There was sarcastic laugh. We're not laughing about it. It actually is sad. A lot of things have happened this year, but again, not many people that are out on the streets right now, but a lot of people that are leaving the city, heeding to the warnings that, of course, the mayor gave, Governor Edwards gave, and parish leaders, surrounding parish leaders, especially right there in the river parishes, the bayou parishes, gave for people to just seek higher ground and seek shelter.
Yeah, and hopefully a lot of people are trying to get out. I know that there has been an evacuation site in Houma in particular. That's where residents have really had a difficult time because their leaders have said, you know, there's a good chance the Houma area is going to take a direct hit from this storm. And it looks like it's tracking straight through the bayou parishes, skirting New Orleans and headed toward Baton Rouge. And Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin says it's really not likely that forecast is going to change a whole lot, even when we get the 10 o'clock update.
I don't think so. Kind of, again, looking at our infrared satellite, and on top of that, we superimpose the just center line of the track from the National Hurricane Center forecast. I've taken away the cone, and we're just leaving that center line. And you follow along, and the center of the storm is really following along with what the Hurricane Center has said. Now, if you were with us earlier, it looked like the center line, it was a little bit off to the west of where the storm had actually been tracking. So wasn't really a big surprise that as the 4 p.m. track, the Hurricane Center did kind of jog it a little bit more to the east, and hopefully that is what holds up to the point of landfall. As of the 7 o'clock advisory, it is only 200 miles away from the mouth of the river. It is closing in very, very quickly. And again, that's kind of a double-edged sword. You really don't have much more time to get out. And at the moment, though, the idea of it moving in faster and getting out of here sooner is always a good thing. The current motion is northwest at 16 miles an hour. We want to keep that forward motion going as fast and as long as possible. 105 mile per hour winds, despite the fact that between the 4 and 7 o'clock advisory, the pressure had fallen. And the hurricane hunters are currently in the storm right now, and the pressure has fallen even more. So my guess is at the 10 o'clock, we will see a Category 3 storm, likely winds of up to now 115 miles an hour. Because as I said, with such a fast-moving storm, as soon as this advisory time is about an hour old, and now we're approaching almost 2 hours old, the information dramatically changes with the fact that it's moving so fast and it is going under that rapid intensification process. You also see kind of a new structure developing around the eye of the storm. So it is trying to gain some strength. We don't like to see that, but it really is not much of a surprise. Forecast taking it kind of along a northwesterly track right up to the point of landfall as a Category 4. Unfortunately, it looks like, as we've said, in Lower Lafourche, Terrebonne, really all of the parish, they are going to be right under the worst of the storm and right at the center. And within the eye wall is where you will find those 130-mile-per-hour winds based on the forecast right now. I also just looked at the forecast intensity models. There is only one model that is actually going with a Category 4, which is interesting. Again, sometimes these computer models can, at times, outperform the meteorologists because they are able to run computations that are far more advanced than we can handle in just a short period of time. And hopefully they are seeing something that would limit the strengthening of the storm and doesn't mean it's just going to explode in strength. And as I've said before, just because all the ingredients are there doesn't mean it will happen. Now, we have definitely seen it intensifying, and we are still dealing with a major hurricane. I don't want to make you think that this isn't then a big deal if it's not a 4, but just a 3. A 3 is still a major hurricane and will do significant damage. But if we can see this more as a 3 making landfall, look, I'm just trying to find anything that makes this news a little bit better, because it is going to be devastating for those folks right at landfall and then just along the path of the center of the storm. And impacts we know across southeast Louisiana and even southern Mississippi are going to be devastating. We are going to see damage. We are going to see widespread power outages, and unfortunately those power outages are likely going to last for a while. So hopefully folks have either taken all the precautions necessary, have a home generator, or if not, you're okay without AC for probably numerous days, if not weeks. I did say that the computer models have started to really kind of tighten in on that center line. It looked like some of the models have kind of trended maybe a little bit to the east, but I mean, albeit very, very slight, to where they all pretty much fall right within the center of the cone of uncertainty. So I would guess that we will see a Category 3 at the 10 o'clock advisory. We're about an hour away from that. And I would also guess to say that the track is probably not going to change too much. And really, we're not going to see the track change all that much. It might adjust a little bit one way or another by a few miles, but we're not going to see anything dramatic. Really, the time is running out for anything dramatic to change, which is why it looks like the forecast numbers as they stand right now are likely what we're going to see for tomorrow. A strengthening storm with the winds increasing and rainfall starting to move in by the overnight and early tomorrow morning, especially starting down along the coastline, moving across the city and up onto the North Shore through the morning and into the early afternoon. So at that point, certainly, all across southeast Louisiana, the time to do anything outside or go run anywhere is over. You should not be on the roads through the morning and certainly by the afternoon. And through the afternoon and into the evening, the worst of the storm is moving over south and southeast Louisiana. Thankfully, by Monday midday, we should see most of the heavy rainfall and the strongest winds moving away from us. And here is a look at the winds, because that's been kind of a point of contention. A lot of folks on social media are wondering just how strong the winds are going in the city, or at least in the metro area. And as I've said, there is a paper-thin line as to whether or not we do find ourselves in the city under hurricane force winds. I do think we're going to see hurricane force wind gusts over 75, probably approaching 90, maybe 100 miles an hour. I don't think that's really much of a debate. It's the sustained winds we need to see if that will hold as hurricane force. Now, this model, this is the European model, and on top of which we've placed the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Now, they do have this kind of swath that you see in yellow is the beginnings of hurricane force, Category 1 and 2. The whites to then kind of grays and blacks is a Category 3, 4, or 5. That's going to be found right around the center of the storm. Now, this model has that getting awfully close to Metro New Orleans. If nothing else, maybe parts of western Jefferson Parish. Now, that's also trending. Notice the center of the storm coming right over Houma is a little bit to the east of where the Hurricane Center is saying. And that's why we've been mentioning just a little jog one way or another, even by just a few miles, could mean the difference between significant hurricane force winds or roughly a weaker, maybe 70 to 80 mile per hour winds here in the city. Again, it's going to come very, very close. But I do want to point out, this is the hurricane wind probability, a product by the National Hurricane Center. Look at the probability of actually seeing hurricane force winds. 10% chance in Slidell. You've got a 26 to 29, almost 30% chance from Boothville to Belle Chase and in the city. Where is it greatest? Right where the track is. 80% chance of seeing hurricane force winds. Obviously, that's going to increase as we get a little bit closer, but that is the probability. And notice that swath kind of takes it across parts of the river parishes and up toward Baton Rouge, which is why I've said, notice Baton Rouge at this point has a 44% chance of seeing hurricane force winds compared to about a 30% chance in the city. So it is very possible in terms of the metro areas that Baton Rouge may be a bit worse than we will be here in New Orleans. And again, it all depends on just how large that hurricane wind field is by the time it arrives. What I'm seeing right now is here it looks like the new center of the storm is. They're just kind of to the northwest of there, or northeast of where that center is showing up. But notice the winds to the north. This is probably a couple hundred miles, if not 150 miles or so away. We're only 200 miles from the mouth of the river, so this might be 175 miles or so, 150 or so. The buoys there reading winds sustained 30 miles an hour, gusting up to almost 40 miles an hour. Our buoy that is now about 125 miles from the center is only reporting 30 mile an hour sustained winds with gusts up to 34. At one point, this buoy was about 88 miles from the center of the storm, and winds had been only sustained a little more than almost 40 miles an hour. So we did not see hurricane force winds at that buoy. So it just tells me that the wind field of hurricane force winds is fairly tight around the center. As that center starts to move on land, another threat that we're going to be watching. We're going to be watching storm surge, we're going to be watching the winds, we're going to be watching the rain, and we're going to be watching the threat from tornadoes. And there is a slight risk of tornadoes. That is almost a common risk that you're going to see with a landfalling hurricane. Just the sheer rotation around the storm is going to lend itself for some of that possibility. The storm surge is that onshore and very strong onshore flow will be piling up the water 7 to 11 feet along our eastern facing shorelines as well as coastal Mississippi, and 10 to 15 feet. That's going to be moving up Barataria and Terrebonne Bay. So that's why the inundation in these areas are 6 to 9 feet. And also keep in mind that water
to the Commons and LBC for the storm. They say that they have secured the construction site off of McAllister Way, but they're doing this out of
with us in the studio. She has some things
the
that you
LA
need to know
39
tonight.
floodgate is now closed. That is near the Plaquemine-St. Bernard Parish line. The DOTD says you can call 511 for questions about road closures, but again, leaders are very clear you should be where you plan to ride out the storm by tonight. The Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Moving the Authority
students still in the residence halls near a
construction site to other parts of campus.
Our levee
They're
system
headed to
was
the Commons
designed to
and
handle these types
LBC for the storm. They say that they have secured the construction. You can call 511 for questions about road closures, but again, leaders are very clear you should be where you plan to ride out the storm by tonight. The Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority released a statement tonight on the condition of the levees. They say, quote, our levee system was designed to handle these types of events and has just recently been lifted and armored. They added that there is the possibility some levees will overtop, but they are confident the system can handle this.
On all of that. And David, where are you now? You were at the Superdome, where the Saints are not playing.
Well, right now, Katie and Charisse, I'm at the Ozanam Inn. It's one of the homeless shelters in the city. And what we're talking about now is the concern about the homeless population, particularly those in the homeless encampments that you see under Calliope underneath the highway bridge on the Pontchartrain Expressway. We were very concerned about that earlier today. We shot some footage of the encampment there on Calliope. Dozens of tents, bicycles, other personal effects for the folks who are staying there. And there's been an effort to try to get them off the streets and into safer shelter during the storm. So I asked Mayor Latoya Cantrell about that at a press conference this morning, and here's what she had to say.
We have been in constant collaboration and cooperation with our homeless partners, Unity being one of them as our lead in the state of Louisiana. We have all of our shelters that can accommodate those who are on the street right now. We have done the thorough documentation, and the movement of these individuals is ongoing. So we feel very confident in our ability to have the capacity to accommodate our homeless individuals that are currently on the street. The good news there, David, is that we began to move our street homeless population on last week back into a hotel accommodation, something that we did when we were on the front of COVID-19. Now, this was also aligned with our response to COVID-19 being in the midst still of this pandemic. So the movement that happened starting last week was not for hurricane preparedness. It was because we have been working diligently to accommodate our residents that we know we still have on the street. However, because of the storm coming our way, we are accelerating those efforts with our shelters that we have in our city and our homeless providers that are connected with our regional partners, if that makes sense.
And I'm joined right now by Bruce James. He's one of the night managers here at the homeless shelter. And we heard Mayor Cantrell say that they're accelerating their efforts to get people off the street. But I just drove by a few minutes ago on Calliope, and there's still about 24 tents out there and plenty of people just sitting.
This isn't home to them. Under the bridge is, so they much rather be at their home other than a really safe environment.
Is there anything else that can be done? To try to protect those people and their belongings at this point, or is there just no convincing them because of that feeling that they want to be at their home under the bridge?
Well, it's disturbing to the mentally ill, but when someone that's what we're here for, just to take transparent about this.
Thank you so much, Mr.
safety.
James. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. David.
All right.
Whether it's going to be shelter, whether it's still going to be light, that's safety to me. But to them, safety is where they know where they feed at.
Are you hoping to get those 20 or so beds filled by the end of the night tonight?
Absolutely. We're here to serve the people. And if they would come here, we take care of them. And that's what we're here for, just to take care of the people.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. David.
All right.
Appreciate it.
And again, this is the issue. It's going to be repeated again and again. You know, the effort to try to get people out of those street encampments. Unity of Greater New Orleans is the lead agency on that. And as much as they try to coordinate with the city and state partners, if they don't want to go, they are just not going to go. So for now, reporting live from downtown New Orleans, David Hammer, Eyewitness News.
It's such a sad thought. Thank you, David. Some Terrebonne Parish residents are planning to ride out the storm at home.
I know that a lot of people don't want to leave their homes. The parish-wide curfew started at 6 o'clock tonight, so a couple of hours ago. Candace Charles joining us now with more from Terrebonne.
Sharice, the streets are pretty dead here. All the stores have closed, restaurants have closed. A lot of people have already left. But as you mentioned, there are folks who have stayed. And I have one of them with you right now. Melissa Sosa decided to stay. She got her sandbags ready. She's all prepared. Why did you decide to stay?
I decided to stay because of my mom being elderly and my brother being ill right now. I decided to be safe and staying close to them and staying at home.
Now, it looks like there are a few people still in the neighborhood. And you mentioned as well that this is not the first hurricane for you, right?
Correct. I've stayed for other storms. The only one that I evacuated for was Gustav, but the rest of them, since I was young, I've stayed here.
Now, as I mentioned, you got your sandbags and everything. The emergency preparedness mentioned earlier today that it's likely some of the folks may be out of power for up to 2 weeks. It might be a hard time having emergency vehicles getting through if, landfall is as severe as they're thinking. How are you preparing for all of this?
Actually, I have ice. I have things that's easy to open, easy to eat. I have candles. I have flashlights and different things like that to have us prepared for the storm if the lights will go off or if my house is total electricity. So if something would happen like that, I have a barbecue pit, so I'll just put everything on the grill.
Well, it sounds like you're prepared. You're ready to weather the storm, as we've all been saying. Do you have any advice that you would give to anybody else who decides to stay home, not only here in Terrebonne Parish, but in other areas as well?
Well, the only thing that I suggest for everybody, if they decide to stay, just to make sure that if they would need help to call law enforcement and just to have all the proper things that you need as flashlights and food-wise to have perishable things like, canned goods and things like that that's easy, accessible to, to eat and things like that, and to stay off the roads too, yes.
All smart things. Thank you so much, Melissa. I appreciate it. We will definitely be praying for you and hope you're picking up as well. As we mentioned earlier, 6 p.m., the curfew went into effect. A lot of folks have already left. Some people are still here, but they're asking folks to stay inside and just to hunker down, you guys. For now, reporting live from home, I'm Charles, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you, Candace. I honestly wouldn't have recommended staying down there, but, folks are going to make their own decisions, and unfortunately, those folks are right in the path of where this will be making landfall. Delays on Ida, we are still waiting upon the 10 o'clock advisory. I would guess to say we would probably not see too much of a change in the track, and we would likely see that this has become a Category 3 as the pressure is still falling. This is as of 7 o'clock, the 969, but the hurricane hunters have found lower pressure, winds of 105 miles an hour. That will likely be increased with the new update. And you can see on satellite this deep white, those are the intensifying storms directly around the center. And notice how they just kind of keep fluctuating and pulsating. right around the center and a very well-defined eye. At times earlier today, you could see clearly through the eye on satellite right down to the surface of the Gulf of Mexico, and it's been fairly well-defined ever since. There are times where a little bit of cloud cover kind of covers over it, but it is still a very well-defined storm, or well-defined center. Now, thankfully, the wind field, as we've been talking about, is not massive. So wherever this does make landfall, the wind field is going to be fairly limited as to who sees the strongest of the winds, certainly, but even kind of a question as to whether or not we get hurricane force winds in the city. It certainly looks like we're going to be right on the cusp, and even if we get 75 to 80 mile per hour winds sustained here in the city, we have survived much worse. That is still going to do some damage. We're still going to see damage. We are still going to see power outages. We're going to see tree limbs in the roads, but that is, for us, manageable. We have seen worse. Category 4, wherever this is making landfall, right along Terrebonne, Lafourche, at 130 miles per hour, that is significant damage. And again, we're also talking about an area that not only will see 130 mile an hour winds as it stands right now, but also 10 to 15 foot storm surge. Port Fourchon, Gulf, Grand Isle, these are all areas that are going to be devastated by this landfalling storm. And then the river parishes, it will continue as a strong storm, weakening but still powerful as it continues up toward the Baton Rouge and then farther north. The models have been in very tight agreement, and basically they are still following right along the center line and the path, and you find that most of the models are in just about the center of the track, the forecasted cone of uncertainty track, to where I would venture to say we're not going to see a dramatic shift one way or the other from the track as of the 10 o'clock advisory, which will be coming out. Here's our high-resolution computer model, just to give you another picture of when some of these bands of rain will be moving through during the overnight. So a lot of folks that are staying home, trying to go to bed, if you can, try and go to sleep tonight, get a little bit of rest, because tomorrow is going to be definitely a rough day, with more of those bands moving through closer to daybreak and certainly intensifying through the morning and into the afternoon. As the storm nears the coast, that's when we start to feel some of the strongest winds across the entire area, strongest of which obviously will be right near the center, and that center looks to stay more along the Houma to Thibodaux area, up toward the river parishes, and eventually taking it over Baton Rouge. Notice we are still in heavy rainfall even during the early morning hours of Monday, but conditions will start to improve through the mid-morning and into the afternoon. Notice we start to see more of the heavy rainfall now shifting more into lower Alabama and the Florida beaches. A lot of folks headed out to Florida. You are going to get the rainfall there, but it's not going to be nearly as intense, and these will be moving as the storm continues to get picked up by an upper trough up toward the northeast. Winds, when do we expect those winds to start increasing? It's already been kind of breezy. I was outside of my house today in the front and backyard, just cleaning up, bringing things inside, putting it up against the house, bringing it in the garage, putting it in the shed, just getting it out of the yard to reduce as much of the flying projectiles as I can, because the winds are going to start picking up through the overnight, through the night, I should say, and then continuing through the overnight. When do we start to feel those hurricane force winds? There really is going to be a fine line. Now, this is the European model, and it indicates hurricane force winds really from the North Shore and all across southeast Louisiana. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but that's what the Euro is saying. The Euro is also indicating this white. This would be the kind of around the center of the storm in the eye wall of 111 plus miles per hour. We'll see if that is the case, because that does certainly put it very close to the metro area and more so into Jefferson Parish at this point. But this is also based again on the Euro, which is a little bit to the east of where the Hurricane Center is thinking. That's why a little jog one way or another could be huge for Metro New Orleans. And I'm talking about all of the metropolitan area, not just the city of New Orleans. As the storm continues, we're looking at strong winds that may still hang on around Hammond and certainly across the Florida parishes, and then finally starting to weaken with improving conditions in terms of the rain and the wind subsiding throughout the afternoon on Monday. So all day tomorrow is going to be a very rough day, improving by the mid-morning and afternoon of Monday. The chance of seeing hurricane force winds, this is the product put out by the National Hurricane Center, and it's kind of adjusted a little bit. Notice the chance now in New Orleans, this is interesting. don't know if this is a new model run that came out, but this is a little different. This now has about equal chance of hurricane force winds from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. 87, obviously a greater chance right near landfall, 58% chance, so equal chances of hurricane force winds from Boothville to Belle Chase in the city and even up toward Baton Rouge. So this is new information. It looks like this was just updated. Kind of interesting. We'll see what happens when the new track comes out from the National Hurricane Center, if maybe they did jog it a little bit more to the east. Again, as far as the impacts for the coast and the river parishes, that really is not going to change whether it jogs one way or another. It's really talking about Metro New Orleans and even parts of the North Shore, that a little jog to the east could mean an increase in our wind speeds. As the center of the storm gets closer to some of the buoys near our shoreline, we will begin to see those winds increasing. Already some of the buoys not too far off the mouth of the river, already winds sustained at 36 miles an hour and gusting up to 51, and those winds will continue to increase. We'll also be watching for the threat of tornadoes as we get into the day tomorrow. A level 2, that's a slight risk of severe storms, and really the only severe risk we're looking at here are the strong tropical storm to hurricane force winds and also the threat of some tornadoes as we get into the day. The storm surge potential, unless there is a dramatic, which I don't see change in the forecast of landfall as a 4, we're not going to see these numbers change as we go throughout the night and into tomorrow. Steadily through the night and more so into the day tomorrow, that onshore flow will start piling up the water, and that has to go somewhere. It moves in all the bayous and inlets as well as the lake, and this surge comes up Lake Barataria and Terrebonne Bay, and that's what starts to inundate Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, Plaquemines Parish. As far as the lake goes, with that water coming into the lake, you're looking at 6 to 9 foot above ground level across a good portion of right along the shore in Mandeville, southern Tangipahoa Parish, but then that water into the lake also flows from the western part of Lake Pontchartrain into the river parishes, where we're expecting about 6 feet above ground level. Rainfall amounts are going to be fairly substantial across a good portion of southeast Louisiana. Bit less as you get into Mississippi, higher amounts of 7 to 10, maybe greater, and then some areas of 10 to 15, and estimates right now of some spots getting more localized, 20 inches of rain, and that's in about a time span of Sunday into early Monday, so about 36 hours, 20 inches of rain. That is substantial. That will create flooding risk. The oceanic heat content, as we have been talking about, this is that deep, warm water that it is still moving over, and as far as the surface temperatures go, we're in the mid-upper 80s, so there is nothing in the surface water or in the upper atmosphere that will hinder the strengthening of the storm up to the point of landfall. So the tropical impacts begin tonight. We're not expecting a dramatic change in the forecast at all. Again, a little jog one way or another that could impact the wind speeds here in the city of New Orleans, but really by the time we know more for certain, it's too late to leave, because we won't really know for certain until this is starting to make landfall, and at that point it's obviously too late. So if you're trying to make that decision based on the wind speeds in New Orleans, that decision should already be made at this time. Landfalling will be as a hurricane, major hurricane, and the damage is going to be extensive and widespread across the area. We've already started to see a few of the showers associated with the kind of broad circulation. We also find that the center of the storm is now falling within the composite radar of all of our radars along the Gulf Coast. It usually is at about this time that we find the center of the storm within radar range. And I'm going to have to shift our radar. Actually, go walk over and do that right now, because once we usually get a center fix on radar, this is the most accurate way to tell where the center of the storm is. And once that occurs, we usually start getting hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. So it may be after the 10 o'clock advisory, we will get a new fix every hour, which means new coordinates. So not necessarily new wind speed and whatnot, pressure, but we will get new coordinates each and every hour as we find it to be far more effective to track the storm once it's within radar range, and it's just about, if not already so, almost just about entirely within the radar range of the Slidell radar. So we will be able to get a much better fix of the center of the storm as it approaches the coast. So this will be something that we'll start using for the rest of the night tonight as we closely watch the center of the storm now finding itself within radar range of the Slidell radar, and we'll have a much better idea of the precise position of the storm and a much better idea of exactly where it is trending, and we may get a little bit better of an idea of that landfall by tomorrow afternoon as we were able to track the center of the storm through the overnight period. Again, we're going to be here all day tomorrow and likely going into early Monday until the threat is gone.
Okay. All right.
Is going to be hit, is expected to be hit, I should say, very hard is Lower Jefferson Storm and everything that's happening, especially if you talked to Tim Kerner earlier tonight. He's the mayor of Lafitte, which saw significant damage from Hurricane Gustav, which this storm is taking a similar path to Gustav. Chris has shown that a couple of times, but Jefferson Parish Councilman Ricky Templet is joining us by phone tonight to talk about what the expectations are for Jefferson in the metro area and down lower. Ricky, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thanks so much for joining us. What is your biggest concern tonight?
Well, as of right now, we're like you said, we're down in Lower Lafitte and Jefferson, Lower Jefferson Parish. Actually, sandbagging. I just left Mayor Timmy Kern at one section where they're still trying to flood fight and prepare for the storm. And just like everyone else, the size of the storm coming in, the direction is coming in, the tidal surge that could be coming in. Jefferson Parish here, we're actually preparing for roughly right now a Category 4 storm making landfall roughly about 50 miles west of us, and about 20 miles hopefully west of Grand Isle. Could be pushing up to a 10-foot plus tidal surge. So down here in Lower Jefferson, trying to figure out a way to help slow that surge down coming up through the lower parts of the parish.
I mentioned this to Mayor Kerner, but you all are pretty familiar with the people who live outside the levee protection system down there. There aren't a ton of them. Have you all made contact with everyone who's down there, and are people choosing to stay?
And let me just say that you make a great point as far as we have a mandatory evacuation all outside the levee protection system in Jefferson Parish, and knowing who's here and stayed is very important. And I got to tell you, hats off to the Sheriff LaPinto down here from Crown Point on down. They're doing a door-to-door introduction and finding out who is still down here to be able to institute if we have to do any search or rescue if problems do occur, as well as informing people that the road will be closed at some point down here, so they have to be out tomorrow evening by a certain time. So we will actually have true data who's actually down here during the storm. Compliments of Sheriff LaPinto doing a great job.
That's fantastic. That makes everyone's job a lot easier. It would make it even easier if everybody got out. But I know that there are some reasons that people don't.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're right. If everybody got out and heed the warnings, it would make it a lot easier to protect and make everyone safe. Look, right now, if you're getting out, you got to do it now. There's no time left. And life is more important than any property. So we're here in Jefferson Parish telling people, if you're trying to get out, the window's basically almost shut. Get out now. If not, hunker down where you are. Don't get out your home. Stay located in your property, and try not to give us more work to worry about in trying to protect the rest of the citizens.
Two more quick areas that I want to touch on with you. We've heard from the Western Levee District that they are confident that the armoring that they've done of the levees on the West Bank in recent years are going to make them able to withstand the brunt of this storm. Are you confident that that's the case?
Yes, I am. Look, they've done a great job of making sure the levees have met 100-year protection and finished armoring them just recently, the last project. Look, no one can depict how much tidal surge is coming with this storm. but there's areas of this levee that are 15 to 17 feet tall. That if we have a 10-foot tidal surge or 12-foot tidal surge, it should be able to hold that back.
Okay. One more thing. For the people who are in metropolitan, closer to the city, in Jefferson Parish, Metairie, Kenner, places like that, even Gretna, how are those areas looking in terms of where the track is now, and what are your main concerns for people who've decided to just hunker down where they are?
Well, look, the main concerns is like high winds. They're depicting that roughly we're looking at 100-mile-an-hour winds or plus sustained. So high winds and structure damage, as well as rainwaters that inundate during the hurricane itself. And as well as after, if any type of rescues or people with generators who, we had more deaths in the past after storms than during the storms because of people using generators and putting them in their garage, putting them in their house, not adequately venting them away from the home. Those are all the type of issues that we're trying to educate the public to make sure they take the safety precautions.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked to someone earlier who even mentioned that a generator too close to a window can send some of that carbon monoxide into your house and lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. So you have to be really careful with them, even though they are an essential tool. If, we are facing 90-degree temperatures with 100% humidity after this storm as people wait for their power to come back on. So.
Absolutely. And look, we're also monitoring Lake Pontchartrain, and the levels of that as well to make sure that we don't have any levee topping in that area as well.
In Lake Pontchartrain?
Yes.
How are you feeling about it, given the projections for the storm surge?
As of now, fine. I mean, the East Jeff Levee District has done a fine job, and we're expecting everything to be able to sustain it.
Okay, well, Councilmember Templet, thanks for joining us, and I hope you'll keep us posted as the storm makes its way through the metro area.
All right, and thank you, and thanks for keeping our public informed as well.
You bet. And we'll be right back right after this.
Get out of here on Tuesday.
Welcome back, everybody. Of course, we are watching and waiting for Hurricane Ida to make landfall here in New Orleans. And I know that a lot of people have decided to get out, but some are staying and some are even still out on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, taking a live look right now over on Bourbon Street, where you just have a couple of stragglers, honestly. This is not the typical Bourbon Street crowd that we see even on a slow night. This is just a few people probably who were in town. I know that we had some people who posted online that they were in town and that they were visiting New Orleans, and they just so happened to be within the area as the storm was making its way through. So they're just kind of still taking in the sights right now before the storm hits. But we know that a lot of people should be sheltering in place. Be where you're supposed to be by the end of the night. You have to be there so that, because we know that this is going to start to affect our area in the morning hours. And speaking of affecting our area, we know that Mayor Cantrell in a little bit will speak with us.
Yeah, we are awaiting her phone call just to get the latest from the city of New Orleans. She is supposed to be calling in here in just a few minutes, so we'll be asking her some questions about what she is experiencing at the moment and what she's anticipating for tomorrow. But out there on Bourbon Street, you know, I did see a couple people walking around with drinks. Now, I mean, it's really getting to the point where these people are going to have to go inside soon.
Yeah.
It is 9:30 in the evening, and we're looking at a landfall of a storm, you know, less than 24 hours from now, which is crazy to think about that's the timeline that we're on here.
Well, you have a lot of people who, if you've seen a lot of people who are locally and within the region getting out of town. So to be out there, even though you don't see any rain in this area, you're not feeling any pickup of the wind in this area. We've been talking about how fast this storm is moving. So this is going to completely change or go from, as the saying would say, 0 to 100 real quick, you know, in no time. So you have to make sure that you're prepared for that.
Yeah, and as those winds start to pick up, I'm sure we're going to see most of those people head inside. Hopefully they are in secure places where they can ride out the storm. And it sounds like from Chris Franklin that that's basically what people are going to have to do starting, you know, really overnight tonight. I mean, it's really just smart to just go to bed tonight, decide where you're going to be, hunker down with all your supplies. I know it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason, because that's really what you need to do, is just kind of find a safe place, listen for those weather watches and warnings. As Chris has said, this storm is very likely going to spawn some tornadoes, especially in the upper right quadrant of that eye wall. And if that's coming close to the city of New Orleans, then everybody in the metro area really needs to pay attention once those watches and warnings are issued tomorrow. And of course, Chris is going to have those every time one is issued. He'll be live on our air talking about where the possible tornado is and giving people advice about what they need to do if they need to go into one of those secure rooms in their house. Hopefully everybody out there who's hunkering down has a plan like that, right, Cherise? Like, you have to know where you're going to go in your house.
Yeah, so we're going to get to Chris in a second. I just want to remind you all, we do have a helpline for people who do have those questions. I'm looking at our Facebook page. I see some of you still asking questions on Twitter as regarding where Ida is now. I know that a lot of people are hoping that the trajectory has changed, and unfortunately it is not. We're still it's still speeding up and it's still intensifying. So that number is 504-529-6450. Again, the number on your screen right now, 504-529-6450, so we could answer some of those questions. And I believe Chris is standing by, is going to give us an update on exactly what's happening with Hurricane Ida, right?
Yeah. And you know what? It's 9:35 right now. I know that we're going to get a new track from the National Hurricane Center at 10 o'clock. And so that's, I think, what a lot of people are going to be watching and waiting for in the next few minutes, is that they want to know if this track has shifted even just a tiny bit east. Because if it shifts just a tiny bit east, that is going to give us a greater impact here in the city. And in those more metro area parishes like Metairie, like places like Kenner, you know, Jefferson Parish, and we already know that places like St. Charles Parish, St. John, St. James Parish are all going to have those hurricane force winds. But the question is, how far are those going to extend into the Kenner, Metairie, and New Orleans areas?
And I know that, again, we told you that we're waiting for Mayor Cantrell to speak with us to give us an update exactly on what she's hoping for the city. Actually, we're going to stand by. We believe we might have Mayor Cantrell on the phone with us in just a couple of minutes. Earlier, we did. Mayor Cantrell, are you with us? Mayor Cantrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, no, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right. Well, we had a quick question for you. Earlier, we spoke with, and this is a question I specifically had for you. We spoke with David Hammer earlier, who spoke with a number of people within the homeless community who were seeking shelter. And one specific comment that stood out to me, some of the people who were being sent to those shelters, and they said they have about 12 to 20 beds that are still open. Some of the people are picking up their things and they're still leaving and going back out there. We know that this is a dangerous storm that's coming our way, and it's dangerous for people in that area, but some people may not want to leave, but they consider safe. Anything that you would like to say in regards to the homeless community, the people who are out there in tents who are wanting to stay underneath the bridge?
Sure. So thank you for that question. We have been doing homeless outreach all day. That just didn't start today, but absolutely increased with our unified partnership with Unity. Their social workers and their teams have been out there. They will remain out until midnight tonight. We have had some of our people are unsheltered who have refused to leave, and we have told them that they will have to leave. But that's exactly why we will continue our efforts throughout this evening till midnight. We will be out. The teams will be out, moving those individuals into our shelters that do have space available. And so what we also recognize is that when wind picks up and the like, then that's when they will feel the need to go and, to a sheltered location. So we're going to remain just vigilant. We're going to remain out there in terms of the outreach to our folks and to get them out of harm's way. It's just very difficult when you are dealing with individuals that just do not believe that the storm will be as intense as we're prepared for it to be, because they're only looking at the conditions that exist right now and not forecasting out what will come. But our homeless team and our response team will continue to be activated even beyond midnight, but the larger team will be off the street by midnight tonight.
Mayor Cantrell, you have the National Weather Service embedded in your EOC, correct?
I do, yes.
And what are you hearing from them about these slight jogs to the east and to the west? Are they confident in the current track?
Well, they are very confident in the current track. What that means, though, for us is that there has been an increase in the inches of rainfall, in an upward of 20 inches, which could give us even 2 to 3 inches per hour. And so that's what we are being told. Also, what we are being told that gives me some level, I would say, of comfort is that the storm, or Ida, her conditions will be improving by daylight Monday morning. And so it's always good when you have daylight on your side post-storm so that we can hit the ground running with assessments and knowing the full impacts that Ida will have on our community overall.
Now, you said 2 to 3 inches per hour. Typically, we say that that's more than our drainage system can handle. What's your level of concern with flooding within the city, and particularly in Lakeview, where we've heard concerns about that pump station that's out?
Right. So in regards to the pump station that's out garnering Lakeview, the good news is that we have 2 adjacent pumps that are operable and that fully function for that part of our city. Also, as it relates to the built-in redundancy that we've ensured that we have with our EMDs and the like, but we have to be mindful as it relates to the rate of rain. So the rate of rain, and you've not only heard this from Orleans Parish, but every parish that's responding in preparation for Ida has said if we get too much too soon, there could be localized flooding. We know this all too well. The good news, though, is our ability to drain our city and where it will not stay with us for days and for weeks. We're much better off in terms of our preparedness as it relates to the infrastructure improvements that we have been able to implement over the past 2.5 years. They've proven to be effective. Our canals have been drained. Even cars that were in there 16 years ago are out. And we have seen the impacts of our green and blue infrastructure as well, because we have not seen localized flooding since these improvements have been in place. We are no way out of the woods yet with the infrastructure improvements that we need to make, but you know what? We're definitely on the right track. But more importantly, our levees and the investments that have been made in our levee protection system since Hurricane Katrina are sound, are stable, and all of the modeling that has been done by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in partnership with the National Weather Service has those levees protecting our people. So that is a top priority, and it gives me great comfort.
Mayor Cantrell, I know that you mentioned a little bit earlier in a news conference, more so, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, just yesterday, talking about contraflow and how the contraflow system, the storm was developing too quickly for the contraflow system to be put into place. We have a lot of people, as we've shown earlier, at the Armstrong International Airport attempting to leave. Those flights have been canceled. People who are still debating and watching these comments online on if they should leave or should they shelter in place. Anything you can say to people who are still on the fence? Is it too late? Or do you think that, people can still have a window to get out of here?
No, I don't. At this particular time, at 9:42 p.m., no. We had given this advisement on yesterday morning for a reason. We said the time was not on our side. That's why we could not even implement contraflow at the state level, because we did not have the time, and right now we don't have time. So those individuals that were on the fence or are still on the fence, they need to get off and make sure that they're in a safe place and prepared to shelter in place, hunker down, as I've said. The worst case scenario would be for our people to be stuck on the interstate, especially when we know that the winds are expecting to come our way in the morning. And so Sunday, all day tomorrow through the evening, we need our people to be sheltering in place, hunkered down, and do not venture outside at all. It will be an all day and all night affair on tomorrow as it relates to Hurricane Ida.
Is the storm protection system activated fully at this point? Is the surge barrier closed and all of that? And what's the timing on that you're hearing from the Corps and the Sewerage and Water Board?
So as it relates to the storm protection, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as our flood protection authorities that we work with, they have been fully activated, been on the ground, and have let us know. What I hear from them mostly is that we are very confident in our levee protection system.
So we think sometime tomorrow, like the outfall canal gates will be closed and then the surge barrier will be closed at some point?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Katie.
Any final thoughts?
Final thoughts, I will say, to our people, I understand that anxiety is high. I understand that as we listen at me, I'm getting all twisted even talking about and thinking about Hurricane Katrina. Yeah. And I know that it's on the minds and in the hearts of our residents throughout the city. But I do want to offer them some level of comfort that the investments that have been made in our levee protection system are sound, and we will not face a Katrina. But with that August 29th approaching on tomorrow, I want people to know that we are better off today than we have ever been in the city of New Orleans relative to our levee protection system.
All right, Mayor Cantrell, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, continue to stay safe, and we'll be looking forward to the next time we can get an update from the city.
Thank you.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin standing by, about to give us an update on where Hurricane Ida is right now.
Anything new from the Weather Service, Chris?
Not quite yet. We're waiting on discussion or for the advisory as of 10 o'clock, but I'm looking at a post from the folks at the National Weather Service office here locally, and they're saying, and I'll quote, their concern is increasing as the trends are showing a continued east shift with the 10 o'clock advisory. So what they are planning to do is ramp up their messaging with regards to impacts for Metro Baton Rouge and now more so into New Orleans. There is a higher chance of seeing sustained hurricane force winds in New Orleans, and that threat continues for Baton Rouge. Heaviest rainfall threat is also shifting a little east toward Metro New Orleans, as well as some of the high storm rainfall totals kind of lining up across the metro area. They'll continue that messaging through the overnight. Nothing has changed with regards to storm surge, and the ranges that they have kind of placed are likely going to remain in place. So looks like that, and they're appreciating everything that we're doing here to kind of get that message across. So we are waiting right now. Now, they are in constant contact with the National Hurricane Center, so my guess is they've gotten kind of a heads up that they will be updating the track a little bit more to the east. And again, we've been talking about the fact that it was a very fine line as to exactly who would see in Metro New Orleans, the metropolitan area, if we would get those sustained hurricane force winds. And we have said we were right on the cusp of it, of that happening. So let's see.
Right now?
They have been, and they've been collecting data. They have also been using that data to then enter into computer models, so we do have a better idea of what the storm is doing now, and if we know what the storm is doing now, we have a much better idea of what it will do in the short-term forecast. So something that the Hurricane Center or the hurricane hunters have found within the structure of the storm is leading them to believe that it's going to take a little bit more of an easterly track. So again, we're kind of getting this preliminary information in as we are kind of reading it from the National Weather Service office here in Slidell, who are in constant contact with the Hurricane Center. So their thinking is that with a just slight shift to the east, and we've been talking about that as really being on the envelope of either tropical storm force or hurricane force winds here in the city, and it's looking a little more likely that we will see hurricane force winds. Okay, and there is the 10 o'clock advisory that is just coming in now. Winds, wow, the pressure has fallen even more to 964, and they have not increased the winds. The winds remain at 105 miles an hour. I'm just kind of reading the information as it is literally coming in at the moment. So now you're looking at the center of the storm, only 145 miles to the south-southeast of the mouth of the river. Winds of 105 miles an hour. That is really interesting because we have clearly seen an intensifying storm literally all day today. And since the 4, the 7, and now the 10 o'clock advisory, the winds remain the same at 105 miles an hour. So as I said, this is literally just coming in. The pressure has fallen a bit more to 964. We had already said that about an hour or so ago, a little more than that, the reconnaissance flights that were going through the center of the storm were already finding lower pressure. So it was not a surprise that the pressures came down. Just very interesting. I'm guessing that the hurricane hunters are able to only find winds of 105 miles an hour, which again is good. It is still a Category 2 storm, still well on its way to becoming a 3. Very surprised not to see that as a 3 now, but we'll take it. The thunderstorm development around the center continues to look very healthy and continues to intensify. So let's take a look at the new track. It does have it as a 4 by early tomorrow morning. So even though it is still a 2, the intensity forecast remains the same. And then coming inland around, say kind of the same. Again, nothing has dramatically changed all that much. Again, the track is a little bit more to the east now of even Homa and still near Baton Rouge, but maybe just to the east. Again, this was a very slight jog to the east. This was not a dramatic jog by any means, but enough so that it does now place New Orleans a bit closer to the center of the storm, certainly more so across the river parishes, and more of a likelihood and a higher chance now. If you were with us earlier, before this information came out, did you remember the percentages for hurricane force winds in the city did start to go up? So it looked like the models were already starting to trend that way. So again, it still looks like we are going to see minimal hurricane force winds, but hurricane force winds nonetheless in Metro New Orleans. So we are likely going to see now, based on this new track, which has shifted a little bit more to the east, the high likelihood of hurricane force winds at 75 or greater in the metro area. Again, Not really surprised. We were always right on the cusp of that happening. So the new information is now just only 145 miles to the south-southeast of the mouth of the river. The forward motion has not changed. Northwest at 16. The pressure has fallen, but the winds are holding at 105. And there was no change in thinking that this will make landfall as a Category 4 storm. And again, the reason why I like showing that center line is because it really does give you a much clearer picture as to which way the hurricane center has been changing in their thinking. And from earlier today, it was more west of Baton Rouge. Then we saw it sitting over Baton Rouge, and now it may be a little bit more to the east of Baton Rouge. So I would say, and as the discussion just came in from the Weather Service office locally in Slidell, there are now pretty much equal chances for hurricane force winds across both Baton Rouge and New Orleans at this time. And again, there's probably not going to be a more dramatic change in the forecast as the models have been trending. As I even said, it seemed like they were kind of trending a little bit more to the east, not dramatic, but it really was not needed to have a dramatic shift in the models or a shift in the forecast track from the Hurricane Center to bring those hurricane force winds over the city of New Orleans. And there were already models that were showing that potential. It was just kind of a wait and see if the Hurricane Center was going to jump on board with that or not. And it looks like they have. Rainfall is going to start moving in throughout the overnight and into more so through the day tomorrow. And at times of very heavy tropical downpours that kind of just never let up, especially if you find yourself underneath one of these bands that begins moving through. Heavy so the rainfall obviously a little bit near the center, but as that center is trending a little closer to us, that does place more of Metro New Orleans under a risk of maybe the 10 to 15 inches of rainfall and maybe some localized areas of 20 inches. So now flooding, although it was already a high concern across all of southeast Louisiana, including Metro New Orleans, it may be a little bit greater if the storm center is a bit closer to us during the day tomorrow, right up to and after landfall as it moves inland. So again, this is the European model forecast for the wind field. And I was showing you this even before the models really jumped on that and before the Hurricane Center said you were already seeing these yellows to almost the major hurricane force winds across the metropolitan area. Now, I don't know if that major hurricane wind field is going to be that large as the storm is that far inland. It'll be interesting to see just what the wind field does as it starts to near the coast. But certainly at this time, we are going to see hurricane force winds here in the city as we go into the day tomorrow. As I mentioned, the percentages had come up. The earlier run of this model had us at around 40 or some odd percent. They now jumped up to 57 and really now equal chances of at least hurricane force winds. Obviously, the winds are going to be far greater south and then west of the city, but now the city could easily see those hurricane force winds as the winds are already starting to pick up. Main Pass, not far out off the mouth of the river. Winds are sustained at 41, gusting up to almost 50. Sustained winds of 30, gusting to almost 38 miles an hour as the center is now closing in on these buoys and oil platforms that are not too far off of the mouth of the Mississippi River. The forecast as well, because of that, again, really the change in the center line really doesn't change our outlook for a tornado risk as we get into the day tomorrow. There are going to be some tornadoes. There are going to be several warnings that are going to be issued throughout the course of the day tomorrow and even into the overnight hours going into early Monday. As I also said, the thinking, again, has not really changed in terms of the intensity at landfall. It did jog a little bit more our way, but the forecast for the storm surge has not really changed. What really has changed more than anything for Metro New Orleans is likely see higher rainfall totals now, or at least that chance is greater, as well as a greater chance of seeing sustained hurricane force winds in the city. With that said, it is still going to be a devastating storm to the areas that are right within the path of the center of the storm making landfall. City of New Orleans, we have survived worse. We have gone through hurricane force winds many, many times. Remember, Zeta passed right over us as a Category 3. It was weakening at that point, but it passed directly over the city of New Orleans. This storm is not going to be passing over the city of New Orleans. It looks like this is going to stay just to our west, but we will certainly see at least winds of 75 miles per hour. The inundation of water, again, that has not changed either. Really, the only things that have changed now are the potential to see some of this 10 to 15 or more amounts of rain, a little bit more over parts of Metro New Orleans and even parts of the North Shore. So that bullseye or that band of the heaviest amount of rainfall has shifted a little bit more to the east because of that new trend in the track to bring it a little bit more to the east as well. And I'm going to kind of jump back here on graphics because I want to show you as well. One of my first graphics that we had been using was showing the forecasted track and where the storm had actually been trending. This is one that we can now show you because the center of the storm is almost totally within radar range, and we'll be watching this to see if it does indeed follow along that track. Even going back to our earlier satellite imagery, it certainly looked like it was pretty closely following this track, so I guess it's just based on the model kind of slight adjustment to the east is what warranted the Hurricane Center to make that adjustment as well. And it's certainly something that we'll be watching very closely. As I mentioned, it really doesn't change a whole lot. We're going to see damaging winds in the city of New Orleans. They may be a little bit stronger than what we were anticipating earlier this afternoon, but we are still expecting a very damaging storm to move through southeast Louisiana.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for that update. Of course, we'll check back in with Chris in a second. We have crews that have been in parishes and areas all across the Louisiana coast that will be affected by Hurricane Ida.
They sure are, and they sure will. And just about every parish will be touched by this storm. It's been a long day. Erica Ferrando has been on the North Shore for us throughout the day. First, she started in Mandeville, and she's made her way to Hammond tonight, where I know I have family up in Hammond. Sharice has family that are up in the Hammond area. Mm-hmm. You know, this is a concern for them as well.
People up here are pretty worried. A lot of them do plan to stay, though. They've got all their supplies ready. They have their generators. They've been to the gas station and done everything they need to do to stay home. But a lot of people evacuated as well. We were at a gas station just a little while ago and spoke with some people who were just getting out of town, out of the Hammond and Ponchatoula area right now. We're actually outside one of the shelters in Hammond right now, and this is the best option for some of those families who either couldn't find a hotel or didn't have family outside of this area, but they wanted to get out of their homes, didn't think it was safe enough. So there are several shelters for people on the North Shore if they need a safe place just to ride out the storm. This shelter we're at right now in Hammond, they say they have about 10 people here right now, several families. We just saw another family show up, but they do have capacity for 75 people. And some of the Red Cross workers I spoke with inside said they do expect a few more people just to kind of trickle in throughout the night before those heavy winds begin in the morning. Of course, it is advised that if you're not going to stay home, to get here as soon as possible. Of course, you're going to want to bring your medications, several days worth of food, and they do have cots, but it is recommended that you bring your own bedding. All of the families here are from the Hammond area, except for one, according to those Red Cross workers. One of the families actually came in from New Orleans. They say they were trying to find a hotel, but didn't have any luck. They did have two of their dogs with them, though. Take a look at this video. You can see they have their dogs outside in the car. They were trying to figure out what to do, but this is not one of those pet-friendly shelters. They didn't have crates, so they weren't able to bring them in. I spoke with the pet's owner, Henry Lockett.
I'm from New Orleans because we evacuated from New Orleans, thought we were going to be able to come to this shelter. They said no pets, so we're trying to find a friendly pet place, but I don't think they have none here. So we got to go. I tried to tell her to go to her friend's house, but she said no. Her friend will let put the dogs in the backyard, but she won't go that far.
And of course, the family and the Red Cross workers are not just going to let those dogs stay in the car overnight. The Red Cross called one of the animal shelters. They showed up to take the dogs and just hold them throughout the storm, but the family wants to stay with their dogs, so they are now trying to figure out a new place that they can go to ride out the storm. And of course, it's a lot. It's hectic. It's a lot for people to figure out, especially when it's so late like this. And I want to give you a list of some of the shelters. There's shelters in Tangipahoa, St. Tammany, and Washington. Here in Tangipahoa, Amite High School, Kentwood High School, and Hammond West Side. If you're in any of those other parishes and want to list, you can of course find that on the parish website or on WWL-TV. But if you are going to go to one of those shelters, get your supplies now and get there as soon as you can. For now, live in Hammond, I'm Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Eyewitness News begins with breaking news.
Well, welcome back to a special edition of the Eyewitness News. I'm Sharice Gibson.
And I'm Katie Moore. Of course, tonight we're tracking Hurricane Ida with major impacts expected from a powerful storm starting tomorrow.
Well, we have more live reports from across the region coming up, but first let's get an update from Devin Bartolotta with what's going on around the region.
Katie and Sharice, here are some recent updates from around the area. Conditions have improved on I-10. We've seen slow-moving bumper-to-bumper traffic all day long. Leaders keep reminding us you should be in the place where you plan to ride out this storm by tonight. We will start seeing the weather change overnight. A number of curfews are in effect or will be going into effect soon. In Mandeville, a curfew goes into effect at midnight. Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes have a parish-wide curfew into effect at 6 p.m. All essential employees out later than that must carry ID and have a reason for being out. In Plaquemines Parish, there is a curfew from sundown to sunrise that is now in effect as of tonight. The president approved emergency disaster declarations for Louisiana and Mississippi already, and FEMA employees are on their way. More than 2,000 of them are across the South, including 7 incident management assistance teams and 13 urban search and rescue teams here and in Mississippi. Now remember, you can get updates along with the radar on our app. Search WWL-TV in the App Store. It is free to download, guys.
All right, David, thanks so much.
All right, as we said, we have the new information as of 10 o'clock. Very interesting. There have been some slight changes. Winds remain at 105 miles an hour, so it is still a Category 2 storm, but the pressure has fallen a bit more, now at 964. So it is still strengthening. And what's also positive is that it is still moving at a fairly decent clip, northwest at 16. What has changed slightly with an increasing in strength storm is the fact that the models did shift slightly to the east once again. And the Hurricane Center is picking up on that shift and also kind of taking the center of the storm a little bit more to the east as well. That thinking does place New Orleans a little closer to the threat of hurricane force winds, as well as a greater chance of some of the higher rainfall totals. Now, it doesn't really dramatically change. We had been talking about the threat of around 5 to 10 or more inches of rainfall. We had always talked about the fact that we were right on the cusp of either seeing tropical storm force or hurricane force winds. So now it looks a little more likely that we would see winds in excess of 75 miles an hour across the city, across most of the metro area, I should say, including the city of New Orleans, based on this new track. Will that track continue during the overnight? Will we see another little shift to the west? That is all still very possible, as we've been talking about on satellite, that the storm itself does kind of do this little wobble. And we'll really get a much clearer picture of the center of the storm now. Even satellites sometimes can be misleading because what you're looking at is the mid and upper parts of the storm itself. This is at the surface. This is our radar data. So we are looking nearer the surface than even the satellite. So this is where we can get kind of an hourly fix on the storm. And what's kind of interesting, notice this is the official center. Our graphics are able to place the center precisely based on latitude and longitude coming in from the National Hurricane Center. And as you kind of look at radar, it almost looks like the western eye wall is almost shifting a little bit more west of where that center is being depicted. So is that another, again, part of the wobble, that it goes a little bit more this way and then kind of back and forth right up to the point of landfall? Now, again, the point of landfall does make it a little bit closer to lower Lafourche, but still looking at a bullseye of southern Terrebonne as it would continue moving northward. So there, again, the reason why I'm kind of stressing this is something that the folks at the National Weather Service office would like us on television to stress to viewers, that we now have a bit greater threat of those hurricane force winds. Now, again, we had always said that that was certainly a very much possibility. There was at no point did we say we're not going to see it. We were looking at model trends that seemed to think that that wouldn't be the case, but things will always change. These forecasts are never written in stone. Really, until the storm is about here is the forecast never really written in stone. And even once it starts to interact with land, sometimes the center can do kind of crazy things. So that was always a potential that we would see hurricane force winds here in the city, and it looks a little bit more likely that that will happen, as well as the chance that we would see some of the higher rainfall totals, which we're already under a high risk of flash flooding. So really nothing has dramatically changed. Yes, we've seen a little bit of a shift, but the impacts of what we are anticipating here and elsewhere across our viewing area have not changed.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Of course, we've been talking about how Hurricane Ida is going to affect not only Orleans Parish, but surrounding parishes, including Jefferson Parish. We do know that in Jefferson Parish, they have issued mandatory evacuations for some unincorporated areas. We're joined live right now with Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng. Are you with us?
I am. Good evening.
Well, thank you so much. I don't know if you've been listening in to our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin. He just got down, just stepped away a couple of seconds ago, but he did mention, and something we have seen people talk about, this slight shift of Hurricane Ida to the east. Wanted to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, that's hard news for us to hear. You know, we're at the Emergency Operations Center, and I just heard that news before I'm with you right now. So that's not good for us in Jefferson Parish, obviously.
Yeah, not good for you all. I know that you issued that mandatory evacuation for Jean Lafitte and for Lower Lafitte, the Crown Point and Barrett area. Is there anything that you want to say to the residents as they start to hear this news? Or you guys are enacting or thinking of anything else or any plan that you want to enact? And hearing this news?
No, I mean, where you are now is where you need to stay, and you just want to be safe. And you know, this is we're ready to respond, and we're here at the Emergency Operations Center with all of our agencies. And you know, our first responders are going to be out there as long as they possibly can until they have to come in. But I feel comfortable with what we've done ahead of time. I was down there in Lafitte, but we never want to see this coming more our way, and the latest track is difficult news for us, but you know, we'll see how this goes. But you know.
Well, I'm so sorry. I was saying earlier, I do believe listening in to your news conference, I wrote a couple of notes down earlier, and you said that about 95% of the people in Grand Isle, they have either already left or they do plan to do so. I mean, have you guys gone back around and checked up? This was a couple of hours ago in those areas where there were those mandatory evacuations.
Yes, I mean, the good news is that there was a steady stream of people leaving Grand Isle. People who normally don't leave Grand Isle were leaving, and that was good news for me to hear. We were down in Lafitte today. There were people that were leaving there as well, but we do believe there are still people on the island, and you know, that is our concern because the storm surge is very, very strong and for a long period of time. And so that is the worry that I have is the most vulnerable areas in Jefferson Parish. And it is very hard news to see that it's tracking closer to us.
Yeah, I know that right now, of course, a lot of people doesn't necessarily have the means to get out of the area. For those that are still sticking around, and for those who throughout the parish, do you have a message to the residents that you'd like to share?
Well, I mean, for those, especially inside the levee protection system, we need to work with our first responders. We need you to stay put. There are going to be dangerous hazards after this storm, whether it's trees down or flash flooding or electrical outages and just dangerous conditions. And we need to give our first responders the free access to all the roads without having to deal with other things, because that's going to be more accidents and more issues that they're going to have to deal with. And it's enough that they are having to deal with already. So if you're safe, stay put in your house. If you have food and your water, please, let's give our first responders the time that they need, and we will start putting our community back together.
Okay, thank you so much, Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng. When can we expect another update from the parish?
We're on all night, so we will probably schedule a press conference sometime tomorrow. We have not set that time yet.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, one of the other areas that is of interest, especially with that new forecast that we just heard from the National Hurricane Center, is St. Bernard Parish. That's an area of great concern, and Paul Murphy has been down there throughout the day talking with parish leaders. He's down in Wyclosky at this hour, which of course is an area that is just basically a fishing village, right, Paul?
Absolutely, and you talked about that easterly jog of Ida. That is certainly something that parish leaders were watching this evening with great concern. And residents here in St. Bernard will be waking up to tropical storm strength winds, and Sunday should go downhill from there. And one of the things that parish leaders are watching tonight is the rising tide. Right now we're told that the water is about 3 feet above normal. You can see here on Bayou Bonfuca in Wyclosky, the water is already beginning to come up over the dock, and parish leaders tell us that the storm surge and the water should be rising overnight. They are expecting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge outside the levee protections in places like Wyclosky, Delacroix, and Shell Beach. They also expect 110 to 115 mile per hour winds and up to 18 inches of rain here. There could be widespread power outages, and according to Entergy, it could be 7 to 10 days before power is restored. The floodgates on LA 46 and Barrett are now closed, and residents should be off the highway. Earlier, we spoke to some St. Bernard residents now watching Ida push toward the Louisiana coast.
I'm thinking the levees got us pretty good. So far, it did since Katrina. You know, we ain't had no water to talk about. The rain, out of water from the rain. But the one thing I'm worried about is no electricity. I know that's going to happen, but we're going to deal with it the best we can.
I'm not expecting, hopefully, too much. I was hoping it would pass more westwardly. I seen it was on the west side of Houma, so I was figuring maybe we might get some strong tropical force, the tropical storm force winds and a little bit of rain, which would be pretty typical.
And we are back live here in Wyclosky. You are looking at Bayou Bonfuca, and there is expected to be downed trees and power lines throughout this area after the storm hits or as the storm is hitting, and that's one of the reasons why power leaders are asking people to stay home for the duration of the storm until they are told that it's safe to come out of their houses. Again, a lot of people waiting and watching tonight, and it has been a very uncomfortable time watching this storm slowly approach the Louisiana coast. We're live in St. Bernard Parish. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
All right, Paul, I think that's a consistent message from our elected officials across the board is stay in place at this point if you can. Once midnight hits, that's it. Thanks so much.
Well, St. Charles Parish has announced some evacuations for areas without protection from levees.
Yeah, Brendan Keefe spoke with residents earlier about what they're doing to get ready.
The sun has set, and we will not see it again until Hurricane Ida is done with us. Also setting is any time to get out. Nearly half of St. Charles Parish has decided to ignore the mandatory evacuation order and ride out the storm at home.
Do something like that. Who knows? We'll see.
These images are familiar to anyone living in southeast Louisiana. But Roy Caffo and his wife aren't from here. They moved to Louisiana from New York, and this is their first hurricane.
Most of my neighbors are staying. I'm staying.
And you're racing against the clock right now. The sun has set.
Well, I got time. I can do this all night. But yeah, we waited. I worked all day today. I got home about 5:30. So I did as much as I could yesterday and then left the windows for today.
Those choosing to ride out the storm here will not be alone. Their neighbors, even right next door, are available to help. But the fire department, the ambulances, the sheriff's office will not be responding until it's safe to do so. In St. Charles Parish, I'm Brendan Keefe for Eyewitness News.
All right, of course, we will continue to track Hurricane Ida.
Yes, and we'll be right back right after this short break. All right, so there's been a lot of talk over the past couple of days about the flood walls on the West Bank, concerns of overtopping due to storm surge of that and the levees.
Eyewitness investigator David Hammer has been working to set the record straight. He's been all over the city, and now he's back in the studio. Hey, David.
Hey, Sharice and Katie. Yeah, we've had some confusion about the potential for overtopping of the hurricane protection system flood walls on the West Bank, both in Algiers and in Jefferson Parish. Now, at a press conference this morning, we heard New Orleans infrastructure czar Ramsey Green say that we could see some overtopping of the levees in Algiers because storm surge could be higher than 10 to 12 feet of the flood wall heights. He said that water could lap over the walls like it did on the Industrial Canal during Hurricane Gustav in 2008, but that the levees are strong and would hold. But this evening, we heard from the Flood Protection Authority West Regional Director Nicholas Cowie, who said those flood walls have all been lifted in the last few years. He said some agencies are still using old survey maps that have not been updated with the new flood wall heights. Here's what he had to say.
There's some bad information going around because those levees have just been lifted. We completed a $23 million lift before armoring program. So every levee on the West Bank of Jefferson Parish is at the correct design elevation and is armored. We completed that program last year, so somebody's got old survey data from before we lifted it. But I can assure you that everything we have on the West Bank is at or above the design elevation and has been armored. In fact, the last section was just completed, was completed, and we're just waiting for the turf establishment. So everything we have is in good shape.
What height is that?
It varies depending on the location of the design elevation, but generally 14.5 to 15 feet.
Now, later this evening, Cowie issued a statement to further clarify that the West Bank flood wall should be higher than the storm surge expected for that area. It says, in part, quote, though the storm surge may be 14 to 15 feet at the coast, further inland at our levees, those surges may be less. Even with the potential for overtopping at some levees, we are confident in the system's abilities to weather Ida as intended for such an intense storm. Back to you.
All right, that's good stuff. Thank you so much, David. We appreciate it. That clarification is really important. I know people are nervous, they're tense, and they want to know what's happening and want to know if those levees are going to hold. So we are continuing to track updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida is approaching. All right. And we have a lot more coverage coming to you, especially from our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, who is the man of the hour, who is going to give us an update on the forecast.
Sure, I can do that.
Yes, that's why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, we'll get into that later. All right, let's take a look at what's going on, because we have seen, again, a slight adjustment in the track, and it doesn't really change a whole lot of our thinking, as we were always talking about the potential of seeing hurricane force winds here in the city. But what we're looking at now is a little bit greater of that potential, and also some of the higher rainfall totals, as the center may be a little bit closer to the city of New Orleans. We have seen, at least since earlier today, the models tracking. They had been going west earlier, and then they started to back to the east once again. Is that a trend that's going to continue? I don't know. It's just interesting that they were really going west earlier. Now they're starting to back to the east. It is still moving to the northwest at 16 miles an hour, and really, this had been following very closely with the earlier track from the Hurricane Center. So it was actually kind of a surprise that they even decided to adjust it. Now, the models did slightly, and very slightly, come back to the east, but it didn't really seem to be a dramatic enough movement that would warrant another shift in the track. But again, that really only means that we do now find Metro New Orleans a little bit closer to the center of the storm at land, or after landfall as it starts moving inland, and also a greater chance for the stronger winds, as well as some of the higher rainfall totals. And that also places that center line very, very close to either Grand Isle or Port Fourchon, as opposed to moving directly into Terrebonne Parish. It will move across Terrebonne Parish, but it might actually clip. Again, this is always kind of interesting when we actually find a landfall, because sometimes, and usually, it's not where they are anticipating it, because a little jog one way or another at this point goes from either Jefferson, Lafourche, or Terrebonne Parish as to what parish actually sees the first initial landfall. either way, we're looking at some of the worst conditions along the South Louisiana coastline from Lower Plaquemines all the way into Terrebonne and even beyond, because that is where the storm inundation is going to be greatest. That's where the winds are going to be strongest. But it does now place New Orleans a little closer to some of those maximum sustained winds. They're not the 130 miles an hour, but certainly the possibility of seeing 80 to 90, maybe even approaching 100 mile an hour winds sustained. The model forecast, again, shifted, ever so. I had to keep going back and forth with the computer models and overlaying the forecast from the National Hurricane Center to even notice any kind of a dramatic shift. So it was very, very slight when that shift did come out. And again, we may continue to see these little wobbles in the storm. We'll see what happens during the overnight. We're not going to get a new track from the Hurricane Center until 4 a.m. So we'll see if that is a trend that continues. Right now, though, at least based on the storm itself, and I'm not just talking about the models, I'm looking at the storm now. At this point, we're not really solely basing it on what the models are saying. I'm now basing it more on what the storm is actually doing. And we can clearly see the center of the storm now really starting to show up well on radar. So even as I was saying, satellite, when it's over the open waters and we have no source from radar, we rely on the satellite data as well as the fixes coming in from the hurricane hunters. Once it's at radar, we can almost start doing now hourly fixes on the center of the storm, because we can clearly see what is happening much closer to the surface than even the satellites are able to provide. Remember, the satellites are looking down onto the storm, so this is the more mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. The hurricane hunters are able to go pretty low and get some of that surface data, but so is radar. So this will give us a more regular fix of the center. And what's kind of interesting is as you watch the center of the storm kind of move along the forecasted path, is it just me, or does it look like it's kind of started to move more west of that path? We'll see. We'll see what happens over the next several hours. We still have all morning to go and then into the early afternoon. Again, a little jog one way or another as far as the coast goes really is meaningless. They are going to see the worst winds, the storm surge, the worst of what Ida has to offer. As far as the city goes, we were always kind of on the envelope as to whether or not we would really see hurricane force or tropical storm force winds. It does look like we have a higher likelihood of hurricane force winds, but you know what? We were already anticipating widespread tree damage, widespread damage from the winds, power outages. This just might mean a little bit stronger of a wind that's sustained over the city of New Orleans. Very interesting. The winds did not come down with the latest advisory. They're at 105 miles an hour. Pressure did come down, however, to 964, so we'll be watching that steadily. And it certainly looks like, when you watch the satellite presentation of those bright cloud tops developing all the way around the center of the storm, it is strengthening and is likely rapidly strengthening, because the fixes from the hurricane hunters based on the pressure it's steadily dropping almost every hour that they have flown into the storm. So again, the forecasted track, just based on the model trend, has shifted a little bit more to the east. We will see if that is an actual trend that continues. I'm not going to show the models anymore. Let's take a look at the high resolution precision cast, because this is giving us a clear picture of when some of that heavier rain bands will start moving in. Some of that during the overnight period. So you will hear some of those heavy rains and strong winds starting to move through during the overnight and early morning hours of Sunday. Then by daybreak, some of the heaviest of the rainfall starts moving in. That is going to continue throughout the morning and into the afternoon, through the evening and into the late night. So this is definitely going to be kind of a 24 to 36 hour duration of the heavy rain and strong winds. Now, obviously, as the storm is inland, that wind field begins to shrink. The winds will start to weaken, but we are still, even by early Monday morning, looking at the potential of some very heavy rainfall moving through. By the midday and early afternoon, most of those heavy bands are starting to shift more toward lower Alabama and the Florida Panhandle, as the storm then starts to turn more toward the northeast, which is favorable for us. That gets the rainfall out of here and should start to help bringing in a more westerly direction of the winds, which should also help to kind of push that storm surge out, because right now that storm surge begins to build in with these increasing winds, which it does look more likely that we will see hurricane force here in the city. And now the European model, what you're seeing in this white is kind of the eye wall around the eye itself. So that's the strongest part of the storm. That is the most dangerous part of the storm. And based on this this model, we could see the Category 3 plus wind field very near the city. I don't know if I'm totally buying into that right now, only because I would likely see that wind field would start to collapse a bit once it is that far inland, but we will see. We will see as we continue to go through tomorrow. As I did mention, even before the advisory came out at 10 o'clock, we saw the percentage for hurricane force winds here in the city go up, which led me to believe, okay, the Hurricane Center must be kind of buying into that little shift in the computer models. But as I said, I don't want to even focus on the computer models quite as much, whether they shift one way or another. What I'm going to be looking at more so over the rest of the night tonight and into tomorrow is the actual position of the storm now that we were able to get a more accurate fix on radar. And just kind of interesting to note that it looked like the recent passes of the radar is that it may be kind of trending a little bit more west than what the Hurricane Center is saying right now. Let's hope that trend continues during the overnight. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We are continuing, of course, to track Hurricane Ida as it is approaching the Louisiana coast. It is getting closer by the hour, by the minute, and Chris Franklin has kept us, informed about where the storm is and where we think it's going to go. But there are some important things that we need to know as this storm gets closer.
All right, here's Devin Bartolotta with those things we need to know. Hey, Devin.
Hey, guys. Yeah, here's some recent updates and headlines from around the area. LSU's football team has left for... They just put out in the last hour here. The players will stay in Houston. They'll practice until Thursday when they head to Los Angeles for their Week 1 matchup with UCLA. We just heard from New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell a short time ago. She says wherever you are right now is where you should stay, since the worst case scenario is getting stuck on the interstate when the area starts feeling hurricane impacts. She added that she understands people have anxiety about this storm, especially because it will hit on the anniversary of Katrina. But she reminded us that the levee system in New Orleans is much better than it was back then. Lieutenant General Russell Honore is watching what the happenings here in Louisiana as well. He posted a message on Twitter earlier today telling people to check on their vulnerable neighbors. He said, quote, "Please remember as you prepare for the storm, stuff is replaceable, lives are not. Evacuate if it is recommended." Remember, you can always get more updates along with radar on our app. Just search WWL-TV in your app store. It is free to download. Katie and Sharice.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, Devin. And earlier this afternoon, Governor John Bel Edwards did give an update on the state's plans and what everyone should expect from Ida. Let's take a listen.
Unfortunately, there's not been a lot of change in the forecasted track or intensity of Hurricane Ida since our last press conference yesterday afternoon. So we're still looking at a very strong Category 4 hurricane making landfall, likely in Terrebonne Parish, tomorrow afternoon or evening. Now, the forecasted landfall is for 7 p.m. What I want to make sure people understand is that's the point at which the leading edge of the eye wall will cross from the Gulf onto land. At that point in time, about half of the storm is already over land. So don't listen to that and think you have until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, but before the storm itself is going to be over land. That is not so. The wind speed at landfall is projected to be sustained in the neighborhood of 140 miles per hour. This is a very strong storm. Ben Schott of the National Weather Service is not here today. He is in New Orleans. He is working extremely hard, but I do have some of the most recent slides to put up and share with you. One of the things that you're going to see is just about the entire state is under some type of warning or watch. And so everybody out there needs to be very careful. I don't want folks who are further inland to be caught off guard because there's a potential for 110 mile per hour sustained winds as far north as the Louisiana-Mississippi line, but also from Lafayette through Baton Rouge to New Orleans and all points south, including the river parishes. And I would point out that 110 mile per hour wind, that is Category 2 strength winds. So that's a Cat 2 hurricane there. And so while the storm will weaken after it makes landfall, it is such a strong storm at the outset that it's going to be extremely powerful as far north as Baton Rouge and even further. We expect storm surge of 10 to 15 feet between Morgan City and the mouth of the Mississippi River, from 7 to 11 feet from the mouth of the river to Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And so if you just look at that geography, the storm surge will impact St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish the most. But there will be impacts well away from that, and certainly Plaquemines Parish and St. Bernard will be challenged with storm surge as well. 8 to 16 inches of rain with locally higher amounts possible. That higher amount could be 20 or more inches, and that's Sunday through Tuesday. And as a result, and by the way, there's a big confluence of all of these areas, but
It's been such a quickly changing situation,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, at this hour, at 10:30 at night, I think a lot of people are sort of where they're going to be for the storm. And, you know, I think that goes for a lot of our elected officials and all of our parish leaders, too.
We hope that you are where you need to be for the storm. We've been telling you that this is moving quickly, it is intensifying, and this track is still coming to us, even though we've told you that it's shifting a little bit more to the east. And we asked Jefferson Parish President Cynthia LeShank about that a little bit earlier. She said, of course, that is a great concern for them, not only for people in that parish, but people in New Orleans as well. A lot of people making comments about that shift to the east.
Yeah, people's nerves are obviously high People are concerned about this, not only because of the storm itself, it's the Katrina anniversary. You know, that brings up a lot of anxiety. So any movement in that track makes people get concerned, and especially those people who are still in their homes, who have decided to ride out this storm in their homes. If they're in the, metropolitan New Orleans area, which we sort of think of mostly as Jefferson and Orleans parishes, any jog to the east is significant because it brings stronger winds and it raises the level of damage that we could potentially see.
And we cannot discount the fact that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. We still have a lot of people who may be suffering, whether it be health-wise, mentally, financially. It's a lot of people that are going through a lot of us here are going through things as well. So, of course, when you have the impact of what could possibly be a Category 4 storm coming our way, obviously this takes a toll on a lot of us. So we are going to continue to monitor this. And we saw someone ask if we're doing this throughout the night. We're going to be with you all night. Yep. If you have any questions, we have a hotline for you. That number is 504-529-6450. We're also streaming on Facebook and on YouTube, as well as our website, www.ltv.com. Make sure you send your questions. I know that a lot of you have so many questions that you need answered, and especially since you are hunkering down where you are. We're going to continue to monitor this. We're going to check back in with our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, in a second, and Katie and I will give you any updates you might have. We'll be right back.
All right, something that had kind of come up with the 10 o'clock advisory was that, and as we have posted it on social media, a lot of folks are starting to get a little more concerned about it, is that slight shift to the east in the computer models. To be honest, I'll believe it when I see it, because we are going to follow the actual storm. I'm not really looking at the computer model trend any longer. We'll watch it, but really what I'm going to be more interested in is going to be if the storm's track actually is verified with what the Hurricane Center is thinking. Now, you follow the eye, and that is certainly trending in the new forecasted line from the National Hurricane Center. But if we can switch over from satellite to radar, which is more lower lower, this is looking at more near surface data, we can kind of get a better picture of what the eye is doing. And as you look at it, it certainly looks like the western part of the eye is starting to shift a little bit more to the west of that line. So if that is the case, then it might be that it does trend a little more west of this, which would then kind of shift the line a little bit more away from New Orleans Metro. Either way, as I have said, we were anticipating the threat of either strong tropical storm, borderline Category 1 hurricane force winds here in the city. Now that it has adjusted a little bit more as far as the metro area goes, okay, so the winds are going to be about 10 to maybe 15 miles an hour greater than what we were at one time this afternoon thinking. There's a fly in here. It doesn't really change what impacts we are expecting. Yes, we're going to see strong winds and we're going to see damaging winds across the metro area, across the North Shore, more so into the Florida parishes, greater chance in the river parishes, and unfortunately there is just no dodging the worst of the storm along our southern parishes. There just is no way that this would change dramatically so that would take the worst part of it. And again, the worst part of it is all of this, the eye wall, everything that surrounds the eye. That's where you're going to find the strongest winds. That's where you find the lowest pressure. That is the strongest part of the storm. This is where you find at landfall, at the forecast, this is where you would find the 130 mile per hour winds. That is what is anticipated. You would not see 130 mile per hour winds 50 miles to the east or northeast of the storm. The worst is going to be right here at the point of landfall, which unfortunately for our folks in Grand Isle, in Port Fourchon, in Houma, and Thibodaux, that is a little bit more inland, but as the storm makes a path right over you, our folks in Lafourche and Terrebonne, as well as now the potential of lower Jefferson, will be getting in on the worst of the storm. This is also the area that we are expecting the greatest storm surge once the storm starts approaching. Winds are at 105 miles an hour, and that has just been very interesting to me. From the 4 o'clock to the 7 o'clock and now the 10 o'clock advisory, the winds have been the same all afternoon long, even though at all of those advisory times, the pressure had been dropping. So it is definitely a strengthening storm. The hurricane hunters are just not able to find winds stronger than 105 at the moment. You look at the structure of this storm and the thunderstorms developing around the center. I mean, it really is just exploding in strength right now. And again, the forecast is for it to continue strengthening up to the point of landfall. I will also point out the fact that yes, they are still going with a Category 4 at landfall. There are no models at this time, a strengthening storm. The hurricane hunters are just not able to find winds stronger than 105 at the moment. You look at the structure of this storm and the thunderstorms developing around the center. I mean, it really is just exploding in strength right now. And again, the forecast is for it to continue strengthening up to the point of landfall. I will also point out the fact that yes, they are still going with a Category 4 at landfall. There are no models at this time that are indicating any.
Saturday evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jesse Hawila here at WFAA. Let's get you the latest on Hurricane Ida. Right now, we have hurricane warnings in effect for a huge chunk of southern Louisiana, from Lafayette over to Baton Rouge, in New Orleans as well. So this is where the hurricane conditions are expected. And right now, and it's becoming more well-defined, Hurricane Ida is sitting at a Category 2 strength. There it is. The eye's starting to really come together nicely right here. We've been watching satellite loops over the last several hours. The eye has been a little bit, we'll say, unclean or not well defined. It's starting to kind of scour that out a little bit, which means it'll intensify rapidly over the next 12 hours. So still a Category 2 as of the 10 o'clock update. We expect this to be a Category 4 by early Sunday morning, and winds will be in excess of 125, close to 130 miles an hour. So right now, though, 105 mile an hour winds, still moving to the northwest, around 16 miles an hour, and it's 235 miles southeast of Houma, Louisiana. So let's take a look at the latest track. There's the Category 2. There's the 4 by early tomorrow morning with winds of 130 miles an hour. Landfall on Sunday expected in the afternoon. So we've paused the clock. You see it says 2 p.m. here. It'll be sometime around 1, 2, maybe 3 o'clock before it officially makes landfall when the center moves inland. Notice the slight push to the east. It's moved ever so slightly to the east. So the centering, of this system may very well impact New Orleans a little bit more than initially expected. There's that curve to the northeast. So New Orleans sitting in a very bad spot for this hurricane. Winds of up to 100 miles per hour at 7 o'clock Sunday as it weakens to a Category 2. Still a strong hurricane at that point. And then as it lifts off to the north, it starts to weaken. Still a tropical storm in parts of Mississippi, then a depression and very heavy rain off into the Midwest. So there's your track again. Landfall is at 4 sometime Sunday afternoon. Here's a look at what we're expecting. There comes the rain, very heavy rain into Sunday afternoon and evening. Flooding rain, damaging storm surge, damaging wind gust. This is a bad situation for southern Louisiana, Mississippi, as well as Ida continues its march to the north. So 10 to 15 inches of rain still in the forecast from Baton Rouge down through New Orleans. There will be isolated spots that see up to 20 inches of rain. 5 to 10 inches widespread. Look at this, the entire state of Mississippi. 5 to 10 inches of rain. So intense rainfall expected from Ida, not only in Louisiana, but Mississippi as well. Even some heavy rain in parts of Alabama. The problem, and we've discussed this, anytime you get a tropical storm or hurricane, you expect the extremely heavy rain and the potential for flooding. The issue here is the soils are very saturated down in the deep south. There's been a lot of rain. So with the saturated soils, you add on an additional 10 to 15 inches of rain in a up to 48-hour period. You're talking a very serious flash flooding concern along the coast and even inland into Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of Louisiana. So that's what we're concerned about with all that rain. And then the storm surge, always a big deal. This is the latest forecast. This may shift a little bit farther to the east, but right now, the big storm surge south of New Orleans, 10 to 15 plus feet possible of storm surge in that area. Lake Pontchartrain, 7 to 11 feet. So, the New Orleans area is going to have some serious issues with storm surge, 4 to 7 feet on the outskirts of that, and 2 to 4 feet as you work over toward Mobile, Alabama. And then even on the west side, even closer to Lake Charles, 2 to 6 feet on the far southwestern corner of Louisiana. There are your wind gust forecast, 130 plus miles an hour. That'll be for Lafayette, over to Baton Rouge, Houma, New Orleans as well, 130 plus mile an hour wind gust. On the outskirts of that, 94 to 130. And then, gosh, still inland, you're talking 75 to 93 mile per hour winds from Hattiesburg all the way over to Jackson. So very strong. Remember, tonight, right now, as of this exact broadcast, we have winds of 105 miles per hour. Ida is a Category 2. Winds are gusting up to 125. Pressure is continuing to drop, which means it's a healthy storm. And you can see on the last couple of loops the last couple of scans there of satellite, you see the ice starting to become a little bit more clean as it approaches southeast Louisiana. It's now 145 miles southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River. So make sure you stay alert, you stay tuned here to WFAA. We will have the very latest on Hurricane Ida overnight, tomorrow, all throughout the day, landfall and beyond. We'll have the latest here for you.
Some of the rivers, as well as the rainfall that we are expecting. Several of the rivers on the North Shore are expected to reach either an action stage, minor flooding up toward Kentwood along the Tangiboa, moderate flooding from Robert along the Boat Fly, and we could see some localized amounts of about 20 inches of rain. That's major flooding right now in only 36 hours. That is going to cause along the Boat Fly. We are expecting major flooding. We are right now under a high risk of flooding through tomorrow and into early on Monday. The storm is actually starting to move away from that deep warm water. That doesn't change anything because the surface water temperatures are in the mid and upper 80s, and so the Gulf of Mexico, that's the warm water, is what provides the energy for tropical systems. That's what makes them tropical, and it's got plenty of fuel to go right up to the point of landfall. So the impacts begin later tonight in terms of the wind starting to pick up, and overnight we'll start to see some of the rainfall moving through. We're not expecting a dramatic change in the forecast. We're not expecting it, so there is no dramatic forecast anticipated. And as I said, even though we did see a little bit of a jog, it doesn't really change a whole lot. It certainly doesn't change the impacts that we we are anticipating. Heavy flooding rain, that's going to be a threat across the entire area. Certainly some areas you're going to see more than others, but it does put a little bit more pressure on now the city of New Orleans, which we know doesn't take much to flood. And it could be that we do see more significant flooding in the city of New Orleans. Also the winds, it does put a little bit more of a strain on what wind damage we may see here in the city of New Orleans and in the metro area. And I'm not just talking about just New Orleans proper, I'm talking about the entire kind of surrounding areas from the West Bank to parts of Plaquemines Parish, St. Bernard, and Jefferson Parish, as we have said. And this was not unexpected. The damage is going to be extensive, it is going to be widespread, and for some, it is going to be devastating.
It certainly is, and obviously all of us are on high alert at this point, even at 11 o'clock at night the night before. You know, Chris, I think one of the questions that a lot of people have, especially as we're going to places like St. Bernard, Jefferson Parish, those areas, is give us a sense of the storm surge estimates in those areas. And how are those different? You know, I think a lot of people use Katrina as their benchmark just because of the category rating of this storm. Right. But you have said consistently that this is different.
No, this is not a Katrina. Katrina sat in the Gulf waters. It sat south of the Louisiana coast far longer. It became a monster Category 5 storm south of the Louisiana coastline. We do talk about the fact that, yes, it weakened and it was a 3 at landfall. It had the storm surge of a Category 5. And because it had that duration of being over the Gulf waters for so long, it was able to build up a significant storm surge. Surge along the Mississippi coast from Katrina was 20 to 30 feet. We're talking 7 to 11, while still very significant. 7 to 11 feet, we can withstand within the hurricane risk reduction system. This is not going to overtop it. This is going to withstand that. And then the flooding is going to be obvious outside of the risk reduction system and along the Mississippi coast. And again, 7 to 11 feet is certainly nothing that is minor by any stretch of the imagination. We are not talking about the surge that we saw from Katrina. Now, it is going to be greater along the South Louisiana coastline. So Barataria, Terrebonne, and even parts of Vermilion Bay, as that water starts to surge. Again, the areas that are protected by levees will be okay. However, that water then starts to surge up through all of the little inlets and smaller bayous, and that's why the inundation above land is so great from Lafitte, Jean Lafitte, Grand Isle. Again, the areas that are protected will be fine, but then toward Cocodrie and Houma. And of course, these areas are all also going to be hit by the eye wall with winds of 130 miles an hour. So our coastline, unfortunately, is really going to get battered by Ida by tomorrow midday and early afternoon.
Okay, Chris, that is certainly something that is, again, somber and sobering. And the person who's responsible for keeping an eye on how things are looking in terms of levees and the storm protection in Terrebonne Parish, which is an area Chris just talked about, is Mart Black. He has been the executive director of the Office of Coastal Restoration and Preservation and the EOC. Mart, are you with us?
I'm here.
I'm sure you are, and I'm sure you have had a tremendously busy day. What is your number one concern tonight? I know seeing that graphic of that storm going straight through Houma has to just be disturbing every time you see it.
Yeah, I think the thing that gives me the most concern, I think, for the people of the parish is not so much the surge, but the wind. I remember for Gustav, the wind did more damage in Houma than anything else. As far as the surge go, I think with the little shift in the track, I think we're not going to get the level of surge that was originally projected. And I think our hurricane protection levee system should be able to adequately handle the surge in most locations, if not all. But in any case, parish president and the president of the levee board and the executive director of the levee board have been all over the parish today, making sure that everything, all our pump stations, the levees, the floodgates, the locks, everything is actually buttoned up right now. So even with the surge, the Houma Navigation Canal has got a huge floodgate on it. Everything is closed off.
Okay, so you feel like you...
that surge is not going very far up in those bayous. It'll hit those floodgates, and hopefully it will stop there.
And, you know, there's a mandatory evacuation, obviously, for all of Terrebonne tonight. Is it the wind damage that concerns you the most? Is that why?
That's what concerns me the most, is the wind damage. I mean, this is a serious hurricane. Makes landfall as a Category 4. There could be substantial damage throughout the parish, and that does concern me. As far as the evacuation, we know that a lot of people have gone to Monroe. We have a contract with the city of Monroe for the use of their civic center there. Our people there are being fed, being taken care of, so we're glad about that. But yeah, the last bus, I think, left at about 6 o'clock this evening, which was when the curfew was started. So the people who chose to remain in the parish, I'm hopeful that they're safe and off the roads. So we'll just have to wait and see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah. What's your level of concern about flooding, both from, rain and, you mentioned that you think that your flood protection system's good enough to keep that water out, but you concerned about flooding?
There are portions of the parish that are not inside that protection system. And those areas are going to get some substantial water, but for the most part, they're all elevated. Now, are they elevated enough? 12, 14 feet might be enough. But hopefully no one is deciding to ride out the storm in those areas outside of the Morganza to the Gulf system. But we'll find out.
Yeah. Now, Morganza to the Gulf is not complete, correct?
Well, it is. Eventually, it'll go to an elevation of 18 feet. Most of it is at 12 feet right now, and we don't think we're going to get a surge that is any more than 12. It could happen, but even if the Morganza system is over top, we do have redundant levee systems in the parish. So we're pretty confident that we don't expect any structures to flood in the parish inside the system. Now, outside, that's a different matter.
And how about rainwater? Are you concerned about the amount of rain that this thing could dump?
Well, yeah. Hurricanes bring usually a lot of rain with them, and all we can do is wait and see. Any idea how many people are still in the parish? No, I have no information on that. Hopefully, a lot of people. I know that this morning, very early, it wasn't even daylight yet. Highway 90 West was full of vehicles heading towards Lafayette. So hopefully, a lot of people have left the parish, and they can, come back when everything is all clear. We're not sure when that's going to be, but it's all going to be handled by the sheriff's department.
Gotcha. And so, it's interesting because this is the biggest I don't want it in my backyard situation that you will see in South Louisiana. That tiny little jog to the east is good for you guys. It's bad for New Orleans, but it's good for you guys, especially when it comes to that storm surge.
Well, it's a storm. You don't know what it's going to do until it actually decides to do it. And you hope and pray that, it misses you a little bit. Even a slight little jog one way or the other can make a difference. And maybe we will be okay as far as surge goes. But again, it could swing back. Who knows?
When's the last time that Houma had a hurricane of this magnitude cross into it?
I want to say it was Hurricane Gustav in, 2008. I think I think that was the last time we had something like this. I know my house sustained a lot of wind damage from Gustav. And I live in the city of Houma. So,
So that's
I'm
kind of your
that
benchmark.
doesn't happen again. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I certainly hope it doesn't happen as well. And, you know, obviously we'll be thinking about everyone in Houma and in Terrebonne Parish and in Lafourche Parish, certainly over the next 24 hours. So hopefully you'll keep us posted.
Thank you very much. We'll try.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And of course, we are continuing to track Hurricane Ida even in St. Bernard Parish. That's where we find Paul Murphy live.
Yeah, that's another area where, you know, that little jog is a cause for concern.
It certainly is, and that's something that, frankly, parish leaders warn folks that could happen. And it looks like this area might see some substantial impacts from Ida. Right now, we're noticing that the wind is picking up a little bit. You can see up here on top of the boat how the flag is flying. I've clocked some winds around here between 20 and 25 mile per hour gusts, so it's getting a little breezy. We're also taking a look at the water. The water has come up about 3 feet above normal, and it could be over the road by this morning, we're told. Residents here will also be waking up to tropical storm strength winds, and conditions will go downhill from there. Parish officials are expecting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge outside the levee protection in places like Wyclosky, Delacroix, and Shell Beach. They also expect 110 to possibly 115 mile per hour winds and up to 18 inches of rain. There could be widespread power outages here. The floodgates on LA 46 are now closed and residents should be off the roads. I spoke with Parish Councilman Fred Everhart, whose district includes Eastern St. Bernard. He admits he's a little nervous with this storm.
Well, since the storm made its little jog to the east, people are starting to get concerned now. I'm getting a lot more phone calls. Everybody's wondering what the wind's going to be now, how much water we're going to get in here, or we're going to get water to the levee, to the flood wall. And what I've got from the OEP, I'm sorry, we're saying they're looking at about 100, 110 mile an hour winds now. The cone has shifted over. Now we're going to possibly get hurricane force winds out the southeast and southeast, and that's going to bring a lot of water in real quick and fast.
And so a lot of places in your parish, including where we're standing tonight in Wyclosky, will likely be under a lot of water sometime tomorrow.
You won't be standing here probably 10 o'clock tomorrow. The water's coming up now. Probably tomorrow during midday, you won't be standing here.
Are you still expecting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge, or any higher than that?
Well, the NOAA's predicting 7 to 11, depending. That all depends on how much that storm jogs to the east. If it jogs more to the east, you'll probably get way more than that here. Remember, we don't have no more land out here as a buffer, so water comes in at will now. I mean, it's just a normal east wind. We get water on the road, a foot of water on the road down here, especially by the old gas plant and right here where we standing by the Robert Seafood.
What do you say to those folks that are outside the levee protection that are still deciding to ride out the storm here? Are you trying to convince them that they really need to come in and get on the other side of the levee?
Right, no, we don't have nobody out here no more. I've rode around this area. This boat's here. We've got a couple boats that's still left down here that we're worried about, but mostly everybody, just about everybody that left inside the levee protection system.
Any idea what it's going to look like here in the parish based upon what you've seen with other similar strength storms that have hit this area?
Zeta hit us hard. Zeta put 125 mile an hour winds down here. Some gust of 130 with they read at our government complex. And we've seen a lot of wind damage. We've seen a lot of fences, a lot of roofs, carports going. A lot of these sheds, these boat sheds down here, just get disintegrated. If this storm comes and stays and slows up and gives us 110, 115 mile an hour winds, you're going to have a lot of roof damage, a lot of trees down. We're anticipating a lot of flooding down here, possibly all the way up to the last stop up here, the grocery store up here. If you inside the levee protection system and you decided to stay, hunker down, help your neighbor, check your drains, bring your belongings in, normal routine. Just make sure that just route it out. Don't get on the highway. It's unsafe to be on the highway. Probably tomorrow morning when the tropical storm winds start, just stay down, hunker down, and let's all just pray and hope it just fades away.
So Fred Everhard expressing the concern that many folks and many of the leaders down here feel tonight as Ida approaches the Louisiana coast. And maybe just to put one final point on what the expected storm surge is going to be. When I was talking to Fred about what to expect here, this whole area could literally be underwater in the morning. And he said, which kind of interesting to me, I said, well, what's it going to be like? He goes, well, after the storm passes, I'll pick you up in my boat. So that gives you an indication of how wet and how much water this area is going to be in. Also, Hurricane Ida is certainly going to topple many trees. There'll be down power lines and other debris in the road, and that's why parish leaders tonight are telling people to stay home, stay in your house for the duration. They will let you know when it's safe to come out. That's the story right now in St. Bernard. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
All right, welcome back. We are continuing to track updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida approaches.
Yeah, and as we've been doing all evening long, there are some things that you need to know as we move into this storm fighting mode. So let's get to Deb Bartolotta for that.
All right, Katie and Cherise, some recent updates. We've been keeping track around the area. The LA 23 floodgate in Venice has been closed. It is near the intersection with Jump Basin Road. You can no longer pass through. Keep in mind, leaders say wherever you are now is where you should be until the end of this storm. Again, we will start seeing those impacts overnight. USPS has suspended some services in Louisiana as we wait for the storm. People in Lafitte, Buras, Grand Isle, Port Sulphur, Barataria, and other far south areas of southeast Louisiana will not get mail until further notice. For a full list of affected zip codes, you can head to the Postal Service website. All flights in and out of Armstrong International tomorrow have been canceled. There were major issues at the airport all day today. Long wait times, lots of canceled and delayed flights till this word came out. We do not know how many flights tomorrow were impacted. Remember, you can always get updates with our app. It includes radar and some other updates. Just search WWL-TV in the App Store. It is free, guys.
All right, Devin, thanks so much. We have our eye on Hurricane Ida. Every parish expecting some sort of impact from this strengthening storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the North Shore is not immune to it. In fact, they could see some significant winds up there as well. Erica Ferrando is in Hammond tonight with the latest on what's happening in Tangipahoa Parish. Are people still out and about, Erica?
People have been out and about all afternoon and evening, but it's starting to get a lot quieter out here. We have been all across the North Shore today, and we haven't experienced any wind or rain yet. We know that will change overnight. Right now we are in Hammond, and you can see a gas station behind me. They do still have gas, but there's not too many people out here. It looks like a lot of people have already either gotten out or are in the safe place that they plan to be to ride out the storm. We were in Mandeville earlier today, where there is a voluntary evacuation for Old Mandeville south of Monroe Street. They expect about a 7-foot storm surge from Lake Pontchartrain. And check this out. We spoke with one man who lives in that area. He does plan to ride out the storm, but he created a makeshift dam around his house. It's actually a water tube that he says is used for agriculture, but he's hoping it will keep water out of his home. Take a listen. All right, sorry about that. But he did say that he has this dam that he's filling up with water right now. I actually just spoke with him a little bit ago, and he said he is still filling that up with water. And he said when Hurricane Katrina came, he got 15 inches of water outside of his home. This should have about 24 inches of protection. So he's hoping that that is enough to keep the water outside of his home in that area, because of course we know Old Mandeville will get a lot of flooding, as they do for any big storm like this that comes through, as that water starts to pour over that seawall and into out of Lake Pontchartrain and into all of those neighborhoods. Of course, the houses there are mostly built up, so they kind of expect this to happen. So we spoke with the parish president a little earlier tonight, and he said to have your plans in place by nightfall. Of course, we are now past that, so you should be in the safe place that you plan to be to ride out the storm, because he's expecting power lines down, he's expecting trees down, and of course we don't really know how long people could be without power. He says there's really no way to even guess, but you should be at least prepared to be without power for a couple days, possibly a week, maybe even more than that. We did see some Entergy trucks out here. We know those crews are already ready to respond once this storm clears out. Of course, they're going to have to wait for the hurricane to pass till it is safe for them to get out. And the parish president is also asking people to stay where they are after the storm. They want to make sure they can clear off all those roads. They don't want people driving around, even if it looks like it's safe out there. So just make sure you are where you need to be safe. There are several shelters if you think you need to make a last-minute move. There are shelters available on the North Shore, but of course these are shelters of last resort. Some of them do have cots available. If you're going to try and get to one of those, you need to bring your medications. Keep in mind COVID, you need to bring your masks and food for at least a couple of days, because we know those strong winds will come quickly. For now, live in Hammond, I'm Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Erica. And, you know, we're coming down to crunch time. Something that's interesting, I was reading in the discussion from the National Hurricane Center from their 10 o'clock advisory. And what they're saying is that the wind field associated with Ida is getting larger. But what's interesting is that the wind field for hurricane force winds only extends 40 miles away from the center. However, tropical storm force winds expand 138 miles away from the eye. So if you can avoid the eye and about 40 miles away, now again, that could change as it moves toward land. The way the structure of the storm is right now, we could see that wind field expand a bit. But if you can avoid this part of the storm from the eye to about 40 miles out, you are going to miss the hurricane force winds. As I've said, this is not a massive storm. This is not a massive wind field of hurricane force winds. Yes, now with the center just a little bit closer, coming possibly to New Orleans, or at least a little closer to New Orleans, I should say, it means we have a greater possibility of seeing those strong hurricane force winds. Boy, now that center of the storm is almost completely showing up on our on radar. And what do you notice? Here is the center line from the National Hurricane Center. That's the official forecast, and they adjusted it slightly to the east. But what do you see on the circulation? It looks like it's moving right along that line, but maybe a little bit more to the west of that line. And if that trend is something that continues, then that could put the storm a little bit more away. And again, we do not wish this on anyone. We're talking about Metro New Orleans, and this could push that storm a little bit far enough away. And again, that envelope is so thin as opposed to, am I even saying that right? That window, that envelope, that I don't know what I'm saying at this point, is so close to being either tropical storm force or hurricane force winds. It is very much going to be a toss-up, and I would say right up to the point of landfall, as again, the storm centers wobble. They do not follow a perfectly straight line. They kind of kind of meander back and forth along generally a straight line. So we are still looking at a landfall somewhere in Lower Jefferson, Lafourche, or even in Terrebonne Parish as the storm eventually makes landfall and starts moving up toward the north. So I'm not going to focus too much on the models anymore, as I am going to follow the exact center and that eye wall and see if it is indeed following along with the center track that the Hurricane Center has been issuing. The storm itself, though, is just incredible. incredible looking at it on satellite. The thunderstorm development around that center has just been blossoming and intensifying, which is really surprising. It's one of the reasons why I was kind of reading in the discussion to see if they were giving kind of a reason as to why the winds are at 105 miles an hour, despite the fact that the pressure has been dropping and the storm itself is clearly intensifying around that center. This will likely be, it might kind of jump from almost a 2 to a 4, and that's almost what it looks like the Hurricane Center is indicating, that it will ramp up very rapidly to a 4 at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So for folks going to bed now, please try and get a little bit of rest. By wake-up time tomorrow morning, do not be surprised if it is already a Category 4. And the intensity forecast remains the same at landfall, taking the storm kind of in the direction of Baton Rouge, but again, does place that center just a little bit closer to the city of New Orleans. So again, a little bit more of a likelihood of the strongest winds and some of the heaviest rainfall. And when does that rainfall begin? We should start to see through the overnight some of those showers kind of moving through. Then as we get into the morning and afternoon hours after sunrise, some of the worst rain and the strongest winds will start moving in. Those winds should start increasing over the next several hours. And again, the wind field associated with Ida is going to be interesting just to see how large it is by the time it makes landfall and starts moving inland. As I said, right now it's only about 35 miles away from the center of the storm. So we will see just how, 40 miles I believe, we'll see how close we are to the center of the storm and just how large that eye wall is by the time it makes landfall and starts moving inland. The percent chance as it stands right now for hurricane force winds here would be at about 57%. And around Homa and obviously down toward the coast, those chances are far greater. Winds right now and have been increasing along our the buoys right near the mouth of the river. 29, almost 30 miles an hour, gusting almost 40. Main Pass is at 41 mile per hour, gusting to almost 50 miles an hour. So certainly the winds are increasing closer to the coastline. Tornado risk is high as we get into the day tomorrow with a 2 of 5 risk at the moment. It may increase, but certainly widespread tornado threat is there. The storm surge that we have been talking about, 10 to 15 foot along our southern facing shoreline, 7 to 11 feet along eastern Plaquemines, St. Bernard into Lake Borgne. So that would be a surge moving toward Venetian Isles. And that surge is going to start piling up the water along the North Shore. So where all of the rivers drain, that water all of a sudden gets blocked and starts retreating back to the north, which is why we are expecting some flooding along a lot of our North Shore rivers. That water cannot go anywhere, and we are anticipating heavy amounts of rainfall. And how much rain? Still very rough estimate, but about 7 to 10 inches, and that will be over the course of the day tomorrow and into early on Saturday or early on Monday, as well as a kind of swath of 10 to 15 or even 20 inches of rain. It is passing over that warm, deep water. Surface water temperatures along the northern Gulf of Mexico are in the mid and upper 80s, so it has plenty of fuel to work off of. So what are we looking at? The tropical impacts beginning tonight. We are not anticipating another dramatic change in the forecast. Landfall will be tomorrow, probably midday, as a major hurricane, and the damage is going to be extensive and widespread.
Terrebonne Parish is among one of the highest risk communities that are in Hurricane Ida's path.
Yeah, parish leaders have told residents to evacuate. Many of them have. Right now, we're going live to Candace Charles, who is in Terrebonne Parish. Where exactly are you now, Candace?
Well, actually, I'm right next to the police department here. It's pretty dead outside right now, very quiet. As you can see, some of the gas stations have even wrapped up their pumps here. A lot of the gas stations have actually ran out of gas. So if you are still heading out, just be vigilant about that. And of course, Terrebonne Parish is asking people to stay safe and to be patient as the storm passes. Whether you left or you stayed, just be prepared for a recovery phase that may last a couple weeks.
So all of our floodgates in Morganza to the Gulf hurricane protection system are closed at this time.
Hurricane Ida is expected to hit the coastal part of Terrebonne Parish. The community is doing all it can to prepare, putting those who wish to evacuate on buses to Monroe.
It's a long ride,
It's better safe than sorry.
We have to get on the bus and leave. We have to go to a place where they have electricity, and this is what the parish provided.
Terrebonne Parish Emergency Director Earl Hughes says as Ida lands, it's likely Houma will lose power. For those who are sticking around, Hughes is asking for patience.
It's possible you're going to be out of electricity for 2 weeks. You may lose sewer services. You may lose water services. We may be under a boil water for a couple of days or 3 days. So if you stay, you need to make sure that you're prepared to take care of yourself for a few days.
Community members gathered at the sand pile Saturday evening, grabbing sandbags to protect their homes as they weather the storm.
My house is total electricity, so if something would happen like that, I have a barbecue pit, so I'll just put everything on the grill.
Everybody's in a good mood, just being proactive and working to, secure their safety.
And it may be the last chance to get sandbags before landfall. Hughes says the parish likely won't replenish the sand as they brace for the storm, but emergency crews remain on standby.
And they're ready to do search and rescue after the hurricane passes through. So they're very prepared, and they take care of their communities very well.
But as this community braces for Storm Ida, the parish asks that everyone remain patient during recovery efforts.
It's going to take a while to get all the electrical poles back up and running and the roads cleared and everything, so that you can have some electricity.
Yeah, and the Terrebonne Parish president, and the sheriff's department will be the people that will let you guys know when it's time to come back home safely. Of course, they will be doing this in a tier system, sending those that work in construction back, those that work at Home Depot, those that work at the grocery store, the hospitals, all those folks back first, so that when you do come home, you guys can get here safely and start working toward recovery. For now, reporting in Houma, I'm Candace Charles, Eyewitness News.
Candace, all right, thanks so much.
And of course, the place that a lot of people decided to go whenever they left places like Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, even Metro New Orleans was to the west toward Texas. And at this hour, 11:22 at night, that is a shot of I-10 West at the Louisiana-Texas line. So those are people who are still trying to get out of South Louisiana before Hurricane Ida hits tomorrow.
Yeah, many of those on the roads there are making their way at least to Houston. I've seen a lot of people either to Houston or to the Dallas area or even further.
Yeah, absolutely. And crews from our sister station KHOU met up with some of the evacuees, and they bring us more now.
Running on empty and fueled by the forecast.
It looked like it's gonna really hit.
I didn't really want to stay and take chances.
We can learn a lot about Louisianans.
This is blankets and pillows.
And this thing's like my everything.
And the time it takes to fill up.
We have 2 kids in the car. They're both 12 months. We really wanted to evacuate for them.
Teresa Johnson packed her car at midnight.
Diapers, wipes, food for them.
Drove 8 hours to get to this Buc-ee's in Baytown before heading into Houston to stay with family.
I'm hoping by Tuesday
that she and her neighbors,
hopefully Tuesday, yeah,
will be able to make the drive home.
Like best case scenario is like power outages and some like minor flooding in New Orleans. Worst case, I don't even want to think of that.
Joseph Dansner can't help but look back.
When Katrina came, I went to Mississippi, and that was the worst thing. I ran right into it also. Yeah, I did.
So this
time I'm going a different route.
A hotel in Houston is home for the next few days.
Yeah, I got luggage and everything in it too, yeah.
And a 1966 Gibson Classic.
A tire pump.
Kind of makes you wonder what everyone's packed.
We don't want to take a chance.
A gas station near Houston, overrun by families leaving Louisiana.
I got a couple of friends back at home that are staying, and I am a little worried for them.
The calm before this storm, driven by Texas hospitality.
And now we're headed to Austin. We've got a couple friends there, so place to stay.
And the fact that we too have been down that road before.
That is wonderful. It's one of the good things that happens in a situation like this is people really do come together to help each other out. And, we're already obviously seeing that as people head to Houston and beyond.
All right, you have a lot of people that are heading to Houston, but like my family, others have been heading east.
Absolutely. I-10 has been a mess that way too, unfortunately. But Chad Petrie from the CBS station in Gulf Shores, Alabama, caught up with some of the evacuees heading out of harm's way that way.
It's the spontaneous weekend trip nobody really wanted, as thousands of people fleeing Ida's path either stop in or pass through Alabama. Saturday morning at this popular pit stop, the traffic is a lot heavier than usual. Of the dozens of cars pulling in every few minutes, you'll find a bevy of Louisiana license plates. Between the campers and the crammed SUVs, almost anyone who can move out of the path of this storm is doing so, not sure how bad it could get.
It's running out of electricity, electricity going off for an extended period of time, and the wind, it looks like it's going to be pretty bad, and the rain. New Orleans is never great when it rains to begin with, so when you add a tropical storm or a hurricane, you never know what's going to happen.
Ida is expected to make landfall on the same day Hurricane Katrina did 16 years ago in 2005. Many of the people fleeing Louisiana remember that landmark storm and don't want to see anything like it ever again. In Baldwin County, Chad Petrie, WKRG News 5.
This is a tough situation for sure, given that, in just about a half an hour, we will be on the Hurricane Katrina anniversary.
Right, I know. And it's something that it's caused great anxiety and a lot of pressure, of course, for officials here in the city, and a lot for us who lived through Hurricane Katrina, having to go through this again on the anniversary as we go back to a time that was so painful for a lot of us, and a lot of us still carrying that and living with that pain. I definitely feel you, and I hope that everyone is dealing with this okay. But a stark reminder here, this is not Hurricane Katrina, and this is what we heard our chief meteorologist say earlier. These are two totally different storms. This is not Hurricane Katrina, so you have to not think of it that way.
No, it's definitely different, and the risks are even different from this one, and he's detailed those throughout the day, and he will continue to do that as Ida makes landfall tomorrow. But right now, this is a live look at Bourbon Street, and you can see there is only one person walking around out there. It appears that the NOPD has shut things down.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously there was really nowhere else you could really go. At this point, usually on a Saturday night, Bourbon Street would be packed, the bars would be open, the restaurants would be open, but a lot of people are heeding to the warnings that the mayor has given, that the governor has given, to get out of the city if they can, or to shelter in place. So of course you don't want to leave your businesses open. When I was making my way into work today, earlier I saw people putting up boards throughout the French Quarter, riding around, putting up those wooden boards on their windows, on their doors, trying to make sure that they can incur, have as little damage as possible. But I mean, honestly, there are not many people out there, and there's not much for you to do, really. Everyone is kind of in a safety mode right now,
right.
And this is proof of that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, if they're tourists, they've gone back to their hotel rooms. With all the flights being canceled tomorrow, people, I would think, are stuck in some of these downtown hotel rooms. And then in addition, there are people who had tried to get out today even, and we saw the mess out at Armstrong International Airport. It was really gridlock in the security lines there. Look at that. That is the crowd of people who were trying to get out at the airport because people are trying to flee this storm, whether that's locals or tourists or family members or whoever it may be. Everyone was trying to get out at the same time, and there were very few TSA lines open at the airport.
Yeah, they reported 5 or 6 lines, but we had a reporter from our Tegna family, Brendan Keefe, at the airport, and he told us that he only saw about 2 lines that were open, still that large crowd that was behind him. We also learned earlier tonight, after we witnessed this is maybe about 30 minutes to 45 minutes later, all of the flights in and out of the Armstrong International Airport were canceled for tomorrow. Obviously, that's when we're going to see the effects of the storm. So today you could see a lot of people trying to fly out ahead of the storm. TSA lines, as we mentioned earlier, were wrapped around the building. We spoke with someone with Armstrong International, and they told us that people were attempting to come to the airport, trying to rebook their flights. Some people were attempting to leave at the last minute to fly out instead of making that drive. Obviously, when you see the traffic that we're seeing right now at this very hour, it can be discouraging. Let's take a listen a little bit when we spoke with Aaron Burns, who is the Director of Communications at the airport earlier tonight. Really packed today at the airport, something that we weren't really expected. Can you give us an explanation as to what we're seeing here? We know that we have long lines attempting to go through TSA. Does this have something to do with TSA officers, or are we seeing an influx of people rushing to the airport to leave the city?
It's
really a result of the large amount of people trying to evacuate. We saw a lot of cancellations this afternoon going into this evening and of course tomorrow. So we've just got a lot of people trying to get out of the city and it's causing some delays and backups at the airport and especially in the TSA line right now.
Okay, well, do you have, are you fully staffed when it comes to TSA agents? And if you don't mind clarifying for me, when we talk about cancellations, just how many are we talking here?
Sure. So TSA has reported that they do have staffing available right now, staffing up to 5 to 6 lanes to get through the checkpoint. So I know they're working as hard as they can to process everyone safely and efficiently. And then in terms of the cancellations, for today, we saw about 36 reported cancellations from all the airlines. And then tomorrow, it's over 200 cancellations. Okay. So we expect that if any airline does operate, it'll be early in the morning. And by the time the weather impacts really start to reach the city, that most of the airlines will have canceled all their flights.
Okay, so I'm assuming that each of these airlines are kind of relying on the individual airlines. You're relying on them to reach out to the people who have been impacted as in regards to what to do in this situation, correct?
That's right. And of course, we're working with them to strongly encourage people to check with their airline first before coming to the airport, because as you see, your flight may have been impacted by this weather event. So it's best to do that. It's best if you have to do any rebooking or rescheduling of your flight, do it before you come to the airport. Don't try to come to the airport to handle any rearrangements of your flight.
Yeah, I was going to ask you have a lot of people, you say people attempting to get out of town, probably trying to jump on a last minute flight. You're discouraging that. I saw MSY tweet a little bit earlier that they are discouraging people to come to the airport unless they already have plans to travel.
That's right. We're just dealing with large crowds at the airport, as you see. So we just want to try to be able to handle those ticketed passengers as efficiently as possible. And if passengers can be helped over the phone by their airline before coming to the airport, that just puts a lot less strain on our operation and allows us to get people out and moving like they all want to.
All right, Erin Burns, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you have a lot of people who are traveling right now, attempting to get out of the city. And I know that TSA, you guys are, as you just saw the video earlier, is packed today. We hope that you're safe and we hope that everyone hopefully can jump on their flights as soon as this weather passes over.
So you heard it there, 200 flights plus canceled for tomorrow in and out of Armstrong International as Hurricane Ida makes its way onshore.
It pretty much didn't have an opportunity to kind of recoup those flights, so you had to cancel all the flights for the rest of the day, and also for the safety of those who are flying those planes, and of course all the crew members as well. We continue to track Hurricane Ida when we return.
We are, of course, continuing to track Hurricane Ida tonight.
All right, here's Stephanie Bartolotta with some things you need to know.
Hey guys, here's just some recent updates. Jefferson Protection and Animal Welfare Services evacuated 100 animals today. The first flight out this morning sent 10 dogs and 46 cats to Massachusetts, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Any remaining animals were evacuated to the West Bank. A curfew is about to take effect in Mandeville. Others are already in place. Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes have a parish-wide curfew that went into effect at 6 p.m. All essential employees that are out afterward must carry an ID and have a reason for being out. In Plaquemines Parish, there is a curfew from sundown to sunrise in effect right now. Tulane University moved students who stayed in the residence halls near a construction site to other parts of campus. They went to the Commons and LBC for the storm. They say they've secured the construction site off of McAllister Way, but they are doing this out of an abundance of caution. Remember, you can always download our app, get some more updates, including the radar. Just search WWL-TV in the App Store. It is free. Thanks, guys.
All right, Devin, thanks so much. We have crews stationed all across South Louisiana to cover Ida all throughout the night, including in Baton Rouge. Paul Dudley and meteorologist Alexander Cranford are working there at the studios of Louisiana Public Broadcasting.
Yeah, it's a fantastic backup for us. And earlier, Alexander shared some of her thoughts with Paul about what Baton Rouge and that part of the state could see with this storm. It could be significant.
We are at Louisiana Public Broadcasting, a large studio in Baton Rouge, serving as our backup station, just in case anything happens to our station in New Orleans in the French Quarter. Maybe there's a power outage or maybe there's some sort of damage that causes us to go off the air. We will still be able to bring you the most up-to-date information regarding this storm. We also have our local weather expert here, just in case there is something. So you can bring us the latest forecasting from Baton Rouge. So you're able to do the same forecasting that you would do back at the studio here in Baton Rouge, right?
Yes, and it's kind of incredible. These are the exact same graphics that I would be looking at really closely in New Orleans. And of course, we're over here in Baton Rouge and able to see everything. And actually, Paul, as you mentioned, Baton Rouge may actually get some significant impacts from this storm, too.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. Part of the other reason that we are here is because this puts us in close proximity to any damage that might happen in Baton Rouge. That way we can get right over there and give you the latest information on that. So what kind of impacts do you think that we're going to see here in Baton Rouge?
Well, you know, I think we're going to see the timing just a little bit lagging behind, of course, that we will see along the coast of Louisiana and the New Orleans area. But I did want to show you.
Yeah, you could actually show us.
Yeah, let's show you. Let's get into the graphics. And again, this is the same sort of graphic that I would use in New Orleans. And I'll just show you here. This is the wind field that we're looking at with the tropical storm force winds in yellow and orange. And then the hurricane force winds. This is projected in the reds. And so as we go forward in time, note again the lag time, of course, since Baton Rouge is not as close to the coast. But here is when Baton Rouge might begin to see some of the tropical storm force winds picking up. That would be midday Sunday through Sunday afternoon. And then, of course, the reds arriving around Baton Rouge. That is when the hurricane force winds, so that would be 80, 90, you know, whatever mile per hour winds they're going to be getting would be coming in. You can see the timing here. That would be more likely Sunday evening. So we'll say roughly around sunset or maybe even a bit before, depending on how quickly the storm moves. But fun to bring these kind of things to you, Paul, because we're seeing exactly the same thing again that we'd be forecasting for New Orleans here.
Definitely a lot more to watch when it comes to this. We will have more information on this throughout the remainder of our show. But for now, back to you.
Well, we know that one big threat of this storm is power outages.
Yeah, it's one of the things that people are most concerned about. And I spoke with Sandra Diggs-Miller, the Vice President of Entergy Customer Service. That's Entergy New Orleans. I talked with her earlier tonight. I know a lot of people are nervous, especially those who have decided to shelter in place, about what they're going to see as this storm moves through. Any estimates? I mean, I know there's no way to tell until the thing actually hits.
That's right. Kathy, every storm is different. And so the impacts could be different based on the track, the way it moves in, the angle in which it moves in. And so, you know, we do look at historical analysis as to how long outages may be once the storm comes through. For Category 4, we're looking at about 3 weeks. Category 2, looking at about 2 weeks or so that we could have outages in the hardest hit areas. And I think we heard the weather forecast earlier talking about that clear path. And so those who live in that clear path of the hardest hit areas could expect to have some extended outages. And we want them to prepare, especially if they decide to shelter in place.
Is that what you all are hearing as well? And you know, of course, pre-positioning assets based on that. What are you guys hearing?
Yeah. So, we are hearing that the storm is coming in as a dangerous storm, particularly Cat 3, Cat 4. And so what we do is we pay attention to historical storms, and we make sure that we position our equipment. We make sure that we have sufficient equipment in place. And we also start galvanizing our crews to make sure we have enough resources to support our restoration effort. Right now, we are in the process of galvanizing a team of 16,000 strong to come into the state with the storm. It's a major storm. And so we're going to make sure that we have the resources to restore power as quickly and as safe and as quickly as we can.
Talk about what that galvanizing effort looks like. I mean, are people waiting in Mississippi? Do you all have people past Baton Rouge? I mean, obviously, Baton Rouge is looking at a direct hit as well from this storm potentially.
So it's a very good point. We have to pay attention to that storm track, and that's where we will closely locate our crews. We want to get them out of harm's way, before the storm passes. And then, so yes, as the storm is coming in through the Houma, the Terrebonne area, on up through the Baton Rouge, we'll make sure we have crews that are within, line sight of those areas to get there as quick as possible to do damage assessment first, and then begin the process of restoration, beginning with our critical infrastructure and critical customers first.
Do you all have a more difficult job because of the power infrastructure in New Orleans than, say, Entergy Louisiana and Metairie and Jefferson Parish? Is it more difficult for you all to get in there and get things restored?
Well, I will say that each area has its challenges. Let's just say that, maybe in some of the more rural spread out areas, we may be able to get to things a little bit quicker, but we also have vegetation issues that we're going to have to deal with in those areas. To your point, in the metropolitan area where we're kind of more tightly packed and we have facilities maybe in customers' rear yards, we have to use, different types of machines, special machines, to make sure that we can get to that equipment. And to your point, when we are in this metropolitan type area and we have severe flooding, that also impacts our ability to be able to restore power. And so we have to use special equipment. We have high water vehicles, we have rear alley machines, and we have marsh buggies, and we're going to use drones and helicopters to help us to determine the damage and then to help us restore power.
What is the best way for people to find out quickly whether their power goes out and when their power is expected to be restored?
So we need everyone to really go in, download our app, sign up to get those text alerts. They can register to get those text alerts and messages about outages by going to, they can text REG, capital REG, to 36778, and that will allow them to get information. They should go online and pay attention to what we're posting there as well. They will get information about outages, and we're going to make sure we're keeping the public up to date. We will have information on our view outage map as well. Customers can go to our Entergy Storm Center to make sure they're getting information about not only about what we're doing as a company, but how to prepare for storm.
Well, here's a look at that energy map right now. Of course, those heavy winds and rains have not made it to the area just yet, so it's looking good out there, seeing green. So make sure you're getting your devices changed while you have the chance and taking care of anything else that require or changed. Charged. There you go. Look, we've been talking for like 10, 11 hours.
Yes.
So you know what come on, y'all.
Charge, not change.
And taking care of anything else that might require power.
Yes, power everything up, charge those tablets, charge your cell phones, get it done right now. Take a mental picture of that map. I have a feeling it's not going to look like that.
No, we won't
pretty
be seeing
soon.
green tomorrow.
Right. As Sandra Diggs-Miller told us, crews from all over are being readied for the storm. They're headed here.
All right, they're prepared to help out after Ida passes. Amanda Castro from our CBS station in Orlando has more.
As all eyes are on Hurricane Ida, utility crews from Florida are preparing to head out and help with power restoration efforts after the storm.
We have 7 of our utilities heading over to Louisiana.
Amy Zubali is with the Florida Municipal Electric Association, which represents 33 public utilities across the state. She says they got the call for help this week, so they're sending 85 personnel to Louisiana, including from the Orlando Utilities Commission, Kissimmee Utility Authority, and the city of New Smyrna Beach. The crew's leaving on Sunday and will wait out the storm until it's safe to begin restoring power.
I'm kind of looking at this similar to what happened with Michael in 2018, and that was an incredibly devastating storm, and unfortunately Ida is proving to potentially be similar to Michael in terms of just the devastating winds and the amount of rain and the storm surge.
Flying out of Orlando Saturday afternoon, the nonprofit mobilizing hundreds of volunteers to be ready to provide mass care services.
People will be evacuated, as we're familiar with here in Central Florida, so we're preparing for that, for those evacuees, and also for the potential of people not having a home to go to afterwards.
This all comes as Louisiana saw 5 named storms make landfall in the last 2 years, and 16 years after Hurricane Katrina devastated the area. Zubali adds she doesn't know how long power crews will be there.
The guys that are responding are leaving their homes and their families and going into unknown and somewhat dangerous conditions just to bring power back on to these people that are going to be devastated. You know, to be able to bring a little bit of normalcy to someone's life is really critical and really important.
In Orlando, Amanda Castro getting results, News 6.
Everybody missed it. Now you can hear me? No, it's too late. I made the joke. It's done. It's over. That ship has sailed. All right. Because one wasn't enough, the Hurricane Center is tracking 2 other tropical systems. We have Tropical Depression 10 and Tropical Depression 11, both of which are expected to become named storms, Julian and Kate. The only reason I'm showing this and the only reason I'm smiling about it is that blessedly both of these are expected to remain over the open Atlantic waters. Only reason I'm showing it. A very quiet evening. Winds have been picking up, but notice some passing clouds. Rainfall has really not been all that much, so it is still a fairly quiet, the cliche, calm before the storm. Things have really settled outside at the moment, but we are still watching a major hurricane. And I say major because really, for all intents and purposes, this is likely already a 3. It's just been very interesting that the hurricane hunters have not found anything above 105 mile-an-hour winds. On satellite, the presentation is just impressive. And actually, there's something called the Dvorak technique, where we can actually look at the satellite presentation and kind of determine the strength of the storm. And using that, it does look like it is already a 3. The pressure has been steadily falling. Our reconnaissance flights are still showing falling pressure. So, again, this is not a surprise. It's been a surprise really more than anything that since 4 o'clock it has been maintained as a Category 2, because it certainly looks as though it has gained some strength. Now, one thing, like I said, we're going to be watching very closely. I'm not even really paying any more attention to the models, whether they move one way or another. What I'm going to be watching more is the storm moving along this center line? Is it following the forecast from the National Hurricane Center? Well, when you look at the satellite presentation, certainly looks like it is, very much so. But as I said, the satellite is looking at it from up top. We're looking at the top of the storm. So you're looking at what's going on in the upper parts of the atmosphere, down toward the mid-levels. I want to see what's going on near the surface, and that's why we switch over to radar. And now with the storm well defined, that eye showing up on radar, we can get a much clearer picture as to whether or not it is following that track. And what do you see? Here is the center line. There is the track. Here is radar. It is certainly kind of paralleling the line, but as you look at it, well defined on radar, it looks to be a little bit more west of that line. So will we see another shift in the track to come 4 a.m.? I don't know. We will see if the models pick up on that and if the Hurricane Center picks up on it as well. We will see. Again, as I said, there are going to be wobbles in the storm. And so this kind of back and forth usually is taken into account with the forecast, but we have seen that shift back and forth a little bit. Now, I will say the shift has been fairly minor. Really the only reason we've been paying so much attention to it is because that fine line between hurricane force winds in the metro area or not has really been dependent upon just how close to the city we will find the center of the storm move in. Now, does it look like it would move over the city of New Orleans? That is always a possibility, but that has certainly not been a trend from the computer models. As we've seen the trends from the models, every movement has been very, very slight, and we're only going to get a few more forecasts before the storm is already inland. So we're now almost at midnight. We'll get another update at 1 a.m., then another at 4 a.m. That will be a new track, then 7 a.m., and then 10 a.m. we'll get a new track, and then that will be the last track. At 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, that will be the last forecasted track that we will see, because otherwise the next one would be 4 p.m. and the storm will already be inland at that point. So we only have 2 more forecasted tracks that are going to come out from the National Hurricane Center. Now, the strength of the storm, again, is almost unquestioned that it should be a 3 by now, and we'll see what the Hurricane Center says at the 1 p.m. or the 1 a.m. advisory. 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Again, if folks that may be trying to go to sleep and just get a little bit of rest, because tomorrow is going to be a very rough day. You're just trying to get a little bit of a break overnight, and I do not be surprised. The expectation is that it will be a Category 4 hurricane by daybreak at 7 a.m. And then as it continues up toward the coast, it will maintain that strength as a Category 4. Moving inland, again, the track does take it a little bit closer to the city of New Orleans, but the worst is going to be right around the center, and it really will depend upon just how large that wind field is able to get as it moves on land. Right now, the wind field for hurricane force winds are about 40 miles away from the center. That's pretty minor, but about 40 miles. You think the lake is 24 miles in length, so you kind of take that. It would put us probably within the hurricane force winds if the center of the storm does track right there. If it's a little bit more to the east than, 24 miles or so, it's we're going to be right on that fringe of either seeing hurricane force winds or tropical storm force winds. And really, it almost doesn't matter, because the wind speeds are going to be very tight right around that either tropical storm force or hurricane. We're going to get damaging winds across the city. I don't think they're going to be as great as what we're going to see just off to our west, and certainly nothing close to what we're going to see along the coastline, because at the forecast right now, it will be making landfall with winds of 130 miles an hour and then pushing inland. Winds have already started to pick up. It's kind of breezy outside, and the winds will continue to increase through the overnight, and by early tomorrow morning, you're looking at widespread tropical storm force winds really across all of southeast Louisiana, with the exception down along lower Plaquemines, or actually much of Plaquemines, even St. Bernard, Jefferson, Terrebonne, and Lafourche. There you're already seeing the hurricane force winds, with the possibility of that eye wall already bringing 111 plus mile per hour winds right around Grand Isle. That's before 11 a.m. So conditions are going to almost rapidly worsen during the overnight period, and by sunrise tomorrow, you're going to see the strong winds and you're going to see the heavy rainfall moving through. Then again, what I'm saying is the wind field and just how large that is going to be key to how much of our area sees the stronger hurricane force winds at that point. Right now, this is all based on the European model, this is a pretty large swath of hurricane force winds. The wind field at the moment is not this large. This is forecasting that the wind field will expand before landfall, and that is certainly possible with a strengthening storm. We would likely see the wind field kind of expand out, but this is certainly much more than just 40 miles miles away from the center of the storm. As it continues moving toward Baton Rouge, it starts to take those hurricane force winds more so onto the North Shore and across all of the Florida parishes, might even maintain some of that strength as it moves into parts of southwestern Mississippi. The chances have increased, the probability of hurricane force winds in the city. Now, this is as of the 10 o'clock advisory. They have increased to a 57%, really from Belle Chase to the city, and then down toward Houma, 87. Obviously, a greater chance there as you get closer to where the storm will be making landfall. But about an equal percent chance from Baton Rouge and the city to both see hurricane force winds at landfall and then thereafter. As the storm approaches the coastline, we are starting to get more of our buoy wind speeds increasing. They've been sustained at Main Pass at 40 miles an hour. They're gusting at our buoy here to 40 miles an hour, but sustained at around 30 miles an hour. We've had some winds gust at Main Pass right near the mouth of the river. They have been gusting up to 40 miles an hour. As I also said, the wind field for tropical storm force are in about an excess of 130 miles away from the center of the storm. So we're already starting to see those tropical storm force winds across some of our buoys. Not quite to the mouth of the river yet, but they are getting very, very close. So our coastal parishes will begin to see those tropical storm force winds likely in the next couple or several hours. We'll say by 2, 3 a.m. we'll begin to see that wind increasing. Also with those strong winds and the rotation around a hurricane, you are looking at a wide area of the potential of tornadoes. Wherever those feeder bands start moving in, just the rotation of those bands will lend themselves for rotation kind of within the bands themselves, and that will usually prompt tornadoes to drop down. They usually tend to be weak and fairly short-lived, but tornadoes nonetheless, although usually what happens within a major hurricane, the damage is damage, whether it was from a tornado or whether it was from straight-line winds associated with the hurricane itself. But that'll be something we watch across really all of South Louisiana. Storm surge potential, this is something we've been really talking about, and this number, or these numbers really have not changed since yesterday. So we've been talking a little bit more about this in detail since yesterday. So I think everyone has kind of gotten a decent idea of the totals that we are expecting to surge along the coastline and just how high the water is likely to get above ground level by early or through the day tomorrow. And with that, the water piling up in a Lake Pontchartrain will then stop all of these North Shore rivers from draining into Lake Pontchartrain and usually starts to actually push the water back northward. That will allow for flooding, moderate to even major flooding expected along the Bogafly at Folsom, Camp Covington, Boston Street, and at Covington, expecting a moderate flood. Now, as you get farther north, it doesn't look like we're going to have any issues up at Franklinton or Bogalusa, and an action stage is expected for Bush and Pearl River. Would actually not be surprised to see the Pearl River change at Pearl River, only because you're going to get a significant surge of water in southern St. Tammany Parish around Pearlington and Slidell itself. Rainfall totals, we're looking at 7 to 10. And again, rainfall total forecasts are very, very difficult with a hurricane. We can only give you an idea of kind of a widespread area. Certainly the areas within those bands are going to be far greater than what we see in areas that may not see nearly those type of bands setting up, where the training of the rainfall really lends itself to the higher rainfall totals. Areas of near the center of the storm where it does make landfall and push inland, 10 to 15. And again, this is rainfall looking at about all day tomorrow and into Monday morning, mid-morning. So roughly a 36-hour window of 10 to 15 or more inches of rainfall. That is going to cause some flooding, and the risk of flooding is very high, obviously. A high risk has been issued for the area. The oceanic heat content, that deep, warm water the storm is moving over, as well as even if it moves away from that deep warm water, you have shallow warm water where temperatures are in the mid and upper 80s along this portion of the Gulf Coast. Really, that was never a question. We're in late August, almost September. The waters in the Gulf of Mexico are the warmest they are going to be all year long. So that was going to be the perfect fuel. What also was occurring in the upper parts of the atmosphere was perfect conditions. There is no wind shear and there is good outflow of the storm. In other words, it has room to grow, and those thunderstorms, as they grow higher into the atmosphere, those higher clouds need somewhere to go. And as long as they were able to kind of exhaust away from the center of the storm, it is able to continue to develop. And that is what we're seeing right now. So tropical impacts will begin through the overnight period. I'll have to change that. We're now at midnight. So Good morning. We're looking at no dramatic changes in the forecast through the night and into tomorrow. Yes, there may be a little jog one way or another, but it is not going to be anything dramatic that would really change the impacts that we are expecting. Landfall as a major hurricane will be sometime midday. Really, we're looking at 12 o'clock right now. Landfall could be at around noon or 1. So we're about 12 to maybe 13 hours from Ida making landfall along the South Louisiana coastline. Dramatic changes in the forecasted track are not really expected. Again, a little bit one way or another could mean the wind speeds in metro New Orleans, but as far as the impacts across the entire area, they are not going to change. It is going to be damaging. It is going to be extensive. It is going to be widespread, and obviously more detrimental to the folks along the coastline. I really feel for the coast and folks in Lower Jefferson, Lafourche, Terrebonne, especially all of those outside of the levee system. You're looking at a surge of 10 to 15 feet and winds of about 130 miles an hour right now. Hearts go out to that, because that right there, the wind and surge, will be devastating for those areas.
All right, thank you, Chris. Obviously, much more to come as we move into the daylight hours.
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Another crew is going to be taking over. We will see you later today. Stay with us. More coverage continues of Hurricane Ida after the break.
Well, welcome back to Hurricane Ida coverage. I'm Leslie Spoon.
And I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you for joining us.
And we are tracking updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida approaches.
That's right. Let's get straight over to Devin Bartolotta with some things you need to know.
All right, Sheba and Leslie, here are some updates from around the area. A curfew is now in place in Mandeville. That started at midnight. We heard from the mayor earlier today. He is telling residents not to go to the lakefront because of the threat of storm surge. He says anyone caught there tonight will be arrested, and local officials are not tolerating hurricane tourism in Mandeville. Governor John Bel Edwards says the Louisiana National Guard is ready to help 5,000 men and women, 5,000 men and women have been or will be activated. The National Guard says it is staging high water vehicles, boats, and engineer work teams across 13 parishes. All flights in and out of Armstrong International Sunday have been canceled. All day we saw major issues at the airport with long wait times, lots of canceled and delayed flights. No word on how many flights that impacts today. Now remember, you can always get more updates along with interactive radar on our WWL TV app. Just search WWL TV in your app store. It is free to download. Leslie and Sheba.
Devin, thank you very much. And earlier tonight, we spoke with Mayor LaToya Cantrell about preparations here in Orleans.
Yeah, take a listen.
We had a quick question for you. Earlier we spoke with, and this is a question I specifically had for you. We spoke with David Hammer earlier, who spoke with a number of people within the homeless community who were seeking shelter. And one specific comment that stood out to me, some of the people who were being sent to those shelters, and they said they have about 12 to 20 beds that are still open. Some of the people are still picking up their things and they're still leaving and going back out there. We know that this is a dangerous storm that's coming our way, and it's dangerous for people in that area, but some people may not want to leave what they consider safe. Anything that you would like to say in regards to the homeless community, the people who are out there in tents who are wanting to stay underneath the bridge?
Sure. So thank you for that question. We have been doing homeless outreach all day. That just didn't start today, but absolutely increased with our unified partnership with Unity. Their social workers and their teams have been out there. They will remain out until midnight tonight. We have had some of our people are unsheltered who have refused to leave, and we have told them that they will have to leave. But that's exactly why we will continue our efforts throughout this evening till midnight. We will be out. The teams will be out, moving those individuals into our shelters that do have space available. And so what we also recognize is that when wind picks up and the like, then that's when they will feel the need to go and to a sheltered location. So we're going to remain just vigilant. We're going to remain out there in terms of the outreach to our folks and to get them out of harm's way. It's just very difficult when you are dealing with individuals that just do not believe that the storm will be as intense as we're prepared for it to be, because they're only looking at the conditions that exist right now and not forecasting out what will come. But our homeless team and our response team will continue to be activated even beyond midnight, but the larger team will be off the street by midnight tonight.
Mayor Cantrell, you have the National Weather Service embedded in your EOC, correct?
I do, yes.
And what are you hearing from them about these slight jogs to the east and to the west? Are they confident in the current track?
Well, they are very confident in the current track. What that means, though, for us is that there has been an increase in the inches of rainfall, and an upward of 20 inches, which could give us even 2 to 3 inches per hour. And so that's what we are being told. Also, what we are being told that gives me some level, I would say, of comfort is that the storm, or Ida, her conditions will be improving by daylight Monday morning. And so it's always good when you have daylight on your side post-storm, so that we can hit the ground running with assessments and knowing the full impacts that Ida will have on our community overall.
Now, you said 2 to 3 inches per hour. Typically, we say that that's more than our drainage system can handle. What's your level of concern with flooding within the city, and particularly in Lakeview, where we've heard concerns about that pump station that's out?
Right. So in regards to the pump station that's out garnering Lakeview, the good news is that we have 2 adjacent pumps that are operable and that fully function for that part of our city. Also, as it relates to the built-in redundancy that we've ensured that we have with our EMDs and the like, but we have to be mindful as it relates to the rate of rain. So the rate of rain, and you've not only heard this from Orleans Parish, but every parish that's responding in preparation for Ida has said if we get too much too soon, there could be localized flooding. We know this all too well. The good news, though, is our ability to drain our city and where it will not stay with us for days and for weeks. We're much better off in terms of our preparedness as it relates to the infrastructure improvements that we have been able to implement over the past 2.5 years. They've proven to be effective. Our canals have been drained. Even cars that were in there 16 years ago are out. And we have seen the impacts of our green and blue infrastructure as well, because we have not seen localized flooding since these improvements have been in place. We are no way out of the woods yet with the infrastructure improvements that we need to make, but you know what? We're definitely on the right track. But more importantly, our levees and the investments that have been made in our levee protection system since Hurricane Katrina are sound, are stable, and all of the modeling that has been done by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in partnership with the National Weather Service has those levees protecting our people. So that is a top priority, and it gives me great comfort.
Mayor Cantrell, I know that you mentioned a little bit earlier in a news conference, more so, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, just yesterday, talking about contraflow and how the contraflow system, the storm was developing too quickly for the contraflow system to be put into place. We have a lot of people, as we've shown earlier, at the Armstrong International Airport attempting to leave. Those flights have been canceled. People who are still debating and watching these comments online on if they should leave or should they shelter in place. Anything you can say to people who are still on the fence? Is it too late, or do you think that, you know, people can still have a window to get out of here?
No, I don't. At this particular time, at 9:42 p.m., no. We had given this advisement on yesterday morning for a reason. We said that time was not on our side. That's why we could not even implement contraflow at the state level, because we did not have the time, and right now we don't have time. Mm-hmm. So those individuals that were on the fence or are still on the fence, they need to get off and make sure that they're in a safe place and prepared to shelter in place, you know, hunker down, as I've said. The worst case scenario would be for our people to be stuck on the interstate, especially when we know that the winds are expecting to come our way in the morning. And so Sunday, all day tomorrow through the evening, we need our people to be sheltering in place, hunkered down, and do not venture outside at all. It will be an all day and all night affair on tomorrow as it relates to Hurricane Ida.
Is the storm protection system activated fully at this point? Is the surge barrier closed and all of that? And what's the timing on that you're hearing from the Corps and the Sewerage and Water Board?
So as it relates to the storm protection, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as our flood protection authorities that we work with, they have been fully activated, been on the ground, and have let us know. What I hear from them mostly is that we are very confident in our levee protection system.
So we think sometime tomorrow, like the outfall canal gates will be closed and then the surge barrier will be closed at some point?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Katie.
Any final thoughts?
Final thoughts, I will say, you know, to our people, I understand that anxiety is high. I understand that as we listen at me, I'm getting all twisted even talking about and thinking about Hurricane Katrina. Yeah. And I know that it's on the minds and in the hearts of our residents throughout the city. But I do want to offer them some level of comfort that the investments that have been made in our levee protection system are sound, and we will not face a Katrina. But with that August 29th approaching on tomorrow, I want people to know that we are better off today than we have ever been in the city of New Orleans relative to our levee protection system.
All right, Mayor Cantrell, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, continue to stay safe, and we'll be looking forward to the next time we can get an update from the city.
Thank you.
All right, guys, and you heard it there. Mayor Latoya Cantrell saying everyone's feeling anxiety right now. We completely understand that, especially for those who are on the interstate. We're all talking to family and relatives who've taken 10 and 12 hours to get to Houston, Texas, which would normally be, what, a 5-6 hour drive. We're taking a live look right now at Bourbon Street this morning, which is understandably quiet.
Yeah, you just, I think, see a couple of people in the bottom left corner of your screen now. It looks like everybody is heeding the mayor's advice and sheltering in place. Let's now take a look at the Louisiana-Texas state line, as many are still trying to head to the west, and that's what you just mentioned, Sheba. I took my kids past Baton Rouge. My parents came down from Shreveport this morning to get them. That took 5 hours for me to just drop them off past Baton Rouge and get home. My parents were in the car 12 hours today. And looking at the Texas-Louisiana line, same way there. But yeah, you talk about anxiety, and it is August 29th now. We're now at 12:15. So this is the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and we're expecting Hurricane Ida to hit today.
Yeah, it brings up so many terrible emotions for so many people. You look at these folks stuck on the road right now. You hear Mayor Latoya Cantrell saying, listen, it's too late to get out. And you worry about the people who are on the interstate right now because people have taken so long just to get such short distances. So you see how many people are still in standstill traffic trying to get out of the area as we get closer to the hours when this storm will start making impacts in our area.
And I also worry about people running out of gas. It was almost impossible to fill up my tank this afternoon. And so I hope these people aren't stranded on the interstate running out of gas.
Sure, you saw a lot of people posting on social media. They had flights they were trying to get out either tonight or tomorrow. Of course, all flights are canceled at MSY in and out of the city for tomorrow, and I know they canceled some earlier this evening as well. All right, well, we're going to continue to follow the impacts of this, the traffic, everyone sheltering in place. As things get later and later, Mayor Latoya Cantrell is saying that time is not on our side, especially for those who do still want to evacuate. We just took a look at that traffic.
Yeah, and we just heard from Mayor Latoya Cantrell. That was a phone interview from earlier today, but she said if you're still in town now, shelter in place, as Sheba just mentioned too. And CBS News' Omar Villafranca has more on that.
The governor is urging people to leave if they can, but if they're going to stay, if they're going to hunker down, he wants them in place by midnight tonight. And people seem to be listening. They're getting ready for the storm and the aftermath. On the streets of New Orleans, the sound before the fury. Business owners boarding up their windows, the plywood marked with the names of the hurricanes they've survived. Bumper-to-bumper traffic clogged the roads and highways out of New Orleans as people try to move out of the dangerous and powerful storm's path. Mayor Latoya Cantrell warned today the time to leave is now.
Prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes. What I am told is that this storm in no way will be weakening.
People riding out the storm stocked up on the basics if they were still on store shelves. There were runs on food, water, and other necessities just hours before Ida makes landfall. Gas lines were also long, as many filled up their cars and topped off canisters for their generators. Sandbags lined the streets.
Your window of time is closing.
Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards.
We can sum it up by saying this will be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit anywhere in Louisiana since at least the 1850s.
In St. Bernard Parish, residents on the coast weren't taking any chances. Many have already moved to higher ground and pulled their boats out of the Gulf on what would normally be a busy day on the water.
Nobody was out there shrimping today and open their shrimp season, so that ought to tell you. And when I got in this morning, late last night, at 4 o'clock, about 75–80% of the boats already left.
Mayor Cantrell says they're getting ready for a response after the storm. They're working with the National Guard to set up a shelter at the convention center. The governor also said that there's buses and coaches that are being spread across the state to come into New Orleans to move people if need be.
And earlier tonight, we spoke with Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang about preparations there.
Hurricane Ida could pass right over Grand Isle. Let's take a listen.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you've been listening in to our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin. He just got down, he just stepped away a couple of seconds ago, but he did mention, and something we have seen people talk about, this slight shift of Hurricane Ida to the east. Wanted to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, that's hard news for us to hear. You know, we're at the Emergency Operations Center, and I just heard that news before I'm with you right now. So that's not good for us in Jefferson Parish, obviously.
Yeah, not good for you all. I know that you issued that mandatory evacuation for Jean Lafitte and for Lower Lafitte and Crown Point and Barataria. Is there anything that you want to say to the residents as they start to hear this news? Or you guys are enacting or thinking of anything else or any plan that you want to enact? And hearing this news?
No, I mean, where you are now is where you need to stay, and we just want to be safe. And this is we're ready to respond, and we're here at the Emergency Operations Center with all of our agencies, and our first responders are going to be out there as long as they possibly can until they have to come in. But I feel comfortable with what we've done ahead of time. I was down there in Lafitte, but we never want to see this coming more our way, and the latest track is difficult news for us. But we'll see how this goes.
Well, I'm so sorry. I was saying earlier, I do believe listening in to your news conference, I wrote a couple of notes down earlier, and you said that about 95% of the people in Grand Isle, they have either already left or they do plan to do so. I mean, have you guys gone back around and checked up? This was a couple of hours ago in those areas where there were those mandatory evacuations.
Yes, I mean, the good news is that there was a steady stream of people leaving Grand Isle. People who normally don't leave Grand Isle were leaving, and that was good news for me to hear. We were down in Lafitte today. There were people that were leaving there as well. But we do believe there are still people on the island, and that is our concern because the storm surge is very, very strong and for a long period of time. And so that is the worry that I have is the most vulnerable areas in Jefferson Parish. And it is very hard news to see that it's tracking closer to us.
Yeah, I know that right now, of course, a lot of people doesn't necessarily have the means to get out of the area. For those that are still sticking around, and for those who throughout the parish, do you have a message to the residents that you'd like to share?
Well, I mean, for those, especially inside the levee protection system, we need to work with our first responders. We need you to stay put. There are going to be dangerous hazards after this storm, whether it's trees down or flash flooding or electrical outages and just dangerous conditions. And we need to give our first responders the free access to all the roads without having to deal with other things, because that's going to be more accidents and more issues that they're going to have to deal with. And it's enough that they are having to deal with already. So if you're safe, stay put in your house. If you have food in your water, please, let's give our first responders the time that they need, and we will start putting our community back together.
Okay, thank you so much, Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng. When can we expect another update from the parish?
We're on all night, so we will probably schedule a press conference sometime tomorrow. We have not set that time yet.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
A calm looking over downtown at the moment. Things are pretty quiet out this evening. This is going to be a completely different view as we get toward just in 12 hours. And about 12 hours from now, we are likely to see Ida making landfall as a major hurricane. Now, we've been watching very closely, and I'm almost at the point where I don't want to see what the trend of the models are doing at all. I want to see what the storm is actually doing with regards to the forecasted track from the National Hurricane Center. Now, much earlier in the afternoon today, or yesterday, the storm had actually been trending more to the east of the center line. And with reason, the Hurricane Center did kind of adjust it a little bit more to the east. Well, then we saw at the 10 o'clock update, they shifted it a little bit more to the east. And the folks at the National Weather Service office in Slidell really wanted us to stress that that does put us a little closer, Metro New Orleans, to perhaps seeing some of the stronger winds. Not the strongest by any means. That, unfortunately, is for the folks along our southern coastline. That's where you're going to see the winds of 130 miles an hour. Now, that also not along the entire coast. That is going to be right at the center of the storm, but obviously the worst impacts will be along the coastline. But something that is very interesting here is, what do you see on satellite? A very clear picture of the eye, but where is it going? It's going now more west of the center line. So that's why I like showing the center line. One, it gives you an idea of the Hurricane Center's thinking if they're trending one way or another. And it also gives you a pretty good frame of reference as to see, is the storm really verifying along along the path that they're forecasting. And earlier today, it was more to the east of that line. Now, it is more to the west of that line. And we are not hoping for the storm upon anyone in Louisiana. What would be great is if this thing just miraculously disappeared. That's not going to happen. Unfortunately, a little jog west or east does not change the impacts to our bayou and coastal parishes. Unfortunately, that is not going to put really them under any kind of a more positive view or positive outlook from the storm itself. But if it does move a little bit more to the west, and again, as far as the impacts go to where it would move inland, really has not changed even with that slight jog. That would put the risk of the hurricane force winds in the metropolitan area much lower. Now, as the 10 o'clock advisory came in, that potential for the hurricane force winds in the city did increase, but that was also because the center of the storm had been trending more to the east of that line, and so we started to see that center line kind of shift a little bit more and more to the east. We'll be watching though through the morning and early afternoon. Really, as I said, we've got 12 hours to go. This is it. We've got 12 hours before the storm will be nearing the coast and then making landfall. We are not going to see any more dramatic shifts in the forecast. This has been pretty spot on. Yes, you see a little wobble here and there by the Hurricane Center with regards to the forecast, but we also see a little bit of a wobble to the center. And this is the center of the storm, very well defined now based out of our radar along the coast. So this is coming from Slidell. We also have the radar beam coming at it from Mobile. So we now have a very clear picture of the center of the storm. This is the eye wall. This is the part of the storm you want to avoid. And unfortunately, as I said, lower Terrebonne, lower Lafourche, lower Jefferson, even parts of Plaquemines as the storm kind of scoots along the coast. So this is coming from Slidell. We also have the radar beam coming at it from Mobile. So we now have a very clear picture of the center of the storm. This is the eye wall. This is the part of the storm you want to avoid. And unfortunately, as I said, lower Terrebonne, lower Lafourche, lower Jefferson, even parts of Plaquemines as the storm kind of scoots along the coast and then starts moving inland. Unfortunately, these are areas that are not going to avoid the center of the storm. Waiting patiently. This, again, as I said earlier, because the storm motion has been so rapid to northwest at 16, which is a good thing, and the pressure has been dropping as, again, we are looking at that rapid intensification. As these advisories become older and older, we're now 2.5 hours since our last advisory, the information has changed. The pressure from the reconnaissance has shown that the pressure has deepened, meaning lowered, meaning the storm has strengthened. What we've seen on what we've seen on satellite presentation is that the storm is strengthening. Not only when you clearly see the intensity of those thunderstorms around the eye of the storm, there are techniques that the satellites can use that can also make a decent judgment of how strong the storm is, and all of that is pointing to the fact that the storm is likely already a 3. And the forecast from the Hurricane Center actually has it kind of ramping up very quickly during the overnight, and by early tomorrow morning or early this morning, it is already a Category 4 with winds of 130 miles an hour. Now at 7 a.m., that time to make landfall is then much, much smaller. That window of any further strengthening really starts to shrink. And the expectation is that it will probably about plateau there up to the point of landfall. It is still a devastating storm with winds of 130 miles an hour. And we've also talked about the fact that this part along the coastline is looking at the 10 to 15 foot storm surge. The flooding and the wind damage are going to be devastating in those areas. When will we start to see the rainfall? Probably we'll start to see and continue to see the rain through the overnight and into the early morning hours. Probably what the rain that we see during the early morning hours is not going to be the heavy rain. It'll have some scattered showers here and there moving through. We'll get the gusty wind certainly at that point, but even early 6 a.m., it is not going to be terrible. Now, along the coastline, different story. Conditions will be worsening very, very rapidly as the storm nears the coast and starts moving inland. That's when we see that surge continuing to increase along the coastline, pushing that water into the lake, and the heavy bands of rainfall starting to move over the area. By probably mid-afternoon and into the early evening hours, we are all looking at some very heavy rainfall. But again, on the dry side, notice you don't have nearly as much of the rainfall in Lafayette, but you're also fairly close. You're going to have some very strong winds in Lafayette, but the rainfall may not be nearly as intense. The heaviest of the rain is on the eastern side. That's what we call the dirty side of the storm, and that's where the worst conditions are. Notice as we get into the late night hours of Sunday into early Monday morning, the storm center is moving north, already now probably north of Natchez, but we still have some of these heavy bands sitting over the city. That's why we're looking at probably about 36 hours of potentially very heavy rainfall. As we go later into the day on Monday afternoon and evening, the heaviest of the rain is now moving more to our east, and we're getting some of those heavier bands setting up over parts of coastal Florida. So the rainfall will be moving out and the winds will be diminishing. And speaking of the winds, what's been very difficult is trying to figure out just how large that wind field will be around the center of the storm and how large that eye is and the eye wall is once the storm does move inland. This is just based on the European model. What you see in the reds to yellows, or I should say yellows to oranges, are the category 1 to 2. So you're looking at 75 to 110 mile per hour winds. In the whites, that's where you find the category 3 and 4 winds of 30, 110 to 120. At the point that it's already on land, I don't think we'll see many of the 130 mile per hour winds. But that wind field, depending upon just how large it is certainly going to be felt in Lafourche and Terrebonne, maybe even lower Jefferson. And if it's able to trend a little closer to the city, then we could even see those strong winds across parts of the metro area, certainly maybe in western Jefferson Parish. And I'm saying western Jefferson, not with regards to the river, but like out toward Kenner, maybe even Metairie and parts of the West Bank, Avondale may see some of the strongest of those winds. As the wind field starts to shrink and weaken, that will be pushing up toward Baton Rouge, but we are still looking at some very strong winds even as of early Monday morning. The chance, the percent chance, the probability of hurricane force winds in the city is still not at a guaranteed 100%. We're certainly closing in on that around Houma, but around the city, it's about 57. That is a bit higher than it was in the earlier model runs as of this afternoon and evening. By the 10 o'clock, when the decision was made to kind of adjust that forecast a little closer to the city, we saw that probability of hurricane force winds in the city also increase by a bit. But notice at this point, the winds of our hurricane force wind probability at both Baton Rouge and the city is about the same. So we are looking at a decent probability at the moment. But if this were to trend a little bit more to the west, then that probability would decrease for the city. We are now looking at tropical storm force winds sustained, not quite there at the buoy just south of Main Pass, but at Main Pass, you're looking at 43 mile an hour winds. They've been gusting up to 51. So those strong tropical storm force winds, though not yet at the mouth of the river, at least at Main Pass, one of the other sites, they're at 13 miles an hour. Here, they're at 43 miles an hour, gusting up to 51 compared to gusting up to about 30 miles an hour. So those sustained winds of tropical storm force are getting very near the mouth of the river at this hour. As the storm makes landfall, we will also have a risk of tornadoes. That is very common, and you will see that every time there is a landfalling storm. The storm surge potential, this is pretty much at this point locked in. Doesn't look like we're going to see any dramatic changes to the forecast, and this is all based on the intensity of the storm and the size of the storm, and the intensity or the storm surge that we are expecting will start piling up more so along our southern coastline. But as we get into the eastern facing shoreline, this water then starts to make its way into Lake Pontchartrain and then starts to back up a lot of our North Shore rivers. And so flooding is likely along many of them from the Tangipahoa, the Bogfalai, the Chafuncta. Boca Chica looks like they are going to be fine and okay if you are along the Pearl. A little bit of higher water, but doesn't look like it's going to actually reach flood stage. Rainfall totals, and this is another reason you're getting high rainfall totals, and rainfall rates or rainfall accumulations on both sides of the lake at the moment, kind of looking at our wide 7 to 10. Now, there may be parts of Jefferson and certainly into Terrebonne and Lafourche within that swath of higher amounts of 10 to 15, maybe even localized amounts of 20 inches of rainfall. And that was kind of the issue. The heavy rainfall on the North Shore, that all drains into those rivers. If the rivers cannot drain into the lake because the surge is pushing that water back up the rivers, you are going to see some flooding. Oceanic heat content, again, the warm waters are plenty ripe for this to continue developing and strengthening, and that is likely over the course of the next 12 hours. So tropical impacts will begin overnight. No dramatic changes in the forecast are expected. Landfall as a major hurricane in about 12 hours from now. The damage, unfortunately, is going to be extensive and widespread. We are definitely going to see damage here in the city. It's going to be more so in the river parishes and devastating down toward the coast. We have gone through worse. We've gone through many. We will get through this, but for some, the rebuilding process may take a while.
And Chris, you kind of mentioned the speed of the storm. It's moving quickly, right?
It is moving very quickly. I'll try and jump back here on our graphic. It's been moving at about 16 miles an hour over the really last couple of days. And if it maintains that speed, that is why we actually saw a kind of increase in the arrival time, as we were at one time even more so yesterday, looking at kind of a landfall time of around 7 o'clock. Now that's come up to about 1 o'clock. By 7 tomorrow, the storm should already be fairly well inland and weakening at that point. Still strong, but it will be weakening by 7 o'clock. So yeah, we're looking at, in about 12 hours from now, the storm already making landfall.
And when it makes landfall, how long would it take to get to the metro area?
Once it makes landfall, we're probably looking at it. We can kind of jump graphics here again, and I can look at it right here and kind of give you an idea of the wind arrival time. So these are tropical storm force winds and the pinks and reds. This is the hurricane force winds, which is again at the moment kind of looking more likely to make its way into the metro area. So this is as of about 11 a.m. Wow. We're nearing hurricane force winds already in the city, and then before the noon hour, we're already at hurricane force winds here in the city, and possibly nearing major hurricane force winds just off to our west.
Wow, wow. So it's going to hit as a 4, but as it moves inland, it loses.
Right, it'll start, you'll see that wind field kind of collapse, that will shrink, the maximum winds will start to weaken as well. It does take some time, but even at this point, Sunday evening, again, we're looking at a landfall of about 1, so 6 hours later, it is still packing a punch north of Thibodaux, and you're looking at some devastating winds that have now made their way up toward the river parishes.
So we will get another update at 4 and then one at 7, but you're saying what we have now is basically what it's going to be.
You know, there might be a slight jog one way or another, but we'll get another update of the storm strength, which I would guess it will be a category 3 at 1 o'clock. Then we'll get a new forecast at 4, another update at 7, a forecast at 10, and then that's it. We'll have an update at 1 p.m. and at the 4 p.m. forecast, the storm will have already been moved, will have moved inland and made landfall at that point. So we'll have 2 more forecasts before landfall.
But I know you said you're not expecting to see major changes there.
I don't think so. And this is kind of going back to more or less verifying what the storm is doing and how it's trending with the forecast from the Hurricane Center. This is the center line of the forecast, of the Hurricane Center's forecast, and this is the center of the storm. Now it is within radar range, so we can really get a good fix. And right now, the center looks to be trending a little bit more east of that center line, which for Metro New Orleans is kind of what you wanted to see. You wanted, or excuse me, west, I apologize. You wanted to see this trend a little bit more west of the line. And again, we're not hoping it on anyone, but for the folks along the coastline, one way or another really is not going to matter. This is what we are trying to avoid. And unfortunately, folks in Terrebonne, Lafourche, and even Lower Jefferson, and even parts of Plaquemine are not going to avoid this eye wall. This is where we will see the 130 mile per hour winds, and it is closing in on the coast very quickly.
I have not seen this many people heed the warnings and really evacuate in a really, really long time. And I know it's hard to compare storms, but Chris, you've been doing this a long time. Is this going to be the worst we've seen in decades?
It's the worst we've seen in a while. It certainly is. You know, usually it's one of those, well, once it's over with, then we can kind of compare the damage and just how bad it really was. You know, there may be certainly, you know, you try and compare it to a Katrina, as everyone has been trying to.
Right.
It's completely different. The trajectory it's making landfall, how it originated, how long it sat over the Gulf waters, the size of the storm, the wind field size, the height of the storm surge, it is all different. But certainly what was kind of interesting is I almost brought up the fact that I don't think a lot of folks heeded the warning even as we were talking about it. It's one thing for us to talk about, hey, this could explode in strength. We're showing you computer models. This is how it could look. This is what it might do. It's different for us to say what it might do as opposed to actually looking at a satellite and seeing this coming at southeast Louisiana. Those are two different mindsets for folks. It's one thing to show you a computer model of what may or may not happen, but once you see this coming straight at us, I think that's when a lot of folks realize, okay, this is going to be bad. We need to get out of here.
Yeah, it's a pretty frightening sight. You mentioned the pressure dropping. Can we talk about pressure for a second? What does that mean for the impacts of the storm?
It really doesn't change the impacts per se. The pressure is the central pressure at the center of the storm. And the pressure is a probably better indicator of the strength of the storm, even sometimes more so than the wind. So the pressure has been dropping, which means the storm is strengthening. And you start now to see this is the colorized infrared satellite, and you're starting to see within these black colors, even kind of a purple. These are intense thunderstorms that are forming all around the center. This has been an intensifying storm really since it moved into the Gulf of Mexico from over western Cuba. It has almost more so intensified more rapidly in the last few hours. So as that pressure drops, that means the storms are getting stronger. And even if the hurricane hunters struggle to find those maximum winds, as I've said, the 4, the 7, and the 10 o'clock advisory, the winds have stayed at 105 miles an hour, but the pressure has steadily dropped. Even if they struggle to find maximum winds higher than that, the fact that the pressure has been dropping and the fact that the satellite presentation looks like this, there is no question that it is a stronger storm. And so with regards to the pressure and the impacts, obviously the stronger the storm, the more detrimental the impacts are. But the forecast really has been fairly consistent in calling for a major hurricane at landfall. And so we have seen really as of yesterday, what has been forecasted as the impacts really have not changed. And that's why I've said if there is any little adjustment to the track one way or another, that's almost minor. The impacts are what we forecasted are what we're expecting to see by the next few hours.
Chris, you just mentioned hurricane hunters. How do they fly into those kinds of winds? And
it's crazy.
I mean, how do you do that?
It is wild, and they use a propeller plane. It's a C-130 Air Force plane. They fly out of Keesler in Biloxi. I've never gone on a flight, and I'm kind of hesitant to ever do that.
Yeah, why would you?
It is just it is an intense flight. Usually, you would avoid something like this, but when they do fly into it, there's a term for the way they fly as they kind of almost crisscross the center of the storm several times, and they drop instruments. It's called a drop sonde. It has a little parachute and weather instruments, and they drop numerous drop sondes over the center of the storm to get a more accurate reading of the pressure, the winds, the humidity, what the temperatures are doing, and all of that data as the hurricane hunters are flying into it is then entered into computer models, and that's when we usually get more accurate forecasts. Once the hurricane hunters start flying into the storms, we're able to get more surface-based data of what the storm is doing. We can only do so much with a satellite. We get a lot more information from the hurricane hunters once they start flying, and we also get a lot more information as we're starting to see now the center of the storm showing up on radar. The aircraft also has a radar on it, so you'll kind of see them sending back some of these images quite often.
That's so fascinating.
It is so much fascinating science behind this. I know you've been talking for a long time. We're going to give you a break in a second. Just tell us, when should this be over? The timeline. When is it over?
When is it over? Okay, that's I think what a lot of folks want to know.
Right.
I'll jump back my graphics here. All right, so we start to see the rainfall moving in probably over the next few hours. It's going to start to intensify, winds and rain probably after 6 to 7 a.m. That's when we start to get more of these heavy feeder bands moving in. This is also when we're going to start to see the risk of tornadic storms. That will begin tomorrow, well, a little bit later on this morning and through the midday hours. Heavy rainfall continues. We're now at 8:30 tomorrow night, or later tonight. Very heavy rainfall moving over the city, and this is where we could see the 15 or more inches of rainfall. By early Monday morning, the worst of it is starting to settle down, but notice we will still have some heavy rainfall, and then by probably midday Monday, and certainly by the afternoon, the heaviest of the rain and the strongest of the winds are moving north and east.
All right, definitely counting down to that. Chris, thank you so much for answering all of our questions and for keeping us all informed.
Sure.
All right, guys, we have much more coverage of Hurricane Ida. We are staying on top of all of this. We have crews stationed all across South Louisiana.
We have to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Well, welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. We do have crews all across South Louisiana to cover this storm, including out in Baton Rouge.
And just like we did 16 years ago to the day for Hurricane Katrina, we have a full crew there at the studios of Louisiana Public Broadcasting to contribute to our coverage here, as well as cover the storm's impact there, which could be significant, Sheba.
That's right. Paul Dudley and meteorologist Alexandra Cranford are in Baton Rouge.
We are at Louisiana Public Broadcasting, a large studio here in Baton Rouge, and let me tell you why exactly we're here. We are here just in case anything happens to our studio in New Orleans. Maybe there's a power outage, or maybe there's some sort of damage that causes us to go off the air. We will still be able to bring you the latest information on this storm. Now, let me give you a quick tour here as we take a look at this wonderful studio that we have, very similar to the one we have in the French Quarter. You see the desk here. We've got the lights. We've got the cameras. We've also got an incredible team and staff working with us to make sure that we bring you this vital information. The other thing that's rather interesting for this storm is we actually might see some of the impacts in Baton Rouge, so we will also be in close proximity to give you the latest information and anything that might happen in this part of the state. Now, let me show you this over here. We've got some amazing technology similar to what we have in our studio in New Orleans, where we're able to give you high-res satellite imagery as well as radar. We also have our lovely weather expert like you'd see in New Orleans. Alexandra Cranford is here. And so, Alexandra, you're able to do the same forecasting here in Baton Rouge as you would be able to do at our studios?
Yes, it's a little bit incredible, just as exactly what I would see in New Orleans, looking at all the different things about wind speeds and things like that. We're able to see everything here. Right now I'm checking on river levels, just kind of looking at what happened with that, with the North Shore river levels that tend to come up with heavy rain. So all the exact same things, all of our same weather graphics. You can see them on the monitor behind you, so it is something to be able to bring that to people from here.
Definitely. And to add more to this backup plan, we have an additional redundancy. We've got actually a live truck parked outside of Louisiana Public Broadcasting. Just in case anything happens here, we will still be on the air and here for you. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Paul. And yesterday, Governor John Bel Edwards did give an update on the plans for the entire state.
Let's hear a portion of that.
Unfortunately, there's not been a lot of change in the forecasted track or intensity of Hurricane Ida since our last press conference yesterday afternoon. So we're still looking at a very strong Category 4 hurricane making landfall, likely in Terrebonne Parish, tomorrow afternoon or evening. Now, the forecasted landfall is for 7 p.m. What I want to make sure people understand is that's the point at which the leading edge of the eye wall will cross from the Gulf onto land. At that point in time, about half of the storm is already over land. So don't listen to that and think you have until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. But before the storm itself is going to be over land, that is not so. The wind speed at landfall is projected to be sustained in the neighborhood of 140 miles per hour. This is a very strong storm. Ben Schott of the National Weather Service is not here today. He is in New Orleans. He is working extremely hard, but I do have some of the most recent slides to put up and share with you. One of the things that you're going to see is just about the entire state is under some type of warning or watch. And so everybody out there needs to be very careful. I don't want folks who are further inland to be caught off guard, because there's a potential for 110 mile per hour sustained winds as far north as the Louisiana-Mississippi line, but also from Lafayette through Baton Rouge to New Orleans and all points south, including the river parishes. And I would point out that 110 mile per hour wind, that is Category 2 strength winds. So that's a Cat 2 hurricane there. And so while the storm will weaken after it makes landfall, it is such a strong storm at the outset that it's going to be extremely powerful as far north as Baton Rouge and even further. We expect storm surge of 10 to 15 feet between Morgan City and the mouth of the Mississippi River. from 7 to 11 feet from the mouth of the river to Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And so if you just look at that geography, the storm surge will impact St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish the most. But there will be impacts well away from that, and certainly Plaquemines Parish and St. Bernard will be challenged with storm surge as well. 8 to 16 inches of rain with locally higher amounts possible. That higher amount could be 20 or more inches, and that's Sunday through Tuesday. And as a result, and by the way, there's a big confluence of all of these areas, but again, stretching from Lafayette through Baton Rouge over to New Orleans and Point South, that's where they're expecting the heaviest rainfall. And you hate to make comparisons with other storms because every storm is different, but remember that last year with Laura, we had very strong winds extending through most of the state because of how strong it was and how large that storm was. But we're going to see something very similar with Hurricane Ida. With the rain amounts that I just mentioned, flash flooding is a very real concern. And this is a very large storm. One of the things the National Weather Service told us that from the center of the storm extending eastward, it could be up to 160 miles, and then another 120 or 130 miles over to the west. So you're looking at something that could be 300 miles long. River flooding is also possible, especially on the North Shore area. Now, we're catching a little bit of a break here because the rivers don't start off at flood stage, and we haven't had as much rainfall over the last couple of weeks as we had been experiencing earlier in the year. But it doesn't take many hours of rain that's falling at the rate that they're talking about before those rivers could be at flood stage. This will be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit anywhere in Louisiana since at least the 1850s. We can also tell you that your window of time is closing. It is rapidly closing. And just like we said yesterday, by the time you go to bed tonight, you need to be where you intend to ride the storm out, and you need to be as prepared as you can be, because weather will start to deteriorate very quickly tomorrow. By 8 a.m., we expect tropical storm force winds to start to move into the inland across southern Louisiana. And while you've been preparing, so has the state, so has local government, and we have certainly had assistance from our federal partners. And I'll just give you some updates from state agencies at this time. I can tell you that the Department of Transportation has waived the hours of service for truckers responding to Hurricane Ida. I've been watching the traffic cameras across the interstate systems of Louisiana for much of the day. And the part of the good news is that many people are heeding the evacuation orders, both mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders, and they are evacuating. This is causing some areas with high congestion. We just ask people to be patient. This is going to be part of the process. Everyone can do themselves a little favor by checking with 511la.org, or you can go to the 511LA app for traffic information. Find out if roads are closed, if detours are in effect, and if alternate routes are needed. At the present time, we have 137 coach buses in place in Louisiana, spread from Lafayette across east towards the New Orleans area and multiple vehicle staging areas. The vast majority of these resources will be focused on southeast Louisiana. We also have 19 paratransit buses, and they've already been assisting in the evacuation of a number of nursing homes. We will have another 38 more coaches on hand by Monday. It is important to note that debris on the roadway and high water can occur at any time during the storm because of the impact of the wind and flood waters. DOTD crews may not be able to get to these locations to erect signs and barricades and provide warning before motorists experience these things. So please be mindful of this. Don't drive unless you have to once the weather gets bad. When there's water on the road and you're not 100% certain you know exactly how deep it is and what the current is, do not drive through it. Turn around. Don't drown. You should treat every downed power line as if it's live and deadly. The National Guard currently has 4,013 National Guard soldiers and airmen activated in support of emergency operations. We will get to more than 5,000 guardsmen available to respond to the storm. And in fact, the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and coordination for possible assistance with sister states for assets that we may not have or may not have enough of them in Louisiana is ongoing. But just in terms of the National Guard, their search and rescue assets are staged currently across 14 parishes. They have 164 high water vehicles, 62 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist in search and rescue operations. 650 state, EMAC, and FEMA USAR personnel. Now, EMAC, that's when we request assistance from another state. FEMA is when we receive, obviously, search and rescue individuals directly from the federal government. We have a total of 650 of these that will be in place by tonight. And the number of boats there, just with the Louisiana Fire Marshal's Office, for example, is 150 that are staged across South Louisiana. We have the potential to get to 900 such search and rescue people by Monday if needed. The Louisiana Sheriff's Association and the Alcohol and Tobacco Control have also committed their personnel and assets to search and rescue efforts. And the Fire Marshal's Office is also working with 2 volunteer boat search and rescue organizations as well as state partners, including the National Guard and Wildlife and Fisheries. And Wildlife and Fisheries currently has 169 agents with trucks and boats prepared, staged, and ready for movement.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
All right, and we do have some breaking news on Hurricane Ida. The 1 a.m. update is in, and really, again, not a surprise. It is a major hurricane. This is the second major hurricane of the Atlantic season with winds now of 115 miles an hour. The pressure has been rapidly dropping. It's now down to 955, so it is rapidly intensifying. Based on satellite imagery, it is just an impressive looking storm with those thunderstorm cloud tops that are the more intense into the upper parts of the atmosphere, now completely surrounding the center of the storm. This is an intense storm. This is not a surprise. This is what we were expecting. It will then ramp up to a 4 as we get into the maybe before sunrise. So we've got the 4 o'clock advisory that'll come in, and then the 7 o'clock advisory. In that 7 o'clock advisory, it's expected to be a 4. Would not be a surprise that even as of the 1 o'clock advisory, we see that this is already a 4. But I do want to go and show what the center line still looks like with the storm itself. It is following now basically right along where the Hurricane Center is saying. It's actually had been trending a little bit more west of that center line as of a couple of hours ago. So it is trending and following basically what the official forecast is from the National Hurricane Center. But earlier, it was actually trending a little bit more to the west. Will that matter in the forecast? Probably not dramatically, and certainly not for the coast. maybe more for the city, as again, we are right on that cusp of either seeing hurricane force or tropical storm force. At the moment, just based on the trajectory of the storm, it does look like we would see the hurricane force winds here in the city of New Orleans. And again, the intensity of the storm continues to build as it has been undergoing that rapid intensification. So I wanted to be able to zoom in here on the forecasted track. Again, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, not too far, almost due south of the mouth of the river. So in the next 6 hours, we should see the center of the storm due south of the mouth of the river. And again, that would take that strong wind field right near and across parts of Lower Plaquemines Parish. That would continue across Lower Jefferson, so then Grand Isle. Then you're talking Lafourche and Port Fourchon, and then Cocodrie as you get into Southern Terrebonne Parish, then continuing up in a direction, taking it over the river parishes, and then the center of which over Baton Rouge. But as we have said, this is certainly taking the center of the storm much, much closer to the city of New Orleans, and there is a greater chance of seeing the strong, sustained winds of hurricane force in the city of New Orleans. Rainfall will start moving through over the next few hours. It's likely to be fairly light. We'll see some pockets of heavier rainfall. The heaviest of the rain will start moving in through the morning, into the afternoon, continuing into the overnight period, and then by Monday, probably midday and into the afternoon. Monday is when we will see improving conditions. So yes, it is moving quickly, but it will be moving in a way that will keep us under the heavy rainfall through the duration of Sunday and into early Monday. So question of when do we start to see improving conditions? It probably won't be until a little bit later on in the afternoon and evening of Monday, as the winds will start picking up throughout the night tonight. And as far as those hurricane force winds, looking more and more likely that they will spread across the city. Now, the big question then comes in, how large is this wind field and how large is the eye wall as it does push on shore? Clearly, we're going to see the strongest winds again, right now, looking at 130 mile an hour at landfall. That's going to be felt in Lower Plaquemines, Jefferson Parish, Lower Jefferson, so now Grand Isle. Might even see that across kind of the Jean Lafitte, and then Port Fourchon as well as Cocodrie, as that eye wall passes over near the city, but certainly over the river parishes and up in the direction of Baton Rouge. And again, it could be very close that we even see some of those major winds associated with the storm. That's in kind of excess of 110 plus miles an hour. Certainly the possibility of wind gusts up to 110 miles an hour, even in the city. Let's look at the percentages. Again, we were talking about these had increased from the earlier models, and it's now at a 57% chance or probability of seeing hurricane force winds in the city of New Orleans. So it is still not a guarantee, but their chances have certainly increased over the last several model runs and over the last several forecasts from the National Hurricane Center. Winds have been increasing, and now we're looking at winds sustained at the mouth of the river at tropical storm force. So you've got 45 mile an hour winds at Main Pass, right around Southwest Pass, gusting up to 52 miles an hour. And just to the east of that, winds sustained of 46 miles an hour, gusting up to 55. So the tropical storm force winds have now reached southeast Louisiana. So down along the mouth of the river, we are looking at tropical storm force winds. And again, because of the fast motion of this storm, we should see this moving inland very quickly as with regards to the winds and the highest rainfall. The tornado risk is still going to be there as we continue throughout the day today, and even into Monday, that risk will still be there. Although the risk, this really is for since we've now changed days, this risk is now looking at Monday, which is going to be a little bit greater as you move off to our east. So even folks that retreated off to the east to evacuate, such as my family, they will still have a risk as you get more into Florida, a risk of some of the tornadic storms, just because at that point on Monday, we'll begin to see some of those heavy rain bands moving in more of an easterly and northeasterly direction as the center of circulation starts to push that way as well. Storm surge potential, again, I don't think we're going to see, or we are not going to see, I can almost guarantee, any changes as far as the impact impacts go as the storm makes landfall. The surge pushing into Lake Pontchartrain, that's going to prevent any water from the rivers. As we had the heavy rainfall, that's going to prevent any of that water from then draining into the lake and actually start backing up the rivers, which could cause some fairly decent and significant flooding across some of the rivers. Generally not for Washington Parish. We're looking at more southern Tangipahoa Parish and St. Tammany Parish for any of that potential river flooding. Rainfall totals have been very difficult to forecast because it really depends upon where exactly some of those feeder bands actually set up. Rough estimate is about 7 to 10 inches of rainfall, but you are going to find a swath of about 10 to 15 inches, especially right near and just to the east of the center of the circulation of the storm. Water temperatures plenty warm to continue that strengthening, and that is one of the big reasons why we've seen that rapid intensification really all day Saturday and now continuing into early Sunday. So the tropical storm impacts really we could say they have begun, as we're already starting to see that near the mouth of the river with sustained tropical storm force winds. No dramatic changes are expected in the forecast. There may be a little jog one way or another, but to see any dramatic changes, that's just not going to happen. So the landfall is a major hurricane expected a little bit later on this morning. As a matter of fact, in about 12 hours exactly from now, the damage, unfortunately, is going to be extensive and widespread, really across a good portion of our viewing area. I don't really think there's going to be any area that goes completely unscathed. Obviously, the damage is going to be far greater as you get closer to where the storm initially makes landfall and then where the center of that circulation with the strongest winds starts to cut a path kind of from the river or from the bayou parishes up toward the river parishes, and that could include parts of the metro area and then up toward Baton Rouge.
All right, so we are now looking at a Category 3 storm. You said those winds at 115 miles per hour. Chris, this thing seems to be progressing as you guys are forecasting it. This is no surprise, right?
It's not. It's one of those eye-opening when you see that now the winds are at 115. You've seen how far that the pressure has dropped. But again, this was all expected. We were anticipating that it would become a major hurricane by some point early this morning. And again, would not be surprised because of the rate at which the pressure has been dropping. It wouldn't be a big surprise to see this already jump up to maybe a 4 at the 4 o'clock advisory. At the moment, the forecast is calling for it to become a 4 at the 7 a.m. advisory. So either in the next 3 hours or 6 hours, it'll be a Category 4 storm, and we're expecting a Category 4 storm to make landfall in about 12 hours from now.
And are people on the coast are already seeing impacts right now, you would imagine?
Yeah, well, the impacts, at least in terms of the tropical storm force, we were just looking at some of the buoys right at the mouth of the river, and they are looking at winds sustained over tropical storm force. So the tropical storm force winds have now made their way into southeast Louisiana. They had been generally staying offshore, but they have now made their way onshore. And you can even see in the last few images here of radar, we're starting to get some of those little feeder bands, not as heavy on the more northern end of the storm, but certainly some of those more tropical feeder bands beginning to move across the mouth of the river.
And what we've been watching here, of course, throughout the storm is people trying to evacuate. We need to get an update on our traffic cameras, but the last look that we took were people stuck at the Louisiana-Texas line, just stuck on the interstate. Is that area going to see impacts from the storm, or are those people in a safe zone?
You know, honestly, as you go farther to the west, you're probably okay, especially for areas if they are kind of stuck right in through here, west of Lafayette. You're probably okay. It's not as though you're now stuck in traffic and you're looking at an incoming hurricane. It's going to certainly move in that general direction, but then it's going to start turning really by the time it gets toward Baton Rouge. So the center of it is actually not going to make it to Lafayette. I was kind of drawing a line like that. It's going to start turning by the point of around Baton Rouge. So it's going to stay away from West Louisiana. So if they are stuck in traffic, it's unfortunate, but they're also not looking at a storm moving over them either.
All right. When we're looking at the specific track, how wide is this thing? I mean, is there a chance it's going to hit Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, Plaquemines all at the same time?
Well, it's as it starts to move on land, again, you kind of take a look at the entire storm itself. Sometimes it almost is misleading the way we just have a small icon. What we're indicating with the icon is just the center of the storm. So you really need to show that with the satellite picture as well. Now, the hurricane force winds, as of the 10 a.m. advisory, only extended about 40 miles away from the center, and that was not very far away from the actual center. So this right here is really your area of the hurricane force winds. Then as you extend out from that is where you see a much larger window of the tropical storm force. So if you kind of take a look at the structure of the storm as it is right now, and then start moving it up toward the northwest, you're going to start to get Plaquemines Parish first, then it's going to continue up lower Jefferson, and then almost all of Lafourche and Terrebonne as it continues along that trajectory toward the northwest. So it's not going to be kind of an all at once, but certainly at one point, all of our Louisiana coastline will be experiencing at least 120 to 130 mile an hour sustained winds.
Wow. And we do want to take a look at this traffic camera. This is our camera near the Louisiana-Texas line. This is why I was asking you, Chris, are these people in a safe zone? Because we've heard of people taking 10, 12 hours to get to Houston, which is, of course, a 4 or 5 hour drive. So I'm wondering if some of these people will still be stuck on the interstate when we start to see impacts from this storm.
They will. And now again, thankfully, at that far west, they're not really going to see any of the impacts. But as we in Southeast Louisiana start to see the impacts, a lot of those folks will still be on the road. But yes, they're in a safe area. It's not as though the storm is tracking that way.
Okay, that's definitely good to hear. And then we've talked about so many elements with this storm. We've got the winds you keep talking about, the rain, the storm surge. What do you think is going to be the worst impacts of this storm?
Depends on where you are. It really depends. Unfortunately, you're going to have kind of the triple whammy if you're down along the coastline. These are the areas that get the 10 to 15 foot storm surge. These are the areas that see the 130 mile per hour winds. So lower Plaquemines, or really much of Plaquemines, lower Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne. These are the areas of the storm surge at greatest height, the strongest winds, and likely the heaviest rainfall. As you go a little bit farther north, wind and rain is more of the issues in Metro New Orleans. We're not too concerned. We have the risk reduction system. We should be fine from any kind of a storm surge. As you get up onto the North Shore, rain and wind, more of the issues. Now, right along the shoreline, or if you're more southeastern St. Tammany around Slidell, Pearlington, you do also have more of a storm surge threat. And then as you get toward the river parishes, kind of similar to the coast, you're looking at the flooding coming in from Lake Pontchartrain and making its way over the kind of Bonnie Carey and flooding St. Charles, St. John, St. James. And along the river parishes, you will have, albeit weakening, you're going to likely have the center of the storm moving right over those 3 parishes. So kind of the areas that will probably be worst off, it's going to be all of our bayou and coastal parishes, as well as the river parishes kind of getting the inundation from surge. Now the surge for the river parishes is not coming in per se from the Gulf of Mexico. It's what's going to be fed into the lake and then move in through those marshes. But they are still going to get a significant surge of about 6 feet above ground level, as well as the heavy rain, as well as not the strongest, but certainly strong winds associated with Ida.
Chris, thank you very much. And of course, we're tracking those updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida approaches.
That's right. Let's get over to Jade Cunningham with some things you need to know.
Here are some updates from around the area that you need to know this morning. If you live in New Orleans, you are now supposed to be sheltering in place. Mayor LaToya Cantrell announced yesterday all residents needed to finish up their preps by midnight. Weather issues associated with Hurricane Ida could start later this morning. All flights coming in and leaving Armstrong International are canceled today. Lines wrapped around the terminal yesterday as people anxiously tried to evacuate. And Governor John Bel Edwards says the Louisiana National Guard is ready to help. 5,000 men and women have been or will be activated. The National Guard says it's staging high water vehicles, boats, and engineer work teams across 13 parishes. And remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL-TV app. Just search WWL-TV in your app store. It is free to download.
All right, Jade, thank you so much for those updates. We want to check in on St. Bernard Parish now. Our Paul Murphy is there with the latest.
And they're expecting major impacts.
Bayou Bonfouca in Wyclosky is a lonely bayou tonight. Take a look as we're watching the storm surge come in. Right now, we're told that the tide is about 3 feet above normal here on the bayou, but it could be over the road by morning. Residents here will also be waking up to tropical storm strength winds, and conditions will go downhill from there. Parish officials are expecting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge outside the levee protection in places like Wyclosky, Delacroix, and Shell Beach. They also expect 110 to 115 mile per hour winds and up to 18 inches of rain. There could be widespread power outages here. The floodgates on LA 46 are closed and residents should be off the roads. I spoke with Parish Councilman Fred Aberhart, whose district includes Eastern St. Bernard. He admits he's a little nervous about this storm.
Well, since the storm made its
little jog to the east, people starting to get concerned now. I'm getting a lot more phone calls. Everybody's wondering what the wind's going to be now. How much water are we going to get in here? Or are we going to get water to the levee, to the flood wall? And what I've got from the OEP, I'm sorry, we're saying they're looking at about 110 mile an hour winters now. The cone has shifted over. Now we're going to possibly get hurricane force winds out the southeast and the southeast, and that's going to bring a lot of water in real quick and fast.
And so a lot of places in your parish, including where we're standing tonight in Wyclosky, will likely be under a lot of water sometime tomorrow.
You won't be standing here probably 10 o'clock tomorrow. The water's coming up now. Probably tomorrow during midday, you won't be standing here.
Are you still expecting 7 to 11 feet of storm surge, or any higher than that?
Well, the NOAA's predicting 7 to 11, that all depends on how much that storm jogs to the east. If it jogs more to the east, you'll probably get way more than that here. Remember, we don't have no more land out here as a buffer, so water comes in at will now. I mean, it's just a normal east wind. We get water on the road, a foot of water on the road down here, especially by the old gas plant and right here where we standing by the Robin Seafood.
What do you say to those folks that are outside the levee protection that are still deciding to ride out the storm here? Are you trying to convince them that they really need to come in and get on the other side of the levee?
Right, no, we don't have nobody out here no more. I've rode around this area. This boat's here. We've got a couple boats that's still left down here that we're worried about, but mostly everybody, just about everybody done left. They inside the levee protection system.
Any idea what it's going to look like here in the parish based upon what you've seen with other similar strength storms that have hit this area?
Zeta hit us hard. Zeta put 125 mile an hour winds down here. Some gust of 130 what they read at our government complex. And we seen a lot of wind damage. We seen a lot of fences, a lot of roofs. Carports going. A lot of these sheds, the boat sheds down here, just get disintegrated. If this storm comes and stays and slows up and gives us 110, 115 mile an hour winds, you're going to have a lot of roof damage, a lot of trees down. We anticipating a lot of flooding down here, possibly all the way up to the last stop up here, the grocery store up here. If you inside the levee protection system and you decided to stay, hunker down, help your neighbor, check your drains, bring your belongings in, normal routine. Just make sure that just route it out. Don't get on the highway. It's unsafe to be on the highway. Probably tomorrow morning when the tropical storm winds start, just stay down, hunker down, and let's all just pray and hope it just fades away.
Winds are already starting to pick up here in eastern St. Bernard Parish, so there is expected to be a lot of down power lines, a lot of down trees, and a lot of debris in the road as this storm hits this area. That's why parish officials are asking people to stay home, stay in your house, and don't come out until they tell you it's safe. In St. Bernard Parish, Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
All right, and in New Orleans, we heard Mayor LaToya Cantrell tell people they needed to evacuate. It's not a mandatory evacuation, but she said, heed our advice, and a lot of people have been doing that, Sheba, and that's led to backups all along the interstates, going north to Shreveport, over to the beach, to Texas especially.
That's right. We wanted to check in with our Duke Carter's mom, Joyce Carter. She's one of the many people still trying to get to Texas right now. Miss Carter, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's so good to hear your voice. Tell us what time you left and where you are now.
Okay, I left at 2 o'clock.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
And where are you?
Right now.
Miss Carter?
Okay.
Yeah, the phone went out for a second. Tell us again where you are.
Oh, my. Okay, I'm approaching Beaumont, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Lake. Uh-huh.
And how are you feeling about everything? People are so anxious right now. Of course, this is the day of the Katrina anniversary. I know you're from New Orleans, and there's a lot that you're going through.
Let me say this. I was in Katrina, and I would never want to experience that again. But however, just what I'm doing right now, oh my God, this is horrible.
You've been in the car for nearly 12 hours.
Sitting down, me and my doggy Chaz, me and my baby. Yes, 12 hours, looking at my car as I'm full. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm sure you're exhausted. Have you had to refill for gas? I know a lot of gas stations in the area are running out of gas.
And you're so right about that. Right after I left out of Kidder, I noticed that I had like a photo fatigue. I was off, and I stopped and I filled it right back up. But I hadn't stopped since, so I'm good. It's just that we're just going so slow.
Sure.
Very slowly.
And we know how slow you're going. We're actually looking at a camera right now of people headed towards Texas. This is actually Lake Charles. You said you've made it to Beaumont, so you're a little bit past this, but I'm sure you still have hours ahead and you're tired.
Very tired. I thank God because I was a military spouse. I'm used to driving. Duke could tell you that. But I didn't think I had to do this again. I didn't think I'd be doing this again. But I'm glad I had the experience, This doesn't bother me. As long as I have gas, I'm good to go. And a reliable car.
We do hear your voice quivering a little bit. Understandably so emotional, probably so much anxiety. We can't tell if you're about to cry or if you're just one of those things that you just got to laugh to keep going.
Oh, I'm good. I'm a pretty strong person. Remember, like I was saying, I was a military wife. I'm used to driving. I used to drive from Jacksonville, Florida to New Orleans every Friday. Oh, yeah. So this is nothing. It's just that it's gridlock here. This is the part that's bothering me. It's aggravating,
Yeah. And where are you trying to get to? What is the final destination?
I'm going to Houston. My sister's waiting for me. My aunt is waiting for me because they was determined to get me out of New Orleans along with Duke. But I'm good. I'm good. It's just that it's gridlock, and it's tiresome.
Yeah, I'm sure it's exhausting, but Duke cares about you very much. I'm sure that's why he wants you safe. And we've heard of people going to Houston, which of course would usually be a 5-6 hour drive. It's been taking people 10, 12 hours. So I know you still have a long journey ahead. What's on your mind? I know there's so much anxiety about so many different things. You mentioned living through Katrina, going through Katrina. I know you have a new grandbaby. I'm sure there's so much to be concerned about.
Yes, I am concerned. When I return, I'm going to hope for the best. But, of course, we have insurance and stuff, but I don't want to start all over again. You know what I'm saying? It's a bit much. I just don't want to start all over,
Yeah, definitely.
So,
how concerned are you about your particular neighborhood, and what kind of prep did you do to get out of there? Were you able to pull things out of the yard or board up the house or anything like that?
Duke took all the patio furniture up. He put it in the shade, so I was good with that. I got everything out of my house that's really important, deeds and insurance paper. So I grabbed the important paperwork and I put it in my car. Mm-hmm. So there, so I'll have it. Say, for instance, if something goes wrong, I would have that. I have it in my possession. You see what I'm saying? But I'm good. What it is what it is. After Katrina, we lost everything. So I'm going to hope, again, that we can pull it through, because remember, my husband isn't here anymore. I lost my husband. He's deceased.
I know. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah, so, myself, but now it's just me and Chaz, and my other son is a police officer. So he's home in New Orleans.
Sure.
So,
Chaz is the dog.
I'm a big girl. Chaz is my little doggy.
Yes. I see you guys in the park all the time. I just wanted the viewers to be very clear. That is your other child.
Miss Joyce, you said you waited till 2 o'clock to leave. What was that final, maybe something you saw on TV or something got upgraded that you were like, okay, now's the time to go?
When was the time to go? Well, I'm talking about it since 7 o'clock this morning. And he said, Mom, you need to go because Dad is not here. You need to go. That was it. He said, you can't stay in the house with no lights. Dad is not here to rescue you. So it was time. So I said, I'll tell you what, let me just get out of here because I'm tired of hearing this mouth. I need to go bye-bye.
Yeah.
So I did.
I think that's the best advice to listen. It's better to be safe than sorry. And listen,
Absolutely.
That's a conversation everybody in the city, in our area, had to go through. Do you leave? Do you stay, right? It's a conversation we have every time there's a storm. You were here for Katrina, so you went through it then. What are you feeling in comparison to that? Because I hear a lot of people saying they just don't have a good feeling about this one, and this is the first time they felt this way since Katrina.
You know what? You're so right because, you know what? This is a Cat 4 that's coming through here. If I'm saying that correctly, right?
Yeah, so it's a category 3 right now, but yes, it is expected to be a 4. You're right.
Okay, if 3, beat up our levee system or whatever happened, and I was there, and I watched the surge. I watched the water run right through my subdivision. So just think when this 4 comes through, we're going to hope that we can hold that water down. So that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, I mean, that's a genuine fear. You live in the eastern part of the city. Did that impact some of your decision to leave? If you lived in a higher elevated portion of the city, would you have considered staying?
Well, I live in like a 2-3 story house. It doesn't matter. I watch a car run through a subdivision. And it's nothing pretty. I'm telling you. Just remember, we cannot take any more hurricanes. I'm going to tell you here in New Orleans, after Katrina. Now, I don't know how we're going to do with this Cat 4. And what I would say to anybody, if you have not left, shame on you. Because you know what? Our city is not as strong as it used to be. Camille, we did okay with Camille. But we're not as strong as we used to be. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I'd rather, be safe than sorry, I'm not that young anymore,
You are forever young, Miss
absolutely,
Carter.
yes.
Yeah, don't say that. Listen, what are you doing to stay strong? I think so many people are just feeling weak and overwhelmed. You talk about losing your husband. You talk about worrying about your son, who's an NOPD officer, your other son, an amazing reporter. What are you doing mentally to just stay strong as you drive down the interstate? That's nerve-wracking in and of itself.
You know what? One thing about it, I know God. There for a reason. You know what I'm saying? If I had faith, I wouldn't have anything because I wouldn't be where I'm at today. And one thing about it, I know they're loved.
Certainly.
That's one thing about it. I know they're loved. So I know one thing, y'all gonna take care of my son. So I'm not, as long as you're out there helping somebody, do something, Don't just sit there and talk about it. Do something. Be a servant. So I'm okay with that,
Yes. Well, we certainly hope you're fine. We've been talking to you for a bit, so I'm just curious, how much did you move while we were talking?
Wait, say that again.
How far did you get on the interstate as we've been talking?
Watching the road. I'm on somebody's bridge right now.
Okay, you're on somebody's bridge. Yeah. It's a long trip. We understand.
It's on lots of 18 wheels on the side of it, but I'm trying to see, there's a sign that's coming up. But I'm making progress.
Oh, good.
All right. Well, of course,
I'm
that's great. We're going to talk to Duke and make sure that you land safely. We know you and Chaz will get there safely. Your co-pilot, the dog. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Ms. Carter. You're always such a joy and a pleasure to speak with. And, of course, we were worried about your safety. So thanks for checking in with us.
Thank y'all much, guys. Thank you. All
right. We hope you get there soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, then we have to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. We are on 24/7 for the next couple of days.
That's right. We are continuing to watch Hurricane Ida, which about a half an hour ago became a Category 3 storm, still projected to be a Category 4. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. About a half an hour ago, we got the latest update learning that the storm is now a Category 3 with winds of 115 miles per hour. But Leslie, of course, that's expected to be upgraded to a Category 4 before this storm makes landfall.
That's right. And let's get it right over to Jade Cunningham now with more on what we need to know.
That's right. Thanks, Leslie and Sheba. So here are some updates from around the area. It is officially the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. And Mayor Latoya Cantrell says New Orleans is much better prepared to handle the storm now than it was 16 years ago. In a Facebook post, Cantrell noted more than $14 billion worth of investments have been made to the levee protection system. She also says people in New Orleans are safer than they have ever been before. Officials have been urging all residents to plan for significant power outages. And a generator is a popular, though sometimes dangerous item to turn to when the lights go out. So remember, never use a generator inside your home or garage. It should always be placed outside in a well-ventilated area. A generator should also be at least 20 feet away from your home. And it's a good idea to double check the exhaust is pointed away from any vents that lead into your house. Guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Dave. Let's hear from Peyton.
All right, good morning, everybody. We are talking about the 1 a.m. update with 115 mile per hour winds, and you can see there's the eye of it. Our radars are easily picking up on this thing right now. It's following right along the track, and I will say hurricane hunters are in there right now. This thing is still strengthening, and it is strengthening fast. Indications are that there's winds are probably already above that 115 mile per hour mark. Now, remember, we are eventually going to start to get some every 1 hour reports. I'm not sure when that's going to start, but I imagine that will start within this morning, and then we will be getting the hourly updates where the Hurricane Center lets us know as this thing intensifies. That's the center line. They have it moving right into Port Fourchon, Lower Lafourche, so that would put the worst impacts. Grand Isle, absolutely going to get hammered by this. Plaquemines Parish now, because we've been talking about that track has been shifting a little bit further to the east. So remember, the worst part of this storm as it blows on in later this morning and afternoon is going to be right there on that northern eye wall and this eastern eye wall as it tracks. And I mean, boy, it's tracking right along that red line there. So as of 1 a.m., yes, we did have a 115 mile per hour major hurricane. This is a Cat 3, but there are indications that this is already getting close to a Category 4, and that was 30 minutes ago. So this thing is rapidly intensifying, and it's doing it fast. It hasn't really slowed down. It's moving at 15. It was moving at 16 yesterday, and we have winds of 105 miles per hour. So as I mentioned, we've got our eye on the radar, or we've got the radar picking up the eye now, and we can see both sides of a solid eye wall developing around the entire thing. And when it develops around the entire thing, that's an indication of a very, very healthy major hurricane. We are getting those outer bands, tropical storm conditions now coming into our coastal areas. So in lower Plaquemines, you're getting just in some breezy conditions. We've had winds gusting over 40 to 50 down here along the mouth of the river already. That's going to continue to go downhill. So if you are down here and you stayed, you got to hunker down now. It's only going to get worse over about the next 12 hours as this moves in. And it's not going to be moving in very fast. Now, it is going to be moving, but this is not Zeta. This is not going to be in and out of here in 5 hours. So the latest track, this is as of 10 p.m. We won't get a new track until 4 a.m. It's going to move to the north, making landfall this afternoon. We've sped this thing up. So that means the impacts for our area are going to start earlier than what we initially anticipated yesterday. We have it making landfall still anywhere from Terrebonne Parish to Plaquemines Parish, which means all of our area is going to feel significant impacts from this major hurricane. There's no doubt about it. There's no getting away from it at this point. It's a-coming, and it will likely be a Category 4. So 130 plus mile per hour winds near the coast this afternoon. That will spread into the New Orleans area late morning and afternoon. So the worst part of New Orleans is likely going to be after lunchtime, where we could see winds well over 100 miles per hour in the city as part of that eye wall probably tracks over New Orleans. To the North Shore, or to Houma later this afternoon as well, up towards the river parishes through the afternoon. And this will be the worst of it. It's going to start before that. And then up towards Baton Rouge by late afternoon and evening. And then as we go into tonight, it is up into southwest Mississippi. So by tonight, things should start to wind down. The worst of it is going to be through today. All right, let's talk about the storm surge, because we've bumped up some of these numbers. We've bumped up the lake. The lake is now to 5 to 8 feet. And with the storm tracking with this track, this means most of this water is going to be funneling in and piling on the west side of the lake. If you live up in lower Tangi, we've been talking about south of Highway 22 is the most storm surge prone area in Tangipahoa Parish. So if you live south of 22, that's going to be that's south of Ponchatoula. That's where you're going to see significant storm surge rise, 5 to 8 feet. Same thing over towards St. John Parish. We're going to see a lot of water coming in like this. As the storm's down here, the winds are going to be wrapping down into this thing, imagine like this, and that's going to be pushing water of 5 to 8 feet into parts of St. John Parish. Could be getting further inland than that. New Orleans, of course, we'll see water rise on the lakefront. We'll see water rise on the lakefront on the South Shore, especially as we go into tonight. As the storm lifts to the north, we'll have more of a southerly wind pulling up that water. So it just kind of depends on what side of the lake you're on and what time when this time the water is going to come up for your area. 10 to 15 feet. The significant life-threatening storm surge is going to continue near that center and to the east. So for Terrebonne, Lafourche, Lower Jefferson, up into St. Charles, we've been talking about getting towards parts of the West Bank here. We've been talking about this story, 10 to 15 feet outside the levees. Plaquemines Parish is going to see significant impacts from this storm. You've got this funneling effect for St. Bernard. You're going to see significant water rise of 7 to 11 feet for eastern St. Bernard. Bay St. Louis to Biloxi, you're going to see 7 to 11 feet as well. And this includes the 7 to 11 feet out here in New Orleans once you get outside the levee protection system. So Venetian Isles and going over towards the Wrigley's and up into the North Shore. So that area will see significant water rise of 7 to 11 feet by this afternoon. It will steadily creep up through the morning, though. Rainfall still looks like it's going to be a big deal, too. On average, 6 to 10 inches is what we're still going with, but a few spots are going to pick up more, probably closer to 15. All right, I've updated our winds here, and if you were watching yesterday, I preached all day long about if we see this track shift 20 to 30 miles, it's going to shift that axis of worst winds into the New Orleans metro and creep into parts of the North Shore. So we have increased our winds for a big chunk of the area. Now it looks like a pretty good bet that we do see 100 plus mile per hour winds in the New Orleans metro. This is the type of wind that can do structural damage. It can do roof damage. Of course, it's going to knock down trees. There's no doubt about it. There's going to be so many power outages in this zone that it's going to be unusual if you don't have power outage with 100 plus mile per hour winds coming in. Now, the worst of the winds are going to be down here along the coast. I think the worst of it's going to be towards Port Fourchon, Cocodrie, Chauvin. If I'm naming any of these towns, I just hope you're still not there. Cocodrie, Chauvin, Port Fourchon, Grand Isle, and going into Lower Plaquemines, south of Belle Chase. That's where we could see 130. You could be talking gusts 140, 150 right there along the coast if this thing continues to strengthen into a Category 4. In the New Orleans metro, it's a good bet that we do see at least 100. If that eye wall moves close to us, though, and close enough, which it looks like it will, it could very well be over 100. Same thing for Houma and Thibodaux. Still thinking 100 plus mile per hour winds. Same thing up along the river. The North Shore, Hammond, you have a good bet of seeing maybe 100 mile per hour wind gusts, possibly up to 110. That's not out of the question. And Slidell, we bumped up your risk for 100 mile per hour winds. Probably going to be more like 80 to 90 with that current track, but you know, it's one of those close calls to where if you're in this white zone here, you have that potential to see the worst of the winds as this blows on through late morning, afternoon. We've moved up the timing once again. If you've missed that, it's going to be more of an afternoon event. Yes, you know, at this point, we're babysitting it. Our models are in good agreement. There's no doubt about it there. It's running over the warm waters. There's the loop current it was running over yesterday, which was producing, you know, and helping it to just throttle up and turn into this massive storm. But yeah, it's got warm waters, and it looks like it's going to continue to strengthen as we go through the remainder of this morning and through the afternoon hours. So just to recap here, if you were just joining us, Ida has really tapped into this environment. It is finding that the hurricane is continuing to strengthen. We were looking at our pressures, and our pressures are falling at just these astonishing rates of about 10 millibars, you know, as these hurricane hunters fly into it. And as the pressure falls, the winds pick up. The lower the pressure, usually the higher the winds are going to be blowing into this thing. And I want to go back here to the radar here and what we're watching with Ida, and our radars are now picking up on the entire eye of this thing. You can see it clear as day. It's not a big eye. It's not a giant eye, but it's about 25. I'm kind of clocking it with our measuring tool here. And this is a rough estimate, 30-ish miles across is what the eye is. And I also want you to notice, do you see the lightning being detected in the eye wall there, the most intense part of the hurricane? That is a sign that this thing is really strengthening. So whenever you get those lightning bolts that the radar is picking up on, you are seeing a really strengthening hurricane here. And once again, the wind's at 115 miles per hour. We're going to get those updates, those hourly updates pretty soon, I imagine. Within probably by later this morning, the Hurricane Center will start issuing those hourly updates. This will likely be a Category 4, I imagine, with our next update from them. Just looking at some of the data from the hurricane hunters in there right now, indicating that the winds could already be approaching 130 miles 130 miles per hour. It's hard to say if they're going to say those are sustained or gust, but any way you slice it, this thing is really, really strengthening. So it is just before 2 a.m. here. We're watching Ida here, a major hurricane now, a Category 3, expected to be a 4. It's going to be making landfall somewhere in Lafourche. Lower Jefferson, that's Port Fourchon, right smack dab in the red line. That's Grand Isle, there's Plaquemines Parish, there's St. Bernard, there's New Orleans. So this is going to take a path where really no one is not going to feel the impacts of Hurricane Ida later on this morning and through the afternoon.
All right, Peyton, thank you so much. We're actually about to go to Meg live in Lakeview right now in Orleans Parish. We've been talking about the impacts all around the area. Our Meg Ferris is live there this morning.
Sheba, I do have a question. Can Peyton still hear me?
Yeah,
is Peyton still on?
question.
All right, Peyton, here's my question. So we know how our homes made it through Delta last year, or Zeta.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
thank
many,
you. I'm
yeah.
getting my COVID mixed up with so we all kind of know how that felt, those high winds. How do these winds that New Orleans is going to get compare to the ones that we got in Zeta last October?
They will be significantly more, possibly. The winds in New Orleans during Zeta were on the order of about 90 miles an hour at the lakefront. We only saw about a Category 1 in New Orleans from Zeta. It was a Cat 3 at landfall, but it weakened very quickly. These we think are going to be maybe 20 to 30 miles per hour more, and that might not sound like much, but the risk and the amount of damage winds do as you go up from 70 to 100 miles per hour, it's not a linear progression. It increases much more quickly. So we do think this is going to be more significant than Zeta last year. And remember, Zeta came in this way, and Zeta was moving 20, 30 miles an hour. This is not going to be moving 20, 30 miles per hour, Meg.
Okay, Peyton, that was not the answer I wanted to hear, but okay, I think that just gives people a gauge of how it felt last year when we were in our homes and how it's going to feel this time. Okay, so thank you, Peyton, very much for everything you're doing. As Sheba said, we're on the lakefront in the Lake Vista area, specifically Canal Boulevard. We're on top of the levee here, the road that goes over, and the winds are picking up. We're not seeing the water yet come over, the traditional water, you see coming over from Lake Pontchartrain over the seawall and kind of filling up Lakeshore Drive. We're not seeing that yet, but we're definitely seeing those huge crashes of whitecaps against the seawall every now and then kind of splash up. And believe it or not, we've seen some people out here. There's a stray car here and there, and people going swimming and playing in the waves, and people just coming out looky-loos. Not many, but probably a handful of people coming to see what it looks like before conditions get worse. Now, earlier, photographer Rickney's Riggins and I, we went down to Irish Bayou just to go see if we could get to that flood wall on Highway 90 that goes into Venetian Isles and Lake Catherine area, the Wrigley's, of course. They're not within the levee protection system, and we couldn't even get close to that wall, that floodgate that had been closed. We encountered the floodgate already closed on the Irish Bayou, that Highway 11 area right there. And then we came back into New Orleans, and we went up and down to see if we could get to the lake. And of course, all those seawalls around floodgates, I should say, rather, around West End, and all those, of course, have long been closed. So this city is absolutely locked down, and maybe 3 or 4 cars the entire last 2 hours we've seen on the road, not much. And as you heard the people in the press conference yesterday with the city talk about the fact that the city is water-wise or surge-wise much more protected than it was in Katrina, and we're certainly seeing that all locked down. We've been hearing from reports of relatives of Rick Neese and other people that traffic as you go either east or west, way outside the city. We're talking about almost, getting into Texas, and that is still crawling, is still very, very high traffic area. So people are getting out with this one, and that's about all that we've heard at this point right now. Like I said, winds picking up. It's that all too familiar feeling, Sheba and Leslie, that I've felt my whole life, that eerie feeling before the storm comes of how the wind feels before it actually gets here is what we're feeling out here. Reporting live from Lake Vista, Meg Farris, Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Yeah, Meg, and this is certainly not the news we want. As of 2 a.m., we're now getting our hourly updates. It has strengthened to a Cat 4 in the matter of an hour. I mean, this thing is deepening, and it's deepening fast. 130 mile per hour sustained winds. We're probably seeing gusts closer to 140, 150, and that's going to continue to encroach on the coast as we go through later today. Pressure has dropped to 949. This is not good news, but this is what we expected. It is rapidly intensifying as we now have a Category 4, and this is within 1 hour. I woke up at midnight. It was a Cat 2. 2 hours later, not even 2 hours later, it's a Category 4. It has increased that much as it makes its way towards the Louisiana coast. So if you're just joining us here, it is just before 2 a.m. We've got an advisory in from the National Hurricane Center because the hurricane hunters are in there, and we're actually getting this data. This is true data we're getting, and they have clocked at 130 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane. Pressure at 949. It's sitting 100 miles south of the mouth of the river, and it's moving at 15 miles per hour. It's probably going to slow down a few more miles per hour, but it is going to be moving at a rate that keeps it at a kind of a steady rate as we go into later today. So here's what we got to do. Let's go, and I want to look at, and I want to give you a breakdown on when these the worst winds could move into your area. Now, we've bumped up the timing of this just a hair, or by quite a bit. We have it moving in now more this late morning and through the afternoon rather than this evening into tonight. So we've already got tropical storm force winds moving towards the coast here. The more damaging winds of 59 to 70 miles per hour will start to move towards the coast by closer to sunrise. The core of the hurricane force winds, now they're going to be near the center. Not everyone's going to experience that 130, but with this center tracking through the heart of southeast Louisiana, quite a few of you could experience 110, 100 plus mile per hour winds as this moves on through. So this is at 7 a.m. We've got the worst of the winds still down here in the Gulf, but encroaching on our coastal areas. Let's take it up in time here. This is going to be the hurricane force winds approaching, let's say, Grand Isle, let's say down towards Port Fourchon as we go into 10, 11 o'clock. That's when you will be at your worst. That's not when you should be hunkering down. You should be hunkering down about now on the coast. That's when the hurricane force winds start. They will continue to move up across the area here. And with this latest track, we do have the worst of the winds moving through parts of the New Orleans metro, and this will be during the afternoon. So if you are not where you need to be in New Orleans by this morning, you got to get there, because by this afternoon, we will likely have, and usually we're saying possibly, it might happen. No, we're going to start using the word likely, because this thing is already a Category 4, and we do have that center going right through parts of Lafourche. But remember, if this thing jogs just 10 miles to the east, you got nearly the heart of the storm coming into the New Orleans metro as a significant major hurricane where winds will be over 100 miles per hour. So if you lost power in Zeta, there's no doubt about it. You're going to lose power in this storm, and probably a lot more people are going to lose power in this storm, as it's going to be affecting a bigger area of those more intense winds. Now, in the yellow here, you see our tropical storm force winds. That'll be on the Mississippi coast as we go throughout the afternoon. Still think you miss out on the worst winds on the coast, but then we got to turn our attention to the North Shore and the river parishes. So if you're in the river parishes, the worst part of it is also this afternoon going into this evening. We'll also be looking at excuse me, the worst of it getting close to parts of the North Shore as we go into this afternoon and into this evening, and then up towards Baton Rouge, closer to sunset. So if I know people up in Baton Rouge are even watching us right now. We've got people evacuated all over the place, but the worst of the hurricane winds will move in towards Baton Rouge closer to 7, 8, 9 o'clock. That will continue into this evening, into tonight. And then look at this, with the sped up timeline, things will start to wind down after midnight tonight. So I think tonight we'll start to see some improvements with the wind, but then our attention's really got to turn to the rainfall threat. This thing's only moving at 15 miles an hour right now. It's probably going to slow down a little bit more, anywhere between 10 to 15 miles per hour as it moves through. That's not terribly fast. It's not stalling out, but this means we will see most of today with heavy rainfall across our area, and we will be watching for some flooding where we could see on average of 6 to 10 inches with isolated 15 inches. So overall, that is the latest. If you're just joining us, I know a lot of people are maybe waking up, checking in here. I want to go back over this really quick. We've got a Category 4 now. It strengthened to a Category 4 from a 3 to a 4 in about 30 minutes. It's rapidly deepening, which means the pressure is dropping very quickly. And as the pressure drops, those winds will respond and they will speed up. So we've got a 949 millibar hurricane here. That's pretty significant. And that will continue to drop, it looks like, with 130 mile per hour sustained winds. We don't have gusts yet from the National Hurricane Center, but those are usually on the order of probably 10 miles per hour greater. They could be gusting to 140, and those could continue to go up well. That's the track we currently have, and the center of that hurricane, our radars are picking up on the eye, is tracking right along that red line. So if that continues, this moves into parts. Port Fourchon is right in the middle of that line. But remember, the right side of the storm, and really all sides near the eye of a Category 4 hurricane, are going to be awful. So this includes Terrebonne, Lafourche. It includes all southeast Louisiana, especially south of the lake. So we'll just give you that kind of broad scope of everyone is going to feel potentially significantly impacts from this Category 4 storm. Before I leave you, let me go over the track, because I know we got a lot of people now tuning in. The track of this thing really has not changed. We still have it. They have it as 130 mile per hour by this morning. It's already 130 mile per hour. So with the 4 a.m. update, which doesn't happen for another 3 hours, it'll be interesting to see, do they bump that up to maybe 140? It would still be a Category 4. You have to have, for it to be a Cat 5, it has to have winds of about 157 miles per hour. And at this point, splitting hairs, there's not a huge difference when you start talking about 140 plus mile per hour winds. So either way you look at this is not a good thing for our coastal areas, which could see winds well over 130, 140 miles per hour. The hurricane hunters are still in there as we continue to track this. The 130 mile per hour winds are what the hurricane hunters were detecting. They're still in there, and we'll be watching to see if they detect any stronger winds. And it does look like it is still strengthening at this point. So that is the latest as of 2 a.m. We're now probably going to start to get these hourly updates as it gets closer and closer to making landfall, which will be later this morning and afternoon. The worst of it's going to be moving in through the afternoon hours now. Not this evening, it's tonight, this afternoon. So you've got to get to where you need to be. Don't be on the roads. If you're stuck in traffic right now, hopefully we don't have any traffic around here, but if you are past Lafayette, you're going to be okay here at this point. And if you're past Mobile, I think you're going to be okay as well.
Peyton, these hourly updates, what will we learn there? Because we only hear the track every couple hours?
Yeah, so my rule of thumb is at this point, the track almost becomes, we know what the track is going to be just by looking at radar and watching the trend. So you essentially babysit the storm into the area. We did this with Zeta last year, and fortunately we have our radars which can extend hundreds of miles out into the Gulf of Mexico, so we can see the eye of the storm. It's there. So, and we can see there's the center line of the forecast track, and as long as it follows near that, we know when it's going to be making landfall. We can also see how fast it's moving and how far it is. And so the forecast track will come in, but really, once it gets to the radar and we have the path it's moving and we can watch it, we can see it visually with the radar, then we can walk it in, and we kind of know that track is set in stone right now.
So what do you learn with these hourly updates? And it jumped to a 4 so quickly. Is there any way it's going to jump to a 5?
We talked about this a couple days ago. I mean, Chris, nothing's out of the, everything's possible right now. Now, it would be quite dramatic for this thing to jump up to 157 miles per hour hurricane. It's happened. It can happen.
Okay.
They can rapidly strengthen that quickly. I don't want people to focus so much on, that splitting that difference. There is, a Cat 5 is just absolutely catastrophic,
Right.
but so is a Category 4. And with these hourly updates, we'll just know exactly what it's doing with its winds. So the hurricane hunters, they will continue to fly this until it gets over land. Once it gets over land, the hurricane hunters will not go into it. It's not safe for them to fly through a hurricane over land. There's too many risks with that. So they will continue to fly this up until landfall, so we will continue to get continuous data. They are sending in multiple planes right now. Now keep in mind, Keesler is in Biloxi, right? So they've evacuated all their planes. So they're having to fly in from San Antonio.
Wow.
And we've got planes flying in. They've evacuated towards Florida and things like that. So they'll have multiple planes flying in this throughout the rest of the morning.
And you even seem shocked. And we knew that it would get to a Category 4, but this quickly. Did this happen sooner than you guys thought?
Just from like a meteorological perspective, it's just insane to see a storm strengthen this fastly. Can it happen? Yes. We always talk about it happening. It usually doesn't happen, but when you see it happening, and also when you have a Category 4 storm sitting on your doorstep, I mean, it hits you that, oh my gosh, this is reality. So that's I think it's so shocking that yes, this is actually
Hopefully
happening.
people aren't sitting at home like, oh my gosh, I should have left. Hopefully everybody that needed to leave has left.
I thought about that last night. I said, there's gonna be people who are sitting at home. I know it's gonna happen. And you pray they're okay, you hope they're okay, but they're gonna be sitting at home in these winds later today, and they're gonna think, oh my gosh, I wish I would have left.
Yeah.
And
Peyton, they talk about like a tornado, it sounds like a train. Is that what it sounds like for a hurricane too?
yeah, I mean, I don't remember if y'all remember Zeta last year.
I do. That was horrible.
It was scary.
And you were saying that this is going to be even worse.
Oh, this will be magnitudes worse, especially for our coastal areas. I mean, yes, we did see a Category 3 storm, but that was very confined to around Cocodrie and kind of the Port Fourchon, Terrebonne Bay area. This could be a little bit more widespread, and we could see those more intense winds move up into the metro. So, that was certainly scary. Think of all the people that lost power in Zeta.
Right.
Think of all the people that are likely going to lose power in this. It'll probably be more expansive, we imagine.
You also mentioned that Zeta was a 3, but felt more like a 1 when it got to the metro area. So if this is a 4, what is it going to feel like when it's closer to the metro area?
Oh, it'll probably be weakening to a 3 or a 2.
But still very strong.
Excuse me, extremely strong. It will rapidly weaken once it gets inland here, and it'll probably still be up to around a 2 or a 1 to Baton Rouge. So that's winds of about 100 miles per hour, maybe 95 to 100 miles per hour, with some higher gusts possible. So this could be the strongest hurricane that has impacted some of our areas directly in many decades.
And you keep talking about the pressure dropping as a factor and it getting stronger. What factors is making it strengthen so quickly? What other factors?
It just has to do with the environment. So the pressure dropping is a reflection of its strengthening.
Okay.
The pressure is not what's strengthening it. Exactly. Okay. The pressure is dropping is telling us that it is strengthening. So as the pressure drops, all that means is that it's breathing. That means it's not experiencing really significant wind shear. We also know the Gulf of Mexico is boiling hot. That's a given. So the environment this is in right now is just that conducive for it to strengthen, and that's what the pressure is telling us. So as the pressure drops, the winds will rise. That's how it works. It's like a balance.
Okay, so when is our next update?
I imagine we'll be getting them every hour now. We got the 2 a.m. update, and if there's something significant, sometimes they will do on 2:20, 2:30. It just, if they need to tell us something, they'll tell us basically. So, but I can bet you we can count on at least a 3 a.m. update.
All right, thank you, Peyton.
Yep.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
We are continuing to track updates. We're continuing to track updates from across the region as Hurricane Ida gets closer to us. And our last update, we learned that this is now a Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles per hour.
Now let's get straight over to Jade Cunningham with things you need to know.
Well, here are some updates from around the area. With Hurricane Ida intensifying to a Category 4, you can expect significant power outages. Entergy says they're mobilizing a storm team of approximately 16,000 members to address power outages from Ida. This includes workers from all across the country who will be traveling to Louisiana to help. And based on historical restoration times, customers in the direct path of a storm as intense as Ida could experience outages for more than 3 weeks. Mandeville's curfew is still in effect at this time. It joins other places that have had a curfew in place since last night. That includes Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes, where a parish-wide curfew went into effect at 6 p.m. If you're out in those places, you must prove you're an essential worker with identification and a reason for being out. And just so you know, the curfew in Plaquemines Parish will expire at sunrise. And keep in mind, officials are stressing people stay inside during and after the storm. That means you should plan to be at home for at least 36 hours. Again, that's at least. Down power lines and other issues can make it dangerous to leave, and let the city and other responders assess the damage first.
All right, Jade, thank you very much. And again, we are continuing to watch Hurricane Ida. In our latest update we got just a couple of minutes ago, we learned that this is now a Category 4 storm, which is shocking even to our meteorologists. We knew that this was going to get to be a Category 4. It happened so quickly, though, Leslie. We've only been on air for about 2 hours, you and I. It happened in about a half an hour.
That's right. It went to a 3, and then all of a sudden it was a Category 4 before we even knew it.
Yeah, and we're talking about winds of 130 miles per hour. So we are continuing to watch these updates. Peyton is going to let us know when we have another one. Right now, though, we want to get to our Duke Carter.
That's right. He is in St. Bernard. That's going to see significant impacts.
And good morning, ladies. Yeah, we are here in St. Bernard, a parish where we have pretty much been driving around, and pretty much people out here just taking those necessary precautions, hunker down, do what they have to do to make sure they're safe now that we know that Hurricane Ida is now a Cat 4 storm. So we're here pretty much in no man's land. Behind me, you can pretty much see this is the gate, part of the levee protection system out here. Beyond that, that is where pretty much where we've told by parish officials you are on your own, and that gate has been closed and is now currently being monitored by St. Bernard Parish Sheriff deputies. They've just been out and about making sure that people do not go beyond that gate. Now, again, we've come with Guy McKinn, St. Bernard Parish President. Take a listen to what he had to say about people preparing ahead of the storm.
Worried about a lot of things, power, being out for an extended period of time, especially people who rely on that for life support. So we're asking them to hunker down, make sure you get to a place where you're safe.
And that is the whole point, especially now that those winds are gusting at times here in St. Bernard Parish. Again, we're just out and about, just driving around, trying to get out here. And for the most part, people have taken the necessary precautions to make sure they're safe. Good news is we still are seeing people with power, so that is good. But again, this is the gate that you're seeing right now at this time. The outside of the levee protection system, those gates are closed. And so we're just going to monitor the conditions, see what develops as the day progresses. But for now, they're reporting here in St. Bernard Parish. Duke Carter, News.
All right, Duke, it looks like the camera's shaking a little bit, so you're already feeling those impacts.
Oh, we're definitely feeling those impacts from these winds. Like they'll gust at some point and then they'll just die down. And I don't know if you probably hear popping in the microphone at this time. Well, there you go right there. You can hear popping in the mic with those winds. So luckily it's not too bad, but I'm pretty sure as the day progresses, those weather conditions will probably deteriorate again as we move forward throughout the day.
Definitely. And we appreciate your update. We spoke with your mom on the phone just a little while ago. She was trying to make her way to Texas. And she, of course, she was concerned about your safety as well.
Well, that's mothers for you, making sure her babies are safe.
You know it. All right. And she's one of the many people, of course, trying to make their way to Texas. The great thing is, Peyton says that folks who are close to that Louisiana-Texas line, even if they're stuck on the interstate, should be in a good spot even when the storm comes.
And Duke, we promised her that you would be okay, so you be safe out there.
Thank y'all. Appreciate you.
All right, from St. Bernard to the North Shore, Doug Mouton is in Hammond. So, Sheba, let's get over to him and check out the conditions there.
Well, I can tell you right now, Leslie, we are not seeing any kind of weather conditions at this point in Hammond. And I got to tell you, that's really the creepy thing about this storm. And it's sort of been this way all day today, knowing that something like this is coming directly at us, but not feeling any of the effects. I can just say it has felt creepy all day. That's the only word that I have for it. Now, we did drive around Southeastern's campus here in Hammond just to see if there was any activity. There was virtually none. A few cars parked in front of the dorms, but but a lot of even the people in the dorms at Southeastern have clearly gone home for this storm. So Southeastern is completely dead. Now, we are right now in downtown Hammond, where on a normal Saturday night, you would see a ton of people right about now walking around town. We did shoot some video of a couple of bars that are open. The Kate Street Pub is open right now, or actually they're just closing at 2 a.m. Now, we did talk to Hammond police, who are on their normal Saturday night detail, looking out for these bars and the people who frequent the bars, and they say the crowds tonight are about 1/10 what they would see in a normal night. And we talked to a few guys coming out of the bar.
I mean, it's going to happen, so just let it happen. What you going to do about it?
Yeah, I'm sure the power's going to go out, and then we ain't got no board games. I mean, we got puzzles and stuff, but that's about as far as it gets.
So give me the plan for what you wanted to accomplish tonight. Is it just like, I can't sit in this apartment anymore, watch this on TV?
Well, I knew I was be like locked in my apartment probably for a day or so I might as well just come enjoy my night out with my buddies.
Yeah, and honestly, I totally get that theory. For a lot of us, did everything we could to get our houses ready on Friday. For the people who aren't evacuating, Saturday becomes a day when you're just sort of sitting around in good weather, hot, but no sign of a storm most of today. And so, yeah, so we did have some people coming out to the Hammond bars tonight. Obviously, things are going to be changing overnight, but for now, we're not seeing a lot. I'll tell you one thing we did see, and we'll talk about this on our next live shot. We did see a ton of line trucks, work trucks, power trucks. We saw at least 3 different companies with multiple trucks set up here in Hammond, sort of ready to deploy as soon as the storm is over. Power workers, I heard Jade say a few minutes ago, power workers are coming to New Orleans or to the New Orleans area, all around Southeast Louisiana. They are here and sort of riding out the storm and ready to deploy when it's over. But again, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. For now, reporting live in Hammond, Doug Mouton, Eyewitness News.
Yeah,
Sheba,
Doug,
Leslie.
It's definitely the calm before the storm right now, but I was just asking Peyton, what is the worst impacts you guys are expecting there in Hammond? He said up to 100-mile-per-hour winds, so it's good those trucks are in the area and ready to restore that power if it goes out.
And I'll say this, for Hurricane Katrina, I worked at a different TV station. We were actually in Baton Rouge. I watched Hurricane Katrina on the campus of Southeastern outside the basketball arena and watched pine trees sway, watched a few of them break against that building. We were safe to actually be outside and watch the storm. Then as soon as Katrina was over, we drove into Mandeville and Slidell to see the damage. I think my understanding is what Hammond will see in this storm, because of the storm being on the western side, will be bigger than what they saw during Katrina. But and August 29th, of course, the day Katrina hit, I actually lost my house in Hurricane Isaac in St. Tammany Parish. Hurricane Isaac sent an oak tree to guillotine my house, also on August 29th. And of course, we are now August 29th again. That was 2005, 2012, and now 2021. August 29th is we just got to get through that day for the future.
Yeah, and of course you're one of the experienced ones, the veterans who've been through so much of this, so we appreciate your perspective. But you're saying what a lot of people are feeling. They just have this eerie feeling, this anxiety, a lot of it because of this Katrina anniversary and this date.
Look, here's the thing I hate to make this comparison, but I always say you can't lie to people in Louisiana about football. Like, you have to tell them the truth. If the Saints are bad, you have to say they're bad, because we have smart football fans who understand football. I feel like all of our viewing area so understands hurricanes and what they mean and when to worry about them and when not to. And you could see a level of seriousness about this storm. Look, I was live last year in Tangipahoa Parish, in Manchac, live in one of our hurricane coverages, and people were going to Middendorf's to get dinner.
I remember.
And I said it on TV, and they were
moment.
right. It was a storm you didn't need to worry about.
Yeah.
We didn't need to tell people that on TV. People around here know that. We don't need to tell people it's serious or not serious. people who live in South Louisiana, and I'm guessing it's true all across South Louisiana, probably for the whole Gulf Coast. You don't need to tell them worry about this one. They can see a track, they can see spaghetti models, and they have been through this enough where they know. And I saw a completely different level of seriousness from people over the last 2 days. You saw it, LSU is in Houston. The Saints are now in Dallas. Like, people understand what this means and they get it. Now, a lot of people decided to stay because they thought it was maybe 40 or 50 miles further away, who might be regretting it right now, and that might turn out to be a mistake for some people. But I do think people took this one seriously, and you could see that in how people talk to you over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I completely agree. Reflected in so many conversations with people who know this area, who went through Katrina, who lost things in Katrina. Thank you so much, Doug, for joining us. We'll check back in with you later. Glad things are quiet for now.
And of course, Hammond is the largest city in Tangipahoa Parish, and Erica Ferrando was there last night. She has more on what residents in Tangipahoa can expect.
We have been speaking with residents and officials all across the North Shore as people are getting ready for Hurricane Ida. Let's start with what we know in St. Tammany Parish. People have been getting their supplies, food, and generators ready if they plan to ride out the storm. In Old Mandeville, one resident bought a water tube that's typically used for agriculture and created a dam surrounding his home. He's hoping that will keep the water out.
Plastic is there to basically, I got 2 feet of waterproofing, and then when you put all that weight of the water, okay, it ain't going nowhere. So hopefully the water won't come into my house. For Katrina, we had 15 inches. For Isaac, we had 12. And so if I can just keep the house dry, I'm okay.
He is south of Monroe Street, which is under a voluntary evacuation. The Mandeville Mayor Clay Madden made that announcement Saturday afternoon. He also announced a curfew is in place starting at midnight in Mandeville. They expect around a 7-foot storm surge at the Mandeville lakefront and do not want people sightseeing when Lake Pontchartrain water overtops the seawall.
Please do not go to the Mandeville lakefront. We are not tolerating storm tourism during Hurricane Ida event. If you are at the Mandeville lakefront after midnight tonight and you do not live in the vicinity, you will be experiencing Hurricane Ida from the clink. We are not tolerating hurricane tourism in Mandeville anymore.
Now in Tangipahoa Parish, it was last-minute preparations Saturday evening. People were filling up sandbags to protect their homes and businesses, and gas stations were busy.
The boat holds 60 gallons of gas. I'm going to need gas for a generator. I work in the oil and gas industry. We're considered essential employees, so we're going to hunker down and wait it out and keep working and try to keep things going here, I lived Katrina. The eye passed right over us. I was in Mississippi when Katrina hit. So that's, 16 years ago to the date, pretty much. So it's shaping up to be a Katrina-type storm, it seems like. Maybe a little less. We'll see. We'll know by the end of the night tomorrow. So it's gaining momentum. Be ready.
There are safe shelters across the North Shore, but the Tangipahoa Parish president said people should already be where they are planning to ride out the storm by now, as the wind will quickly strengthen into the morning. In Hammond, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Erica, thank you very much. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered for Terrebonne Parish. We know that's one of the places that's going to see the most impacts.
That's right. Our Candace Charles was there. She has more.
Yeah, and Terrebonne Parish is asking folks to stay prepared and also stay safe as the storm passes by. And of course, whether or not you left or you stayed, we're asking for some patience in recovery efforts that may last a couple of weeks.
So all of our floodgates in the Morganza to the Gulf hurricane protection system are closed at this time.
Hurricane Ida is expected to hit the coastal part of Terrebonne Parish. The community is doing all it can to prepare, putting those who wish to evacuate on buses to Monroe.
It's a long ride. It's better safe than sorry.
We have to get on the bus and leave. We have to go to a place where they have electricity, and this is what the parish provided.
Terrebonne Parish Emergency Director Earl Hughes says as Ida lands, it's likely Houma will lose power. For those who are sticking around, Hughes is asking for patience.
It's possible you're going to be out of electricity for 2 weeks. You may lose sewer services. You may lose water services. We may be under a boil water for a couple of days or 3 days. So if you stayed, you need to make sure that you're prepared to take care of yourself for a few days.
Community members gathered at the sand pile Saturday evening, grabbing sandbags to protect their homes as they weather the storm.
My house is total electricity, so if something would happen like that, I have a barbecue pit, so I'll just put everything on the grill.
Everybody's in a good mood, just being proactive and working to, secure their safety.
And it may be the last chance to get sandbags before landfall. Hughes says the parish likely won't replenish the sand as they brace for the storm, but emergency crews remain on standby.
And they're ready to do search and rescue after the hurricane passes through. So they're very prepared, and they take care of their communities very well.
But as this community braces for Storm Ida, the parish asks that everyone remain patient during recovery efforts.
It's going to take a while to get all the electrical poles back up and running and the roads cleared and everything, so that you can have some electricity.
And the Terrebonne Parish president and the sheriff will decide when it is safe for evacuees to come on back. Of course, they'll be doing that in a tier system, sending back construction crews, folks that work at Home Depot, the grocery store, as well as the hospital staff, so that when you do come home, you come back safely and start to work on recovery. For now, reporting from home, I'm Candace Charles.
All right, it is just at 2:15 a.m. on Sunday morning. We're tracking Hurricane Ida. It's a Category 4 now. It has rapidly strengthened over the past couple of hours. It went from a 3 at 1 a.m. to a 4 at 2 a.m. as it quickly deepens and the pressure is dropping. It's at 9:49. It's sitting 100 miles south of the mouth of the river. There's the eye. And yes, winds are now sustained at 130 miles per hour, and it's probably going to continue to strengthen some as it makes its way towards the coast. All right, here's what we're going to be watching as we go through the rest of this morning and into this afternoon. It's going to be making landfall a little bit sooner than initially expected. It'll probably be more so an early afternoon landfall, maybe a late morning, early afternoon landfall, and then the worst of the conditions moving in through the afternoon in New Orleans. Conditions are already getting rough down along our coast. Notice we've got some bands now moving into St. Bernard and into Plaquemines, so it's only going to get worse from here on out as it lifts to the northwest. That's the center line, and what's really important now as we track this into the Louisiana coast are going to be these minor wobbles that can happen. These minor wobbles will determine who sees the most significant winds and the most significant storm surge. So right now it's following right along that line. That line is right over Port Fourchon. So really, there's no way that lower Terrebonne, lower Lafourche, lower Plaquemines are going to get out of this without seeing significant impacts. The part of a major hurricane is there's no good side to really be on when you're looking at a major hurricane. Yes, if you're on the immediate west side, you will have a northerly wind, so storm surge won't be as dramatic right next or on this side of the storm, but right on this side and on the center, the storm surge is going to be life-threatening, upwards of 10 to 15 feet as it moves on in. So this means that for Grand Isle, up through Lower Jefferson, the water is going to come up, and it's probably going to come up quite a bit later on through this morning and afternoon. Plaquemines Parish, St. Bernard Parish, all this area is going to get hammered not only by the winds, but by the significant storm surge of perhaps up to around 15 feet or so. Now, the worst part of the hurricane is going to happen, and a lot of people who are down here from know this, the eye wall. Right there around the eye wall is where the most intense part is going to be, and then you cross into the eye. It'll be calm for just a second, and then the back eye wall moves through, and the rough conditions begin. Now, it's not a very big eye. We've got our radars tracking this thing, and it is, we can zoom in on it quite a bit, and I can give you a rough estimate on how big the eye is. And this is not a giant eye here. So we'll put a ruler on this and get a measurement. We're going to stop it, and from one side to the other, the diameter, less than 30 miles is what it looks like. So overall, it's not very big at all, but it is a tight, intense hurricane that is coming on in. So we'll be watching the eye. We'll be watching for any wobbles today, because that's going to determine who gets the worst impact. At this point, we kind of just babysit it in. It's coming here. There's no doubt about it. There's no sudden track shifts expected right now, but those minor minor 10 to 20 differences as it comes on in, 20 to 20 mile differences as it comes on in, will make a difference on who sees the worst. So by 7 a.m., it's still just off the coast here. We might see this bumped up though, because this is as of 10 p.m. We probably won't get another track update until 4 a.m. So we may see this bumped up to maybe 140 miles per hour, just depending on what the trends continue to be with it. There it is making landfall, we'll say around this afternoon, early afternoon. That will be the worst of it. The conditions are already going downhill, so you've got to be wrapped up and you've got to be sheltering in place already if you stayed down there in lower parts of our Louisiana coast. Then as we go into later this morning into the afternoon, we've got the hurricane conditions moving into New Orleans, and then it will continue to spread up towards the north here. So the worst of this is going to be through this afternoon now rather than this evening and into tonight. So by 7 p.m.,